It has detected that you are about to traverse into a high martial arts world, where you will be sold into a black factory by the school beauty, Lu Ruyan. Please confirm whether to bind to the martial arts talent system to escape the black factory. This system can awaken one talent for you each week. Congratulations on choosing yes. Starting the traversal. At this moment, I lie in a dimly lit room, confused as I look around, my mind filled with questions. I just clicked while watching a video. How did I end up here in the blink of an eye? Suddenly, a wave of memories surged into my mind. Through these memories, I realized that I had traversed into a parallel world, a world where spiritual energy has revived and martial arts are practiced by everyone. I never expected that in my past life. I was called the sea god beast, but here I am just a little sycophant. In this place, I spent my parents' compensation money and even sold the house to gather 1 million, just to buy a bottle of high-grade awakening potion to help my nominal school beauty girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, become an awakened one, which occurs after adulthood. A new type of human that possesses a special ability is born, with limitless potential, stronger than martial artists. Later, Lu Ruyan wanted to ditch me for my money after her awakening. The gap in our identities is now too vast, we seem completely mismatched. In the end, to become an awakened, the original body followed Lu Ruyan's suggestion, found a small loan company to process the potion, and then bought a bottle of low-level awakening potion to drink. The result was a failed awakening, unable to repay the potion, and ultimately being captured by the loan company and brought here. The original body was filled with despair and heartbreak, which gave me the chance to travel through time. What I couldn't accept the most was that this woman didn't even give a title. The original body only said she would agree to date after getting into college. Just as I raised my hand to slap the original body, the door to the small dark room was suddenly pushed open. Amidst the intertwining of time, I vaguely saw a graceful woman walk in. I had already heard you shouting in the room. Are you feeling restless again? She said coldly. What is this place? I took a deep breath and slowly asked. The woman chuckled, a slaughterhouse. What? Before I could react, she said word by word, we've investigated you thoroughly. Now that you're broke, you'll work in the factory to repay your debt. I suddenly realized, so you are the factory dog. Say whatever you want, the woman mocked. Once you're in our factory, you won't get out until the debt is fully repaid. By the way, you owe 300,000, and with interest, you'll probably need to work for 100 years to pay it off. I frowned and said, this is a shady factory, which loan shark isn't heartless? The woman smiled indifferently, suddenly reaching out her hand into the air, and a cracking sound of knuckles echoed from her palm. I fell silent. The minimum health value for a 1-star dancer is 150. My previous peak health value was only 95, not to mention the decline after my failed awakening, so I decisively gave up on applying. Sensing the host's intense emotional fluctuations, the martial arts talent system activated. I was instantly overjoyed. Wasn't this the ghost system I came across on my phone before the crossing? I could hear the system's voice continuing to resonate in my mind. This system allows the host to possess martial arts talents, granting a new talent every week. Now starting to distribute the first martial arts talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level talent, Infinite Slaughter. What? I was a bit shocked. You need 1 million awakened individuals to produce a single A-level talent, let alone an S-level talent. So far, there have only been 3 individuals with awakened S-level talents in the Great Xia Kingdom. As for SS-level and even more powerful SSS-level talents, they were merely legends. I never expected to actually obtain an SSS-level talent. It truly feels like divine assistance. Ding! The host's attribute panel is synchronously updating. Upon opening the panel, a blue mist immediately appeared before my eyes. Name, Luchan, Realm, None, Basic Cultivation Method, Level 3, Infinite Slaughter Health Value, 59/150. Overall evaluation, you are currently very weak, not even qualified to apply for a security position. My health value actually dropped from 95 to 59. I cursed under my breath. The side effects of a failed awakening are truly terrifying. Just as I was lamenting, the woman hurriedly called out, Luchan, come with me. Outside is a narrow corridor, dimly lit, where 4 young girls stand, 2 boys and 2 girls, fear etched on their innocent faces. Behind them are 2 burly men. Another dancer. A dangerous thought flashed through my mind. Both the 2 thugs and this woman are dancers. Damn, in this world, dancers hold a very high status, revered by ordinary people, and are rarely seen. But here, 3 are gathered. It seems I need to reassess the strength of this black factory. Hello, Sister Ling, the 2 thugs immediately greeted respectfully. The woman known as Sister Ling nodded and said, you 5 owe our company money, and you haven't paid back in the first month. Before Sister Ling could finish, one of the skinny boys shouted angrily, bullshit. The awakening potion you provided has issues, this is your trap. What? At this remark, a flicker of realization crossed my eyes, and some doubts in my mind gradually began to clear. Sister Ling smiled and said, "Little ones, don't speak without evidence. Your talents are limited. How can you blame us for your awakening failure?" The skinny boy huffed, "I've studied the knowledge related to awakening potions. Even low-grade potions can't cause such severe side effects after a failure." "Ha ha ha." Sister Ling suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, then her expression turned cold. "So what if you guess? You will never leave this place for the rest of your lives." "I want to leave. I want to get out." At that moment, a girl ran frantically down the hallway, screaming as her terrified voice echoed throughout the space. However, Sister Ling remained completely calm, quietly watching the girl's retreating figure. Just then, the girl let out a heartbreaking scream, and then there was silence. The hallway instantly fell quiet. Thud, thud, thud. Only the heavy footsteps slowly approached from deeper within. A larger, more imposing man appeared on the opposite side, holding the girl in his hand. At that moment, his head was turned at an angle that no normal human could achieve, and a chubby boy who had died was left dumbfounded. As the muscular man approached, he tossed the girl's lifeless body in front of the boys as if it were garbage. A cruel smile spread across his lips. There was only one way to escape, and that was a dead end. Sister Lin helplessly said, "Takamine, you're too violent." This high school girl was a chef. She could have fetched a good price. Takamine chuckled, "You can deduct it from my salary." Everyone turned to look, and they saw that the remaining girl was so scared her legs gave out, and she sat down on the ground. Sister Ling laughed foolishly, "You don't need to worry about that. With a body like a tank, the big shots won't like you." The girl sighed in relief, feeling for the first time how lucky she was to have stubborn fat that wouldn't come off. As for the previously assertive skinny boy, he now looked utterly shocked. Sister Lin looked at him and mocked, "Go on, weren't you quite reasonable just now?" The skinny boy opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. "Did you forget your vocal cords at home?" Sister Lin raised her arm and suddenly slapped him. The skinny boy was knocked down to the ground, losing a front tooth in the process. "Do you still have any objections?" Sister Ling scanned the room like a predator. The chubby boy and girl shook their heads like they were in a wave dance. "And what about you?" Sister Ling turned her gaze to me, who had been silent all along. "I have no objections. Whatever Sister Ling says goes," I forced a smile and replied. Next, the two thugs took us to a workshop filled with various unpleasant odors, as the room was filled with cages containing chickens. Seeing us in a daze, one of the guards couldn't help but say, "What are you spacing out for? Our loan company has legitimate business too, which is slaughtering livestock." The guard cleared his throat and continued, "Let me introduce myself first. You four will be my team members from now on. I'm the team leader, Zhao Tai, and he is the deputy leader, Wang Yinlong." I then realized that our group was newly established, designated as Group 36. If each group has 2 martial artists as leaders, plus higher-level managers like Sister Ling and Gaosen, then just how many martial artists are there in this black factory? I felt a sense of uncertainty about the road ahead, and thinking of this made me even more cautious. I absolutely cannot die here before I take down Lu Ruyan. This is also Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong's first time as team leaders, and they seem quite excited. "From now on, your job is to kill chickens, with each person tasked to handle 50 a day," Zhao Tai instructed. The 4 boys exchanged glances, each showing a worried expression. Wang Yinlong said, "Let me demonstrate how to kill." He picked up a kitchen knife from the ground, opened a cage, and the chickens inside suddenly began to flap around violently, their wings flailing and sharp claws glinting. "What breed of chicken is this? It looks way too fierce." I can't help but feel a bit shocked. It seems that after the revival of spiritual energy, these once ordinary poultry have mutated. Seeing the chicken still resisting, Wang Yinlong's face flashed with a fierce expression. He grabbed its neck with one hand, yanked it out of the cage, then pulled out the feathers from its neck and gently ran the knife across. The chicken's eyes bulged, it flapped a couple of times, and then fell completely still. Then he poured its blood into a bucket, scalded it with boiling water, and plucked all the feathers. That was it. After Wang Yinlong skillfully finished his demonstration, he and Zhao Tai walked out of the workshop, leaving behind a harsh warning, "We'll be guarding outside. If you don't finish, you're not allowed to sleep." With a bang, the large iron door of the workshop was shut, and the sound of it being locked echoed. At this moment, only the 4 of them remained. The skinny boy cursed softly, "Damn, they really treat us like prisoners." The chubby boy sighed, "If I had known, I wouldn't have touched that potion." I was deceived. Through our conversations, I gradually understood their situation. The skinny boy is named Kongwon, the chubby boy is Chung Fei, and the chubby girl is Lu Tangtang. They are all senior students from different high schools. Kongwon and Lu Tangtang were misled by unscrupulous relatives into taking out loans, while only Chang Fei saw a small advertisement in a public restroom and took the initiative to call for inquiries. "I'm so frustrated, it's like I'm a meat bun thrown to a dog, there's no coming back," Chang Fei said, on the verge of tears, his face jiggling like a meat bun. "Haha, was it the customer service girl's voice that captivated you?" Kongwen, missing a front tooth, laughed, causing his mouth to whistle. At this moment, Kongwen picked up the kitchen knife on the table, a fierce look in his eyes. "Brothers, we are in the same trench now. We must work together to find a way to escape. Let's start by killing a chicken." It seemed that losing a front tooth had calmed him down a bit. The next moment, Kongwen suddenly let out a scream, blood streaming from his right hand. Everyone looked over to see that while trying to catch a chicken, his hand had been pecked hard. The chickens in this world were no longer ordinary poultry, they were like fighting roosters, incredibly strong. Don't be fooled by how easily Wang Yinlong kills, he is a dancer. Ouch, that hurts so much. Kongwen cried out in pain, while Lu Tangtang and Chang Fei turned pale with fear. At this moment, I slowly walked towards the cage, which I had been observing from the side. I opened the cage, my hand shot in like lightning, grabbing the chicken by the neck, plucking its feathers, and swiftly cutting its throat to let it bleed out. In one smooth motion, I heard the delightful notification, "Congratulations, host, you have killed a chicken and earned 0.1 blood value." What a wonderful sound! I closed my eyes, feeling the changes within me. At the same time, the introduction of my talent flashed through my mind, infinite slaughter. Each time I kill a living being, I earn corresponding blood value. Although this chicken only provided me with 0.1 blood value, my physical abilities were genuinely improving. Seeing that I had successfully killed a chicken, Kongwen and the others immediately surrounded me to praise me. After a moment of silence, I suddenly spoke up, suggesting, "How about I take care of the killing, bleeding, and feather plucking from now on? Is that okay with you?" "My goodness, Brother Lu, you're too kind." Kongwen, Lu Tangtang, and the others were all a bit excited, and even the way they looked at me had changed. As time passed, by evening, I had already killed a total of 210 chickens, and my blood value had risen from 59 to 80. I still had the strength to kill more, but I didn't want our group to stand out too much, especially since it was only the first day. Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong were very pleased with our performance. "Ha, you four did well. From now on, there won't be any set goals for the tasks, just kill as many as you can. There would be evaluations every week, and if our group 36 could come in first, there would be rewards." Zhao Tai laughed heartily. Chang Fei was a bit excited and asked, "Brother Tai, what kind of rewards will we get? Will we be set free?" Zhao Tairen lived up to his name. In the next moment, his face turned ashen as he kicked Chang Fei to the ground. "What were you thinking, trying to escape?" As Chang Fei lay on the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, unsure if his ribs were broken. With a quivering voice, he said, "Brother Tai, I was wrong. I was just faint from hunger and talking nonsense." Zhao Tai's expression softened slightly as he said, "Don't say such things again. If Brother Sin hears it, you know what could happen. You've all seen what Gao Sin is like." Upon hearing that name, everyone gasped in shock. If they said the wrong thing, Zhao Tai and the others would just give them a beating, which would hurt for a while, but Gao Sin was someone who could kill. At that moment, Wang Yinglong said that the reward for coming in first was to have dinner with Sister Ling. Everyone's faces fell in disappointment. They thought it would be something good, but it turned out to be just a bowl of watery rice together. There was even a piece of rotten vegetable floating on top. This was their meal for the entire day. Chang Fei scooped a few spoonfuls and complained, "There aren't even a few grains of rice. This is just hot water with rotten vegetables. Even pigs eat better than we do." After the meal, the four of us went to the assigned dormitory, which was not far from the workshop. Although Lu Tangtang was a girl, she lived with the boys. As Zhao Tai would say, she should be thankful for her extra weight, otherwise, she would have been treated as a girl, and the consequences would have been worse. The next day, the work of slaughtering chickens continued. This time, I killed 240 chickens in a row, and my health points increased by 24, reaching a total of 104. If I can participate in the college entrance exam, getting into a key university won't be a problem, as long as I have the chance to go to the exam hall. No one has reported me missing these past 2 days. I can't help but think that Lu Ruyan is secretly causing trouble, and I find myself cursing her silently several times in my heart. On the third day, I slaughtered 280 chickens. As the four of us walked into the workshop, we saw Zhao Tai and others sitting there, along with a nurse in uniform. Zhao Tai smiled and said, "Now that everyone is here, let's get started." The nurse took out a syringe and test tubes from the medical kit. Chang Fei was dumbfounded and asked, "What are you guys doing?" The cheerful nurse replied, "Of course, we're drawing blood." Wang Yinlong added from the side, "Regular blood tests help check your health, so any diseases can be treated in time. Hearing this, Dongwon finally relaxed. After the blood draw was finished, I fully immersed myself in the chicken slaughtering task. When I reached the 180th chicken, I suddenly felt a warm current flowing through me, as if some kind of bottleneck had been broken. I broke through to the warrior summoning panel. The next moment, a blue light curtain appeared before me, displaying my name, Lu Yunza, age 18, realm, 1-star warrior, cultivation method, basic training method 3, talent, unlimited slaughter, SSS-level blood value, 150 to 300, overall evaluation, you are now stronger than the security team leader. You're even stronger than the security team leader, so you can definitely give Zhao Tai a run for his money in an arm wrestling match. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. If he remembered correctly, there was still a month until the college entrance examination. In his current state, if he failed, he wouldn't even be able to become a security guard. It seemed like he would have to take a detour for another 40 years. All students in Xia country have been practicing basic cultivation techniques since junior high school, which can slowly increase their qi and blood. Lu Chen had been practicing for 6 years, barely reaching the 3rd level. But all those years of effort had now turned into nothing. My qi and blood value actually dropped from 95 to 59. Lu Chen cursed under his breath. The side effects of a failed awakening were truly terrifying. However, he was somewhat skeptical. Although awakening elixirs usually had some side effects after a failure, he had never heard of such a significant drop in qi and blood like his own. Could it be that the side effects of low-level awakening elixirs were more severe? Before he could think further, the woman spoke again. Lu Chen, come with me. She swayed her hips, took long strides, and walked out of the small dark room. Lu Chen stared at her back and followed. To be honest, having spent years in the pleasure quarters in his past life, he could already make a basic judgment from various details. The woman in front of him must be quite alluring. Outside was a long narrow corridor. In the dim light, Lu Chen could vaguely see 4 young teenagers standing outside. 2 boys and 2 girls. Fear was evident on their young faces. Behind them stood 2 burly men, strong and fierce-looking. They resembled violent thugs from a movie. More martial artists. Danger flashed through Lu Chen's mind. 2 thugs and this woman were all martial artists. Damn it! In this world, martial artists held a very high status and were revered by ordinary people. They were not commonly seen in everyday life. But here, 3 of them had gathered. It seemed he needed to reassess the strength of this black factory. Hello, Sister Lin. The 2 thugs immediately greeted respectfully. The woman with big waves nodded and said, you 5 owe our company money, and you haven't paid anything back in the first month. Nonsense! One of the skinny boys said angrily, it's your faulty awakening elixirs that are the problem, this is your trap. What? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Certain doubts in his mind gradually became clear. Sister Lin crossed her arms, emphasizing what was already obvious. She smiled and said, kids, don't make baseless accusations without evidence. Your limited talents led to the awakening failure, how can you blame us? The skinny boy snorted, I've researched awakening elixirs before, even low-level elixirs couldn't cause such severe consequences after a failure. Ha ha! Sister Lin suddenly burst into mad laughter, then her face turned cold. Even if you guess right, what can you do? You can never leave here for the rest of your lives. I want to leave, I want to get out. Just then, a girl ran frantically down the corridor, screaming as she fled. Her fearful voice echoed throughout the space. Sister Lin, however, remained calm, watching her disappear. Ah! The girl let out a tragic scream. Then, silence fell over the corridor. Thud! 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 Only the heavy footsteps slowly approached from the depths. All the teenagers widened their eyes. They saw a taller, muscular man appear in front of them, carrying a person in his hands. It was the girl. At that moment, her head had twisted to an angle that no normal human could achieve, facing backward. Dead. She's dead? Another slightly chubby boy was dumbfounded. Thud. The muscular man drew closer. His figure was like a tower. He tossed the girl's body in front of the teenagers as if throwing out trash. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cruel smile. You can try to escape, but the only way back is a dead end, he said. Lin Jia helplessly remarked, Gaosen, you're too violent. This high school girl is still a fledgling, she could have fetched a good price. Gaosen chuckled, her virginity price can be deducted from my salary. Bang! Everyone turned to look. They saw the remaining girl, her legs giving out in fear, collapsing on the ground. Lin Jia sneered, you don't have to worry, looking like a tank, the big shots won't like you. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, she felt lucky to have unshakable fat on her body. As for the previously self-righteous skinny boy, he was now utterly shocked. Lin Jia looked at him, mocking, go on, you were so righteous just now, weren't you? The skinny boy opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Did you forget your vocal cords at home? Lin Jie raised her arm and slapped him hard. Smack! The skinny boy fell to the ground, a tooth knocked out. Any more objections now? Lin Jie scanned the room like a wolf. The chubby teenage boy and girl shook their heads vigorously. What about you? Lin Jie turned her gaze to the silent Lu Chen. No objections, whatever Lin Jie says goes. Lu Chen's face had turned pale, his facial muscles stiffened, managing a forced smile. Honestly, it was his first time seeing a dead person in real life. He couldn't stop trembling uncontrollably. Just half an hour ago, Lu Chen was lying on a luxurious hotel bed, chatting about life with a playboy and a pure girl college student. Now he found himself in this eerie place. He had to adapt. Holding back the urge to vomit was an achievement. Moreover, Gao Xin was a martial artist, even stronger than the two thugs. He had to endure until he could enhance his strength through the system. Suddenly, Lin Jie's gaze shifted slightly. She extended her hand towards Lu Chen again. Lu Chen, didn't he just say he had no objections? Was she going to slap him? His teeth were definitely not safe this time. However, Lin Jie's right hand just lightly touched Lu Chen's face and pinched his cheek. Everyone present looked puzzled. Why did it seem like a female thug was teasing a good boy? Lu Chen dared not move a muscle, barely managing a smile. Lin Jie, what's wrong? Don't casually show me that kind of smile in the future, Lin Jie said with a smile. Lu Chen felt puzzled. Because, Lin Jie said word by word, I might not be able to resist sucking you dry. Hiss. The other two boys widened their eyes, seemingly understanding instantly. Indeed, being handsome wasn't always a good thing. Lu Chen was speechless. He was used to smiling like that at girls before. He didn't expect that facing Lin Jie, a ruthless female boss, he would involuntarily reveal this seductive smile, which was indeed inappropriate. Next, the four of them were taken by the two thugs to a workshop. It was filled with various unpleasant smells, mostly the stench of chicken dung. The room was full of cages, each containing chickens. Seeing the four of them in a daze, one of the thugs couldn't help but say, "What are you staring at? Our loan company also has legitimate business, which is slaughtering livestock." Seeing the chickens in the cages, Lu Chen couldn't help but think of someone from the past. Was he going to stay in this eerie place for 2.5 years? The thug cleared his throat and said, "Let me introduce you. You five. No, now 4, will be my team members. I am the team leader Zhao Tai, and he is the deputy team leader Wang Yinlong." Lu Chen then realized that their team was newly formed, designated as the 36th team. If each group has 2 warriors as leaders, plus higher-level managers like Lin Jie and Gao Xin, then how many warriors are there in this black factory? Lu Chen felt a bit lost ahead. At the same time, his understanding of this world deepened. Are the law enforcers turning a blind eye, or is this factory disguised too well? The tragic scene of the girl who tried to escape just now was still vivid in his mind. It seemed that this martial world was even more chaotic than he had imagined. Thinking of this, Lu Chen calmed his mind and became even more cautious. I absolutely cannot die before I take down Zhao Meizhu. Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong, both serving as group leaders for the first time, looked quite excited. Your job from now on is to slaughter chickens, with a daily quota of 50 per person, Zhao Tai added. So many? The 4 teenagers glanced at each other, all showing worried expressions. Wang Yinlong said, "Let me demonstrate how to slaughter." He picked up a nearby kitchen knife and opened a cage. The chickens inside suddenly started flapping violently. Wings flapping, sharp claws gleaming. Damn! What kind of chicken is this? It looks too fierce. Lu Chen couldn't help but be astonished. It seemed that after the resurgence of spiritual energy, these ordinary poultry had also mutated. Seeing the chicken still resisting, a hint of fierceness flashed across Wang Yinlong's face as he grabbed its neck directly and pulled it out of the cage. Cluck cluck! The chicken kept squawking. Wang Yinlong plucked the feathers in front of its neck, made a light cut with the knife. The chicken's eyes bulged, flapped twice, and then fell silent. Then pour its blood into the bucket, scald it with boiling water, pluck all the feathers, and it's done. After Wang Yinlong skillfully demonstrated, he and Zhao Tai left the workshop, leaving behind a harsh remark. We'll be outside watching, no sleeping until the work is done. With a bang, the large iron door of the workshop was closed, even the sound of it being locked could be heard. At this moment, only the 4 of them were left here. The thin male student muttered under his breath, "Damn, they're treating us like prisoners for real." The chubby student sighed, "I shouldn't have touched that potion loan. I was deceived." Through their conversation, Lu Chen gradually understood their situation. The thin student was called Kongwen, the chubby student was Chung Fei, and the chubby girl was Lu Tangtang, all high school seniors from different schools. Kongwen and Lu Tangtang were tempted by unscrupulous relatives to take out loans. Only Chang Fei saw an advertisement in a public toilet and called to inquire voluntarily. I'm so angry, I'm like a meat bun hitting a dog, no way out. Chang Fei said helplessly. His chubby face trembled, resembling a meat bun. Ha, was the customer service lady's voice too charming that it captivated you? Kongwen, missing a front tooth, laughed with a gap in his mouth. Chang Fei, with a worried expression, turned to Lu Chen and asked, Brother, did you also call involuntarily? Lu Chen nodded. Ha ha. Chang Fei immediately embraced him as if he had found a comrade. In fact, Lu Chen didn't want others to know about Zhao Meiju's matter. After all, being tricked by a little girl to come in was embarrassing if it spread. Moreover, Lu Chen was thinking ahead. Zhao Meiju would eventually be killed, and he didn't want to be suspected. Think 3 steps ahead for every step you take. Kongwen picked up a kitchen knife from the table, a hint of determination in his eyes. Brothers, now that we are in the same trench, we must work together to find a way to escape. Let's start by slaughtering chickens. It seemed that losing a front tooth had made him calmer. And then, the next moment, Kongwen suddenly let out a scream. Blood was flowing from his right hand. Everyone looked. It turned out that when he tried to catch a chicken, it pecked his hand fiercely. The chickens in this world were no longer ordinary poultry. They were all fighting cocks with immense strength. Don't be fooled by Wang Yinlongzi's in killing, he is a warrior. Ouch, that hurts so much, Kongwen groaned in pain. Lu Tangtang and Chang Fei also paled in fear. This chicken is so fierce, we struggle even to kill one. How can we complete our daily tasks? At that moment, Lu Chen, who had been observing nearby, slowly walked towards the cage. Kid, you don't want to try? Do you know how much my blood value was before? Almost 80. Kongwen couldn't help but remind him. And then, his eyes widened instantly. Lu Chen opened the cage, swiftly reached in like lightning, grabbed the chicken by the neck, plucking the feathers, cutting the throat, draining the blood. All in one go. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a chicken, gaining 0.1 blood value. What a wonderful sound. Lu Chen closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. At the same time, his mind flashed with the introduction of his talent. Endless slaughter. Every time a creature is killed, corresponding blood value is obtained. Although this chicken only provided him with 0.1 blood value, his physical strength indeed improved significantly. Then, he turned around, tilted his head, and chuckled. My blood value was 95 before. What? This time, Kongwen and the other two were dumbfounded. 95? That's too high. Kongwen's expression immediately changed from disrespect to cautious, even a hint of awe. Chang Fei's reaction was much bigger. He smiled and said, So, brother, you're so amazing, indeed the man I admire. Lu Chen twitched his mouth. In fact, the reason he dared to try actively killing the chicken was not only the temptation brought by the talent of endless slaughter, but also because he could see that Kongwen and the others' blood values were indeed far lower than his own. He dropped to 59. These people probably weren't even at 40. At this moment, Lu Tangtang worried. Lu Ji's task should be easy to complete, so what about the 3 of us? Mentioning this, Kongwen and Chang Fei both looked panicked. Not being able to sleep was a small matter. They were afraid that the warrior in this dark factory might do something even more sinister to them. After all, one companion had already died. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. How about I take care of killing the chickens, and you guys handle the bloodletting and feather plucking? Really? My goodness, Lu Gu, you're too kind. Kongwen and Lu Tangtang were somewhat excited. Although bloodletting and feather plucking were tedious, they were much simpler than killing chickens. Most importantly, they were very safe. So their gazes towards Lu Chen became different. He voluntarily took over the most dangerous work, which was incredibly selfless. Chang Fei couldn't hide anything and made the most sincere gesture. Bang bang! He knelt down, devoutly saying, Father, Lu Chen. He just wanted to increase his blood value a bit. You're not a little sister, stop calling him daddy randomly. Time passed by minute. Lu Chen was busy all the time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a chicken, gaining 0.1 blood value. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a chicken, gaining 0.1 blood value. By evening, he had accumulated killing 210 chickens. His blood value had increased from 59 to 80. In fact, Lu Chen could have killed more with his remaining strength. But he didn't want this group to stand out so much. After all, it was only the first day. Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong were very satisfied with their performance. You 4 are good. From now on, there won't be set targets for tasks. Kill as many as you can. There will be weekly evaluations. If our group 36 can get first place, there will be rewards. Zhao Tai laughed. Chang Fei was excited. Taigo, what rewards? Will they let us go? Zhao Tai lived up to his name. The next moment, his face turned extremely pale. He kicked Cheng Fei to the ground with one swift kick. Old Chow, what are you thinking? Dreaming of escaping? Cheng Fei fell to the ground, feeling a fiery pain in his chest, unsure if his ribs were broken from the kick. With a teary voice, he said, Brother Tai, I was wrong. I fainted from hunger, all I said was nonsense. Zhao Tai's expression softened, saying, don't say such things in the future. If Singut hears it, you know what will happen, you've all seen it before. Hiss. Gao Sun. Hearing this name, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. If they said something wrong, Zhao Tai and the others would just beat them up, causing temporary pain at most, but Gao Sun would kill. At that moment, Wang Yilong said, the reward for first place is to have dinner with Sister Lin. What? Everyone's disappointment was evident upon hearing this. They thought it was something good, but it turned out to be just a meal together. Zhao Tai chuckled. These kids didn't understand a thing. Having dinner with Sister Lin was such an honorable privilege. Most importantly, it held another layer of meaning. However, they couldn't openly talk about it. Brother Tai, rest assured, we will definitely work hard to kill the chickens. Suddenly, Lu Chen blurted out. Zhao Tai burst into laughter upon hearing this, patting the other's shoulder, you're a smart kid. Then he whispered, only insiders can have dinner with Sister Lin. I have high hopes for you, after all, you are someone Sister Lin appreciates. Lu Chen's heart trembled upon hearing this. Indeed, this was not just a simple meal. He had a vague feeling that if he wanted to escape, he couldn't just hide here killing chickens. Who knew how complex the internal and external environment of this factory was? Even with boosts, improving strength wasn't that quick. So, he had to be prepared on all fronts. A bowl of watery rice with some rotten vegetable leaves floating on top. That was their meal for the whole day. Cheng Fei scooped a few times with his spoon and complained, there's barely any rice, it's just hot water soaked with rotten vegetables. Even pigs eat better than us. At that moment, the four of them were in their assigned dormitory. The dormitory was not far from the workshop, all within this building of unknown size and depth. So far, they hadn't stepped outside, hadn't seen the sunlight. Although Lu Tang Tang was a girl, she lived with these boys. There was no choice, as Zhao Tai put it, she should be thankful for her chubby figure, not being mistaken for a girl, otherwise, the outcome would be worse. So, Lu Tang Tang wasn't being fussy at all. It was Kong Wen and Cheng Fei who felt a bit awkward. After all, they were both inexperienced, hadn't even spoken much to girls at school. Lu Chen didn't mind, he slept on the bunk above Cheng Fei. Lu Tang Tang slept on the bunk above Kong Wen. If someone fell, it would be Kong Wen who got hit first. Soon, the lights went out. Lu Gu. Suddenly, Lu Tongtong's voice floated softly. What's wrong? Lu Chen was puzzled. Lu Tang Tang hesitated and said, I'm scared, can we sleep head to head? Lu Chen was speechless. If she were a beauty, he might have agreed. No need, I snore when I sleep, afraid it might bother you, Lu Chen replied. Unexpectedly, Lu Tang Tang was even more excited upon hearing this. It's okay, I snore too. Lu Chen. Indeed. 9 out of 10 chubby people snore. I sleepwalk too, be careful not to get hit by me in my sleep, Lu Chen added. What? Lu Tang Tang was truly frightened upon hearing this. In her mind, Lu Gu was a tough guy who killed 200 chickens a day. After hesitating for a moment, she finally agreed to sleep feet to feet with him. Late at night, snoring echoed in the dormitory. Surprisingly, even the skinny Kong Wen snored, truly gifted. The room sounded like a symphony. Fortunately, Lu Chen was a bit tired during the day, otherwise, he would have surely had trouble sleeping. The next day, the chicken killing work continued. This time, Lu Chen consecutively slaughtered 240 chickens. Calculated per person, that's 60 chickens each. 10 more than the first day, shouldn't be excessive. Lu Chen thought cautiously to himself. On the other hand, his 3 companions were already in turmoil. Cheng Fei exclaimed in surprise, Lu Gu, you're too ruthless. You actually managed to deal with so many chickens in one go? Lu Chen was speechless. Could you please be clearer in your words? It's easy to misunderstand. Kong Wen and Cheng Fei exchanged a glance, then burst into laughter. Lu Tang Tang, as a girl, didn't quite grasp the deeper meaning. Kong Wen said excitedly, by killing so many, our group will definitely take first place. He no longer displayed the arrogance he had when he first arrived and held Lu Chen in great awe. However, Kong Wen was more observant than the other 2 companions. He noticed that Lu Chen seemed to have endless energy, hardly resting at all. Subconsciously, he wondered if the other party had already recovered his strength. A's physique is too strong. Could the side effects of the potion have disappeared? Kong Wen began to speculate. At this moment, Lu Chen's blood and energy increased by 24 points, reaching 104. If he could take the college entrance exam, getting into a top-tier university would be no problem. The premise was that he still had the chance to go to the exam venue. I've been missing for 2 days, hasn't anyone reported the public security? Is Zhao Meizhu secretly causing trouble? Lu Chen thought to himself, cursing Zhao Meizhu several times in his heart. At the same time, after school, Zhao Meizhu returned home. As soon as she sat on the bed, she sneezed 3 times in a row. Who's cursing me? Zhao Meizhu furrowed her delicate eyebrows. Fortunately, it didn't happen at school. As the school flower, Zhao Meizhu cared a lot about her image since many boys were infatuated with her. The reason she chose Lu Chen to raise fish was that he was tall, handsome, had decent blood and energy levels, and was an orphan, seemingly lacking care. As long as she showed a little concern, he would immediately fall for it, willing to give his all. Lu Chen has lost his value, who should I choose next? With only a month left until the college entrance exam, Zhao Meizhu planned to use her advantages to find another cash cow. Just then, a WeChat notification sounded. Who is it? Zhao Meizhu was a bit impatient. She was contemplating her fishing plan and was interrupted, putting her in a bad mood. She checked the message. Zhao Meizhu's pretty face changed visibly, showing signs of panic. The sender was their homeroom teacher. Meizhu, Lu Chen has been in the hospital for a month now. I want to visit him. Since you have a good relationship with him, do you know which hospital he's in? Good relationship with him? Zhao Meizhu was speechless. What a joke. Lu Chen must be wishing for her to disappear now. However, faced with the teacher's inquiry, Zhao Meizhu's brain started to work rapidly. Soon, she came up with a response and typed a few words. Teacher Gong, I don't know which hospital Lu Chen is in, but his sister is taking care of him, so you can rest assured. After reading it over for a moment and finding no issues, she sent it. This response should work perfectly. Anyway, someone is taking care of him. Teacher Gong doesn't need to worry about that kid. She even couldn't help but hum a tune. After a while, another WeChat notification chimed. Zhao Meizhu opened it. Gong Xingyu, he's an orphan, right? Where did the sister come from? Zhao Meizhu nearly spat out her water. She didn't expect Teacher Gong to be so attentive, even knowing that Lu Chen was an orphan. Zhao Meizhu could only grit her teeth and reply with 2 words. Made up. On the other side, Gong Xingyu sat on the bed, holding her phone. Her slender legs wrapped in black stockings looked exceptionally elegant. Gong Xingyu stared at her phone screen, knowing that Lu Chen was being taken care of, which put her at ease. I hope you can recover before the college entrance examination, she thought sincerely. Gong Xingyu quite liked Lu Chen, a tall and handsome boy. Don't get it wrong, it was more like how an older sister would care for her younger brother. Gong Xingyu was not very old herself, having just graduated. These were the students she had been teaching. The bond between teacher and student was deep. However, even with Gong Xingyu's vivid imagination, she would never have imagined the true situation Lu Chen was in at that moment. On the 3rd day, Lu Chen slaughtered 280 chickens. His 3 companions looked at him as if he were a monster. Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong, as usual, locked them in the workshop, unaware of the details inside. But when they found out the number of chickens killed by evening, they burst into laughter. Haha, keep up the good work. Our group is currently leading, let's aim for first place. Zhao Tai patted Kong Wen's shoulder. He instinctively felt that Kong Wen was the main force in killing the chickens because this kid looked like a tough guy. Kong Wen, however, awkwardly smiled, unsure of how to respond. He was not trying to hide the truth to help Lu Chen but was afraid that if Zhao Tai found out he hadn't killed a single chicken in these past few days, he would be furious. In that case, apart from Lu Chen, all 3 of them would be in big trouble. Lu Chen was pleased to see this scene. Let Kong Wen take the lead while he quietly killed the chickens from behind. During dinner, Zhao Tai specially gave them an extra meal. Besides the usual boiled vegetables, there was also an egg. Brother Tai is too good to us. Cheng Fei was very excited, almost wanting to swallow the eggshell. Kong Wen sneered, Fatty, are you so easily bought off that a single egg can do it? Cheng Fei scratched his head and said helplessly, if they didn't count the number of chickens every morning and evening, I would have thought about stealing one to eat. Don't cause trouble, Kong Wen warned. Lu Chen and Lu Tangtang also looked up at the same time. Cheng Fei, seeing all 3 of them staring at him, hurriedly explained, I just said it casually. Kong Wen said seriously, listen, Fatty, you must behave now so they can relax their guard against us. Cheng Fei and Lu Tangtang immediately nodded. Lu Chen glanced at Kong Wen. After losing a tooth, he had indeed become much more mature. Actually, as long as life continued unchanged like this, it would be the best. Although the food was a bit lacking, being alive was what mattered. However, reality often goes against one's wishes. The next day, as soon as the 4 of them entered the workshop, they saw Zhao Tai and others sitting there. Among them was a stern nurse in uniform. Zhao Tai smiled, "Since everyone is here, let's begin." The stern nurse took out syringes and test tubes from the medical kit. Chang Fei was stunned. "What are you going to do?" "We're going to draw blood, of course," the nurse said with a smile. Kong Wen's face also changed, trembling as he said, "Brother Tai, we've been working diligently these past few days." For some reason, he kept thinking of what Sister Lin had said about sucking dry. Were they really going to drain them dry? Wang Yinlong leaned back. "Regular blood draws are to check your health. In case there's any illness, it can be treated promptly. Look at you, acting like a scaredy cat." Zhao Tai added, "You are all my team members. You work so hard, how could I bear to let you get sick?" "I see," Kong Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Fei also laughed. "Miss, I'm too fat. It's hard to find my veins." The nurse gave a sweet smile. "Don't worry, I've drawn blood from pigs before, my technique is top-notch." However, it still took her some effort to insert the needle for Chang Fei. Chang Fei looked embarrassed. "Am I fatter than a pig?" When it was Lu Tongtong's turn, she was just like Chang Fei. The anxious young nurse was sweating profusely, facing her professional Waterloo for the first time. After a lot of fuss, each person drew 4 tubes of blood. Finally, Zhao Tai and the other 2 left, locking the iron door behind them. At this moment, only the 4 of them remained in the workshop. Chang Fei laughed. "They are so good at helping us heal." Kong Wen was speechless. "If you were the boss, you wouldn't want your workers falling ill either." Lu Chen remained composed on the surface, but there was some worry in his heart. He was afraid that his qi and blood values would suddenly skyrocket and be detected. But thinking that checking qi and blood wouldn't require so much blood, he gradually relaxed. He began to wholeheartedly focus on the task of slaughtering chickens. When Lu Chen slaughtered the 180th chicken, he suddenly felt a warm stream flowing through his body. It was as if a bottleneck had been broken. "Have I broken through to a warrior?" Lu Chen suppressed his excitement and didn't shout out. Fortunately, there was no commotion when he broke through. He turned his head to look. The 3 of them were still diligently plucking feathers from the chickens, completely unaware of his anomaly. At this moment, Lu Chen carefully felt the changes in himself. His strength had increased significantly, and even the muscle lines on his body, even through his clothes, were faintly visible. Not only that, after breaking through to a warrior, speed, stamina, and reaction time would all see a substantial improvement. It could be said to be an all-around enhancement. Summon panel. The next moment, a blue light screen appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Name, Lu Chen, age, 18, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, realm, 1-star warrior, technique, basic cultivation method, 3 layers, talent, infinite slaughter, SSS level, qi and blood value, 150 to 300, comprehensive evaluation. You are now even stronger than the security team captain. You can definitely try arm wrestling with Zhao Tai. Seeing this final evaluation, Lu Chen seemed to understand something. So Zhao Tai was also a 1-star warrior. Not much stronger than himself. As long as he persisted in killing chickens, Lu Chen would soon surpass him. "I only killed 180 today." From his initial excitement, he gradually calmed down. Then he killed another 120 in one go. His qi and blood value became 162. The other 3, seeing this scene, almost had their eyes pop out. Lu Ji, you actually killed 300 chickens today," Cheng Fei said tremblingly. "Lu Ji is too fierce." Lu Tangtang stared at Lu Chen's figure. For some reason, her blood seemed to flow faster. She even couldn't help but swallow her saliva. With a woman's intuition, she felt that Lu Chen seemed to have changed, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Kong Wen also widened his eyes. A dreadful thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that he really recovered his qi and blood? What a terrifying physique. By evening, when it was time to inspect the results of their work, Zhao Tai was also somewhat surprised. But more than that, he was delighted. "Well, everyone actually slaughtered 75 chickens each," he said with a smile. He didn't notice Lu Chen's anomaly at all. Because for low-level warriors, it was difficult to judge their true strength unless they exerted their full power. It was like in a gym, if you didn't use equipment, others couldn't see your limits with just their naked eyes. Moreover, Lu Chen deliberately adjusted his breathing and restrained his mind in front of Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong, ensuring that the aura of a warrior didn't leak out. So the other party had no idea about Lu Chen's realm. At this moment, Wang Yinlong whispered, "Tai Ji, the statistical results of each group just came out, and our group has entered the top 10. "What?" Zhao Tai was overjoyed when he heard this. "The competition will end in 3 days. It seems like our group has a chance to compete for first place?" Wang Yinlong shook his head. "It's difficult. The group in first place kills 500 chickens every day without fail. It's hard to surpass that achievement." "Damn! These bunch of weaklings still have the energy to kill so many? Zhao Tai couldn't help but curse. Wang Yilong smiled bitterly, maybe their vitality was high before. Zhao Tai looked at Kongwon and said solemnly, "Kid, this competition is a rare opportunity for both your group and ours. But we can't interfere with this work, so it's up to you. If you can kill more, then do it. Starting tomorrow, you can eat at the cafeteria." Cafeteria? Cheng Fei and Lu Tangtang exchanged a glance, excitement evident on their faces. There must be delicious food there. However, Kongwon felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't his merit, yet Zhao Tai treated him as the main force. Do I really look like the male lead? But which TV drama's male lead is missing a front tooth? Wang Yinlong chuckled, the top 10 groups can dine at the cafeteria. Here, as long as you perform well, there will be rewards. Cheng Fei hurriedly said, "Thank you, Taiga, thank you, Longgu. Tomorrow we will eat well. No, we will kill chickens well." He was so excited he almost blurted out his true feelings. On the other hand, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. If Zhao Tai was determined to compete for first place, then killing a few more chickens wouldn't be out of place. So, let the slaughter be more intense tomorrow. The next morning, under Zhao Tai's lead, the four of them walked deeper into the corridor for the first time. After several turns, they arrived at the cafeteria. "Oh my god, such a huge cafeteria!" Cheng Fei exclaimed excitedly. He could almost see a table full of delicious dishes. "My stomach has been growling for a while now," Lu Tangtang said, unable to resist wiping her mouth. Kongwon was also excited. After all, they hadn't eaten meat for several days. Only Lu Chen felt a slight heaviness in his heart. On the way here, there were martial artists stationed every few meters. These enforcers didn't hide their strength, which was comparable to Zhao Tai's. Why is this company so powerful? Lu Chen sighed inwardly. He felt that with his current level, he was completely inadequate here. It seemed that killing chickens was the only way out. However, at the next moment, Cheng Fei let out a mournful cry. What is this? It turned out that bowls and chopsticks were already set on the table. There was porridge, steamed buns, fried dough sticks. But it was clearly leftovers from someone else's meal. Zhao Tai said expressionlessly, "This is the breakfast left by us group leaders. Do you find it distasteful?" Kongwon suppressed his disgust and forced a smile. How could that be? Having breakfast is already good. Just a few days ago, they could only eat one meal a day. The more Zhao Tai looked at them, the more he liked them and said, "You are sensible." Then he left. After the four of them sat down, they began to devour the food. So delicious. Cheng Fei and the others ate heartily. They hadn't had such a delicious breakfast in a long time and didn't care that it was leftovers. Lu Chen looked at the food in front of him but couldn't bring himself to eat. However, Lu Tangtang handed him a pancake and said, "Lu Gu, this one hasn't been touched, it's intact." Kongwon also offered him a tea egg. Cheng Fei felt a bit embarrassed. He was too focused on eating and hadn't paid much attention to Lu Chen's situation. When he came to his senses, most of the food in front of him was already gone. "Thank you, everyone." Lu Chen smiled faintly and accepted everything. At that moment, a whistling sound came from the next table. They turned to look and saw four young men sitting there. Their hairstyles were all rare aluminum foil curls. "Oh my god, they're so edgy," Cheng Fei exclaimed, eyes wide. The leader among them had a variety of messy tattoos on his exposed arms. He joked, "Oh, all new faces, just arrived a few days and already in the top 10. Which group are you from?" Kongwon replied, "Group 36. The tattooed young man laughed, "We are from Group 9, currently ranked first in the evaluation." What? Cheng Fei and the others were shocked. Zhao Tai wanted them to take the first place, and their biggest competitor was now sitting next to them. What a coincidence! The tattooed young man's face suddenly changed, sneering, "Since we arrived here, we have been first in the evaluation for the past 2 weeks. I advise you not to have any ideas about being first, especially this time." Kongwon was also a young man with a temper. He had been patient before, but only in dealing with Zhao Tai and his group. "Those warriors can yell at me all they want, we were all brought in like cattle and horses. Who do you think you are?" Hearing Kongwon's words, the tattooed young man sneered, "Cattle and horses? Maybe for now, but soon it won't be the case." It turned out there was another rule. If you got first place in the evaluation 3 times in a row, you would earn Lin Jie's approval and become an employee of the company. However, the tattooed young man didn't explain. Instead, he stood up and walked over to them. Suddenly, he raised both hands and flipped the dining table over. At the same time, he made a sound, chomp 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 chomp. Damn! Kongwon couldn't sit still. He stood up abruptly. His eyes widened in anger as he shouted, "Damn it!" Unexpectedly, at that moment, a warrior approached from a distance. He was tall, but what stood out the most was his spiky green hair. "What are you doing, looking for a fight?" The green-haired man glared fiercely at Kongwon. Kongwon wanted to say something, but faced with the warrior's aura, all his words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single one. This guy just flipped our table. Lu Chen suddenly interjected. Pointing at Kongwon, the green-haired man coldly said, I didn't see him flip your table, I only saw this kid about to start a fight. You. Kongwon tried to defend himself but was silenced by the green-haired man's glare, unable to speak. Helpless, in front of warriors, these ordinary people were no match. At that moment, Lu Chen said, it's just a misunderstanding, no one wants to fight. Seeing them back down, the green-haired man smirked, remember, causing trouble here will get you put in solitary confinement. I'd love for you to start something, the taste of confinement is quite enjoyable. With that, he turned and left. The tattooed young man and his group looked even more arrogant, even raising their middle fingers. If you see us in the cafeteria, walk around us, got it? What's your name? Lu Chen suddenly asked. The tattooed young man chuckled, I'm sure Jinxiang, isn't that name great, elegant and sonorous? What? Kongwen and the others were stunned upon hearing this, struck dumb on the spot. How could he exude such superiority with that name? Lu Chen also smiled, don't worry, with your stench, we'll definitely walk around you. Sure Jinxiang was furious, damn it. Kongwen was fired up now, you want to fight? Sure Jinxiang was speechless, only able to grit out, we'll see about that. After the four punk-looking guys left, Cheng Fei spat, damn it, that green-haired guy is obviously with them. Kongwen also felt he had shown weakness earlier and said defiantly, if it weren't for the green-haired guy, I would have beaten Shi Jinxiang to a pulp. However, Lu Tangtang was worried, Lu Gu, what should we do? She also couldn't stand Shi Jinxiang's arrogance. Lu Chen remained calm, but his eyes gleamed sharply as he said, word by word, they want to take first place, right? Hee, my greatest hobby in life is not letting enemies have their way. For some reason, when the three heard each other's cold laughter, they felt a chill run down their spines. Looks like these punk-looking guys are in for some bad luck. The same idea flashed through their minds. Over these 4 days, Lu Chen had already conquered 3 people with his powerful chicken-killing methods, especially Chang Fei. Although he hadn't shouted much, in his heart, Lu Chen had already become a father figure. After Kongwen calmed down, he suddenly said, I just calculated it. In the first 4 days, Shi Jinxiang's group killed 2,000 chickens, and our group, no, you killed 1030 chickens. If they continue to kill 500 chickens a day, by the 7th day, you will have to kill 2,470 chickens to catch up. In other words, you have to kill at least 824 chickens a day. What? Cheng Fei and Lu Tangtang were stunned. They had to kill over 800 chickens a day to catch up with Group 9? Lu Chen's best performance before was only 300 chickens in a day. Now the workload had doubled, if not more. The main question was, could Lu Chen do it alone? While Group 9 had 4 people killing. At this point, Cheng Fei felt useless for the first time. He said, Lu Gu, how about the 3 of us help you kill the chickens? Lu Tangtang also said, yes, I really want to help Lu Gu, even though I can't kill many. Kongwen added, even a mosquito's leg is meat. To their surprise, Lu Chen shook his head, no need, I am enough to handle the chicken killing. You guys can help me with the follow-up work. Cheng Fei wanted to insist, but Lu Chen confidently said, today is the 5th day, let's give it a try first. Okay. The 3 could only comply. Soon, they returned to the workshop. Seeing the room full of chicken coops, Lu Chen's eyes were filled with determination. In his eyes, these were not just poultry, they were all chicken bodhisattvas helping him improve his strength. Finally, I can give it my all. Lu Chen picked up the cleaver and walked towards the coops. Cheng Fei saw his back and felt he was tall and majestic, saying, why do I feel Lu Gu is not worried at all, even with over 800 chickens to kill every day? Lu Tangtang was a bit dazzled. In fact, one night, she accidentally saw Lu Chen shirtless. His muscles were not explosive but just right, the kind every girl would like. I really want to touch them. She sighed inwardly. At that moment, a voice broke her reverie. Tang Tang, did you not eat breakfast? You've been drooling. Lu Tangtang turned to see Kongwen, rolled her eyes, snorted heavily, and walked away, leaving him with a sturdy back view. Kongwen was speechless. Did I say something wrong? I just didn't want her to dirty her collar. When it was time to finish work in the evening, Cheng Fei and the others were dumbfounded, because the statistics were out. Lu Chen had killed a whopping 1,000 chickens. Oh my god, Lu Gu, you are amazing. Cheng Fei was very excited, his chubby face jumping. Lu Tangtang was also happy. Lu Gu is so awesome, our group really has a chance to compete for first place. Kongwen was even more spirited. By then, that kid Shi Jinxiang will have to call me dad. Lu Chen just smiled faintly. Although he looked a bit tired, it was all an act. He felt very relaxed inside. After becoming a 1-star warrior, his strength and stamina had increased. His current blood and energy value had risen to 264. He was not far from becoming a 2-star warrior. If he were to face Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong now, he could easily knock them down with one punch. Blood and energy could affect too many attributes. In other words, blood and energy value directly measured a warrior's strength. 2 more days. Lu Chen calculated silently in his mind. On the 6th day, Lu Chen continued to rise steadily. He killed 1,200 chickens. His blood and energy value reached 384 points, breaking through to a 2-star warrior. His strength doubled. If the full force of a 1-star warrior is equivalent to 1,000 kilograms, then I now have at least 2,000 kilograms of strength. He tightened his fist, sensing the powerful blood and energy surging within him. Summon panel. A blue light screen appeared in front of Lu Chen. The next moment, his eyes lit up, because he noticed that the evaluation had changed again. And it was a very important evaluation. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Realm, 2-star warrior. Technique, basic cultivation method, 3 layers. Talent, infinite slaughter. SSS-level, blood and energy value, 384/450. Comprehensive evaluation. With your current strength, you can easily kill all team leaders, and even withstand 3 rounds under Gao Sen's command. This evaluation was too important for Lu Chen. It seemed that Gao Sen was probably a 3-star warrior. Just after crossing into this world, he saw that little girl being killed by Gao Sen, a scene that was too shocking for someone like Lu Chen who grew up in times of peace. Now, as long as he worked a little harder, he could reach the same level as Gao Sen, even surpass him. Lu Chen's confidence soared instantly, but he didn't become complacent because of it. After all, he didn't know Lin Jie's strength yet, and Lin Jie's position in the company seemed even higher than Gao Sen's. Her strength must not be underestimated. In the evening, Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong were extremely excited, especially Zhao Tai. He held his phone and recited loudly, "Our team's total score is 3,230 now, surpassing the 3,000 of the 9th team, currently at the top of the leaderboard. As long as we hold on for one more day, we will definitely get first place in this week's evaluation." Great! Kongwen was thrilled. He couldn't wait to see the disgusted look on Shi Jinxiang's face. Damn it! In another dormitory, Shi Jinxiang angrily slammed the food tray on the ground. Today, the team leader didn't allow them to go to the cafeteria for dinner. The reason was that the first place was taken by the newly established 36th team, and this 36th team was the one they had challenged that day. 2 fat guys and a skinny monkey actually surpassed us? Shi Jinxiang couldn't understand. As for the 4th person, Lu Chen, he didn't even mention him, mainly because the other party was tall and handsome, making Shi Jinxiang feel inferior and unwilling to think about it. Bang! The door of the dormitory was kicked open. Shi Jinxiang and the others were startled. They turned around to see a green-haired man bursting in. It was the green-haired man from the cafeteria that day. Tai team leader. Shi Jinxiang's face immediately turned pale at the sight of him again. Even his lips were trembling. The green-haired man's face turned grim, showing a cold, icy expression as he said, "I reviewed the data again. The 36th team killed 1,000 chickens on the 5th day, and 1,200 on the 6th day. What?" Shi Jinxiang and the others were dumbfounded when they heard this data. They had planned to give it their all the next day. But how could they now? Even if they sparked off sparks with their kitchen knives, they wouldn't win. Gritting his teeth, the green-haired man said, "This evaluation is crucial for you. Whether you can be confirmed as regular members depends on tomorrow." Shi Jinxiang also understood the importance of the next day and said solemnly, "Team leader, what should we do?" "We'll follow your lead." The green-haired man smirked, "Then cooperate well." On the 7th day, Lu Chen continued at his original pace. When he reached 660 kills, he broke through the bottleneck. His blood and energy value reached 450, directly advancing to a 3-star warrior. His strength surged once again. "Fantastic!" Lu Chen murmured contentedly in his heart. This kind of rocket-like strength improvement was simply 100 times more exhilarating than reaching the peak. No wonder they say those high-level martial artists hardly indulge in romance. Indeed, strength is more important. With a punch, he exerted a force of 3,000 kilograms. Who among the nearby guards could withstand it? "Ace, are you tired? Take a break," Kongwen, noticing Lu Chen lost in thought, asked with concern. "No need, I'm in the right state now." Lu Chen waved his hand and continued. From morning till night, a total of 1,500 chickens were slaughtered. Cheng Fei, seeing the amount of work, couldn't calm down for a long time. How much longer until the inspection? Lu Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead and couldn't help but ask. Lu Tangtang replied, another 10 minutes. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and said, this quantity is not enough, kill some more. What? Upon hearing this, the three of them were completely shocked. However, the next moment, their hearts became extremely shocked because Lu Chen was opening chicken cages and slaughtering chickens at lightning speed. Don't just stand there, help me open the cages, he shouted back. But, Chang Fei was about to say that the chickens might run everywhere. But soon, he stopped worrying because Lu Chen's speed was too fast. With swift movements, he slaughtered the chickens flying out of the cages. His unparalleled speed even surpassed the limits of ordinary human eyes. The three immediately helped open the cages. Chickens flapped their wings and flew out. But soon, they became souls under Lu Chen's blade. They didn't even have time to enjoy the feeling of freedom. Soon, the supervisor responsible for their group came. He was an old man with gray hair. Everyone called him Old Hu. At this moment, Old Hu saw the mess in the room and frowned. How did it get so messy, with bloodstains all over the floor? Lu Chen smiled, sorry, Old Hu, time is running out, so we killed in a hurry. We'll clean up and leave soon. Old Hu nodded, your group works hard. You were even first yesterday. I understand, now I'll start counting. All the supervisors were like this. The more you kill, the happier they are. Half an hour later, Old Hu exclaimed, well done. You actually killed 1,700 chickens. What? Even more surprised were Kong Wen and the others. Old Hu was puzzled. Why do you look like that? Shouldn't you be happy? Yes, Old Hu is right, I'm super happy, Chang Fei laughed heartily. In fact, what surprised the three was that Lu Chen killed 200 chickens in the last 10 minutes. What kind of concept was this? He could kill 1,200 in an hour. Although others helped open the cages, this was still amazing. At that moment, the three admired Lu Chen so much that it was beyond control. Old Hu, our group will definitely take first place in this week's evaluation, right? Lu Tangtang asked excitedly. Old Hu nodded, it's almost certain, but the evaluation for Group 9 wasn't done by me. We'll have to wait a bit longer for the final results. After the time was up, the supervisors would go to each workshop to count. Excellent groups like Group 9 and Group 36 would have dedicated supervisors for counting. After all, the workload was too large. Great! After Old Hu left, the three were already immersed in the joy of preparing to celebrate. 10 minutes later, Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong entered. Chang Fei excitedly said, Taigu, did you announce the evaluation results? Is our group in first place? Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong exchanged a glance. Their expressions were somewhat grim. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. He had a foreboding feeling. The results are out, this week's evaluation. Zhao Tai paused for a moment, then sighed, we are in second place. What? All four of them were shocked. It's impossible, today Lu. Chang Fei was so excited that he almost let slip, but quickly corrected himself, saying, we all performed exceptionally well, killing 1,700 chickens. Zhao Tai nodded, somewhat helplessly saying, I know you all worked hard, but the guys from Group 9 actually killed 2,000 chickens today. Damn! Kong Wen exclaimed in shock, his mouth wide open in disbelief. Killing 2,000 chickens in a day, divided among Shizhengxiang and the other three, wouldn't that mean each person slaughtered 500? Are all members of this group as strong as Lu Chen? Wang Yinlong also looked regretful, saying, in the final tally, Group 9 took first place with 5,000 chickens, while our 36th group secured second place with 4,930 chickens. Lu Tangtang felt very upset, just 70 short. She now felt she was too incompetent. If she could help brother Lu a bit, they wouldn't have fallen to second place. However, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. He had encountered those people from Shizhengxiang before. Their qi and blood values probably didn't exceed 80, after all, they were also affected by low-level awakening potions. Killing over 100 in a day was already at the limit. If they killed 500, it was too unreasonable. No, it was simply absurd. But Zhao Tai waved his hand confidently, saying, don't worry, everyone. Starting next week, we basically have no competitors, so the first place will still be ours. Kong Wen was puzzled and asked, Taigo, why is that? Wang Yinlong replied, because Group 9 has been the top performer for 3 consecutive evaluations. According to the rules, all members of this group will become employees of the company. Such a good deal? Everyone was astonished. Chang Fei exclaimed excitedly, becoming employees means we don't have to kill chickens anymore, right? Zhao Tai chuckled, of course, and no more leftovers, single-person dorms, just like regular office workers, sitting in an office. Awesome! The three of them were very happy, full of anticipation for the future. Lu Chen's expression, on the other hand, remained calm. But to go along with everyone, he forced a smile. Deep down, he thought, if I can't kill chickens, how can I improve my strength? Anyway, there are still 3 weeks left, I'll figure something out by then. After a simple meal in the cafeteria, they returned to the dormitory. The evening was rather dull. Without phones, the internet, or even playing cards, they could only pass the time by chatting. However, it was usually Chang Fei and the others who chatted enthusiastically. Lu Chen was reserved, only chiming in when a topic interested him. Chang Fei and the others thought he was just aloof. In reality, Lu Chen not only enjoyed chatting but was also skilled at it. It just depended on who he was talking to. With these people, there really wasn't much to talk about. If it were a room full of beautiful women, the conversation would flow endlessly. But Lu Chen was now a 3-star warrior. With increased strength, his perspective had changed. Looking at women now was like seeing skeletons covered in makeup. Zhao Meizhu is pretty, but women like them not only drain your money but also suck away your vitality, turning you into a wreck. It's despicable, better to stay away. If his buddies from his past life heard his thoughts, they would be dumbfounded. How did the former playboy suddenly change? Then, Lu Chen summoned the interface. A transparent blue screen appeared before him. Name, Lu Chen, age, 18, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, realm, 3-star warrior, technique, basic cultivation method, 3 layers, talent, infinite slaughter, SSS-level, Qi and blood value, 554 for 650, comprehensive evaluation. As you are now, you can battle with Gaosen for an hour. It's difficult for him to kill you, but it's not easy for you to kill him either. Lu Chen's eyes shimmered. Indeed. Takamori, like him now, is also a 3-star warrior. However, in martial arts combat, besides the most basic realm, there are many complex factors. One of the most important is martial skills. Martial skills belong to incredibly powerful killing techniques. Each one is invaluable. The library of Shonan High School does have a few collections, but only students who become warriors can access them for free. However, high school warrior students are extremely rare. Basically, they are the kind of seedlings that could enter Qingbei in their past lives. And most students have been learning some ordinary moves at school over the years. Lu Chen used to be very diligent, mastering basic boxing and basic swordsmanship skillfully. Coupled with his current strength as a 3-star warrior, he can still handle low-level warriors with ease. But if he encounters a warrior at the same realm who is proficient in martial skills, it would be difficult to win. Lack of skills, make up with realm. Lu Chen's biggest advantage now is the exceptionally fast rate at which he can increase his blood and energy. He believes that in another day or two, he will be able to repeatedly crush Takamori under his feet. After calming his mind, Lu Chen once again looked at the panel. He noticed a small detail. The required blood and energy value for breakthrough has increased. Previously, each level required 150 blood and energy values. Now it has become 200. According to my previous memory, it seems like Teacher Gong mentioned in class that crossing from a 3-star to a 4-star warrior is a hurdle, so the required blood and energy values have also increased accordingly. Lu Chen thought to himself. Gong Xingyu had just graduated, not much older than them, so they had many common topics and she liked to share some gossip. She had encouraged Lu Chen privately to work hard and strive for a top university. Unfortunately, there are only 3 weeks left until the college entrance exam, and Lu Chen is still stuck in this ghostly place. Is he destined to disappoint Teacher Gong? Just then, there was a loud bang. The iron door of the dormitory was kicked open. Oh my goodness! Chang Fei was startled. Kong Wen also looked puzzled. Lu Tangtang was trembling under the covers. The person who broke in was Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong. Both the leader and deputy leader had flushed faces, bulging eyes, and were panting heavily. They looked like they were about to explode at any moment. Chang Fei stammered, "Brother Tai, Brother Long, we were just chatting, we didn't do anything wrong." Kong Wen instinctively covered his mouth. He had already lost a front tooth, making it difficult to eat and speak. He didn't want to become even more miserable. Lu Chen, on the top bunk, tensed his muscles all over. He didn't know what would happen next, but his body was prepared. Zhao Tai looked around and then burst into laughter. The laughter echoed through the dormitory, making the ceiling tremble continuously. The 4 people on the beds looked at each other. Finally, Chang Fei couldn't help but ask, "Brother Tai, have you taken drugs or gone crazy?" Zhao Tai continued to laugh. Brothers, something good, something really good." Wang Yinlong gave him a look and said, "Stop laughing, let me announce it." The 4 of them perked up at the mention of something good. Wang Yinlong cleared his throat and then solemnly said, "Due to some unexpected circumstances in this week's evaluation, the results of Group 9 have been cancelled. Therefore, as the previous second-place team, we naturally become the real first place." "What? Our team has become first place?" Chang Fei and the other 3 widened their eyes. "Is it true?" Zhao Tai said solemnly, in matters of great importance, I never joke. Chang Fei and Kong Wen on the lower bunk looked at each other and hugged each other excitedly. Ah, Lao Kong, our team is first. I know, you're hugging me too tightly, I can hardly breathe. Meanwhile, Lu Tangtang on the upper bunk was even more excited. She jumped directly from her bed to Lu Chen's side. Attempting to give a bear hug, Lu Chen suddenly felt a blackout before him. It was as if a wall was descending from the sky. He quickly dodged to the side, leaving Lu Tangtang grasping at thin air. Her massive body crashed onto Lu Chen's bed. Bang! 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 The bed collapsed instantly. Chang Fei let out a pig-like scream as he found himself pinned under the bed frame. The scene was extremely gruesome. Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong, despite being martial artists, had never witnessed such a spectacle before. They were dumbfounded. Finally, Zhao Tai chuckled awkwardly, the members of our group are all exceptionally talented. Wang Yinlong added, you guys, put on your shoes quickly and go meet Sister Lin. Kong Wen was taken aback, Sister Lin? Zhao Tai explained, have you forgotten about the reward for first place? Dinner with Sister Lin. Although the four of them had already eaten in the cafeteria, they didn't mind another late-night snack. On their way there, they learned from Zhao Tai the truth behind the ninth group's cancelled results. It turned out that the ninth group had cheated to win. Their leader, the green-haired man, had helped Shi Jinxiang and others cheat. That's why they ended up killing 2,000 chickens. Chang Fei indignantly exclaimed, damn, the ninth group has no shame, and even martial artists helped them. Zhao Tai said, according to company rules, a group leader must not interfere with the work of group members. Green Hair has committed a serious offense. Kong Wen curiously asked, why did Green Hair risk helping Shi Jinxiang? Wang Yinlong replied, I heard that if they win first place 3 times, the group leader will be rewarded with a martial arts skill. Martial arts skill? Chang Fei and the others obviously knew about martial arts. However, not being martial artists themselves, they rarely came into contact with martial arts and therefore didn't pay much attention to it. It was like people who drove a Suzuki not caring much about an Audi. At this point, Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, what punishment will the ninth group face for cheating? Upon hearing this, the other 3 also looked up. Surprisingly, Zhao Tai, the burly man, shivered uncontrollably and said with some fear, I don't know, but it will definitely be very severe. Wang Yinlong's face also turned pale. Seeing their reactions, Lu Chen felt a sense of unease. It seemed that Sister Lin was truly ruthless to make these 2 burly men so afraid. The happiest person, however, was Kong Wen. He laughed, that Shi Jinxiang and I were showing off, we're definitely done for this time. The 6 of them continued on their way. The corridor was incredibly deep, and they had no idea how long it would take to reach their destination. After a while, they finally saw a faint light not far away. Have we made it out? Chang Fei stood at the door in astonishment. In the light from outside, he realized that the building they had been staying in was a tall, dilapidated structure. It was probably over 10 stories high, with windows sealed shut and covered with wire mesh on the outside. It was like an extra-large prison. The air outside is so fresh. Kong Wen greedily took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. However, the next moment, he looked up and his pupils suddenly contracted. What he saw were towering walls, about 10 meters high, covered with impenetrable wire mesh. What are those wire meshes for? Lu Tangtang curiously asked. Wang Yinlong replied, they are high-voltage electric fences. Lu Chen remained composed on the surface, but inside, waves of emotions stirred. The defense here was unexpectedly tight. He had heard of high walls and electric fences in prisons in his past life, but he never expected to see them in a slaughterhouse. Chang Fei also asked a naive question, is this to prevent people from escaping? Zhao Tai sneered, escape? You're overthinking it, look around. Everyone looked around and saw many muscular guards patrolling, each carrying sharp weapons at their waists. They were all martial artists. Lu Chen took a glance and, judging from the aura these people exuded, there were not only 1-star martial artists but also 2-star martial artists. The situation was so tight that not even a mosquito could fly out. Wang Yinlong sneered, these thugs are just here to guard our work area. They work in shifts, so this place can be considered a trap. Chang Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. The power of this factory was terrifying. As for the high-voltage electric fence you asked about, Zhao Taigang was about to answer when his gaze suddenly sharpened, a hint of playfulness in his smile as he said, quick, look. Shrill screams echoed, and everyone turned to see several people being dragged by the thugs towards the high wall. Why do these people look familiar? Lu Tangtang blinked, trying to remember, and then it hit her. Her pupils dilated as she exclaimed, aren't those members from Group 9? Chang Fei slapped his thigh, yes, those punk rockers. At that moment, except for Shi Jinxiang, the other 3 members were brought to their knees under the high wall, already bruised and battered, crying uncontrollably. One could only imagine the torment they had endured. "Please, sirs, I don't want to die. I was wrong. Give me another chance." Their desperate pleas filled the air, but the escorting thugs remained expressionless, their gazes cold and indifferent. One of them sneered, "You dare to break the company's rules. You've got guts, but mistakes come with consequences." With that, he grabbed a punk rocker by the back of his shirt and lifted him off the ground. "No!" The punk rocker struggled, but his efforts were futile against a martial artist. Nearby, Chang Fei and the others watched in horror. "They're not going to." All three widened their eyes. And in the next moment, the punk rocker was thrown onto the iron wire mesh covering the high wall as if he were a sandbag. "Ah!" His agonizing screams filled the air as his body convulsed, emitting wisps of smoke. Soon, he turned completely charred, sliding down from the wire mesh, lifeless. Gasping at the sight, Chang Fei stammered, "Dead?" Zhao Tai nodded, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary, completely carbonized. Kongwen felt a sourness in his mouth. He never expected the high wall electric fence to be a form of punishment. He had thought these punk rockers were despicable, but witnessing their gruesome fate, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Despite their differences, they were all just pitiful creatures trapped here. Soon, the other two punk rockers met the same fate of carbonization. Under the high wall, only 3 smoldering charred bodies remained, surrounded by the emotionless thugs who treated human life as insignificant. One of them remarked, "Don't waste the bodies, they make good feed for the big guy." "The big guy?" Kong Wen and the others looked at Zhao Tai in confusion. Zhao Tai explained, "The company breeds its own livestock for slaughter and also keeps some fierce beasts." Fierce beasts? Hearing this, the 4 youths couldn't help but be taken aback. They had read about fierce beasts in their school textbooks but had never seen one in person. In this world where spiritual energy flourished, only martial artists ventured out of the city to confront fierce beasts. Most ordinary people lived their whole lives in the city, shielded from much information about these creatures, rumored to be untamable and preferring death over submission to a powerful martial artist. So it's rare to hear about humans raising fierce beasts. "I didn't expect the company to be so powerful, and they even keep fierce beasts," Kongwen said in astonishment. Wang Yilong couldn't help but laugh. "What, you guys want to see them?" No thanks." Chang Fei and the others quickly shook their heads vigorously. "Are you kidding? Those are fierce beasts. They are even more ferocious than the Northeast tigers before the spiritual energy revival. It is said that some timid humans can easily lose their courage just by standing in front of a fierce beast. The terror of fierce beasts doesn't just come from their appearance, it's more of a kind of terrifying majesty." But at this moment, Lu Chen had a strange idea. Would killing fierce beasts give higher blood and energy values? He was actually eager to see the fierce beasts. If Cheng Fei and the others knew about Lu Chen's idea, they would definitely be dumbfounded. They might even exclaim, "Lu Gu is the real hero." While others avoid fierce beasts, he actually wants to see them and even wants to kill them. At this point, Zhao Tai spoke, "All right, let's go, Lin Jie is still waiting." The group passed through the iron gate of the work area and arrived at the yard of the adjacent management area. There were more guards here, and most of them were 2-star martial artists, each looking extremely tough. Kong Wen and the other 3 kept their heads down, not daring to even glance around. This was the aura brought by powerful martial artists. Even Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong became cautious. Only Lu Chen walked calmly. Although he was fearless in his heart, he couldn't show it too obviously. It was time to test his acting skills. Fortunately, Lu Chen had a lot of friendly interactions with his sisters in his past life. Women are natural actresses. The fact that Lu Chen could win their favor only showed how strong his acting skills were. In the courtyard of the management area stood a luxurious 4-story villa that looked like a castle. Chang Fei couldn't help but admire, Lin Jie's place is too magnificent. Zhao Tai also seemed envious, even supervisors like Lin Jie can live in such a good place, the company treats its employees so well. Kongwen seemed to pick up on some details and hurriedly asked, "So Lin Jie isn't the big boss of the company, just a supervisor?" Zhao Tai nodded. The company is huge, divided into 4 factory areas, with a large number of people and many experts. People like Lin Jie are just small leaders managing our factory area, but even this status is beyond our reach. The few young men looked at each other. At this point, no one had the thought of running away or resisting. This company is too terrifying. What is its origin? Kongwen thought to himself, sweating profusely. Although Lu Chen's mindset was stable, he was also somewhat shocked. However, he now had the SSS-level talent of infinite slaughter. As long as he kept killing, he could continue to grow stronger smoothly, so he was full of expectations for the future. The 6 of them arrived at the entrance of the villa. The door was opened from inside. A young girl in the attire of a maid appeared at the door. She was wearing a cheongsam, with the skirt slit all the way up to her waist, hinting at a vague and beautiful scene. The young girl said, "Only 4 team members can come in." Her voice was crisp, indicating she was young. But her tone was quite indifferent. Zhao Tai seemed to be afraid of this young girl and quickly said respectfully, "We just brought them here and will leave soon." After speaking, he and Wang Yinlong slipped away discreetly. They didn't want to stay for even a minute longer. Then, the young girl smiled and looked at the 4 of them, saying, "Follow me." With a graceful sway of her slender figure, she walked ahead. Cheng Fei excitedly said to Kongwen, "My god. Lao Kong, this girl is so beautiful, I feel like I'm falling in love." Kongwen was a bit speechless. "Come on, even Taigu is afraid of each other, can't you widen your eyes a bit?" Hearing this, Cheng Fei finally remembered the scene just now and said somewhat tearfully, "Damn, I was lured in just by hearing the sweet voice of the customer service lady. Never thought I'd still be so gullible." Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes at this conversation. In his view, guys like Cheng Fei, who were hot-headed, were easily controlled by their impulses, making it easy for the little head to dominate the big head. However, from the young girl, Lu Chen sensed a hint of danger. Although she restrained her aura like him, she was definitely a martial artist, and a highly skilled one at that. Even stronger than Gao Sen. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers around Lin Jie. Lu Chen couldn't help but be on high alert. They took the internal elevator of the villa to the 2nd floor. The young girl gently pushed open the wooden door of a room, stood at the entrance, and said, "You guys go in, I'll wait here." Cheng Fei and the others nervously walked in. The first thing that caught their eyes was a huge round dining table. Above their heads, a magnificent chandelier hung, illuminating the room beautifully. Compared to their dormitory, it was like 2 different worlds, the difference between a castle and a slum. It was hard to imagine that both places were inside a factory. Some people were living in luxury, while others were fighting for their lives. Lin Jie sat at the table, in the middle. She was wearing an elegant evening gown. Her exposed collarbone and neck were exceptionally fair, drawing attention. With her wine-red hair and seductive gaze, she exuded charm. Cheng Fei and the others were stunned on the spot. She was too enchanting, simply a killer of young men. But when they thought of her previous ruthlessness, they couldn't help but shudder. Even though Lin Jie was beautiful and charming, she was definitely a poppy flower. Beautiful yet deadly. "What are you all staring at? Hurry up and take a seat, I've been waiting for you for half a day." Lin Jie smiled lightly, like a blooming flower. Her joking tone carried a boundless sense of warmth. She seemed like the girl next door. If they hadn't witnessed her methods, who could imagine she was a female demon? Soon, the 4 of them sat down. The dinner on the table was sumptuous. There was even a bottle of expensive red wine. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had been eating leftovers from the team leaders these days, which was slightly better than just a meal of pickled vegetables, but still left them unsatisfied. Lu Chen was a bit better off, mainly because he had been the one putting in the most effort among the 4. So, the other 3 companions graciously left the good food for him. Lin Jie said, "Let's start eating." None of the 4 dared to touch their chopsticks. Lin Jie raised her lips slightly and smiled, "Am I that scary? That chubby guy, tell me, am I scary? Chubby guy?" Cheng Fei was suddenly stunned. He subconsciously looked at Lu Tangtang beside him. No, something's not right. Tangtang is obviously the chubby one. So when Lin Jie said chubby guy, Cheng Fei suddenly looked up. He saw Lin Jie's bewitching eyes staring directly at him. He trembled in fear and hurriedly said, "And no, not scary, Lin Jie is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." "Really?" Lin Jie rested her chin on her hand, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. "Really?" Cheng Fei hurriedly swore. Lin Jie smiled, "Don't be afraid, let me tell you a secret." "A secret?" Everyone perked up their ears. Lin Jie said softly, "Actually, just like you, I was also deceived into coming here." "What?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, the lofty Lin Jie had a similar experience to them. However, no one dared to question each other, because here, Lin Jie was like a queen. Lin Jie seemed to be lost in memories of the past, slowly saying, "My father was a gambler, my mother was sick, and I had a younger brother in school. Our family was falling apart, which left me with no choice but to dream of becoming an awakener. So, I ventured into the path of pharmaceutical loans, only to fail in awakening and unable to repay the loan, thus being stuck here." Hiss. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Only Lu Chen furrowed his brows. Why did the other party's words sound so familiar? It seemed like he had heard a similar script before. Seeing them all engrossed, Lin Jie's lips curled up again as she said, "But looking at me now, don't you think I am successful?" Cheng Fei and the others nodded. "Incredibly successful. Lin Jie is truly a winner in life. No, to be precise, Lin Jie is my goddess." Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless hearing their words, but due to Lin Jie's dominance, he could only awkwardly say, successful. Lin Jie smiled, so, you all should work hard like me and strive to become employees of our company soon. The future belongs to you young people. Lin Jie is right. Cheng Fei and the others suddenly became extremely excited, as if injected with chicken blood. Only Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't bring himself to say such words. After all, he had eaten too many promises from leaders in his past life. Lin Jie was quite satisfied with their reactions and continued, this week, if you are ranked first, then next week and the week after, you must also strive for the first place, okay? No problem. Cheng Fei stood up abruptly, patting his chest fat, solemnly promising, Lin Jie, rest assured, we will work hard, join the company, and become your right-hand men in the future. Yes. Kong Wen and Lu Tangtang also stood up, expressing their agreement. Lu Chun. Suddenly, he felt some regret. He should have given these high school students a lesson before coming, how to prevent brainwashing. Great! Lin Jie was surprised by their sincere responses and couldn't help but applaud first. Clap, clap, clap. The applause echoed throughout the room, even reaching the young girl guarding outside the door. Her eyes lit up with excitement, seemingly inspired by the atmosphere. Indeed, to succeed, one must go a little crazy. After a satisfying meal and drinks, the four of them supported each other towards the door. More accurately, Lu Chen was dragging the other three. How could a bit of red wine make this regular at the drinking scene drunk? Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lin Jie's voice floated from behind. Lu Chen turned back slowly. Lin Jie held her chin in her hands, her eyes unfocused, and smiled slightly. You. Stay a bit longer and have a drink with me. Me? Lu Chen was puzzled. Lin Jie, with a hint of drunkenness, pouted, yes, besides you, is there anyone else who hasn't had too much to drink? I have to take them back. Lu Chen naturally didn't want to stay and accompany the female demon. Although the slightly drunk Lin Jie seemed like a cute girl who had opened her heart a bit. Unexpectedly, the door was pushed open. The young girl who had been guarding came in, expressionless, and said, I'll take the three of them back. You stay and accompany Lin Jie. Lu Chen was speechless. But things had come to this point, and he could only comply. Surprisingly, the young girl was quite strong. Dragging three people was effortless. They soon disappeared outside the door. Lu Chen sat back down. Come closer to me. Lin Jie's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. But Lu Chen found her words increasingly strange. Why did it feel like she was actually being coquettish? He could only sit beside her. Pour me some wine, Lin Jie continued. However, she was truly drunk. Her tongue was starting to slur. Go ahead. Lu Chen naturally didn't hold back. In his heart, he thought, I'll make you drink until you drop. After he filled the cup, Sister Lin uttered a heart-stopping sentence. You drink first, then feed me. With your mouth what? Like imported wine? Lu Chen was speechless. However, he was not afraid at all. He took a big sip directly, held it in his mouth, and leaned in. Unexpectedly, Sister Lin was startled. She quickly dodged and said, Are you serious? What do you think? Lu Chen mumbled with the wine in his mouth. Sister Lin, with a rare blush on her face, said, I'm not playing anymore, you drink it yourself. Lu Chen swallowed the wine. However, he had doubts in his heart. Why did Sister Lin, who usually acted so boldly, back down at a critical moment? Sister Lin was already half awake from the wine. She had intended to tease Lu Chen a bit but ended up being flirted with by him instead. You don't seem like an ordinary high school student at all, Sister Lin suddenly said. Lu Chen smiled, I'm already 18. To his surprise, Sister Lin's next words shook him to the core. You should have broken through to a warrior, right? What? Lu Chen was stunned. Before he could respond, Sister Lin continued, you don't have to admit it. The next moment, she directly extended her jade hand and struck. Are you serious? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, echoing the same words. He didn't fight back or resist but took the blow head-on with his chest. Bang! Lu Chen was knocked to the ground. The chair shattered. He held his chest in pain and said, Sister Lin, what are you doing? I feel like my ribs are broken. Sister Lin calmly said, Actually, I've been paying attention to your group's performance for the past few days. During dinner just now, I saw those three with depleted energy, looking like mere followers, clearly not the main force in killing the chicken. That's why I suspected you had broken through. However, seeing Lu Chen still in pain, she was a bit speechless. Alright, stop pretending. I only used the strength of a one-star warrior just now. How could your bones be broken? Lu Chen awkwardly got up, showing a naive look. I was afraid that breaking through to a warrior would attract attention. Sister Lin chuckled, you're a bit clever, but in this place, it's not about intelligence, it's about who's more ruthless. Lu Chen suddenly realized and nodded. However, he didn't fully agree with her words. Isn't intelligence important? Did I really have to show the strength of a 3-star warrior just now? Would you have dissected me then? In fact, when Sister Lin made her move, Lu Chen knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He instantly thought of several ways to respond. However, when Lu Chen sensed the aura erupting from Sister Lin as that of a 1-star warrior, he understood that she was testing him. So, he played along, displaying his strength as a 1-star warrior, which was the most prudent approach. Combined with various subtle expressions, he successfully portrayed himself as a slightly clever but mostly naive boy. Sister Lin was very satisfied with Lu Chen's reaction. She said, "I can make you an employee of the company in advance. Do you have any interest? Become an employee of the company in advance?" Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He knew that with his current strength, escaping would be nearly impossible. Since he couldn't win, he decided to join. He would find an opportunity later. However, Lu Chen had his concerns. He was afraid that once he became an employee, he wouldn't be able to kill chickens anymore. After all, slaying koan was his only way to level up at the moment, and it was plentiful and safe. "What are you hesitating about?" Sister Lin, seeing his silence, was a bit displeased. Lu Chen knew that in the world of Jianhu, he had no choice. He couldn't afford to offend this female overlord. "I'm willing to become an employee of the company," he said hastily. Lin Jie's lips curled slightly, seeming satisfied with the answer, and said lightly, "I've had my eye on you since the first day I saw you because I feel like we are similar people. So, I'm willing to give you this opportunity." Lu Chen deliberately showed a face of a sincerity. "Thank you for your kindness, Lin Jie." Lin Jie suddenly leaned in closer. In an instant, a fragrance rushed into Lu Chen's nostrils. Ha! Such a familiar scent? After a light sniff, he couldn't help but recall his past experiences. The scent on those innocent college girls was similar to Lin Jie's. Could it be that she was also a young girl? But how is that possible? This is a black factory. Which girl could survive a whole day intact? And, Lin Jie is so beautiful. At this moment, Lin Jie, who was close, said slowly, "On the first day I was deceived into coming here, I was locked in a room with 5 other people. The supervisor said that among us, only one person could walk out of the room alive." Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. "So, you killed them all?" Lin Jie shrugged indifferently. "I just wanted to stay alive." Lu Chen fell silent. Lin Jie continued, "Later, my will to survive and ruthlessness caught the attention of that supervisor, who started training me, and that's how I slowly gained my current position." After hearing the story, Lu Chen had a more vivid understanding of Lin Jie. On the first day she was deceived into coming here, she wasn't even a warrior yet, and she managed to kill 5 people. This woman is indeed a tough one. Lin Jie smiled and said, "Anyone who wants to join the company must first sign a pledge." "A pledge?" Lu Chen asked strangely, "Is it like signing a guarantee?" Lin Jie didn't give a direct answer but said, "Follow me." The two walked out of the room and headed downstairs. They arrived at a secluded corner on the first floor. There was even a basement here. Lin Jie opened the door, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. "Get in, if you can come out. I'll approve you to become an employee of the company." Lu Chen instantly perked up and asked, "What's in this room?" Lin Jie smiled, "People you've seen before." As the door opened, the scene in the basement came into view. 3 people were huddled in a corner, looking extremely miserable. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. "It's you guys." The 3 opposite also raised their heads. "It's you! Oh my, how come it's you? What's going on? Who is he?" It turned out that these 3 were members of Group 9, Shizhen Xiang, the group leader with green hair, and the deputy group leader, the young man with a nose ring. Lu Chen was familiar with the first 2. Only the man with the nose ring looked confused. At this point, Lin Jie put away her smile and said seriously, "Listen, you 3 from Group 9 have violated company rules. You were supposed to be executed immediately, but I'm giving you a chance to live." "Lin Jie, as long as I can live, I'll do anything you ask." The green-haired man knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly. Gone was the arrogance he displayed in the cafeteria that day. Shizhen Xiang and the man with the nose ring did the same. The sound of knocking on the floor continued. Lu Chen finally understood. The deputy group leader with the nose ring was also involved in the cheating of Group 9. That's how they were able to easily slaughter 2,000 chickens. Seeing the actions of the 3, Lin Jie smiled slightly. "Now, the 3 of you must kill this young man in front of you. If he dies, you will live." "What?" Upon hearing this, the 3 were stunned. The green-haired man said incredulously, Lin Jie, are you serious?" The man with the nose ring asked, "Just kill this kid?" Shizhen Xiang was even more delighted. "Huh? To kill this little shrimp? I don't even need my 2 group leaders to act, I alone am enough." Lin Jie left the room. At the moment of closing the door, she waved to Lu Chen and playfully said, "Good luck, boy." Then, Lu Chen heard a loud bang. The door was tightly closed, even the sound of it being locked from the outside. "I'm so strong, how am I a boy?" Lu Chen muttered to himself, turning around to see the 3 people across from him standing up from the ground, especially Shi Jinxiang. He rubbed his hands excitedly, with a mischievous look in his eyes, and said, "Kid, you've fallen into my hands this time, I will definitely torture you well." Lu Chen knew this was Lin Jie's test for him, just like when she took on 5 opponents at once back then. However, now his opponents were 2 martial artists, much more challenging than Lin Jie's time. Shi Jinxiang stomped his feet, charging towards Lu Chen, raising his fist high with a fierce expression on his face. "Watch me knock you down," he roared and pounced towards Lu Chen. "Ah, this kid is done for." Green hair and nose ring man's faces were flushed with excitement, replacing any previous doubts. However, the next moment, they were dumbfounded, because after charging towards Lu Chen, Shi Jinxiang was suddenly grabbed by the head by Lu Chen's outstretched hands. A swift 180-degree rotation. "What?" Green hair man exclaimed, watching Shi Jinxiang's head turn to the back. Then, his body staggered and fell to the ground, already dead beyond death. Just before dying, his face still showed an incredulous look, as if not understanding why someone he always looked down upon could actually kill him in an instant. Nose ring man muttered, "The speed of this attack, this power. If I didn't misjudge." He and green hair exchanged a glance, both seeing each other's horror, and said in unison, "He's a martial artist." Lu Chen glanced expressionlessly at Shi Jinxiang's body on the ground. Honestly, that was his first time killing someone just now. However, he felt no discomfort or disgust at all. Indeed, after countless nights of killing chickens, Lu Chen had forged an extremely tough killing intent. And at that moment, a prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing an ordinary person, gaining 8 points of vitality. The talent Endless Slaughter was activated. This voice made Lu Chen even more excited. Killing people gives more vitality. Lu Chen was very pleased. He glanced at his attributes. His vitality had already reached 562 points. "It's your turn now." Lu Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze deep as he looked at the 2 martial artists opposite him. "Damn, what's with this kid's eyes?" Green hair couldn't stand it and said angrily. Just a few days ago, when they met in the cafeteria, he didn't dare to talk back to Lu Chen despite being scolded. Who would have thought he would want to kill him now? Nose ring man sneered, "Leader, let me handle this." He stepped forward, full of momentum. Soon, the aura of a first-level martial artist filled the entire basement. Green hair, as the leader, though arrogant, was still cautious. He said, "Wait, let's not act rashly, let's attack together." Nose ring man felt the other was overreacting. "Leader, even if he's a martial artist, he just broke through, how could he be stronger than us?" Green hair took a deep breath, muscles bulging on his body, battle intent surging. A lion must exert all its strength to catch a rabbit. Nose ring man shrugged, "Fine." The 2 roared and charged towards Lu Chen simultaneously, flanking him. They were afraid Lu Chen would dodge, but Lu Chen had no intention of dodging at all. He directly reached out his hands. Bang! Accompanied by 2 loud noises. Green hair and nose ring man were dumbfounded, because before their fists could reach Lu Chen, they were grabbed by the neck by Lu Chen instead. "You!" The man with the nose ring's face turned extremely red in an instant. Breathing became difficult for him. He struggled continuously but couldn't break free from Lu Chen's strong grip. The man with green hair was in a slightly better situation. At least he could manage to say a complete sentence. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. The 2 of them, with all their strength, were instantly subdued by the other party. This was unbelievable. Then, Lu Chen raised both hands simultaneously, lifting the 2 of them off the ground. Ah! The man with the nose ring felt like his neck was about to break. His legs flailed in the air, like a helpless chick. And that was the reality. Lu Chen was tall and robust. Dealing with the 2 of them was like slaughtering chickens. "Killing you is too easy." With these words, he raised his right hand and with a twist, snap, the man with the nose ring's neck was broken, and his head drooped lifelessly. Seeing this, the man with green hair was furious. He knew that after the man with the nose ring, it would be his turn. However, he couldn't understand why Lu Chen was so powerful. It didn't make sense. Lu Chen looked at him and smiled gently. "Are you wondering why I am so much stronger than you?" The man with green hair nodded vigorously. Lu Chen glanced around to ensure there were no surveillance cameras. Then, he leaned in close to the man with green hair's ear and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Because I am a 3-star warrior." "What?" The man with green hair was thunderstruck. His eyes widened in shock. A 3-star warrior? Normally, he would have thought it was a joke, but now he suddenly believed it to be true. However, he couldn't understand why a skilled warrior like a 3-star warrior would deceive his way into the company. Before he could contemplate further, Lu Chen exerted a little force with his left hand. The man with green hair didn't even have time to scream before his neck instantly shattered. Thud! Lu Chen let go, and both bodies fell to the ground. He surveyed the ground expressionlessly. Now, there were 3 bodies lying there, including Shizhen Xiang. Killing is indeed as simple as slaughtering chickens, Lu Chen muttered to himself. A hint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt an impulse. Should he take advantage of the door opening and ambush Lin Jie, directly ending her life? But soon, Lu Chen closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, they were clear. I almost lost control. Setting aside not understanding Lin Jie's realm, even escaping from this heavily guarded black factory is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After calming down, Lu Chen heard a prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 1-star warrior, gaining 17 points of vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 1-star warrior, gaining 21 points of vitality. His vitality had reached an astonishing 600 points. A good number indeed, Lu Chen smiled faintly. The vitality gained was linked to the strength of the target killed. It seemed that the man with green hair was more powerful. However, in front of Lu Chen, they were all insignificant. He didn't rush to leave but waited in place for another 10 minutes. He made his hair and clothes even more disheveled, giving the appearance of having been in a fierce battle. Then, he walked to the door and knocked forcefully. The sound of unlocking came from outside, and the door was pushed open. Lin Jie stood there looking lively. When she saw Lu Chen, she immediately broke into a bright smile. Ha, you did survive after all. Lu Chen gave her a displeased look and said, what, were you hoping I'd die at their hands? Of course not. Lin Jie blinked coquettishly, if they show up when you open the door, I will definitely kill them to avenge you. Lu Chen fell silent instantly. After a while, he spoke slowly, didn't you say you would spare them if they could win? Lin Jie burst into laughter, huh, do you believe a woman's words? Lu Chen's lips twitched slightly. But, Lin Jie suddenly placed her hands on his shoulders and said softly, I have never lied to you. Seeing her initiative, Lu Chen reciprocated. His right hand embraced her slender waist. You! Lin Jie was taken aback by his boldness and quickly stepped aside, her face blushing. Lu Chen found it quite amusing. At the same time, he felt he was falling back into his old habits from a past life. When a woman took the lead, it was hard to resist. Lin Jie let out a sigh, calming her earlier agitation. She looked at the 3 bodies in the room, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly in surprise, all killed with a single blow. How did you manage that? Lu Chen had prepared his response long ago. Those people were too arrogant, trying to be heroes like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. How could they match a young man like me in his prime? Really? Lin Jie seemed doubtful. Lu Chen remained composed. Of course, don't underestimate me, youth is an asset. Lin Jie snorted, the soundproofing in this basement is too good, I couldn't hear anything standing at the door. Lu Chen naturally understood this. After all, a place for holding prisoners would have good soundproofing. Otherwise, it would be filled with wails all day long. Alright, you've passed, now you're an official employee of our company. Lin Jie said with a smile. Lu Chen asked, what benefits are there after becoming an employee? Lin Jie. She was speechless and retorted, what benefits do you want? Lu Chen replied, that green hair guy was desperate to win first place just for martial skills, why not give me his reward? Lin Jie leaned back, you little rascal, you're good at taking advantage, but to get the martial skills, you have to win first place 3 times in a row. Lu Chen laughed, Lin Jie, I became an employee in advance with your approval, so why not just go all the way? Besides, I killed green hair, so I should inherit his legacy. Lin Jie felt her chest rise and fall. She was clearly left speechless. What kind of sophistry is this? Lu Chen continued, I want to become stronger, to serve the company better. He spoke with righteousness and passion. Well, I'll give it to you later. Lin Jie was helpless. At that moment, her eyes shifted slightly, and she slyly said, now that you're an official employee, you're different from other employees. You're my assistant. As assistant? Lu Chen was at a loss. Assistant to what? I just want to kill chickens. No. He shook his head in refusal. Lin Jie furrowed her brows, why not? Lu Chen replied, I want to kill chickens, if I don't work for a day, my hands itch. Lin Jie was stunned, then burst into laughter. Killing chickens is a tough and tiring job. Most people want to avoid it. Why do members of Group 9 want to become employees? Yet here you are, willingly doing it? Lu Chen said seriously, work knows no distinction of high or low, and as an official employee, actively killing chickens sets a good example. Lin Jie stared at him, then sighed, I suspect you were in pyramid schemes before. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Brainwashing was his specialty. Fight magic with magic. After some thought, Lin Jie said, since you like killing chickens, you can do it during the day and accompany me to some activities at night. Lu Chen was puzzled. What activities? Group exercises? Lin Jie smiled mysteriously. You'll find out tomorrow night. Continuing, under Lin Jie's gaze, Lu Chen signed a thick contract. He was somewhat skeptical. Lin Jie said, what are you looking at? We are law-abiding citizens, a legitimate company. Lu Chen was speechless. This was the biggest joke he had heard all year. However, being in a prison cell, he naturally didn't care much. Then, Lu Chen received a box containing martial arts skills and returned to the dormitory. At this moment, 3 companions had already been brought back and were all sound asleep in bed. Unfortunately, Lu Chen's bed had collapsed and was moved to the floor. But now, Lu Chen was not sleepy at all. He opened the box. In an instant, a cold light shimmered. Besides a manual, there was also a knife lying inside the box. No wonder it needed a box for storage. Lin Jie is quite generous with this buy one get one free deal. Lu Chen was very satisfied. Although Lin Jie was not a good person, she was still good to her assistant. He picked up the manual. On the cover were 5 big characters, lightning 5 blade strikes. For some reason, the name of the martial art gave Lu Chen a sense of familiarity, reminding him of an acquaintance from a past life. According to Lin Jie, martial arts are divided into 4 major levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Each major level is further subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and top grades. This lightning 5 blade strikes is a top-grade yellow-tier martial art, with a market value exceeding 2 million. Lu Chen lightly touched the cover with his hand. A sense of vicissitudes spread over him. This was no manual, it was clearly a suite in Binjiang City. Then, he began to read through it. Lightning 5 blade strikes was a method of swift knife techniques. When mastered, it could unleash 5 strikes at once, with astonishing power. Lu Chen spent a full 2 hours reading it before lifting the knife to start practicing. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the blade cutting through the air echoed in the room. Unlike traditional martial arts were named as such because they required the powerful blood and energy of the practitioner to achieve maximum effectiveness. Before long, Lu Chen felt a warmth in his wrist. The next moment, as he swung the knife, a blade shadow appeared. Bang! A gap was cut into the ground. Such power? Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. After familiarizing himself with the manual, he knew that creating a blade shadow marked the entry level. Martial arts proficiency was divided into entry, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Each level required relentless practice day and night. Continue practicing. His interest grew stronger. In this eerie place, the stronger he became, the more life-saving cards he held. Unconsciously, it was already midnight. Ding! A new week has arrived, and the second martial arts talent is being distributed. What? Lu Chen exclaimed softly. He had almost forgotten that the martial arts talent system rewarded a talent every 7 days. He had already spent a week in the dark factory. What would this new talent be? Lu Chen was quite eager. He hoped it would be a useful talent. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-level talent, Deathblade Slash. What? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. The name of this talent sounded quite impressive. It was actually an S-level talent. Although it was not as high as his infinite slaughter level, he didn't expect to receive an SSS-level talent every time. After all, high-level talents were rare to begin with. Then, the introduction to the Deathblade Slash talent appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Deathblade Slash greatly enhances comprehension of blade-type martial arts. When using blade-type martial arts, damage is increased 5-fold. Each strike has a 1% chance of triggering a fatal blow. This introduction is quite long. Lu Chen read it several times before fully digesting it. He didn't expect an S-level talent to be this powerful. Deathblade Slash not only enhanced his comprehension of blade-type martial arts but also increased damage. More importantly, it's the last skill, with a 1% chance, triggering the fatal blow. Although the probability is low, this is definitely a heaven-defying technique. To be precise, the Deathblade Slash should be considered an S+ talent, even reaching SS level. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the new skill. Previously at school, he mastered the basic swordsmanship. Just now, he also learned the intermediate-level superior martial skill, the Lightning 5-strike blade, all related to the sword. This skill fits him perfectly. Next, Lu Chen gripped the sword handle. Although this sword was a complementary item, its quality was good, likely made from a special alloy. This time, he felt as if he was in sync with the sword's intent, entering a mysterious and profound state. It was as if he had become a grandmaster immersed in swordsmanship for decades. Is this the effect of the death blade slash? I suddenly have a feeling of unity between man and sword. Lu Chen slowly drew the sword. A strike was made. In an instant, two sword shadows danced. The ground echoed with the sound of tearing. Has my martial skill proficiency reached adept level? Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. This was too fast. The Deathblade slash indeed enhanced his understanding of sword-based martial skills. Moreover, the damage was 5 times greater than before. He glanced down. The level of destruction on the ground was much more severe than before. Continue training. Lu Chen was excited, continuing to tirelessly practice swordsmanship. Fortunately, the other 3 were all drunk, sleeping like logs. They didn't notice Lu Chen toiling all night. Chang Fei was the first to wake up. He was startled awake, slowly sitting up. The next moment, he was almost scared off the bed. His sleepy eyes widened in shock. Pointing at the ground, he trembled and said, What the? Did an earthquake happen yesterday? The ground was riddled with holes, as if it had been ravaged, looking incredibly tragic. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood against the wall, holding a sword in one hand. Although fatigued, his eyes couldn't hide the excitement. He uncontrollably let out a deep laugh. It's done. Chang Fei was horrified, exclaiming, Lu bro, you weren't sleepwalking, were you? Don't scare me, I'm easily frightened. Only then did Lu Chen notice Chang Fei was awake, so he restrained his excited expression and earnestly said, I was just practicing earlier, no need to be so surprised. What? Chang Fei was dumbfounded once again. Practicing? His worldview was shaken. Who practices by plowing the ground inside out? What kind of destructive power is this? Previously, Chang Fei had seen on TV where monks in temples practiced, causing the ground to undulate like the sea. But it was nothing compared to the desolation of the dormitory floor now. For a moment, Chang Fei was speechless, only able to mutter, Lu bro, with your skills, it's a waste to spend every day killing chickens with us. Lu Chen smiled faintly, I like killing chickens, it helps me progress. Chang Fei was puzzled by this statement. What does killing chickens have to do with progress? However, he had been holding it in all night, nearly scared by Lu Chen just now, and now his bladder was about to burst, so he hurriedly rushed out. Lu Chen also put away the sword and manual into the box. He sat on Chang Fei's bed for a moment of rest. His vitality was full now, even if he didn't sleep for a few days, it wouldn't matter. It was just that practicing swordsmanship all night consumed too much energy. Taking advantage of the fact that work hadn't started yet today, he quickly recovered. After breakfast in the cafeteria, the 4 of them headed to the workshop. Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong were already waiting at the door, in high spirits for the occasion. Both of them were beaming. Zhao Tai said, we did very well last week, achieving first place. Let's continue to work hard this week. Suddenly, his expression froze. He looked at Lu Chen strangely. Wang Yinlong also seemed to notice something odd, his expression equally peculiar. They locked eyes for a moment, then simultaneously exclaimed, You broke through to become a warrior? What? Hearing this, Kong Wen and the other 2 looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Now the center of attention, Lu Chen remained calm and replied, yes. His current identity was Lin Jie's assistant. So, he saw no need to continue hiding. Maintaining the level of a 1-star warrior was just right. Damn! Zhao Tai couldn't help but curse. This is the first time I've seen a piglet break through to become a warrior. Wang Yinlong couldn't help but feel amazed. It's really rare. You know, after you guys took the low-level awakening potion, your energy and blood levels dropped significantly. Chang Fei recalled the miserable scene in the dormitory that morning and kept saying, no wonder. Lu Tangtang stared at Lu Chen with admiration. If there weren't others present, she probably would have pounced on him for a bear hug. The most excited person present was Kongwon. He rushed up, shook Lu Chen's hand, and said, I always felt that you were not an ordinary person. Sure enough, you broke through to become a warrior. Lu Chen smiled gently, you do have a good eye. Kongwon suddenly felt a bit melancholic inside. If you had broken through a few days earlier, we could have beaten up Shi Jinsheng and the others in the cafeteria. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected old Kong to hold grudges as well. However, the other party probably never dreamed that Shi Jinsheng had died last night, and he had died at Lu Chen's hands. At this moment, Wang Yilong asked strangely, Xiaolu, why are you carrying a box? These henchmen of theirs were around 30 years old, and they usually called Lu Chen Xiaolu. Lu Chen replied, this is the knife Lin Jie gave me. I'll use it to kill chickens later. What? Hearing this, Zhao Tai seemed to have discovered a new continent and exclaimed in amazement, Lin Jie actually rewarded you with a knife? Lu Chen didn't mention the reward of martial arts skills at all. Instead, he said, "Yes, I am Lin Jie's assistant now." Ah. This. Zhao Tai's expression suddenly stiffened. Wang Yilong was also taken aback. They stood still for more than 10 seconds before reacting and hurriedly approached. One on the left and one on the right, they supported Lu Chen, looking extremely fawning. Xiao Lu. "Oh, no, brother Lu, such a tiring job like killing chickens, you don't have to do it in the future. Yes, you should sit aside and rest." Kong Wen and the others, seeing this ridiculous scene, were petrified with expressions. My goodness, what is going on? Why are the usually high-ranking two team leaders now serving Lu Chen like lackeys? Chang Fei whispered excitedly, "Brother Lu is soaring now." Facing the flattery of the two team leaders, Lu Chen said, "I made a deal with Lin Jie. I will continue to kill chickens during the day." What? Zhao Tai was dumbfounded. Isn't this inappropriate? Wang Yinlong also said, "Yes, brother Lu, you are of noble birth. How can you do such rough work?" Put. Lu Tangtang couldn't help but burst out laughing, but she quickly realized it was not the right occasion and hurriedly covered her mouth. Kong Wen was speechless. Tang Tang was obviously not a professional, she couldn't hold it in at all, unlike me, who would just laugh inside. Wang Yinlong was too funny. Despite being usually quiet, he was really good at flattery at critical moments. Lu Chen also couldn't bear the enthusiasm of the two team leaders and said directly, "I can't give up my original job just because my status has suddenly changed. You guys should leave first, I need to work." Hearing this, Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong showed respect. They looked at him with admiration. Brother Lu is truly enlightened. Then we won't disturb Brother Lu anymore. The two of them left the workshop. As the iron door closed, the remaining three couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter, holding their stomachs. Kong Wen, "Ha, I just realized that Taigu and the others have a talent for comedy." Cheng Fei, "They must be hidden awakeners, with humor as their awakened talent." Lu Chen was speechless. "I didn't expect Lin Jie's assistant identity to be quite useful." Lu Tangtang felt a bit reluctant. "Lu Gu, with your change in status, will you leave us?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Not for now, during the day, I will still work hard at killing chickens." Cheng Fei was also puzzled. "Lu Gu, you have already broken through to a warrior, staying here to kill chickens, isn't it a waste of time?" He felt that the other party's enlightenment should not be that high. After all, Lu Chen seemed very smart and unwilling to be a horse forever. Lu Chen gave his explanation. He took out a knife from the box. In an instant, a cold light burst forth. "Staying here is, of course, to hone my knife skills." Knife skills? Kong Wen and the others were all stunned. However, they didn't understand the details and just exclaimed how awesome Lu Gu was. The first day of the new week, Lu Chen killed from morning till night. Every time he wielded his knife, he gained a new insight. By evening, he had no idea how many chickens he had killed, but the result was that he had wiped out all the chickens in the workshop. He didn't even notice when he broke through to a 4-star warrior. Instead, he exhausted his 3 plucking companions. Finally, the steward Hu Lao came to tally up and gave an astonishing number. A total of 2,000 chickens were killed. He stroked his beard, astonished, and said, "Your group's efficiency is too high. If there were more chickens in the workshop, you could have killed more." Lu Chen asked, "Hu Lao, can we get more chickens tomorrow?" Hu Lao shook his head. "No, our company's poultry farm is already saturated in poultry farming. Even if you kill faster, there aren't that many chickens for you to kill. The maximum capacity for each workshop is 2,000 chickens." Lu Chen immediately looked disappointed. However, a stable income of 200 health points per day was not bad. One should be content in life. He summoned the panel. In the next moment, a blue transparent light screen floated in front of him. Name, Lu Chen, age, 18, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, realm, 4-star warrior, cultivation method, basic cultivation method, 3 layers, martial arts, lightning 5 strikes, perfection, talent, infinite slaughter, SSS-level, death 1/S-level, health points, 800/850, comprehensive evaluation. At your current state, you can crush Shadow head-on, but if she ambushes you, you will be easily killed. After breaking through to a 4-star warrior, Lu Chen's strength became even more powerful, and the panel added a new item, martial arts, showing lightning 5 strikes behind it. The most eye-catching thing was that the realm displayed behind the knife technique was perfection. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen had only practiced lightning 5 strikes for a short time and had already reached the highest state of perfection. This could not be separated from the effect brought by his talent Death 1/. It only took one night. So when Lu Chen reached perfection this morning, he felt extremely excited. With a martial art of great perfection, he could easily kill opponents of a higher level. However, when Lu Chen's gaze fell on the evaluation, his heart sank slightly. Shadow? Who is this again? Based on past experience, Shadow must be someone around Lu Chen. The system likes to use people Lu Chen has interacted with as a reference for strength. Crushing head-on, but vulnerable to hidden arrows? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. His current attack methods were very powerful, not afraid of anyone at the same level, even 5-star warriors. But without defensive martial arts and equipment, he would be at a disadvantage if ambushed. Insufficient strength, make up with realm, tomorrow I will be a 5-star warrior. Lu Chen thought for a moment and felt relieved. After having dinner in the cafeteria, they returned to the dormitory. As soon as they entered the room, they were all stunned. Unexpectedly, the messy ground from this morning has now returned to normal. A thick layer of cement has been laid on top. It has dried up in just one day. Even the bedding has been replaced with brand new ones. It's worth noting that previously there was only a worn-out straw mat. Chang Fei rubbed his eyes and said, "What the heck is going on?" Kong Wen immediately understood and couldn't help but laugh. It must be the work of Taigu and the others. Lu Tangtang also suddenly realized, Taigu is so considerate. The three of them looked at Lu Chen again, their gazes becoming different, full of admiration. Even Kong Wen, who is usually proud, grabbed the other's hand and exclaimed, "Lu Gu, you are my idol." This was the first time he called Lu Chen Gu. It seemed that he was completely conquered from the bottom of his heart. Chang Fei chuckled, "With Lu Ji's blessing, we went from being slaves to being served. This change in status is too sudden, it feels a bit uncomfortable." Lu Tangtang said, following Lu Gu, "We can enjoy delicacies and spicy food in the future." At this moment, light footsteps could be heard outside the door. Lu Chen looked outside. A familiar slender figure came into view. It was the young girl beside Sister Lin. She arrived at the dormitory door and said coldly, "Lu Chen, Sister Lin is looking for you to participate in an activity." Lu Chen had already anticipated this and nodded, "Okay." Carrying the box, he followed her out, leaving Kong Wen and the others stunned in place. What kind of activity can there be at this late hour? Chang Fei couldn't help but show a sly smile. He turned to look at Lu Tangtang and instantly transformed into a wise man. At this moment, Lu Chen followed behind the young girl. She was still wearing that elegant cheongsam. The alluring scenery at the slit was alluring. Suddenly, the young girl turned around, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and said, "Have you seen enough?" Lu Chen smiled, "Not yet." The young girl was speechless and simply lifted the hem of her skirt. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. What kind of teasing was this? Take a good look. There are safety shorts inside, not what you imagined. After the young girl finished speaking, she put down her skirt. Lu Chen was speechless. He just didn't expect her to be quite interesting. Curiously, he asked, "What's your name?" "Yinger." "What?" Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Yinger asked strangely, "What's wrong?" Lu Chen finally realized that she was the person from the evaluation panel. Not good at frontal combat, but very good at sneak attacks. This thought crossed his mind, and then he woke up suddenly. Damn, this black factory is full of talents, good-looking ones, and pleasant voices. Soon, the two of them walked out of the work area and arrived at the leadership area. The destination was Sister Lin's villa. Returning to this place, Lu Chen's mood changed. He was now an official employee of the company, considered a comrade of those villains. However, Lu Chen's heart was with the Han dynasty while he was in the enemy's camp. He never stopped thinking about escaping. Yinger pushed open the door of the villa. Inside, a group of figures immediately came into view. A dense crowd, looking very oppressive. Lu Chen never expected there to be so many people in the villa. Counting roughly, there were nearly 100. Fortunately, the villa was spacious enough. Otherwise, they really wouldn't fit. Damn, what kind of activity is this? Even though he had been through countless battles in his past life, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. It had to be said, the people in the Black Factory played even more extravagantly. At this moment, Sister Lin was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the living room. She was still wearing an evening gown, looking elegant and luxurious. Just from her demeanor, it was hard to imagine that she was a ruthless female demon who wouldn't bat an eye at killing. Sister Lin crossed her legs elegantly and smiled. "Our male lead has finally arrived." "What?" Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Male lead? At the next moment, hundreds of eyes shot over collectively. "Sister Lin, what's going on?" Lu Chen appeared calm on the surface, but his inner alertness was at its peak. His hands firmly gripped the box. His legs were filled with strength. In case of any sudden situation, he would. Sister Lin smiled and said, "Today is the induction ceremony in our factory area, specially held for you." Lu Chen finally understood, but found it somewhat strange. Just becoming a formal employee, was it necessary to make such a big deal out of it? As for the others in the living room, Lu Chen vaguely recognized some. The burly man sitting on the sofa next to Sister Lin was Gaosun. He was shirtless, his muscles bulging high. He looked incredibly strong. Gaosun, as the deputy supervisor, held a position in the factory area second only to Sister Lin. The others included team leaders and deputy team leaders from various groups. There were also some thugs patrolling in the yard. Among them were Zhao Tai and Wang Yilong. They even squeezed out smiles and quietly greeted Lu Chen. However, some team leaders had unfriendly expressions. Sister Lin, why gather all of us here just to recruit a new employee? I thought it was a strong person, but this kid looks quite ordinary. He looks good though, fits the boss's taste. Hearing these blunt remarks, Lu Chen felt a chill. Indeed, there was no shortage of swordsman enthusiasts anywhere. It's just that his preferences were normal, not his cup of tea. Sister Lin giggled, revealing a charming demeanor. The reason for holding the induction ceremony is that Lu Chen not only becomes a formal employee of our company but also my assistant. What? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. The discussion surged like waves, crashing over. This guy, why should he be Sister Lin's assistant? Inger can become Sister Lin's assistant based on her strength. We all respect her. Exactly, Lu Chen looks like a gigolo. Could he be skilled in bed? Unexpectedly, when Sister Lin heard the last sentence, her eyebrows rose, and she exclaimed, "Who said that just now?" Suddenly, the whole room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Sister Lin looked around. At this moment, all the team leaders lowered their heads. They had just been arrogant a moment ago. Now they all acted like ostriches, wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. Sister Lin sneered, "No one admits it, then everyone will be punished." Hiss. Hearing this, all the team leaders couldn't help but gasp. They had witnessed Sister Lin's methods and felt extremely fearful. At this moment, one team leader loudly said, "It was Li Tao who said it." What? Hearing this, the others looked over in disbelief. Because the team leader who spoke was in the same group as Li Tao. Indeed, in this corrupt factory, there was no room for friendship. Li Tao turned pale with fear, trembling all over. Sister Lin smiled and beckoned with her finger, saying, "Li Tao, come here." Li Tao dared not refuse. Although Sister Lin was smiling, in his eyes, the smile was more terrifying than a demon. As Li Tao walked over, Sister Lin's lips curled up and she said, "You said he's good in bed, then how about your skills?" Li Tao widened his eyes, then stammered, I'm not good. Whether you're good or not, it's not up to you to decide. I'll have to test it out." After saying that, Sister Lin stood up. She raised her foot. The sole of her high-heeled shoe directly smashed onto Li Tao's head. Bang! Li Tao's head instantly split open, blood flowing. Sister Lin, unsatisfied, kicked him while saying, "Don't you know what female leaders like? How does it feel? Comfortable." Hearing the powerful stomping sound, everyone couldn't bear to look. Lu Chen was also shocked. This woman was too ruthless. Soon, Li Tao fainted from being kicked. Blood stained the ground. "Drag him out, he's ruining the mood." Lin Jie disdainfully rubbed the sole of her shoe on the other person's clothes, then sat back on the sofa after cleaning it. 2 bodyguards came over and carried away the seriously injured Li Tao. Finally, the living room returned to calm. Lin Jie smiled and said, "Go on, don't be silent. Just be careful with your words, we still have freedom of speech here." Lu Chen knew that the reason the other party got angry was because of Li Tao's vulgar words. I didn't expect Lin Jie to be so conservative. Could she really be a virgin? He became more suspicious. However, whether Lin Jie was a virgin had nothing to do with him. Having enjoyed good food in his past life, he wouldn't be so hungry in this life. At this moment, a bald leader stood up and said, "Lin Jie, I don't agree. It's obvious how powerful Inger is. What can this kid do? If I remember correctly, he was just brought in a week ago." What? Just a week? Many leaders present didn't recognize Lu Chen and thought he was a newbie, not knowing he was new here. Lin Jie smiled faintly. "I think there are quite a few leaders here with your thoughts. How about this? Anyone who is not convinced can come up and challenge Lu Chen. Whoever can defeat him can replace him as my assistant. Is this for real?" The bald leader was delighted. The other leaders all showed a fierce look, eager to try. "Let me do it." "No, this can't be allowed." "Ha, I like to train newcomers." And Inger's eyes showed a hint of sympathy as she whispered, "I didn't expect you to be so popular. If I weren't already an assistant, I would also want to test your skills." Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He cursed Lin Jie in his heart. Yesterday she made him face 3 opponents alone, and today she gathered so many leaders. Was she trying to play him to death? At this moment, Zhao Tai couldn't help but say, "Lu bro, based on our friendship of so many days, can you choose me?" Wang Yinlong also said, "Tai bro first, I'm second." Lu Chen was speechless. What the hell? They were even taking numbers and queuing up. At this moment, seeing the scene heating up, Lin Jie couldn't help but say, "Let the bald one come first." He was the first to step up. The bald one, upon hearing this, immediately became excited. He stood up eagerly and thanked Lin Jie and the others. "Then I'll go first." Everyone sighed, showing a regretful expression. The bald one seemed like a big bad wolf ready to taste something new, and excitedly said, "Lu Chen, come on." Lin Jie sat on the sofa, her eyes flashing. She had no idea what had happened in the basement yesterday. Today she must keep her eyes wide open. She wanted to see how Lu Chen fought, because Lin Jie was even more curious about this young boy, how he managed to defeat fighters of the same level. Lu Chen took a deep breath, handed the box to Inger, who looked puzzled. Then, Lu Chen opened the box and took out the knife. Inger couldn't help but gasp. Was he treating her like a servant to keep his belongings? The bald leader, seeing the knife, was stunned. Damn, he can still use weapons? Lin Jie, he's not following martial ethics. Lu Chen, however, didn't care at all and said straightforwardly, "In a fight, do you care if others use weapons or not?" The bald leader was instantly speechless. Lin Jie, on the other hand, smiled, clapped her hands, and said, "Makes sense, fighting has never been about fairness. How about this, Inger, get my E-grade alloy knife and lend it to the bald one." What? Everyone widened their eyes involuntarily. E-grade alloy knife? That's Lin Jie's exclusive weapon. I didn't expect her to lend it out so generously. Using such a high-grade knife against this kid, isn't it overkill? Ha, the bald one is happy. He gets to use a good knife and teach the newcomer a lesson. Lu Chen heard their discussion and furrowed his brows. E-grade alloy knife? Although he didn't understand the concept of weapons at this level, judging from everyone's expressions, it was definitely much more powerful than the alloy knife he held in his hand. Damn, who is this girl aiming at? Lu Chen couldn't help but give Sister Lin a disdainful look. Unexpectedly, Sister Lin's perception was still very sharp. She turned her head, locked eyes with Lu Chen, and even blew him a kiss. She looked charming and enticing. However, Lu Chen had no time to appreciate it. Soon, Ing returned from the second floor, holding a 2-meter-long broadsword in her hand. It looked cold and sharp. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, his eyes widened. So big? He really couldn't imagine how Sister Lin would look when using this sword. Sister Lin chuckled, "I just like big weapons." Ing handed the sword to the bald man. Then she returned to Lu Chen's side and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Don't worry, I'll help you collect the bodies." Lu Chen. At this moment, the bald man held the long sword in his hand. Majestic and imposing, like an ancient general, exuding boundless dominance. "Ha ha, Sister Lin, this sword is truly a treasure." He laughed heartily, his momentum reaching its peak. A strong surge of blood and energy swept through the entire hall. All the team leaders were suddenly startled. My god, when did the bald man break through to a 2-star warrior? Damn, we agreed to break through together, but this kid secretly worked hard. He's bald now, but he's also stronger. Sister Lin smiled, "Stop beating around the bush, let's get started." Everyone looked at Lu Chen with eyes that seemed to predict his death. Only Lu Chen's expression was extremely calm. He grabbed the handle of the sword and slightly bowed, like a beast ready to pounce. The bald man roared, "Prepare to die." He raised the big sword and viciously attacked. Although he hadn't learned martial arts, the bald man had a grasp of basic swordsmanship, so his swordplay wasn't completely random. Accompanied by the sound of the blade cutting through the air, the E-grade alloy sword had already rushed to Lu Chen's face. It's over. Everyone couldn't help but think the same thing in their minds. They stared intently at Lu Chen, anticipating the sight of blood spurting from his body. Even Sister Lin couldn't help but sit up straight, paying special attention to the battle. At this moment, Lu Chen gently tilted his head to dodge the attack. Then he raised his sword to meet it. Lightning 5 strikes. What seemed like an ordinary strike instantly produced 5 sword shadows. Each one was extremely sharp. The bald man only felt a blur before his eyes. In his field of vision, all he saw was the flashing of blades. Then came the intense pain spreading throughout his body. No! He only managed to let out a scream before being engulfed by the 5 sword shadows. Instantly dismembered. Turning into pieces of remains, falling to the ground. Seeing the horrifying scene before them, everyone stood frozen on the spot. They didn't even dare to breathe. What happened to the one-sided battle? How did it seem like the weaker guy, Lu Chen, just one-shot the bald man? Remember, the bald man was a 2-star warrior. This is too unbelievable. And the scene of the kill was so bloody. Just as everyone was too scared to move, only one voice rang out at the scene. He's defeated, who's next? Everyone looked up. The one speaking was Lu Chen. At this moment, he stood in the middle of the hall, holding the seemingly inconspicuous sword, like a god of death incarnate. His imposing manner was unstoppable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 2-star warrior, rewarded with 31 points of blood and energy. Hearing the prompt, Lu Chen glanced at his blood and energy value. It had now become 831-850, not far from a 5-star warrior. And just now, during the battle, he only exerted the strength of a 1-star warrior. Yet he was able to one-shot the bald 2-star warrior. It can only be said that the terrifying lightning 5 strikes at the level of great perfection is truly formidable. In addition, with the talent of Deathblade Slash, the damage is multiplied by 5 every time the blade is swung. Even the power of a 1-star warrior is enough to sweep through an area. The whole scene was still in a state of shock. Zhao Tai couldn't help but nervously swallow and muttered to himself, "Damn, Brother Lu is too awesome, instant kill." Wang Yinlong also trembled and said, "This is the first time I've seen Brother Lu make a move. It's really terrifying." Lu Chen noticed the two of them and beckoned with his finger. "What are you two whispering about over there? Weren't you just saying one ranks first and the other second? The opportunity is here now, come over quickly." Bang! Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong were so scared that their legs went weak, and they collapsed directly to the ground. They shouted in unison, "Brother Lu, spare us, we were blind and didn't dare to challenge." Lu Chen's gaze fell on someone. Whoever he looked at lowered their head, lacking even the courage to make eye contact. They even forgot that just a few minutes ago, they were regretting not being able to fight Lu Chen. Now, even if they knelt down and begged to participate, they wouldn't dare. Only a squad leader with red hair, mustering up courage, said, "Sister Lin, it's just a friendly match. He killed the bald guy, don't we deserve an explanation?" Everyone looked at Sister Lin. Sister Lin's expression returned from shock to a gentle smile. "You want an explanation, right?" The red-haired nodded. Sister Lin said seriously, "Lu Chen killed the bald guy, indeed he should give everyone an explanation." The red-haired was overjoyed, repeatedly saying, "Sister Lin is wise, Sister Lin is wise." Sister Lin continued, "How about this, you go up and disable Lu Chen, I'll give you this rare opportunity." What? The red-haired turned pale at these words. He dared not speak again. However, his silence didn't mean someone would let him off. Remember, Lu Chen holds grudges. In a sparring match, what's wrong with me killing someone casually? Lu Chen stared at the red-haired. Seeing the other person still bowing their head, he stepped forward directly. He raised his blade and brought it down. Swish! The red-haired's head was immediately chopped off. Blood gushed from the headless neck. The scene was extremely gruesome. Lu Chen cursed, "Damn, you kept bowing your head, I thought you were offering it to be chopped off, let me help you." What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Damn, offering to be chopped off. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 1-star warrior, rewarded with 17 points of health. Lu Chen felt extremely excited. Only the system's prompts now could make his adrenaline soar, because his health points had reached an astonishing 848 over 850. And everyone in the audience, witnessing Lu Chen casually slay the red-haired, was extremely shocked. A god of slaughter. Zhao Tai's voice trembled. Every squad leader nervously started swallowing saliva. They could even hear their own heartbeats. Lu Chen looked around the whole scene, exuding unparalleled dominance, and said, "Anyone else?" Not a single person dared to speak up. After all, even the 2-star warrior bald guy in front of him was easily killed like a chick. Which of these squad leaders could compare to the bald guy? Suddenly, the silent Gaosen spoke up, "Lu Chen, if I'm not mistaken, it seems that your martial skill has reached the realm of perfection?" What? Hearing this, everyone looked over in astonishment. As warriors, they naturally understood about the realm of martial skills. Entry, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement. Perfection. Achieving proficiency is not difficult, but to reach minor achievement requires a period of precipitation. Major achievement is even more challenging. Depending on each person's talent, it may take 10 years, or even longer. As for perfection, they rarely heard of anyone reaching such a realm. Lu Chen's talent in learning martial skills is so high? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Lin Jie smiled and said, "Lu Chen, you really surprised me. I just gave you that martial skill last night, and you've already mastered it in a day? My goodness!" Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't stay calm anymore and started shouting excitedly. Mastered it in just a day? Is he even human? Could he be the reincarnation of the sword god? The discussions reached Lu Chen's ears. To be precise, it was actually just one night. However, he didn't boast, simply saying, "Perhaps the martial skill is of low grade, easy to pick up, so there wasn't much difficulty in practicing it." This statement once again shocked everyone. You see, over 80% of the people here have never even touched a martial skill. Even within the company, the channels to obtain martial skills are scarce. That's why the leader of Group 9 took such a risk, even resorting to cheating, just to acquire a martial skill. But now, no one dared to question Lin Jie for giving the martial skill to Lu Chen in advance. 1. Lin Jie had recognized Lu Chen as her assistant. 2. Lu Chen's strength was indeed terrifying. 3. His temper was really bad, quick to resort to violence. Who could handle that? Wang Yinlong pitifully said, I've never even seen what a martial skill manual looks like, and Lu Go is complaining about the low grade of the martial skill? Zhao Tai was also annoyed. People are so different, it's maddening. Of course, the most uncomfortable one was Gao Sun. His voice hoarse, he said, I've immersed myself in the knife technique for years, even practiced the lightning 5-strike knife, but I haven't even reached a minor achievement, and you've mastered it in just a day? Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone found it even more unbelievable. It seemed that in the aspect of martial skill cultivation, Gao Sun, whom they had always revered, wasn't even worthy to carry Lu Chen's shoes. However, they would never dare to say such words out loud. After all, Gao Sun was the deputy supervisor, with a fearsome reputation, never hesitating to kill. At this moment, Lin Jie finally spoke up. She chuckled softly and then said, Now that Lu Chen is my assistant, does anyone oppose? Immediately, the whole room fell into silence. Oppose? Who would dare? The scenes of death, whether it was the bald man or the red-haired one, were still fresh in their minds. Who would dare to provoke Lu Chen now? Indeed, reputation was earned through actions. Lin Jie then looked at Lu Chen and said, You've done well, showing your strength. Although it's easier to get injured in a martial arts competition, you've killed 2 employees in a row. Your methods were too ruthless, you must be punished. Upon hearing the word punishment, the surrounding group leaders suddenly became spirited. They loved to see a spectacle. Thinking about how arrogant Lu Chen had been just now, and now he was about to be suppressed, each of them became extremely excited. Feeling from Lin Jie's tone that she didn't really intend to punish him, but rather to give an explanation to all her subordinates. After all, she was the leader. Having an assistant who ruthlessly killed his colleagues in front of her could make her subordinates feel insecure. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Lu Chen sheathed his knife, standing upright. Lin Jie was very satisfied with his performance and said softly, Alright then, starting tomorrow night, you will be punished by participating in the arena organized by the 4 major factory districts. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of the other group leaders became extremely colorful. My goodness, the arena. I heard it's full of experts. And people die in there. Will Lu Chen lose his life on his first visit? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask upon hearing the discussions around him, You can kill people in there? Of course. Lin Jie replied, As long as you have the strength, you can cause a complete upheaval without anyone interfering. Alright, thank you, Lin Jie. Lu Chen tried hard to contain his excitement. However, the gleam in his eyes betrayed his inner feelings. The others were dumbfounded. Oh my, Lu Chen is truly a god of death. He's so happy to hear about killing. He doesn't look like a professional at all. His fake laughter skills are too poor. He needs to go to the Academy of Drama Queens for a few years to sharpen them. Why do I feel like the arena, a place where lives are at stake, is not a punishment for Lu Chen? But Sister Lin just smiled and said, You like killing so much, indeed just like me, both are perverts. Even the figure in Cheongsam couldn't help but look back at Lu Chen with a strange look. Lu Chen. He really wanted to say, You've misunderstood me. I just want to level up. And the health points obtained by killing warriors are much more than killing small fish. However, the truth cannot be spoken. He could only keep it to himself. But Lu Chen's current excited appearance looked more and more like an abnormal human. Soon, the recruitment ceremony came to an end. After everyone left, only Sister Lin and Gao Sun were left in the living room. Sister Lin, do you really want to send him to the arena? There are too many abnormal players in there. I'm afraid he might really die there. Gao Sun suddenly spoke up. Sister Lin smiled. What, do you feel sorry for him? I didn't know you had a soft spot. Gao Sun shook his head. Not really, I just think this kid has great talent in practicing swordsmanship. Sister Lin suddenly said coldly, Those 3 factories have been suppressing us for a long time. It's not easy to come across a talented kid, of course. We should make good use of him to entertain those people. Gao Sun nodded. The 4 major factories of the company have been fighting openly and secretly for a long time, none willing to yield to the other. He thought of the figure again. Their abilities couldn't be fully utilized in the arena, otherwise their factory wouldn't have been stepped on by others for so long. After leaving the villa, Lu Chen returned to their work area courtyard. This time, the figure arranged a new dormitory for him in the building. Single room, reinforced with alloy steel plates on the floor and walls. You can't destroy it no matter how you mess around, she said expressionlessly. Lu Chen's face showed no joy. Instead he said straightforwardly, Why does the new dormitory feel like a prison? The figure looked at him, then raised the corner of her lips, self-mockingly saying, "This place itself is a prison, you are a prisoner, and so am I." Ha! Lu Chen seemed to have heard something, couldn't help but ask, "You've been serving Sister Lin for so long, can't you leave either? You talk too much, I'll come to open the door for you tomorrow morning." The figure gave him a disdainful look, then turned and left. Bang! The iron door closed. The sound of it being locked came from outside. Lu Chun. Now that he has become an assistant, are there even more restrictions than before? Even entering and leaving the dormitory has become a luxury? He first walked to the door and pulled the iron door. Sure enough, not a single wrinkle. Lu Chen didn't know what kind of strength it would take to force the door open. However, he couldn't do it now. He scanned the environment of the dormitory. There was only a bed and a wardrobe, not even a table and chair. Fortunately, there was a separate bathroom. Lu Chen took off his clothes, took a good hot shower first. After bathing, he felt like a new person. Although there was no blood on him from killing earlier, there was still a strange smell. After all, he had been at the factory for so long without taking a bath. Then, he opened the wardrobe. The clothes inside looked very clean. There was even a set of underwear. The figure is quite thoughtful. Lu Chen smiled faintly. He lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. The next day, as agreed, the figure came to open the door. Seeing Lu Chen, she couldn't help but frown and said, "Hurry up and get dressed." Lu Chen stretched lazily, finished washing up. Coming out of the bathroom, he was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the figure to bring him breakfast. "You are considerate." Lu Chen smiled. The figure said, "This is what Sister Lin left over." What? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Shadow snorted, "Do you believe that we can't even afford a breakfast?" Lu Chen took a bite of the pancake and chuckled, "It's just a reflex. I used to eat leftovers from the team leaders in the cafeteria." Shadow fell silent instantly. Watching him finish his breakfast, she then asked, "Are you really going to continue slaughtering chickens today? This kind of dirty work can totally be avoided. Am I the kind of person who forgets his original intentions after a promotion?" Lu Chen asked seriously. Shadow fell silent again. A woman's intuition told her that Lu Chen was that kind of person, but his actions were completely incomprehensible to her. "Can you practice swordsmanship while slaughtering chickens?" Shadow's mind wandered. She escorted Lu Chen to the workshop and then left. By now, Zhao Tai, Cheng Fei, and others had gathered in the workshop. "Is Lu Gu back?" Zhao Tai was the first to speak. Lu Chen nodded. "Does Lu Gu have any orders for today?" Wang Yinlong inquired. Lu Chen was puzzled. Unable to hold back, he looked at the two and said, "Get lost." "Okay." Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong immediately left the workshop like frightened rabbits. Kong Wen and the others were dumbfounded. "Lu Gu, what's going on? Why do I feel like the team leaders are even more exaggerated than yesterday?" Kong Wen was puzzled. Lu Chen remembered last night's scene and couldn't help but laugh. Maybe they're still dizzy from the blood loss. Lu Tangtang asked, "Lu Gu, you didn't return to the dorm last night?" Cheng Fei said with a smirk, "Lu Gu, did you go to serve someone last night?" Lu Chen shook his head. "They arranged a new dorm for me yesterday." "Ha!" The three were stunned and somewhat regretful. "We can't be roommates with Lu Gu anymore." "Is the new dorm nice?" Lu Chen chuckled. "It's a single room, but it's surrounded by thick iron plates on all sides, not even a door to go out." "That bad?" Cheng Fei exclaimed. Kong Wen analyzed, "Is it because they think Lu Gu is too strong and are afraid you'll escape at night?" Lu Chen shrugged indifferently, "Maybe." However, he recalled what Shadow had said last night. At the moment, escaping was not an option. Better focus on improving his strength. Then, Lu Chen walked to the chicken coop. Another busy day began. By evening, he had slaughtered all the chickens, a total of 2,000. Due to yesterday's blood and energy values reaching 848 over 850, when Lu Chen had just killed the 20th chicken in the morning, his realm had already broken through to a 5-star warrior. After the breakthrough, his strength, stamina, speed, and many other attributes had all soared. At this moment, Lu Chen was having dinner in the cafeteria. He silently recited, "Summon panel. Name, Lu Chen, age, 18, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, realm, 5-star warrior, cultivation method, basic cultivation method, 3 layers, martial arts, lightning 5-strike blade, perfection, talent, infinite slaughter, SSS-level, death 1-strike kill, S-level, blood and energy value, 1048/1050, comprehensive evaluation. You are now a powerful force, capable of killing Shadow with 1 strike, however, if ambushed, you can withstand 3 attacks before dying. She can still kill me if she ambushes me?" Lu Chen couldn't help but comment on the last evaluation, "This old 6. However, compared to the previous evaluation, there was a clear improvement. From easily killed by ambush to being able to withstand 3 strikes. Lu Chen couldn't help but speculate on Shadow's realm. Definitely not a 4-star. Probably between 3 and 4 stars. He never expected Shadow, who looked so young, to have such a high realm. What special abilities does she have? Lu Chen became secretly alert. The defense of a warrior itself is not very strong. After all, they are just mortal bodies. If Shadow's ambush ability is super strong, then it is indeed very difficult to defend against. In a life and death struggle, no one will give you so much time to prepare. Suddenly stabbed in the back, who can react in time? I still need a defensive martial skill, or armor-like protection. Lu Chen remembered this in his heart. At this moment, Shadow walked up to him and said, "It's time for our appointment, come with me." Lu Chen knew the other party was going to take him to the arena. He carried a box containing an alloy knife. As for the martial arts manual, it was already hidden in the dormitory. A room like an iron prison is the safest. Under Shadow's guidance, they turned left and right, finally leaving the factory area. Lu Chen finally realized how large the factory area was. Not only were there many martial artists patrolling and standing guard, but there were also layers of protection from high-voltage electric fences, truly as secure as Fort Knox. On the way, Shadow casually mentioned, "Your team leaders Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong used to be guarding martial artists." Lu Chen suddenly understood. No wonder they were so excited when they became team leaders. It turned out that their position had been slightly elevated. It is worth mentioning that Lu Chen's eyesight is amazing. He noticed a vague mountain shadow beyond the high walls. Could this factory be located in the mountains? According to his memory, the place where Lu Chen originally bought low-level awakening potions was just a small office of the company. The factory is their base for shady dealings. With mountains surrounding 3 sides of Binjiang City and a rolling river on one side, Lu Chen had confirmed that he was outside the city. Even if I escape from the factory, it's not easy to reach the city as the outskirts are rarely visited by people. This is a mountainous area, truly lawless territory, so I should be cautious. He pondered silently. He wasn't in a hurry to escape. Next, the two arrived at a new place. There were guards at the entrance of the courtyard, but they were not stopped. The area here was also very spacious, with many magnificent buildings. Shadow took out a card from his pocket and said, "This is your employee card. Ordinary employees earn 500 work points per month. As an assistant, you get 700 points. Only 700 points? Lu Chen took the employee card. There was a faint fragrance lingering on it. He wondered where Shadow had placed it just now. Upon hearing this, Shadow couldn't help but chuckle. "What, do you think it's too little? Look over there." Lu Chen looked up. In front of a colorful 4-story building, there were several slender women standing at the entrance, dressed very revealingly. However, their emaciated appearance made them look very pitiful. Who knows how long it's been since they had a proper meal? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already guessed what these women were doing. Shadow sneered, "For just 10 work points, you can have them serve you for a night. Do you still think these 700 points are too little now?" Lu Chen quickly converted it to the prices of his past life in his mind. "Finally," he said, "that's indeed quite a lot." Seeing his gaze still lingering on those women, Shadow couldn't help but snort. "After you finish helping Sister Lin, you can have fun here as you please. Apart from them, there are also casinos, KTVs, gyms, etc. To satisfy you. Can we leave now?" Lu Chen said, "I'm not what you think. I'm just wondering if women with a bit of beauty are all arranged here." Inger replied, "Some young girls are first arranged for the big shots, and some with special qualifications are exempted. The majority of women end up here." Perhaps due to being women themselves, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of sympathy when speaking. Lu Chen quickly asked, "Are you one of those women with special qualifications?" Shadow, expressionless, said, "You talk too much." And she fell silent. Lu Chen smiled faintly, indifferent. As he walked, he looked around. This was indeed an entertainment venue specifically for the employees to relax. The so-called work points could only be spent here or exchanged for valuable items with the higher-ups. They could even exchange for martial skills. But the required work points were exorbitant. So, after receiving their monthly work points, most employees would come here to have a good time. After all, they couldn't leave in their lifetime, and cash was useless. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Before them stood a building resembling a small bird's nest. It looked magnificent from the outside. Only when they got closer did they realize that it cost 50 work points to enter and watch. Lu Chen's lips twitched. The employee card had just been received, barely warmed up, and already spent. Inside, there were stands all around. In the center was a large arena similar to a gladiator arena. 2 people were fighting on it, but the difference in strength was evident. The slender figure was being pinned down and rubbed on the ground by a burly man. Hundreds of people were seated in the stands, cheering continuously. Li Tianxiong, come on! Ha! Li Tianxiong has successfully defended the arena for several days. He must have earned a lot of work points. The scene was lively. Lu Chen felt like he had traveled back in time. It was as if he had entered a bar from a past life. The surroundings were filled with noise. His blood seemed to boil along with the atmosphere. The atmosphere here is really nice. Lu Chen quickly adapted to the environment. Shadow led him to the front row of the stands, sitting next to Sister Lin. Sister Lin, what do you want me to do? Lu Chen asked. Sister Lin pointed to the bear-like figure on the arena and said, do you see that guy on the arena? He's called Li Tianxiong, from the North Factory. Just take him down. Lu Chen looked at the arena. He saw Li Tianxiong roar loudly. He grabbed his opponent's neck with his right hand and his waistband with his left hand, lifting him up from the ground. The scene became even more intense. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Tear that kid into pieces. Hearing the encouragement from the surroundings, Li Tianxiong's expression gradually turned wild. His opponent pleaded, Brother Xiong, I was forced to come up here. There were many rules in the factory. Some employees, if they made a mistake, would be punished, like being arranged to fight in the arena. Many were forced to do so. Li Tianxiong remained unmoved by the opponent's plea. He exerted force with his arms. With a tearing sound, the opponent was torn in half directly. Blood splattered on Li Tianxiong's face and body. However, he didn't mind at all, throwing the remains outside the arena. Then he stuck out his tongue, licked the blood on his face, and said with satisfaction, not enough, not enough. The audience in the stands became even more frenzied. Ha, Li Tianxiong is mighty. I love this kind of scene. Absolutely no survivors. Lu Chen looked around. He could see the expressions on the faces of the audience. A bunch of lunatics. Lu Chen couldn't help but comment in his mind. But he knew that was the survival rule of the Black Factory. It had to be ruthless. Since you are all crazy, then I'll be crazy with you. At this moment, a person in work clothes who looked like a referee climbed onto the arena and spoke into a microphone. Anyone else? Which factory hasn't challenged Li Tianxiong recently? Speak up. East Factory. Someone shouted loudly, setting the rhythm. The people in the stands also shouted loudly. East Factory. East Factory. Meanwhile, Sister Lin sitting in the stands had a slight change in her expression and cursed, people from other factories have been eyeing us all along. It was then that Lu Chen realized that the factory they were in was called the East Factory. No wonder Zhao Tai and others have never mentioned it before. The main reason is that the name sounds a bit shameful when spoken. Inger was also unwilling in her heart and said coldly, Lin Jia, why not let me go? I don't want to see us being insulted. Lin Jia shook her head, although Li Tianxiong and you are both 3-star martial artists, your abilities are only suitable for sneak attacks. You don't have the advantage in fighting on the stage, it's easy to be in danger. Let Lu Chen go instead. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. If it's dangerous for Inger to go, does it mean there's no danger for me to go? He also understood in his heart that in front of the ruthless Lin Jia, he was just a tool. So you are a 3-star martial artist, just as I expected. Lu Chen thought to himself, then stood up and said, I'll go. Inger said, be careful, he's a 3-star martial artist. Lu Chen smiled faintly, I specialize in beating up 3-star opponents with domestic products. With that, he picked up his knife and walked towards the stage. Lin Jia was somewhat puzzled. What was he saying just now? Inger shook her head, I don't understand either. Lin Jia, are you really at ease letting him go? Lin Jia propped her chin with one hand, gazing with interest at Lu Chen's back and said lightly, I'm quite looking forward to his performance. Even if he dies, our factory will have participated in the arena, and we won't be mocked as weaklings again. Inger remained silent. In the eyes of Lin Jia and other supervisors, all employees were just tools. They didn't care about their lives. At this moment, the referee saw a tall figure, a young man with a youthful face approaching, and immediately exclaimed excitedly, another challenger is coming our way. What's your name, which factory are you from, and what level are you? Lu Chen, East Factory, 2-star martial artist. Lu Chen struggled to say the name of the factory. After all, the East Factory was easily misunderstood, and he felt that he needed to gradually reveal his strength bit by bit. After all, being a 1-star martial artist who could always kill opponents of higher levels was too exaggerated. What, a 2-star martial artist dares to challenge Li Tianxiong? The referee couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seems like another player forced onto the stage. The surrounding audience also laughed. This kid broke through to a 2-star martial artist at such a young age. He's indeed a genius. It's a pity, geniuses usually die young. Encountering Li Tianxiong, who knows how he'll die in a moment. Li Tianxiong looked at Lu Chen with a hint of amusement in his eyes and said, "Kid, what mistake did you make to be sent here to die?" Lu Chen replied, "Flirting with someone." "What?" Everyone was stunned to hear this. Even Li Tianxiong was dumbfounded, then burst into laughter like thunder. "You crack me up. If you need money, just tell me. You can easily find a woman outside. Why bother flirting with someone? By the way, who did you flirt with?" The rest of the audience couldn't help but laugh too. "Lin Jie." Lu Chen answered word by word. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, all laughter ceased. Even Li Tianxiong couldn't laugh anymore. Even the referee's face turned pale. It was Lin Jie? This kid really has guts. It's worth noting that Lin Jie was famous in the company. Anyone who had ideas about her before was directly exposed and humiliated. Ruthless and venomous. She was the only female supervisor among the 4 major factory districts. No one dared to be disrespectful to her. Even when talking behind her back, they were cautious. At this moment, the whole venue fell silent. All eyes unconsciously focused on the front row, locking onto Lin Jie. Lin Jie's expression was somewhat stiff. Inger stared with wide eyes. Who would have thought that Lu Chen would dare to say he flirted with Lin Jie? How dare he? Inger felt that even if Lu Chen didn't die on the arena, Lin Jie would find a way to kill him when he came down later. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Jie just stared blankly for a moment before breaking into a smile. She even raised her jade arm deliberately, made a gesture of raising a small fist, and sweetly shouted, "Come on, Lu Chen, I believe in you." What? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. My goodness, what's going on? The female demon has actually turned into a sweet girl? What does this kid have that he managed to conquer the female demon? Lower your voices, the female demon just turned back to look at you guys. Only Lu Chen knew. Lin Jie was a woman of ever-changing and vicious character. If you just obeyed her blindly, she would disregard you even more. Therefore, the sea god from his past life, Lu Chen had to go against the grain. Moreover, he still had a use for Lin Jie now, so he wouldn't be easily put to death. The premise was that Lu Chen could survive in the arena to prove his own worth. The referee took quite a while to recover from his shock and couldn't help but awkwardly say, "So this young Lu Chen has such a background, truly mysterious and profound." Li Tianxiong smirked, "I don't care why you were sent here due to some mistake, but standing on the arena, there are only 2 outcomes." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Which 2? Li Tianxiong replied, "Either leave as a whole corpse or be dismembered." Hearing this, the audience in the stands burst into laughter again. Adrenaline was ignited. "Go for it, Li Tianxiong, take down this kid. Drag his little brother out and shoot him 100 times. You're really ruthless, but I like watching." Only a slight twitch at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. Whichever outcome, it directly meant that he was doomed to die, right? Li Tianxiong was big and burly, with a high skill in pretending. In the stands, Inger looked at Lin Jie strangely. "Are you wondering why I didn't get angry just now?" Lin Jie suddenly spoke. "No, I wouldn't dare." Inger immediately lowered her head. She both respected and feared Lin Jie. However, Lin Jie just smiled gently. "Am I that petty? I'm just curious about him. Didn't expect him to break through to a 2-star warrior in such a short time." Then, she shifted her gaze with interest to the slender figure on the arena and said, "And, he's quite handsome." Inger was somewhat surprised. In her impression, Lin Jie rarely gave such compliments to men. Previously, some handsome guys had been beaten to death by Lin Jie. It seemed that Lu Chen really had a kind of magical charm. But, can he win? Inger couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Lin Jie countered, "Don't you also have the ability to kill opponents above your level?" Inger smiled bitterly, "My ability is only suitable for sneak attacks. If the opponent is prepared and at a similar level to me, I struggle even in a fight." Lin Jie's eyes sparkled, but his lightning 5 strikes have already reached great perfection. Besides my master, who has such a high understanding of swordsmanship, unfortunately, he doesn't listen. TSK. Master? Inger seemed to have heard some rumors and couldn't help but tremble slightly. She quickly raised her head, shifted her attention, because Lin Jie's methods were truly terrifying. At this moment, on the arena, Lu Chen tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. Li Tianxiong was still taunting, Don't be fooled by your sword, I can take you down barehanded." Seeing that a fierce battle was about to break out, the referee hurriedly jumped off the arena, but before leaving, he shouted into the microphone, "Let's pray for this young Lu Chen, hope he dies a bit slower." What a load of crap! Lu Chen was speechless. "What did you say?" Li Tianxiong furrowed his brow, "I'm going to tear off your limbs. No, all 5 limbs, and slowly torture you to death." Lu Chen smirked, "I was actually thinking about how to kill you, thank you for the inspiration." In the next moment, he raised his sword and charged forward. "Come on!" Li Tianxiang also assumed an attacking stance. The audience in the stands was filled with excitement. Li Tianxiang is so domineering, he wants to tear off his limbs, huh? This poor young man just entered the stage and is already facing death. Most importantly, he's going to die so miserably. However, what followed left everyone stunned, because they witnessed an unexpected scene. Lu Chen's sword barely missed Li Tianxiang as it passed by his shoulder. In an instant, a pair of arms soared into the air. What? What's going on? Is that Li Tianxiang's arm? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. No! With a scream, Li Tianxiang twisted in agony. Both his arms were severed. Blood gushed out instantly. Everyone watching felt their scalps tingle. They couldn't even catch Lu Chen's movements, only seeing flashes of the blade before Li Tianxiang's arms disappeared. The referee picked up the microphone, trembling. Damn, the biggest news of the year just happened. Li Tianxiang, who held the ground for so long, was actually disabled by a kid. Disabled? Lu Chen turned to the referee. The referee shuddered at his gaze, feeling a chill run down his spine. Lu Chen smiled faintly. You're mistaken. Ah. This. The referee was bewildered. Lu Chen emphasized, I mean killed. Killed? Killing in the arena was common. But the referee, seeing Lu Chen's cold gaze, couldn't help but feel immense fear. In the front row of the stands, Inger's eyes were somewhat absent-minded as she murmured, such fast swordsmanship. Lin Jia narrowed her eyes. Indeed, I didn't expect the lightning 5-slash to be so fast. My eyes can't keep up with his speed. What, even Lin Jia can't handle this swordsmanship? Inger was surprised. Lin Jia's strength was terrifying. As her assistant, she knew best. Lin Jia smiled faintly. What's so special about it? In fact, from martial artist 1 to 9 stars, the difference in strength is not that significant. And martial artists' bodies are fragile. Unless they break through to a realm above martial artist, their physical strength will not increase significantly. When Inger heard the words above martial artist, a look of longing appeared on her face. Above martial artist, that was a realm of unimaginable power. Those few in their company usually kept a low profile. But with these people around, the company's foundation was as solid as a rock, never to be shaken. At this moment, Li Tianxiang, who had lost his arms, no longer displayed his previous arrogance. Recalling Lu Chen's words of killing earlier, he couldn't hold back anymore. With a bang, Li Tianxiang fell to his knees, pleading, Please, spare me, I really don't want to die. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Never did they expect that the once arrogant Li Tianxiang would now kneel before Lu Chen. Just a few minutes ago, he was still provoking incessantly. The change happened so quickly. Lu Chen remained expressionless, raising his sword once again. Swish! Li Tianxiang's legs were severed. With only his torso left, he fell to the ground. Blood flowed profusely. You bastard! Li Tianxiang cursed in pain. We're colleagues, you're too ruthless. Lu Chen chuckled. I'm just returning your words to you. How does that make me ruthless? It was then that Li Tianxiang suddenly remembered his earlier words about disabling the other's limbs. No, all 5 limbs. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Tianxiang's eyes widened in realization. You're not going to. At the same time, Lu Chen raised his sword once more. At the next moment, a flash of the blade. Li Tianxiang only felt a chilling sensation. He struggled to move his head and glanced at the spot. No! Li Tianxiang felt the world spinning. The pain of losing his limbs just now was nothing compared to the pain he felt now. Under Lu Chen's blade, he finally became the talent that the Eastern factory needed. At this moment, the audience below felt a chilling sensation, as if they could empathize. Oh my god, Lu Chen is too fierce. Li Tianxiang said he would chop off his 5 limbs, but he ended up being chopped by Lu Chen. Blame Li Tianxiang for being too arrogant. He kicked the iron plate this time. Lu Chen's swordsmanship is too sharp. Defeating Li Tianxiang beyond his level as a 2-star warrior. Lu Chen is so young yet possesses such formidable strength. His future is limitless. The reputation began to shift. Initially, these warriors were not optimistic about Lu Chen, continuously cheering for Li Tianxiang. In just a short moment, they began to praise Lu Chen. It could only be said that in this factory, they truly revered the strong. At this moment, Li Tianxiang was still struggling and wailing on the stage. Lu Chen glanced at him and couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it, killing is not about torturing. Damn! Li Tianxiang almost cursed upon hearing this. He wanted to say spare him a dog's life, better to live than die. He felt he still had a chance to be saved, but it was too late. Lu Chen's blade was too fast. It pierced through his forehead in an instant. Li Tianxiang felt a piercing pain spreading throughout his body. Then, his eyes bulged out. His body twitched for a moment, then fell completely silent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 3-star warrior, rewarded with 50 points of health. The next moment, Lu Chen felt a warm flow circulating around him. His health points reached 1098, breaking through the limit of 1050, successfully advancing to a 6-star warrior. However, Lu Chen had anticipated this early on. He forcefully suppressed the aura of his breakthrough, not leaking any bit of it. The onlookers only saw him sway slightly, thinking he was too excited after killing someone, and paid no attention. Even Lin Jie didn't see through it, instead commenting, "Killing without cruelty. This kid seems not twisted enough, he needs more tempering." Inger was somewhat speechless. If one were to talk about the most twisted, it would still be Lin Jie, unmatched in the entire Eastern Factory. It was only then that the referee trembled as he walked up to the stage, raising Lu Chen's right hand high and announcing, "In this match, Lu Chen of the Eastern Factory is the winner. According to the rules, he will defend the stage and continue challenging until midnight. Of course, if no one challenges within half an hour, he will successfully defend the stage today." Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, "How are the rewards in the arena calculated?" The referee was somewhat surprised. "Didn't Lin Jie tell you before?" Lu Chen shook his head. "I've only been a formal employee for less than 2 days. Wow! The referee was even more surprised. Fortunately, he had already put down the microphone, otherwise the entire arena would have echoed his astonishment. The rules of the arena are as follows. Just by participating once, you will be rewarded with 500 work points. If you successfully defend the stage, you will receive an additional 1000 work points. Of course, if it is found that you are maliciously accumulating work points, your qualification for the competition will be revoked." Lu Chen asked again, "What about defending the stage?" The referee replied, "Successfully defending the stage once will earn you 1000 work points, and for each consecutive defense, the second time is 2000, the third time is 3000. Every 10 consecutive wins will bring different rewards and also get you on the arena's leaderboard." Leaderboard? The referee explained, "The leaderboard is a symbol of honor. It will attract the attention of the company's higher-ups." Previously, Li Tianxiang won 16 consecutive matches, defended the stage for several days, and was ranked 75th on the leaderboard. Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. Why haven't the other top players on the leaderboard challenged for several days? The referee replied, "The Tiger list is too volatile, with level restrictions. Once you break through to become a 5-star warrior, you can no longer participate and must join the Dragon List competition, which takes place monthly and not in the arena." Lu Chen's mouth twitched. "So, the Tiger List is just a place for mediocrity, and the real experts don't bother." The referee continued, "The defender cannot take leave. If they don't show up the next day, they automatically give up defending. Their accumulated wins reset to 0, and when they return, they become attackers again." Lu Chen nodded. "So that's how it works. As a defender, the more wins accumulated, the more work points earned." The referee added, "However, defenders usually don't stay for long. It's mainly continuous fighting for several days, which easily drains their energy and hinders cultivation. That's why many people don't have a high number of accumulated wins." Lu Chen chuckled. He wasn't afraid of it affecting his cultivation. For him, killing was a way of cultivation. Meanwhile, in a corner of the stands, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Unable to contain himself, he cursed loudly, "Damn it! The Eastern Factory sent a dark horse and killed Li Tianxiang." This man was Zhou Lianhu, the head of the Northern Factory. Beside him stood another lean man, the deputy head Cheng Qing. Cheng Qing sighed, "We invested a lot of resources in training Li Tianxiang, thinking he could defend for longer, but he lost so quickly." Zhou Lianhu said fiercely, "If he can't do it, then let that guy go up. I was planning to keep him as a trump card." Cheng Qing hesitated, "Brother Hu, should we wait a bit? After all, the Southern and Western factories haven't made a move yet. I don't think they'd willingly see someone from the Eastern Factory become the defender." Zhou Lianhu thought for a moment and said, "All right, we'll go with your suggestion. It turns out that the Northern, Southern, and Western factories have always looked down on the Eastern Factory. The middle managers of these companies all have their own circles. Lin Jie, who had just been promoted to a manager not long ago, was arrogant and never attended gatherings with other managers. So, the people from these 3 factories had been wanting to suppress Lin Jie's momentum. At this moment, Lu Chen still stood on the platform, waiting for a challenger. It was only 8:30, still early before noon. The discussions in the stands remained intense, mostly centered around this newcomer, Lu Chen. This kid not only acts fast but also ruthlessly. The Eastern Factory is rising this time. Not necessarily, the other 3 factories also have experts. Indeed, there were many Tiger List experts with numerous consecutive wins before. If they are sent out, they can surely defeat Lu Chen. The battles between experts are the most interesting. Soon, a tremendously strong warrior emerged from the crowd. He was tall, like a tower, with explosive muscles all over his body. Just standing there exuded a sense of oppression. What was even more terrifying was that he held a pair of double axes in his hands. Someone suddenly shouted, "Isn't this the Tiger List expert, Panyu?" The whole place erupted. What? He's actually a Tiger List expert. Finally, a big shot is here. Panyu had a record of 29 consecutive wins before, ranking 52nd on the Tiger List. Panyu, like Li Tianxiong, is also a 3-star warrior. The referee, seeing another Tiger List expert emerge, brightened up. "So, it's Panyu from the Northern Factory." At that moment, Panyu stepped onto the platform, staring at Lu Chen and sneered. "Li Tianxiong was too careless just now, didn't even use his martial skills. Although your swordsmanship is fast, it can only deal with some weaklings. I'll show you my skills right away." Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. With his strength, he could easily handle the entire Tiger List. After all, his true realm had already reached 6 stars, but currently, he was displaying the strength of a 2-star warrior. However, with the powerful lightning 5 consecutive blades by his side, he could easily kill opponents of a higher level. We still don't know the true strength of the strongest in the factory. It's better to keep a low profile for now and not reveal too much power. This thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind. He continued to maintain the status of a 2-star warrior and coldly said, "Come on then." Panyu roared loudly, his momentum rising. The terror of a 3-star warrior emanated from him. Swinging his double axes like a whirlwind attacking, sky-splitting axe. The name of the martial skill was very loud, a high-grade martial skill of the yellow tier. In an instant, his charge made the entire arena seem like a gust of wind was blowing, as if it would tear everything apart. The referee had long been scared and jumped down, unable to help but comment, "Panyu's move was too sudden. Luckily, I ran fast, or I would have been affected too." Panyu's speed increased, comparable to a bulldozer, sweeping over. The sky was filled with axe shadows, a terrifying sight. Anything touched would surely be hacked into a bloody mess. The audience in the stands became extremely excited. Panyu's sky-splitting axe has an extremely wide attack range. It seems that Lu Chen can't avoid it, he can only resist head-on. Just now Li Tianxiong didn't use any martial skills, now Panyu immediately displays a killer move, he will definitely win. After all, there is a realm suppression. Facing the menacing double axes, Lu Chen slowly raised his blade. Lightning 5 consecutive blades. As the blade slashed down, terrifying blade shadows were chopped out. There were a total of 5. Each one was extremely sharp. Bang! Accompanied by 2 loud sounds. 2 axes were directly sent flying by the blade shadows. At the same time, Panyu let out a scream. No! He was engulfed by the remaining 3 blade shadows. In the blink of an eye, he was chopped into 3 pieces. Blood spurted, staining the arena red. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The referee was even more dumbfounded. It was too terrifying, too cruel. No one expected Lu Chen to be so powerful. The hand holding the microphone was trembling slightly. He didn't even dare to step onto the stage to announce the result of the match. On the other hand, Lu Chen was already somewhat numb to killing, with no ripples in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 3-star warrior and gaining 58 points of vitality. It seems that Panyu was slightly stronger than Li Tianxiong. However, under the powerful lightning 5 consecutive blades of the Great Perfection, he posed no threat to Lu Chen at all. Coupled with the talent Death 1 blade slash, his blade technique was extremely terrifying. As for the shadow in the front row of the stands, her eyes widened, murmuring, "I didn't expect Lu Chen's blade technique to be so powerful," directly clashing with Panyu's weapon, not only knocking away the opponent's double axes but also counter-killing Panyu. "This is too strong." Lin Jie's expression was slightly solemn, saying, "Indeed, it's a bit out of the ordinary. Is the lightning 5 consecutive blades of the Great Perfection so powerful?" Even though she was well informed, she was also puzzled at this moment. It could only be said that the shock brought by Lu Chen was getting stronger each time. The rest of the audience finally reacted. Cheers rose to the sky. Lu Chen is so awesome. This time, even in a head-on conflict with Panyu, he was defeated so thoroughly. It seems that Lu Chen is really strong. This competition is the best proof. Lu Chen hasn't even made it to the Tiger List yet, but he has already killed 2 top experts on the list. The referee finally climbed onto the stage unsteadily. He raised Lu Chen's hand and announced, "The winner is Lu Chen from the East Factory. Are there any more challengers?" At the same time, in another corner of the arena, a middle-aged man with a naturally sinister appearance now had an even darker expression. He was Shua Haiyun, the supervisor of the South Factory. "Panyu lost just like that? Who exactly is this Lu Chen, and why is his strength so formidable?" Beside him, the deputy director Feng Tong replied, Brother Yun, it is said that Lu Chen has only been in the company for a little over a week. He was just a piglet for slaughter, but he has recently made a breakthrough. Piglet? Shui Haiyun naturally understood what this meant. The company's business was extremely diverse. In addition to the main slaughter business, there were also usurious loans. And these usurious loans were mainly used to deceive young people in their third year of high school and bring them in as laborers. It seemed that Lu Chen was one of those young people. After taking that inferior low-grade awakening potion, his blood and energy dropped severely, but in such a short time, he actually broke through to the level of a 2-star warrior. Shui Haiyun's mind became active. He had to admit, Lu Chen was indeed a genius. Fong Tong asked cautiously, Brother Yun, are we still sending the top experts from the factory area to challenge the arena? Shui Haiyun shook his head, forget it, today our South Factory has already sent someone to the stage, and this Lu Chen. I don't think he has fully displayed his strength yet. What? Fong Tong widened his eyes, Brother Yun, are you saying that he hasn't fully displayed his abilities even after killing 2 top experts? Shui Haiyun analyzed, if I didn't see it wrong just now, Lu Chen's lightning 5-strike blade against Pan Yu has reached the realm of perfection. Fong Tong almost screamed, damn, perfection? He hasn't been a warrior for long. How long has he been practicing martial arts? How could he reach perfection so quickly? Shui Haiyun sighed, the reason I can tell is that I once saw the former director of the East Factory perform the lightning 5-strike blade to perfection. Fong Tong seemed to recall something and couldn't help but say, that old director? Yes, Shui Haiyun nodded, it's a pity, he was defeated in the end by a woman. Fong Tong was somewhat indignant, this Lin's sister only knows how to play tricks and schemes. If it comes to a real fight, how could she be a match for the old director? You can't say that, Shui Haiyun added, the struggle for power is never based on strength, it's based on intelligence, it's based on whether your heart is dirty. As for this Lu Chen, she also discovered him, so let the people from the West Factory come and test the depth of this young man. Compared to the director of the North Factory, Zhou Lianhu, Shui Haiyun appeared more calm. He wouldn't let emotions cloud his judgment. As there were still no challengers showing up, the referee spoke into the microphone, there are 15 minutes left, if no one comes up on stage, then I will announce the end of tonight's arena challenge. The rest of the audience seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Hey, we paid 50 work points for the ticket price and only watched 3 matches, it's a bit disappointing. Yeah, what a ripoff. Lu Chen is too dominant, killing 2 top experts in a row, I bet others are scared stiff. These complaints seemed to have some effect. Soon, another person stood up in the crowd. However, he was trembling all over, his face filled with great fear. Seeing this, Fong Tong was somewhat speechless, damn, another one forced onto the stage, that old scheming guy from the West Factory really doesn't want to let his own top experts die. Shui Haiyun glanced at the platform, that kid from the West Factory didn't come, hee, giving orders from a distance, quite interesting. Fong Tong was speechless. The director of the West Factory was very young, a year earlier than Lin's sister took office, and his methods were even more terrifying. Under his leadership, the West Factory had trained more and more experts, making it the strongest among the 4 factory areas. Shui Haiyun had once analyzed with Fong Tong that in less than 3 years, the director of the West Factory might be transferred to the company's headquarters. By then, he would truly be in a position of supreme power. Soon, the warrior had already stepped onto the stage. Seeing his miserable appearance, the referee couldn't help but say, if you're this scared, maybe you should just go back. The man, on the verge of tears, said, if I go back, it will be even worse for me. For a moment, even Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. The situation was truly pitiful. The referee had to follow the procedure and said, please state your name, factory, and realm. My name is Song Ziyuan, from the West Factory, and I am a 1-star martial artist, the other party replied nervously. What? Upon hearing this, all the spectators couldn't help but laugh. Ha, did everyone hear that? Even the 1-star ones are coming up. Lu Chen effortlessly defeated 2 3-star martial artists in a row. Hey, guys, stop laughing, he looks like he's forced into this. Lu Chen couldn't help but size up Song Ziyuan. This man looked to be around 26 or 27, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, tall stature, and a decent appearance. However, his eyes seemed vacant, somewhat resembling the big fool Chun from a movie in a past life. Brother, I beg you to spare my life later, Song Ziyuan pleaded. Lu Chen was much younger than him but was called brother by the other party. It seemed somewhat comical, but Lu Chen didn't mock him, instead, he felt even more sympathetic. In this black factory, even as a martial artist, there was no absolute freedom. Every word and action was restricted. Lu Chen asked, what mistake did you make? Song Ziyuan seemed hesitant to speak, hesitated for a while, and slowly said, I tried to escape. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. The referee was also shocked. The mouths of all the spectators froze simultaneously. It was as if they were all under a strange spell of silence. After a while, someone shouted, "Our company offers such good treatment and benefits, yet he still wants to escape. Kill him." This was followed by echoing voices. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in the same sentence. Lu Chen remained silent, just staring at Song Ziyuan. The latter felt boundless fear, trembling even more violently. But he said firmly, You can go ahead." Lu Chen curiously asked in a low voice, "Why do you want to escape?" Song Ziyuan replied in a voice only they could hear. "If I say better to die than be unfree, would you believe me?" "Good." Lu Chen suddenly shouted, "A person who has committed such a grave mistake like you doesn't deserve me to strike." The next moment, he forcefully plunged the knife in his hand into the ground. Clang! The blade sank into the ground, and due to inertia, the knife handle kept shaking. One could imagine how strong Lu Chen's force was just now. Song Ziyuan was somewhat shocked, nervously swallowing his saliva. "Go to hell!" Lu Chen fiercely threw a punch. The fist cut through the air, making a hissing sound. The rest of the audience immediately became excited, shouting loudly, "Ha, Lu Chen, we support you." Song Ziyuan's face turned pale. Instinctively, he raised his arms to block. However, Lu Chen's fist was too fierce. There were two loud bangs. Song Ziyuan's arms were shattered, and he flew backward, falling heavily outside the ring. He struggled to sit up, but his chest was in excruciating pain. Plop! After vomiting a large amount of blood, he passed out directly. The battle unexpectedly ended in the blink of an eye. The audience felt somewhat unsatisfied. Song Ziyuan is really lucky, he didn't die. It seems that even Lu Chen can make mistakes. If only he had used the knife. Maybe Lu Chen thought using a knife on Song Ziyuan would be too easy on him. On the platform, Lu Chen saw that Song Ziyuan had only fainted, and he felt relieved inside. However, a look of annoyance appeared on his face, and he cursed, "Damn it, he didn't die, next time I'll have to use a knife. I'm not good at hand-to-hand combat." Upon hearing this, the other spectators' expressions changed slightly. The brutal scene of using a knife was still vivid in their minds. The judge walked over and announced, "The winner is Lu Chen from the East Factory. Are there any more challengers?" Some participants who were eager to earn work points initially wanted to step up, but recalling Lu Chen's words from earlier, they hesitated. If he uses fists and kicks, you might survive a beating, but if he uses a knife, you'll be dead for sure. The impression Lu Chen gave now was that of a ruthless king of blades. In the audience stands, opinions varied. Zhou Lianhu from the North Factory muttered, "Damn, thought this kid was skilled, turns out his punches are weak." Lin Jia from the East Factory furrowed her brows. What was he thinking, insisting on using fists? Shua Haiyun from the South Factory stroked his chin, analyzing, Lu Chen is still too young. It had to be said, Lu Chen's acting was too exquisite. He had fooled all three supervisors. He knew that a lie had to be 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood. So, he broke Song Ziyuan's arms and caused internal injuries, making it look truly brutal. It wasn't about showing mercy. He portrayed a look of really wanting to kill Song Ziyuan, just lacking the strength. Half an hour quickly passed. Since no one else came up to challenge, the judge declared the end of today's arena matches. As the defender of the arena, Lu Chen had only fought 2 matches, which was extremely rare. Mainly because he had been too ruthless, truly intimidating the others. When Lu Chen returned to the stands, he complained, "Lin Jia, I have too few combat skills. I can't even kill a 1-star warrior barehanded. Shouldn't you give me more martial arts manuals?" Lin Jia was momentarily speechless. She had wanted to reprimand him for choosing fists over a knife when the latter would have been more effective. But Lu Chen beat her to it, making it seem like it was all her fault. Greediness leads to no good. That was all Lin Jia could say. Lu Chen continued, "But I've already mastered the lightning 5 strikes to perfection. How can I progress further?" Finally losing her patience, Lin Jia retorted, "Do you think martial arts are like cabbages in the market, easy to come by?" Unperturbed, Lu Chen calmly replied, "I just earned some face for the East Factory." Lin Jia fell silent once more. What he said was true. The East Factory was currently under pressure from the other 3 factories, and having a talented fighter like Lu Chen was indeed worth nurturing. Lin Jia seemed to make a decision and said slowly, "After tomorrow's arena matches, I'll find you a teacher specifically for teaching you knife skills." Knife skills? Lu Chen was speechless. "Can't you teach me some martial arts for fists and kicks? You have a talent for knife skills, so you should stick to that path and listen to me," Lin Jia added. Lu Chen nodded, "All right then." In truth, he didn't have much confidence in learning other types of martial arts. After all, his rapid progress in knife skills was all thanks to his innate talent for the deathly blade slash, which significantly enhanced his understanding of knife techniques. The three of them left the arena, getting ready to return to the factory area. Suddenly, Luchan said, "Linjia, I want to relax tonight, you all can go back first." "No, no." Unexpectedly, Linjia and Inger replied in unison. Luchan was speechless. Linjia warned, although there are many entertainment venues here, they are all traps of temptation. Those seductive women will not only drain your work points but also exhaust your body. Inger added, "And I have to lock your door at night, I don't want to stay up too late." Luchan twitched his mouth, "I'm just going for a stroll, I won't get involved with anyone." "And Inger, can you stop locking my door all the time? I'm now in solidarity with the East Factory, treat me as one of your own." Upon hearing this, Ing turned to look at Lin. Thinking of Luchan's performance tonight, Lin felt proud in front of the other three factories and said, "Ing, don't lock his door in the future." Ing nodded. She always followed Lin's words. "Okay, don't stay out too late tonight," Lin reminded. "Thank you, Lin," Luchan responded with a cheerful smile, like an innocent boy. Lin then left with Ing. As she watched the two slowly fade from her view, the smile on Luchan's face slowly disappeared. He looked around. Nearby were all colorful entertainment venues. At that moment, Luchan had a feeling of returning to a past life. "Hey handsome, come play for a while," a woman waved at him. Luchan looked over. He saw the woman in tattered clothes, looking thin and worn out from not eating enough. Not interested, Luchan shook his head. The woman unwillingly said, "I have a room here, I'll give you a discount." Luchan ignored her and walked towards another house. A slightly plump young girl stood at the door. She saw Luchan approaching and nervously said, I'm not cheap." Luchan smiled, "This place will do." The young girl was pleasantly surprised and quickly said, "Okay, respected warrior." On the other side, the thin woman was somewhat speechless, "So he's into that kind of thing." With a bang, the door closed. Luchan and the young girl had already entered. He looked around the room. It was indeed very simple. There was only a straw mat, a shabby wooden table, and a strange smell. The young girl nervously said, "Warrior, please have a seat." After she finished speaking, she put her hand on her skirt, ready to take it off. Seeing this, Luchan asked, "Wait, what are you doing?" The young girl looked puzzled. "Warrior, do you have any other requests?" Luchan was speechless. "I'm waiting for someone." The young girl suddenly realized and awkwardly said, "Okay, warrior." After a while, the door was pushed open from outside. A familiar figure walked in. He was tall, handsome, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. It was Song Ziyuan, whom Luchan had previously knocked off the stage. "You finally came," Luchan smiled faintly. Bang! Song Ziyuan's knees hit the ground. He knelt down directly. "Gratefully," he said, "I pay my respects to master." The woman was startled by his actions and hurried to Song Ziyuan's side, also kneeling down. Luchan helped Song Ziyuan up and said, "Please get up quickly, I had to break your arms back then out of necessity." Song Ziyuan smiled, "It's okay, I'm a warrior, with some rest, I'll recover as good as new." "I didn't expect master's control of power to be so exquisite, no one present doubted your mercy." Luchan said, "Your acting skills are not bad either, the fainting act was quite realistic." Ha ha, the two actors smiled at each other. It turned out that initially at the stage, when Luchan asked Song Ziyuan why he ran away, he whispered to him to come back to this place and wait for him. After a lightning-fast analysis, Luchan took a gamble and acted out a play with him because he also longed for freedom. Song Ziyuan introduced, "Lu, this is my squad leader Yang Xiaofang. We were brought here together initially." Yang Xiaofang explained, "Thanks to Ziyuan's care over the years, I haven't been abused or starved." No wonder she had a plump figure. It seemed she had been eating well, just not being abused. She wasn't pretty, but not ugly either. Luchan was puzzled. "So what are you doing here?" Song Ziyuan said, "I arranged for her to be here, purely to deceive others, otherwise, she would have to go work as a laborer killing chickens." Luchan nodded. It seemed that their classmates had a good relationship. However, what was the deal with Yang Xiaofang almost taking off her skirt when she saw herself? Did handsome guys have special privileges? "Tell me about your escape." Luchan was most interested in this. Song Ziyuan nodded and recounted the whole story. It turned out that ever since he broke through to become a warrior a few years ago, he had been planning how to escape. After becoming a formal employee, Song Ziyuan had his own dormitory. The only method he could think of was digging a tunnel. Unfortunately, after digging for several years, he went in the wrong direction. He ended up directly under the bedroom of the West Factory supervisor. What followed was being caught red-handed by the supervisor. Originally, he was supposed to be executed on the spot. However, since taking office, the West Factory supervisor had never killed any of his subordinates. But while the death penalty could be avoided, the living punishment was hard to escape, so Song Ziyuan was arranged to fight in the arena. If he encountered someone like Li Tianxiong, it was no different from being sentenced to death. Fortunately, he ran into Lu Chen. And as Lu Chen heard this series of events, even though he was usually very calm, he was somewhat astonished at this moment. Damn! Digging a tunnel? Isn't this a real-life version of Prison Break? This is too fantastical. He never expected someone around him to actually do it. Lu Chen thought to himself. This Song Ziyuan was definitely a talent. Your supervisor didn't kill you? Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. The image of the West Factory supervisor floated in Song Ziyuan's mind, and he couldn't help but praise, he does have the talent of a great general. Shortly after taking office, he discovered many experts and mainly encouraged his subordinates, rarely punishing them. Like me this time, I really crossed the company's bottom line. Lu Chen asked, with such a good leader, why do you still want to escape? He didn't believe in the noble declaration of sacrificing freedom for death. Song Ziyuan sighed, Lu, let me tell you the truth, this place is hell. After being caught and brought in, not a day goes by that I don't think about escaping. I also try to integrate here, but it's just too difficult because your fate, from the moment you step into the factory, is no longer in your control. Lu Chen nodded. Although his position in the East Factory had improved, becoming Lin Jie's assistant, every day was hanging by a thread, never knowing when he might be killed for some ridiculous reason. So, only by escaping could he truly gain freedom. Suddenly, Song Ziyuan said, Lu, the reason you didn't kill me and are willing to meet me here, is it because you also want to escape? Lu Chen fell silent instantly. To be honest, they had only known each other for a short time and didn't understand each other. He was also afraid of saying the wrong thing and giving Song Ziyuan a handle. I have a way to escape. Seeing the other party's silence, Song Ziyuan added. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised and asked patiently, tell me about it. 1 hour later, Lu Chen walked out of that room. His expression was calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. Song Ziyuan's escape plan was indeed feasible. It wasn't the stupid method of digging a hole, but a new method more suitable for Lu Chen. However, the premise was that Lu Chen had to enter the Tiger List before next week to qualify for this plan. I have won 2 consecutive victories in defending the title now, and I have to win at least 8 more matches in the next 5 days to make it to the Tiger List. Lu Chen calculated in his mind. In fact, it was quite difficult. After all, he had been too aggressive tonight. He had created a situation where no one dared to challenge him. Unless the other 3 factories could send Tiger List experts to challenge him. It seems I need to go easy tomorrow. Lu Chen muttered to himself. Although killing warriors and gaining blood and energy was satisfying, if no one fought with you and you couldn't achieve 10 consecutive victories in defending the title, you couldn't make it to the Tiger List. He returned to the building in his work area. The journey was smooth. When many patrolling warriors saw Lu Chen, there was a hint of awe in their eyes. Last night at Sister Lin's villa, he killed 2 people in a row. His reputation was well known, and it had spread throughout the entire factory area. Many warriors who were not present in person had also heard of Lu Chen's deeds. Even some guards took the initiative to greet him. Hey Lu, how are you? Is Lu strolling around? Lu was looking handsome again. The warm greetings reached Lu Chen's ears one after another. He was somewhat speechless. How long had it been since these people had changed their attitude towards him completely? Am I this famous now? He rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. He didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. When Lu Chen passed by Kong Wen and the others' dormitory, he couldn't help but pause slightly. The voices chatting inside were loud. Even standing at the door, he could hear a bit. However, Lu Chen only stayed for a moment before quickly leaving. Although these companions were all brought in like him and even worked together usually, they were destined not to be on the same path. At this moment, Lu Chen had only 2 thoughts. One was to become stronger. The other was to escape. He returned to his dormitory and fell asleep. A night of silence. The next day, Lu Chen went to kill chickens as usual. By the time evening came, his blood and energy value had increased by 200 points. His level smoothly broke through to a 7-star warrior. The speed of leveling up is too fast. Lu Chen was secretly delighted. He used to hide and hold back, afraid to kill too many. Now that everyone knew he was a warrior, not killing enough would be abnormal. Unfortunately, the number of chickens in each workshop was limited every day. Lu Chen was even less likely to help kill chickens in other groups. When things go awry, there must be a demon. He didn't want to attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Take it slow, there aren't many stable sources of blood and energy. Lu Chen summoned the interface. Name, Lu Chen, age, 18, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, realm, 7-star warrior, technique, basic cultivation method, 3 layers, martial skill, lightning 5 blade, perfection, talent, infinite slaughter, SSS level, death 1 blade / S level, blood and energy value, 1356/1600, comprehensive evaluation. At your current stage as a warrior, you are lacking compared to higher levels and have room for improvement compared to lower levels. In a battle against Sister Lin, you would be slapped to death with one palm. Finally, Lu Chen realized that the reference point for evaluation had changed again. This time, the target made him frown slightly. I didn't expect Sister Lin's strength to be so strong. Even though Lu Chen had broken through to a 7-star warrior, he still couldn't even block a single move in front of her. However, since the reference point had changed to Sister Lin, it indicated that he had a faint trend of catching up. Keep working hard. After dinner, Lu Chen arrived at the arena as scheduled. He spent 50 work points, entered the arena, and walked straight to the front row of the stands. Sister Lin and Shadow were sitting here. Seeing Lu Chen's arrival, Sister Lin smiled and said, "Tonight, you must work hard and strive to enter the tiger list." Lu Chen looked deeply at her. He didn't expect Sister Lin to be so charming and strong. What realm was she in? 8 stars or 9 stars? Sister Lin showed a strange expression and asked, "Why have you been staring at me?" Shadow. She noticed that Lu Chen was becoming bolder. If you like to look at beautiful women, just sneak a peek, why stare so blatantly, like a rogue? Lu Chen smiled faintly, "If I make it to the tiger list, what reward will you give me?" Sister Lin was instantly speechless. "Why do you always think about rewards for doing things for me? As my assistant, isn't that what you should do?" Lu Chen chuckled, "I'm just your assistant, not your boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Sister Lin perked up instantly, blinked, and said softly, "If you want to be, I can give you a chance to pursue me." Forget it. After leaving these words behind, Lu Chen walked directly onto the stage, leaving Lin Jia looking bewildered in place. After a moment, she coldly snorted, "If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use." The shadow beside her was somewhat surprised. She had been in the factory area for so long, yet it was the first time she had seen someone dare to confront Lin Jie like this. In her impression, which man had not trembled at the sight of Lin Jie? Despite Gaosen appearing the most composed among these people, the shadow knew that deep down, Gaosen was terrified of Lin Jie. Moreover, Gaosen's strength was not strong. The reason he was appointed as the deputy supervisor by Lin Jie was simply because Lin Jie had just taken over the East Factory and lacked capable subordinates. As for those former senior officials, Lin Jie had taken them down one by one. At this moment, when the audience saw Lu Chen appear, they couldn't help but get excited. "Look, Yan Nan, this is the dark horse from yesterday, who defeated 2 top-ranked experts in a row. His name is Lu Chen." A colorful-haired punk pointed out to his companion who had not been there the night before. Yan Nan, his companion, had even longer hair and a handsome appearance, somewhat resembling a knockoff version of Takeshi Kaneshiro. He widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Defeated 2 top-ranked experts in a row? Is he that formidable? But this kid looks quite ordinary." The punk was a bit speechless. "Lu Chen is more handsome than you, taller than you, younger than you. And you call that ordinary?" Yan Nan chuckled, "What I mean is, Lu Chen's physique is too slender. After spending time in the company, which expert isn't robust and muscular, exuding explosive strength?" The punk retorted, "Humph, you'll see how powerful he is in a moment." Yan Nan pursed his lips, about to say something when suddenly, cheers erupted from all directions like a tidal wave. "Lu Chen! Lu Chen! Lu Chen, go for it! Kill a few more." Yan Nan was a bit dumbfounded. "Damn, does he already have fans?" The punk looked somewhat smug. "Just watch." On the stage, the referee, seeing Lu Chen also a bit excited, smiled and said, "Lu Chen, you've finally arrived. Now I announce that the challenge to the champion officially begins. Who will come up on stage to compete with Lu Chen?" The audience also eagerly encouraged, hoping for a skilled fighter to step up. However, their throats were already sore from shouting, yet no one in the entire arena stood up. The referee was a bit speechless. "Is tonight's arena match going to end like this? I'll start the countdown now. If no one comes up on stage within half an hour, it will be declared over." At this moment, Zhou Lianhu, the supervisor of the North Factory, said to the deputy supervisor Cheng Qing, "Let those few kids who made mistakes today go up on stage, otherwise, there will be complaints about no matches to watch every day." Cheng Cheng nodded and quickly made arrangements. The arena was an entertainment project jointly organized by the 4 major factory districts, involving many interests. Not long after, a trembling figure made his way onto the stage. Seeing this, the referee couldn't help but exclaim, "State your name, factory district, and realm." The other party replied nervously, "My name is Meng Xian, from the North Factory, a 1-star warrior." As soon as he spoke, the surrounding audience burst into laughter. Another one forced onto the stage. Exactly the same situation as with Song Ziyuan yesterday. Song Ziyuan was lucky not to be killed completely. I think Lu Chen won't give the opponent a second chance this time. Meng Xian is doomed. In the stands, almost everyone was looking at Meng Xian with eyes that seemed to predict his demise. Meng Xian hadn't shown up the night before, but he had already deduced from the audience's reactions that the current Lu Chen was very powerful and extremely ruthless. "Brother Lu, can you spare my life later?" Meng Xian pleaded. Although Lu Chen was tall, his face looked youthful and somewhat naive. Being called brother by others one after another made the situation seem somewhat comical. The judge remained silent. "Stop begging, let's start fighting now. The audience loves excitement, they'd love to see some blood." With that, he stepped down from the stage. At that moment, Lu Chen looked at Meng Xian, recalling the escape plan Song Ziyuan mentioned yesterday. Then, he raised a hand. Fingers clenched into a fist, he struck fiercely. Meng Xian didn't even have time to react. In the moment of impact, he instinctively let out a cry of pain. "Oh my God!" The next moment, he was thrown out of the ring directly. A loud thud. His body fell to the ground. Then he passed out. The speed was so fast that no one could see clearly. 10 seconds later, someone exclaimed, "Is it over already? Why didn't Lu Chen use his swordsmanship? Meng Xian was spared this time. Why didn't Lu Chen kill him?" Opinions were divided. Lu Chen seemed to hear these questions and calmly said, "With such weak opponents, I have no desire to kill." The crowd fell silent instantly. Since when could being weak be a reason to spare a life? Next, Xue Haiyun from the southern factory also sent out a one-star warrior who had made a mistake. He too was knocked off the ring by Lu Chen with one palm. "If you guys from other factories want to send someone, do it openly. What's the point of sending some weaklings?" Lu Chen taunted. The deputy director of the southern factory, Fang Tong, was speechless and turned to Xue Haiyun. "Brother Yun, should we send out a skilled fighter?" Xue Haiyun shook his head. "We already lost Pan Yu yesterday. Today, we won't send out our best. Let's see how the Western factory arranges things. They were passive in the match yesterday. If they do the same today, it won't be acceptable. After all, the arena was organized jointly by the 4 major factory districts. They couldn't let only the North and South factories suffer losses." Indeed, as Xue Haiyun expected, the Western factory did send out a skilled fighter, a 4-star warrior named Ji Chongqing. At that moment, when Ji Chongqing appeared, all the audience was extremely excited. "My goodness, the Western factory's skilled fighter has finally arrived. Who is he? He's the 12th on the Tiger list, with a winning streak of 49 matches. And he's a 4-star warrior, 2 realms higher than Lu Chen. He should easily crush him. It seems like Lu Chen's defense of the ring journey is about to end tonight." Ji Chongqing was not tall, he could even be considered somewhat short, around 165 meters. But there was a hint of killing intent about him. It seemed that these hands had been stained with blood. His weapon was an alloy iron rod. Although it was an iron rod, under the light, it still gleamed coldly, exuding a powerful deterrent. Zhou Lianhu from the North factory, seeing this, was excited. The kid from the Western factory finally sent out a skilled fighter. Xue Haiyun from the Southern factory also said, "It seems like the Western factory wants to settle the victory with one blow. They didn't act until now, but when they do, it's a trump card. That's the Western factory for you." Fang Tong agreed. The head of the Western factory doesn't do things without certainty. A lion fights a rabbit with all its might. That's the Western factory's style. In the front row of the stands, Inger was a bit worried. Will Lu Chen be killed? But Lin Jia was not flustered at all, just smiling faintly. Lu Chen defeated a 3-star warrior so easily. A 4-star is not much stronger. I think this battle will be exciting. At that moment, all eyes were on the ring. Most people thought it was a mismatched match. Only a few believed Lu Chen could bring some surprises. Ji Chongqing looked at Lu Chen, his lips curling slightly. "I heard you have some talent in swordsmanship, but your realm is too low. This battle is destined to be your defeat." Lu Chen smiled. "We haven't fought yet, how can you know? Realms don't always mean everything." Ji Chongqing was slightly stunned, then his eyes flashed with a fierce light, sneering, "You're right, realm doesn't represent everything, but here with me, a higher realm means I can bully you." Ji Chongqing held a staff in both hands, displaying his martial skills. Descending Dragon Staff. He struck with the staff. In an instant, terrifying staff shadows filled the sky, dazzling the eyes. Lu Chen, seeing this, smiled. "Your mastery of martial skills is quite high." Ji Chongqing coldly snorted. "Indeed, I have reached a level of minor achievement. Prepare to die." With a swing of his arm, numerous staff shadows fiercely lashed out. If hit, the body would likely collapse. After all, the power of a 4-star warrior had reached 4,000 kilograms, very formidable. In the stands, The punk and his companion Yen Nan were still chatting. Lu Chen is definitely doomed this time. Yen Nan was excited. For some reason, from the moment he saw Lu Chen, he felt a strong dislike. Perhaps he thought the other was taller and more handsome than himself? The punk had no words, just silently watching the arena. The next second, his eyes widened. An exclamation burst out, "Damn!" Because at that moment, Lu Chen once again displayed the perfect lightning 5-slash technique. 5 blade shadows slashed out, cutting through the staff shadows, instantly shattering all the staff shadows and sending Ji Changqing's iron staff flying. What's going on? Ji Changqing felt a powerful force in his hands. The next second, the iron staff flew away. He was dumbfounded. He had never seen such fast swordsmanship. Although he had vaguely heard of Lu Chen's deeds before, hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand were completely different. Moreover, he was experiencing it firsthand. The next moment, Lu Chen's blade came at him again. Seeing the opponent's fierce aura, Ji Changqing inwardly thought, "I'm done for." However, what followed was Lu Chen simply patting the opponent's shoulder with the blade. Ji Changqing felt a terrifying force from top to bottom, knocking him down directly. With a bang, Ji Changqing, lying on the ground, felt pain all over, tremblingly saying, How can your strength be so great?" Lu Chen calmly replied, "With the blessing of my swordsmanship, how could my strength be small?" In fact, it was because he possessed the innate talent of Death One Slash. Every time he struck, his strength would increase 5-fold. Even using the power of a 2-star warrior, it was incredibly strong. Ji Changqing was somewhat puzzled. "Why didn't you kill me?" Lu Chen retorted, "Why should I kill you? This is just a friendly competition, not a deep-seated hatred." Hearing this, Ji Changqing was surprised. He slowly got up. The onlookers thought they were going to continue fighting. However, Ji Changqing deeply bowed, sincerely saying, "I've lost, I admit defeat." After that, he walked to the side, picked up the iron staff from the ground, and silently left the arena. The referee excitedly ran up, raising Lu Chen's hand high, loudly declaring, "The winner is Lu Chen from the Eastern Factory. He defeated Ji Changqing." The whole arena erupted in excitement. Lu Chen is amazing. That's a 4-star warrior, and he lost just like that. And he was defeated in seconds. They were all stunned, unable to believe it. Firstly, they didn't expect Ji Changqing to lose so quickly. Secondly, they didn't expect Lu Chen not to kill. At this moment, Yen Nan was somewhat dumbfounded, still immersed in the shock from earlier. "How about that? Wasn't I right? Isn't Lu Chen amazing?" The punk laughed heartily, feeling a bit smug. Yen Nan nodded, admitting, "Indeed, he's amazing. I didn't expect him to actually defeat a 4-star warrior. His ability to kill opponents above his level is too strong." The punk analyzed, mainly because Lu Chen's swordsmanship is too fierce. "I heard them discussing yesterday that the opponent's swordsmanship should have reached the level of perfection." Yen Nan opened his mouth wide in disbelief and exclaimed, "Wow, great perfection? This is too amazing. This person is truly a genius in swordsmanship." At this moment, discussions about Lu Chen became more intense in the stands. Zhou Lianhu muttered to himself, "What's going on with this kid today? He hasn't killed anyone in 3 consecutive matches. It's like he's a completely different person from yesterday." Deputy Supervisor Chung Ching pondered and said, "Is he afraid that no one will challenge him after killing someone?" Zhou Lianhu nodded, "That's a possibility, but it's even better this way. We can freely send someone to the stage." On the other side, Shui Haiyun also understood Lu Chen's strategy and remarked, "He's really a clever guy. To secure more wins, he has refrained from killing." Fang Tong asked, "Brother Yun, should we still send out our experts?" Shui Haiyun smiled, "Since the West Factory is not holding back, we shouldn't either. If we send someone out later, let's directly dispatch the experts from our factory." "All right." Fang Tong was also excited because watching experts duel was truly interesting. An hour later, Lu Chen still stood on the stage. Just now, he defeated 4 top-ranking experts in a row, all 3-star warriors from the South and North factories. Lu Chen had now won 9 consecutive matches. He was just 1 win away from entering the top rankings. However, after waiting for a long time, no one challenged him. It seemed like the 3 factories had agreed not to send anyone. Lu Chen felt a bit speechless. Good things come to those who wait. The referee shouted, "Is there no one challenging? The countdown will end soon." The audience was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle tonight. After all, many skilled fighters had appeared. The only slight regret was that they were all defeated by Lu Chen in 1 move. Is there anyone else coming? Lu Chen is too terrifying. With the strength to be in the top 10, 3-star warriors are simply not enough. Indeed, without 4-star warriors, who can defeat Lu Chen? In the stands, Shui Haiyun furrowed his brows slightly. "Let's end it here today. This kid is indeed very strong." He stood up and began to leave. His figure looked even more sinister. Seeing this, Fang Tong followed suit. Zhou Lianhu had already headed towards the exit of the arena. The two supervisors met at the door. Zhou Lianhu grinned. The East Factory has discovered a genius in that girl. Shui Haiyun grimly said, a genius who can grow up as a true genius. But the road ahead is never easy, with so many falling by the wayside. The two exchanged smiles. Then they walked out of the arena, heading towards their respective factory areas. Soon, the arena competition for the night was announced to be over. Lu Chen went backstage to settle his points. With 9 consecutive wins in defending the stage and yesterday's successful attack, he had accumulated 46,500 work points in his employee card. After deducting the entry fees for the past 2 nights, which totaled 100 points, he now had 46,400 points left. Inger, besides those entertainment venues, are there other places where work points can be spent? Lu Chen returned to the front row and asked. Inger replied, there's a pill shop here where you can buy chi and blood pills, and there's also a martial arts pavilion where you can exchange for martial arts techniques. A pill shop? For some reason, Lu Chen felt repulsed upon hearing this. Could the culprit behind the low-level awakening potion that led to his current situation also be from the factory's pill shop? Lu Chen was averse to the pill shop and didn't need chi and blood pills. By continuously killing creatures, he could elevate his realm. However, he was very interested in the martial arts pavilion and inquired, how many work points are usually needed to exchange for martial arts techniques? Just as Inger was about to speak, Lin Jia pursed her lips and said in a speechless tone, with your meager work points, you probably can't even exchange for the cover of a martial arts technique. Lu Chen was instantly rendered speechless. Inger, on the other hand, felt a bit puzzled. She estimated that Lu Chen's current work points were probably over 40,000. If a warrior earns 500 work points per month without any other merits, over 40,000 work points would be equivalent to working in the company for 7 to 8 years. Lu Chen had only worked hard for 2 days and had already earned so many work points, which was considered quite fast. But why was Lin Jia discouraging him? Inger felt that Lu Chen had been too cocky recently, which had annoyed Lin Jia, so she wanted to save face. At that moment, Lu Chen spoke up, I want to go to the martial arts pavilion. Lin Jia gave him a disdainful look and said impatiently, there are more important matters, don't wander around tonight. Lu Chen suddenly became interested and curiously asked, what else is there? Do you really want me to be your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Lin Jia was so irritated that she rolled her eyes and retorted, dream on. Have you forgotten that I said I would find you a teacher? Lu Chen then remembered and slapped his forehead, saying, oh, I'm getting old, my memory is failing me. Lin Jia, feeling stifled, thought to herself, you're only 18, and you dare say you're getting old? I'm much older than you. But she didn't say much, just quickened her pace, leading Lu Chen and Inger away from the arena. The three of them arrived at Lin Jia's villa. In a secluded corner on the ground floor of the villa, there was even a basement. Lu Chen looked puzzled. Why did Lin Jia's villa have so many basements? This time, the iron gate was even sturdier than the previous one, looking almost impenetrable. Lin Jia said to Inger, you can go back now. Inger nodded and left directly. She knew she couldn't be involved in what was about to happen. Lin Jia then unlocked the door. Lu Chen asked curiously, what's this for? Am I supposed to receive guidance from a teacher here? Lin Jia couldn't be bothered to explain and said, stop guessing, you'll find out once you go in. With that, she pushed open the door to the basement. A musty smell wafted out from inside. Are you sure a teacher would live in a place like this? Lu Chen blurted out, covering his nose. The environment here was even worse than where Shi Jinxiang and the others lived. Lin Jia glared at him and whispered, can't you learn from Inger and stop asking inappropriate questions? Lu Chen smiled faintly, I'm just curious. Lin Jia coldly chuckled, curiosity killed the cat, that's no joke. The two entered the basement. In the dim light, Lu Chen vaguely saw a figure moving on the opposite wall. Lin Jia flicked on the light switch. In an instant, the entire basement was as bright as day. Lu Chen focused and indeed saw a person sitting across from him. The person had white hair, tattered clothes, resembling a destitute old man. What was even more shocking was that his legs and arms were tightly bound by thick shackles. The shackles were connected to chains, with the other end of the chain deeply embedded in the wall. Lu Chen widened his eyes in astonishment, thinking, this isn't an ordinary prisoner, Shi Jinxiang and the others weren't chained up like this. Is he a serious criminal? The old man seemed to have not seen such bright light in a long time. After a while, he slowly raised his eyelids, revealing a pair of cloudy eyes. Lin Jia, with a smile, said, Master, are you awake? The old man remained silent, looking like a dying man, his weak breath almost imperceptible. Lin Jie, undeterred by his lack of response, continued cheerfully, I brought you a promising disciple this time, he's very talented in swordsmanship, could you teach him? The old man finally spoke hoarsely, teach? Humph, I don't want to train another disciple like you. Lin Jie, unperturbed by his words, smiled and said, Master, staying in a place like this all day must be quite boring, isn't it? I'll find you a disciple to pass the time, isn't that a good thing? Upon hearing this conversation, Lu Chen roughly guessed the ins and outs of the matter and silently complained, isn't it because of you that this old man is locked up here? He had to admire Sister Lin's thick skin, almost on par with him. After listening to Sister Lin's words, the old man fell silent again, probably seething with anger inside. Sister Lin, however, paid no attention to this and continued persuading, Master, look at this young man. His lightning 5 strikes have already reached the realm of perfection. With such talent, isn't he worth your personal guidance? Upon hearing this, the old man finally reacted slightly, but only raised his eyelids slightly and said nothing more. And those seemingly murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a strange light. Like 2 bright stars, they stared straight at Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt as if he had been scanned by X-rays, from head to toe, as if every secret was laid bare, causing a storm in his heart. Sister Lin, witnessing this, smiled meaningfully, then I won't disturb you two, master and disciple. With that, she turned and left, deliberately locking the basement door tightly. At this moment, only Lu Chen and the old man were left in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat eerie, like 2 blind dates meeting for the first time, unsure of what to say. Lu Chen simply didn't know how to communicate with the old man. After all, he had only interacted with innocent young women before. Unexpectedly, it was the old man who spoke first. Kid, what's your name? Replying to master, my name is Lu Chen answered honestly. Don't call me master, I don't want to take on any disciples. The old man said impatiently. Then, can I call you teacher? Lu Chen asked tentatively. Teacher won't do either. My name is Hu Tutu, you can call me Old Hu. The old man sighed, apparently the matter of taking on a disciple had left him with some psychological shadow. Hu Tutu. Are you sure that's a serious name, old man? Lu Chen almost burst out laughing. After all, he wasn't a professional. However, he tried hard to hold back his laughter, bowed respectfully, and said, I will trouble old Hu to guide me in the future. Hu Tutu nodded and said, show me the lightning 5 strikes. Lu Chen then took up his long knife and began to demonstrate. His movements were agile, the long knife danced like lightning, dazzling the onlookers. In the next moment, a strike was made. Suddenly, 5 blade shadows whistled out. Bang! 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 The floor was marked with shallow traces. Lu Chen was a bit speechless. Is this floor too sturdy? The knife can't even cut it. Hu Tutu, on the other hand, looked shocked, as if he was seeing a monster, murmuring, Have you learned swordsmanship before? Or are you from a swordsmanship family? Lu Chen shook his head and explained, Old Hu, don't joke around. I was just brought in here 10 days ago like a little piglet. Hearing this, Hu Tutu jumped up from the ground, the chains on him clinking. What? You were just brought in 10 days ago? How is that possible? Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't hide anything and recounted his experiences in detail. After all, his current situation in the Eastern factory was already well known. Sister Lin might likely tell Old Hu some things about him. Might as well be straightforward and show sincerity. After listening, Hu Tutu sighed, your experiences in this place are nothing out of the ordinary. As for seeking revenge, let it go. It's impossible to leave the factory. Lu Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. However, Hu Tutu's gaze fell on him once again, his eyes flashing. But I'm curious, when you were brought in, you weren't even a warrior. How did you become a 7-star warrior in just 10 days? That speed is too fast. What? When Lu Chen heard this, his heart skipped a beat, thinking it was not good. He had been hiding well all along, not leaking the aura of a 7-star warrior, usually displaying the strength of a 2-star warrior. How could this Hu Lao see through him at a glance? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, even feeling an impulse to silence the other party. Seeing the other person seemingly startled, Hu Tutu smirked, at the warrior stage, if you don't exert your power, it's hard for others to see your realm, unless they check your blood and energy. But I am different from others, I am above warriors, a martial master. What? Hearing this, Lu Chen was even more surprised. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Hu Tutu's realm to be so high, actually being a more powerful martial master. Now that his secret had been exposed, he awkwardly smiled, Hu Lao, can't I deceive all the warriors like me with my disguise? Your perception is so strong. To his surprise, Hu Tutu shook his head, not really, although a martial master's perception is strong, it's not that extreme, at most they can sense your energy and blood, definitely not a low-level warrior. but they cannot accurately determine your specific realm. The reason I know you are a 7-star warrior is because I have a special gift. A gift? Lu Chen was puzzled, but then realized, you are an awakened one. Hututu replied, yes, my awakened gift is called the Eye of Insight. The Eye of Insight? Lu Chen's eyes lit up, sounding like an amazing gift. Hututu continued, however, my gift is only E-level, I can only see the specific cultivation of those lower than me. I see. Lu Chen nodded. He thought this gift was powerful, but realizing it could only see those weaker than oneself, it seemed not very useful. After all, if the other person is weaker than you could already defeat them, so having this gift is more suitable for being an examiner. But the crisis was not yet averted. Hu Lao must now suspect he had secrets. Lu Chen began to rack his brains. Child, don't worry so much. Hututu suddenly spoke, every genius has secrets, these need not be revealed to outsiders. If known by malicious individuals, it could be dangerous for you. Lu Chen felt warm in his heart. Hu Lao's words brought him some comfort. He smiled bitterly, Hu Lao, I am also afraid of others finding out that I am already a 7-star warrior. What if I am captured for research? Hututu chuckled, you, child, worry needlessly. Although you haven't mentioned the reason for your rapid advancement, I can guess, you must have awakened some kind of gift. Awakened individuals naturally advance faster than ordinary people, this is common knowledge, you don't need to worry. Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Right. Why didn't he think of this excuse? Hu Lao had already found a reasonable explanation for him, he just needed to go with the flow. So, Lu Chen quickly said, Hu Lao, actually I am an awakened one, my awakened gift is a C-level talent, mastery of swordsmanship. Hututu had a look of sudden realization, I see. No wonder your swordsmanship is so exquisite, turns out you have a talent boost. Lu Chen felt secretly delighted. He didn't expect the reason he casually made up to be accepted so smoothly. It seemed he would have to use this method more often to deal with various situations. However, a hint of confusion appeared on Hututu's face. But, didn't you fail to awaken after taking low-level awakening elixirs? How did you suddenly develop a gift? Lu Chen bluffed again, my gift awakening is a bit slow, like a snail climbing a tree, painfully slow. After taking the elixir, it took a long time before there was finally some movement. After listening, Hututu touched his chin, nodded, I see, such situations have occurred before, but someone like you is quite a miracle. With a C-level talent, if the company knew of your potential, they would probably treat you like a treasure. Lu Chen felt embarrassed, Hutu, I just want to keep a low profile, not be too flashy. Unexpectedly, Hututu snorted, your personality is really different from mine. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, suddenly becoming despondent, back in the day, I was too high profile, ended up being outsmarted by that traitor, and lost everything. Lu Chen was very curious about how Aunt Lin imprisoned Hutu here. Logically, the other party was a martial artist, a formidable presence. But Hutu must have found it very embarrassing and wouldn't talk about it. Alright, let's not mention these past events. My vitality is greatly diminished, my realm has long fallen below that of a martial artist, and my time is running out. To be able to witness the rise of a genius before I die gives me a sense of accomplishment. As Hututu spoke, his expression softened. Lu Chen understood a principle from his past life. Many successful big shots lack neither money nor power, but if they see the juniors they nurtured continuously growing, they will feel immensely satisfied. That's why in fantasy novels, so many sect ancestors spare no effort in cultivating the younger generation. Hututu said, you will stay here for a while. I will teach you a martial skill, the thundering blade technique. Lu Chen awkwardly said, Hutu, I have to slaughter chickens during the day and participate in arena fights at night. I can only come here to study in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Hututu couldn't help but curse, damn it, you're quite busy, how did you end up with the chicken slaughtering job? Just studying at night, what can you learn? Lu Chen immediately said obediently, I will make time to practice more. Hututu said helplessly, alright, tonight I will teach you the first move of the thundering blade technique, let's see how much you can comprehend. Lu Chen calmed down and listened carefully to the explanation. The thundering blade technique is a supreme grade sword technique, also my signature skill. The first move, Fearless Thunder, watch closely. Hututu took the alloy knife handed by Lu Chen and began to demonstrate slowly. Despite the restraints of shackles and chains, his movements were very strenuous. Although Fearless Thunder is just one move, it consists of 18 strikes, each faster than the last, requiring these 18 strikes to be completed in a very short time. Despite his weakened vitality, Hututu's blade dance was still vigorous. The air was filled with swirling blade shadows, resonating with the thunderous sound of thunder, exuding a powerful momentum. Boom! When Hututu completed the 18 strikes, he directly cleaved a deep trench in the floor. It was much more powerful than Lu Chen's lightning 5-strike technique. How was that? Impressive. Seeing Lu Chen silent, Hututu thought he was awed by his prowess and felt somewhat proud. Then he couldn't help but self-mock, this old man, spending too long in this sunless underground dungeon, how did my mindset become so childish? Lu Chen replied, Hutu, your swordsmanship is very sharp. In my opinion, it's not just the grade of the sword technique itself, but your mastery of it that is profound. Hearing this subtle flattery, Hututu immediately became happy, even sharing some words of wisdom. Although this move consists of 18 strikes, they can also be seen as one simultaneous execution. If done quickly enough, it's like instantly unleashing 18 strikes. The power is definitely not weak. You should practice it for a while. He returned the knife to Lu Chen. Then he sat back in the corner, looking tired, starting to feel drowsy. After all, practicing swordsmanship with someone was quite boring. Lu Chen gripped the handle of the knife, recalling Hu Lao's actions earlier, and began to imitate them. First time, second time, third time. Bang! A huge gully appeared on the ground. Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly, Hu Lao, I did it! What? Hututu was almost falling asleep, but seeing this scene, he was dumbfounded. Oh my god! He stood up in shock, glanced at the knife marks on the ground, and exclaimed, the effect you achieved is not worse than mine. How is this possible? Lu Chen thought to himself, my talent for the Death One sword has a bonus for swordsmanship, so its power will naturally not be weak. But he still said, it's all thanks to your good teaching, Hu Lao. Hututu was a bit skeptical. Are you sure you haven't practiced the Thunderbolt knife technique before? Lu Chen smiled bitterly, I only broke through to a warrior after coming to the company. How could I have learned martial arts before? Hututu then reacted from his shock and muttered, you're truly a genius, damn it. Lu Chen continued, Hu Lao, so please teach me the second move of the Thunderbolt knife technique next. Seeing the other party's eagerness, for some reason, Hututu felt a surge of anger. He waved his hand, you just learned the first move and already became arrogant. Go back and practice more. I'll teach you the second move tomorrow. I think your success with that strike was just a fluke. Don't mess it up next time. Go, go, go. After that, Hututu sat back in the corner, closed his eyes, and ignored Lu Chen. Bang! Hututu opened his eyes, instantly confused, because there was another deep gully on the ground, even more severe than the one Lu Chen caused the first time. Lu Chen laughed, Hu Lao, see, I can successfully perform it a second time. It's not a fluke, I've truly mastered it. Hututu's chest heaved with anger, shouting, get out. Lu Chen smiled lightly, ran to the door, and knocked a few times. Soon, Lin Jia opened the door. Seeing Lu Chen at the door, she curiously asked, didn't your master teach you? Lu Chen replied, he did, and he taught me very well. Lin Jia couldn't help but look at Hututu in the corner and said with a smile, Master, you've worked hard. Isn't this apprentice I found good? Get lost, you brat. Hututu suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. Lin Jia didn't expect him to be so angry. She wasn't embarrassed but instead smiled and said, then I won't disturb you, master, rest early. Bang! After locking the door again, Lin Jia asked Lu Chen curiously, what outrageous thing did you do to make my master so angry? Lu Chen innocently said, I just swung the knife a couple of times in front of him. Lin Jia nodded, seeing him having opinions about you makes me feel relieved. Why? Lin Jia smiled and said, I was afraid that after he taught you, you would turn around and come after me. Although she looked beautiful when she smiled, Lu Chen felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if he had a bad premonition. Next, Lin Jia reached out and pinched his cheek, but I think you're my assistant, you should stand by my side, not help him come after me, right? Lu Chen was a bit nervous, but his expression remained calm, even teasing, do you think I'm a fool? Would I help an imprisoned old man come after my boss? Besides, you're so beautiful, what if I have a chance to be your boyfriend? Hearing his words, Lin Jia's eyes almost turned into crescent moons. She leaned in close, and in a sweet voice said, you really know how to talk. With the other person so close to him, Lu Chen's thick skin was about to come into play again. However, he suppressed his lower desires, knowing that the woman in front of him was a psychotic killer, so he had to endure. Then I'll go back first. Lu Chen picked up the alloy knife and was about to leave. Lin Jia coquettishly said, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lu Chen turned around and smiled, do you want me to stay with you? Lin Jia's face instantly turned red, coquettishly saying, go on, go on. Lu Chen chuckled and left the villa. Back in the dormitory, he began practicing with his knife again. It must be said that the profound tier martial arts were powerful. Moreover, the Thunderbolt blade technique was the top existence among the profound tier martial arts, reaching the highest quality. However, the floor quality of his dormitory was clearly not as good as the underground basement where Hu Lao was imprisoned. It was marked with one scratch after another from his hacking. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at the iron door of the dormitory and had a sudden idea. Before, I thought I couldn't break out, but now that I have mastered the first move of the Thunderbolt Blade technique, Thunder Fearless, let's see if I can chop open this door. Lu Chen was a man of action. Once he had an idea, he had to implement it immediately. He aimed at the iron door and chopped directly down. 18 fierce slashes surged continuously, converging into one move in the end. Boom! The large iron door was instantly pierced through. The sound echoed throughout the corridor. What's going on? The guards around were stunned and hurried over to see what had happened. However, they only saw the damaged iron door and Lu Chen standing behind it. Lu Ge, what happened? One of the guards asked. Lu Chen now held a high position in the Eastern factory, and almost all the employees knew him. On the other hand, those poor students who were brought in knew very little about him. Lu Chen smiled faintly. It's nothing, I was just practicing martial arts and disturbed everyone. What? Practicing martial arts could actually break through such a thick iron door. All the guards were taken aback. Lu Ge is truly amazing. Everyone praised him endlessly. In the middle of the night, Lu Chen didn't want to cause any trouble, so he dispersed the crowd and went back to his room to sleep. However, the iron door now had a big hole, letting in a draft at night. The next day, Lu Chen continued his routine of killing chickens. By evening, his chi and blood value reached 1556/1600, and he would soon break through again. Next, Lu Chen went to the arena. Just one more match, and I can enter the Tiger List. As far as he knew, there was no limit to the number of people on the Tiger List, and there was no rule about being in the top 100. As long as he could win 10 consecutive matches, he could become a member of the Tiger List. This way, Lu Chen could carry out the plan proposed by Song Ziyuan. Thinking that there was a good chance of escaping this ghostly place in the future, he felt a hint of excitement. But before that, he had to enter the Tiger List, otherwise, everything would be in vain. At this moment, in the arena, Zhou Lianhu, the supervisor of the North Factory, asked the deputy supervisor Cheng Cheng beside him, "How are things going?" Cheng Cheng replied, "Don't worry, everything has been arranged properly." Zhou Lianhu's mouth curved into a cruel smile. "Today, not only do we need to end Lu Chen's winning streak, but we also need to make him lose his life on the stage." Cheng Cheng nodded. "I've noticed that the people from the East Factory have been a bit arrogant these days. We must give them a heavy blow." Before long, Lu Chen appeared on the stage. Just as the referee was about to introduce him, he suddenly felt something was wrong and couldn't help but ask, "Have you made a breakthrough?" Lu Chen smiled. "Yes, I am now a 3-star warrior." After listening to Hu Lao's words last night, he felt that he shouldn't be too low-key and should gradually reveal his strength. He wanted everyone to know that he was a genius. Lu Chen's words caused a sensation throughout the audience. Damn! Lu Chen has become a 3-star warrior already. His progress is too fast. How did he cultivate? He must have earned enough work points these days to buy a lot of chi and blood pills. Lu Chen must be even more powerful now. I estimate his strength has already reached the top of the Tiger List. Hard to say, the top few on the Tiger List haven't come out to challenge yet. I don't believe the other 3 factories will let the people from the East Factory continue to be so arrogant. At the same time, in the familiar front row seat, Sister Lin sat there with her long legs crossed, exuding an elegant posture. Shadow sat respectfully beside her, still expressionless. However, when she heard that Lu Chen had broken through to a 3-star warrior, she was slightly surprised. Lu Chen broke through so quickly? Sister Lin revealed a meaningful smile. "I now suspect he's just like you." Shadow's beautiful eyes widened. "Could he also become?" Sister Lin smiled. "Yes, I think he has also become an awakener, otherwise his breakthrough speed wouldn't be so fast." Shadow nodded. It took her over a month to become an awakener after taking the low-level awakening potion. But by then, she had already been caught by the company. Fortunately, with her awakening talent, Sister Lin kept her as an assistant, otherwise Shadow's fate would have been as miserable as those unfortunate women, barely living. If my talent had awakened earlier, I could have registered officially, received government subsidies every month, and wouldn't have to worry about repaying loans. Shadow often regretted this to herself. Fortunately, Sister Lin treated her well. This made Shadow feel a hint of comfort in this prison. Every student who applied for the potion loan came from poor family backgrounds. The reason they wanted to become awakeners was to take a chance, hoping for a change in their fortunes. But the results often ended in failure. Sister Lin chuckled. "First it was you, now it's Lu Chen. It seems our company's inferior potions have some effect after all." Shadow nodded in agreement. At this moment, all eyes were on Lu Chen. Revealing himself as a 3-star warrior, his aura was even more powerful now. The referee couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Lu Chen has become even stronger now. Is there really no one to challenge him? Are you all afraid?" What about those top tiger list experts? He began to incite the atmosphere with his words. The audience was also excited. Where are the top tiger list experts? Hurry up and come challenge Liu Kang, don't let him dominate alone. Exactly. Can't any of the 3 major factories send out a skilled fighter? This is embarrassing. Damn, having Liu Kang on top and watching him overshadow you all is humiliating. What kind of metaphor is that? But it makes sense. Meanwhile, Karamate and Yannan were also in the crowd. Yannan, do you want to go up and challenge? Karamate suggested. Hey, I'm already a 5-star warrior now, entering the Dragon List. According to the arena rules, Dragon List warriors cannot participate in arena matches, did you forget? Yannan said helplessly. Karamate clicked his tongue, you're upgrading too slowly, I've already forgotten about that. The rankings and competitions of the Dragon List were not held in the arena but in a special way, arranged once a month. And the events were quite grand and magnificent. Just then, a figure finally emerged from the crowd. The person was very slender, dressed in a tight black jumpsuit, resembling ancient nightwear. Even wearing a mask on her face, her hairstyle and graceful figure indicated she was a woman. Especially her captivating eyes, beautiful yet cold. Morong Ningbing. She started walking slowly on the platform, then picked up speed, leaping onto the stage with a few agile jumps. The spectators were amazed by her agile movements, exclaiming, such speed. Just by looking at her speed, her strength should be good. Which factory's lady is this? She has a nice figure. Our company has too few female warriors, I advise you not to think about it. Women who can become warriors are ruthless. Many people present did not recognize this woman, including the referee. This lady looks very unfamiliar, please introduce yourself first, the referee said. The woman coldly said, Morong Ningbing, from the North Factory, a 4-star warrior. What? The referee was a bit puzzled, a 4-star warrior. With such strength, you have never participated in the arena's challenge matches? He had been here for 10 years and had seen many warriors. If someone had such strong abilities and participated, the referee would surely remember. The words 4-star warrior reached the audience's ears. The stands immediately exploded. When did another 4-star warrior emerge from the North Factory? Talented individuals really emerge endlessly these days. It's only interesting when experts compete. The 50 work points for the ticket are worth it. Zhou Lianhu grinned, Morong Ningbing is the most ruthless woman I have ever seen, even more ruthless than Lin back then. Changqing also smiled, Lu Chen's winning streak is about to come to an end. At this moment, on the stage, Morong Ningbing had a cold temperament, her eyes fixed firmly on Lu Chen. Lu Chen was a bit speechless, it seems like we are meeting for the first time, why are you looking at me as if I killed your father? Apologies, Morong Ningbing's tone was calm, but her words were chilling, your life will come to an end today. Come to an end? Lu Chen was first stunned, then joked, your Chinese is good, did you study at City First High School? Morong Ningbing fell silent. The next moment, she flashed, her speed astonishing. Lu Chen only saw a blur before the opponent disappeared right in front of him, but a fierce killing intent came from behind. He turned around and saw Morong Ningbing had appeared behind him at some point. She held a crescent moon curved blade in her hand. It came down diagonally. The audience in the stands was also stunned. Such speed. This woman is extraordinary. I feel like Lu Chen's head is in danger. Yannan was even more excited, whispering, Awakened One? The reaction of the killer was also intense. Exactly, she must possess a talent for speed. Yannan nodded, no wonder she looks so young and has progressed so quickly. The killer smirked, it seems Lu Chen is doomed, a genius who appeared just 2 days ago, is about to fall. It's a pity. You're saying this too early, Yannan said lightly. At this moment, facing the fiercely approaching blade, Lu Chen tilted his neck lightly and miraculously dodged it. Morong Ningbing frowned slightly as her hand movements did not stop. Another strike came. Lu Chen raised his blade to meet it. The two blades fiercely collided in the air. A bang! Morong Ningbing felt a terrifying force of recoil. Her hand went numb instantly, and she almost couldn't hold the curved blade. Such strength! She was somewhat surprised. Although Lu Chen controlled his strength at the level of a 3-star warrior, with the talent of Deathblade Slash, any casual strike would have 5 times the damage. Next, Morong Ningbing changed her move again. The blade of the crescent moon suddenly burst into a strange light. Moonlight Slash! With force, she slashed through the air. The blade burst into a silver-white crescent-shaped light, truly resembling a curved moon sweeping across. What is this? Lu Chen also saw this move for the first time. Being able to launch an attack through the air. It was somewhat like special effects in TV dramas, more like the depiction of internal force in martial arts novels. Awakened One? This time, even the referee standing near the stage couldn't help but exclaim. He had seen all kinds of competitors, so his perspective was naturally different. The rest of the audience, upon hearing this, was equally shocked. Wow! The young lady is actually an awakener. It seems like North Factory has struck gold this time. Lu Chen is in big trouble this time. Yen Nan felt a bit envious. Moonlight slash? Such speed, it seems her awakened talent is related to light, truly enviable. The punk nodded. Among awakeners, elemental talents are already rare, and each one who grows successfully can become a big shot. As for whether they can grow successfully, the two glanced at each other and couldn't help but smile in unison. In this factory, many people die every year for various reasons. Whether they are warriors or awakeners, in the eyes of the leaders, they are no different from livestock waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, facing the fierce attacks, Lu Chen couldn't help but muster all his strength. Thunderous blade technique, fearless thunder. He infused his chi and blood into the blade and fiercely struck out. One slash after another, unending. Finally, after 18 slashes, they merged into one, charging forward. Boom! The crescent-shaped light was shattered directly. In front of fearless thunder, there was truly no room for resistance. In an instant, it turned into scattered fragments, dissipating nearby. Seeing this scene, the whole arena was shocked. Silence fell over the crowd. Just a second ago, they were still immersed in Morong Ningbing's tactics. The next second, they were all dumbfounded. Simply because Lu Chen's swordsmanship was even more fierce. In the end, the referee couldn't help but pick up the microphone and shout, "Damn, Lu Chen is awesome." With his lead, the whole audience erupted, cheering one after another. Lu Chen is my idol. It has to be Lu Chen. The undefeated war god Lu Chen. Yen Nan was even more dumbfounded. The adrenaline from this duel shocked him. He stood up directly, his chi and blood circulating, roaring, "Lu Chen, first on the tiger list." The rest of the audience echoed after hearing this. First on the tiger list. First on the tiger list. The punks beside them were dumbfounded, muttering quietly, "Damn, who injects chi and blood into their voice when cheering for someone?" At this moment, Morong Ningbing was also somewhat astonished. Her usually cold eyes showed a hint of confusion. She had always been unbeatable in training within the factory. Due to being an awakener, she easily defeated some 5-star and 6-star experts. But now, her triumphant strike was effortlessly resolved by Lu Chen with a single move. The sense of defeat in her heart was imaginable. In the front row of the stands, Inger's beautiful eyes shimmered. Lu Chen has grown stronger again. Lin Jie smiled slightly. It seems my master is really generous. I knew he couldn't resist when he saw a good seedling, just like when he saw me back then. Seeing the atmosphere in the arena reaching its climax, Zhou Lianhu from North Factory finally couldn't sit still. He looked towards the ring and angrily cursed, "Morong Ningbing, you despicable person. I spent so much money to train you, but in the end, you can't even defeat a 3-star warrior. I now command you, at any cost, by any means, to kill Lu Chen. Otherwise, I will slaughter you when I get back." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Although Morong Ningbing wore a mask and her expression couldn't be seen, her complexion was definitely ugly. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Lu Chen chuckled, "It seems your days in North Factory are not going well. That's how it is after being captured. Even if you are an awakener, so what? With just a word from the other party, you will still die. Your life is not in your hands. Mind your own business." Morong Ningbing coldly snorted. Lu Chen sighed, "You're really stubborn." He wielded his blade once again. 18 fierce slashes were unleashed. It was as if the god of blades possessed him, unstoppable. Morong Ningbing released Moonlight Slash. The silver crescent-shaped light was exceptionally dazzling, but still shattered. This time, she was hit with tremendous force, her delicate body flipping over on the ground. Even her mask was torn apart, revealing her original appearance. The sight of her shocked everyone present. "I thought she was a beauty. What a pity. I was just admiring her silver. This is too scary." It turned out that Morong Ningbing's original face was pretty and delicate. However, there was a long scar on her cheek, giving her a somewhat fierce and ugly look. It was like a crack suddenly appearing on a delicate piece of porcelain. It was because of this flaw that even a priceless piece of porcelain became very cheap. Lu Chen also saw her face and was somewhat surprised. Morong Ningbing resembled someone from his past. "Are you a student from Shangnan High School?" Lu Chen suddenly asked. Morong Ningbing, upon hearing this, raised her head in surprise. "How did you know?" Lu Chen smiled gently. "We are alumni." In fact, the connection between the two was far more than that. In their past lives, Morong Ningbing and Lu Chen had a fleeting romance. However, Lu Chen's fondness for women always ended before commitment. Due to having too many partners, he sometimes couldn't even remember their names. It wasn't until he saw Morong Ningbing's face that Lu Chen remembered. At that time, her cold and aloof demeanor had left a deep impression on him. During their school days, they didn't know each other. It was only after entering society that they met by chance, and Lu Chen learned that Morong Ningbing's alma mater was also Shangnan High School, and she was even one of the school's beauties. So, Lu Chen began a fervent pursuit. They say a virtuous woman fears the persistent suitor. A month later, he succeeded. However, Morong Ningbing had traditional values and only agreed to date with the intention of marriage. Unfortunately, she encountered the sea god, Lu Chen. The outcome was predictable. At this moment, seeing an old acquaintance, Lu Chen's expression was somewhat complex. Now that he had become a warrior, he vaguely considered turning over a new leaf. Unexpectedly, he met his old lover here. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. The scar on your face. Lu Chen had once loved her face dearly, and now, looking at it again, he felt a sense of regret. Morong Ningbing replied, "I did it myself." What? Hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. Perhaps due to being alumni, Morong Ningbing was willing to say a few more words. She self-deprecatingly said, "If it weren't for this scar, maybe I would be like those poor girls." Lu Chen vaguely guessed. With Morong Ningbing's strong-willed nature, being brought here would not lead to compromise, so she must have inflicted the injury herself. He turned his head. His gaze clashed with Zhou Lianhu, who was sitting in the stands. Zhou Lianhu coldly said, "You wretched woman. I originally intended to offer you to a big shot, but you ruined your own face. Now, since you can't kill Lu Chen, I'll have you executed when we return. Of course, before you die, I don't mind letting my brothers have some fun." Cheng Qing was surprised to hear this. Really, brother who? He had always had his eye on Morong Ningbing. Although she had a scar on her face, she was still stunning. Damn it! Lu Chen felt very uncomfortable. Even though he had no connection with Morong Ningbing in this life, he was still unhappy. "Hey, you'll die if you go back, so stay in the Eastern Factory and be my maid, how about that?" Lu Chen lowered his head again, a playful smile on his face. He suppressed the anger in his heart, turning into the playboy he once was in his past life. Hearing this, Zhou Lianhu laughed heartily. "Kid, it's too early for you to try and recruit people now. This woman has a stubborn personality. How could she ever be your maid? She would rather die." Morong Ningbing furrowed her brow. "Be a maid? How could that be possible?" However, Lu Chen whispered softly, "Survive, and there's hope to send those bastards to hell." Morong Ningbing's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Next, she made an unexpected move. She nodded, "I'm willing to be your maid." "Good, very good." Lu Chen reached out and patted her head, like a master. At this moment, the scene on the stage was seen by everyone in the audience. Everyone was extremely shocked. My God, what's going on? This young lady actually agreed to be Lu Chen's maid? Maybe she just wants to stay alive. I don't think she's afraid of death, otherwise why would she break the norm? Lu Chen is really something, winning the match and getting a beauty. Zhou Lianhu saw this but remained calm, instead sneering, "Each company has its rules. It's not up to you to decide which factory to go to. Morong Ningbing is from the North Factory. Even if she dies, she will be fed to the North Factory's ferocious beast." Indeed, the crowd agreed. Otherwise, it would be chaotic. However, at this moment, another voice broke the silence. "What if I also agree for her to come to the East Factory?" Everyone looked over. The person speaking was Lin Jie. She was sitting elegantly, with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. It seemed like everything was under her control. Zhou Lianhu was stunned, then angrily said, "Lin, you blatantly bring people in, not following the rules. 100,000 work points. I'm buying her life." Lin Jie said lightly. Zhou Lianhu chuckled, "Are you giving alms?" Although 100,000 work points in the factory were worth much more than $100,000, as a supervisor, he really didn't lack these work points. Lin Jie smiled and said, "Weren't you planning to kill her anyway? Why not sell her to me and earn 100,000 work points?" Zhou Lianhu fell silent immediately. It had to be said that what she said seemed to make sense. Cheng Qing, the military advisor, whispered beside him, "Brother Hu, 100,000 is not a small amount." Zhou Lianhu was speechless. No wonder this guy could only be a deputy, his vision was too narrow. After some thought, he said, "Selling to you is fine, but you have to add money." Lin Jie decisively said, 150,000. Deal. This time, Zhou Lianhu didn't hesitate. As Lin Jie said, it was work points earned for free, so why not take them? Lu Chen cast a grateful look at Lin Jie and said, "Thank you." Lin Jie chuckled, "I'll advance you this money first, remember to pay me back later." Lu Chen. Damn. This woman never lets anything slide. "Thank you, Student Lu." Suddenly, a voice reached Lu Chen's ears. He turned to see Morong Ningbing speaking. At this moment, she had shed her cold demeanor, her eyes filled with gratitude. Lu Chen acknowledged. The reason he helped her was also out of guilt. After all, she was once his woman. Even if they were reincarnated, he didn't want to watch her being killed in front of him. No need to thank me. I helped you because we are alumni, and because you are an awakened one, which is somewhat useful to me. Don't overthink it, Lu Chen said lightly. Unexpectedly, Muron Ningbing's eyes became more complex, nodding solemnly, I will definitely work hard to be a good maid for you. The term maid, in modern times, already evoked various thoughts. Especially when spoken by the beautiful Moron Ningbing, it was even more blood-pumping. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. Why did it feel like the plot was developing towards their past lives? Ah, my charm has nowhere to rest. Next, Moron Ningbing approached Lin Jie. Lin Jie smiled gently, in the future, when you come to the East Factory, you are family, no need to be restrained. Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly at this. Family? Just like him, they were all family's tools. Inger, go arrange a dormitory for Ningbing, Lin Jie ordered. Wait a moment, Lu Chen interjected. Lin Jie was puzzled. What? Lu Chen smiled, she is my maid, should she not live with her master? What? Hearing this, the surrounding audience was stunned, then envy appeared on their faces. Lu Chen is truly fortunate. What's the use of a maid, for laundry and cooking? Of course, it's for warming the bed. Although this girl has a scar on her face, it doesn't matter even if she wears a mask. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Inger coldly snorted, just thinking of beautiful things. Ningbing, I'll find you a dormitory. Unexpectedly, a rare blush appeared on Morong Ningbing's face as she whispered, or, I'll still live with him, after all, I am his maid. What? Hearing this, both Inger and Lin Jie widened their eyes in disbelief, completely incredulous. Morong Ningbing said this not because of any charm Lu Chen possessed, but because she felt indebted to him for being able to stay in the Eastern Factory and wanted to fulfill her duties as a maid. Lin Jie looked puzzled. Are you sure? She seriously doubted whether the seemingly aloof little girl in front of her had a crush on Lu Chen. Objectively speaking, Lu Chen's height, appearance, and overall quality were top-notch among men. It was normal for a young girl to have a crush. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen waved his hand. Forget it, I'm used to sleeping alone. All right. Morong Ningbing breathed a sigh of relief. She was also worried that the other party might do something inappropriate in the middle of the night. But she felt a bit strange. Any man would find it hard to resist such a good opportunity. Why did Lu Chen refuse? In fact, Lu Chen's reason was simple. Saving your life was based on past life's gratitude, but he absolutely couldn't let you affect his future plans. He had too many secrets. Living together would easily expose them. Now that Morong Ningbing could be settled in the Eastern Factory, it was considered repaying the previous debt of gratitude. Lu Chen could now focus on preparing to escape. As for whether to take her with him when he left, if conditions allowed, he wouldn't mind helping. But in this dangerous factory, where even his own safety was uncertain, how could he take care of others? It was better to escape on his own first. Soon, Inger left with Morong Ningbing. On the arena, the referee excitedly announced, the winner is still Lu Chen from the Eastern Factory. Not only did he stage a brilliant battle defeating an awakener, but he also acquired a maid as beautiful as a flower on the spot, truly opening our eyes. Then, he paused and continued loudly, more importantly, Lu Chen's winning streak on the arena has reached 10 victories. He has ascended to the Tiger list, ranking 99th. On the other side, Fang Tong, the deputy director of the Southern Factory, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Jolien, who is truly something. This time he not only lost the battle but also gifted a great present to the Eastern Factory. That was an awakener, and he just handed her over. Director Shua Haiyun's mouth twitched as she couldn't help but say, it wasn't a free gift, it came with added money. Fang Tong's expression instantly stiffened. He sighed, but I still feel like we lost. Shua Haiyun chuckled, lost what? That awakener girl's heart isn't in the Northern Factory. Even if she stayed, she wouldn't work for Zhou Lianhu. It's better to get rid of her. Besides, 150,000 work points are really not few. At the same time, Yan Nan stood up, preparing to leave. Killa was puzzled. Why not watch? Yan Nan replied, I feel like no one will challenge Lu Chen anymore. He's invincible on the Tiger list. Killa nodded. Indeed, even a 4-star warrior combined with an awakener's double buff can't beat Lu Chen. Yan Nan's gaze fell on the tall figure on the arena, murmuring, the event 3 days later is the key. I also want to see how he competes with the experts on the dragon list. Fight with the dragon list? Killa sneered. He probably won't even know how he died. Waited another half an hour, no one challenged. Lu Chen stepped down from the stage. Lin Jie immediately urged, pay up. Lu Chen was speechless. Looking at the 56,350 work points on his employee card, he begrudgingly deducted 50,000. After Lin Jie collected the payment, she smiled and said, "Men should work hard to earn money to support women." Lu Chen chuckled, "What? Are you so eager to be my woman now?" Lin Jie scoffed, "Your cheek is getting thicker." At that moment, she had an idea and said, "I'll help you take in that little beauty, and you must help me as well." In a few days, the dragon ranking competition will be held at Baihu Mountain where the factory is located. Participants from the tiger ranking will also join. If you can achieve a good ranking, it will greatly benefit our eastern factory. Dragon ranking competition? Lu Chen pretended to be surprised, but a flash of insight crossed his mind. Just as Song Ziyuan had said, the dragon ranking competition is a large event for martial artists who have reached the tiger ranking and surpassed 4 stars in realm. Most importantly, it is held at Baihu Mountain. This provided Lu Chen with an opportunity to escape. Why do the low-star martial artists from the tiger ranking participate in the dragon ranking competition? Lu Chen asked. Lin Jie smiled faintly, "Every competition needs cannon fodder." Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Lin Jie added, "Of course, if you outperform the dragon ranking participants, you won't be cannon fodder, but a cannon." Lu Chen nodded, "Yes, my cannon is extraordinary." A blush appeared on Lin Jie's fair face as she said, "At that time, the company's senior management will all be present, so you must perform well." Lu Chen patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Lin Jie." While speaking, his heart sank. The senior management will all be present. Just as Song Ziyuan had described. This would be the biggest obstacle he would encounter during his escape. According to him, those senior executives are all martial masters. How to escape under their noses without them noticing would be the biggest challenge for Lu Chen. Excitedly, Lin Jie said, "If you achieve a high ranking, I will give you some rewards." "What rewards?" Lu Chen curiously asked. Lin Jie shyly replied, "It's a secret, I haven't given it to anyone else." This answer easily led to various interpretations. However, while Lin Jie was thinking about rankings, Lu Chen was solely focused on escaping. Her wish was destined to be in vain. Next, the two returned to the villa. Lu Chen was locked back in the basement, facing Hututu once again. "Hutu, the thunderbolt blade technique you taught me is very powerful," he praised directly. Hututu sat in the corner. His breath seemed even weaker than last night. It was unclear what torment he had endured. His vitality was greatly diminished, and his time was likely running out. "Of course, it's a top-grade mysterious level martial skill," Hututu said somewhat proudly. Lu Chen handed him the alloy knife and said, "Hutu, teach me the second move." However, Hututu hesitated to take the knife. Lu Chen found it strange. Hututu became somewhat embarrassed and coughed lightly. "Actually, you don't need me to demonstrate the second move." The more Lu Chen looked, the more he felt something was off. He instinctively said, "Hutu, do you not know the second move?" "Hututu." The scene fell silent. After a few seconds, he burst out, "Nonsense, how could I not know the second move?" Lu Chen laughed, "Hutu, my surname is not Hu, I don't talk nonsense. Take the knife, demonstrate it for me." "Take the knife back." "Why?" "The knife is too shabby, it would disgrace my dignity." The two stood in a stalemate for a while. Hututu finally said, "You learn it yourself, I'll give you the knife manual." Lu Chen? Hutu, dressed as a beggar, still had a place to hide the knife manual? Did Sister Lin not search him before detaining him? This is unscientific. Next, a sentence from Hututu completely shocked him. "Help me take off my shirt." What? Lu Chen was a bit confused. Does this old man have some strange quirks? At this moment, seeing the other party not moving, Hututu finally noticed something, and suddenly exploded. "I asked you to help me take off my shirt. I have handcuffs, it's inconvenient. The knife scripture is tattooed on my back. What are you thinking in your head?" Lu Chen then realized and quickly helped the other person flip the shirt to the collar. Sure enough, on Hututu's back, there was a pattern. A warrior-like figure, holding a long knife, standing proudly. There were lightning-shaped patterns around. Lu Chen sighed, leaving aside everything else. The artistic achievement of this pattern is definitely very high. Hututu sighed, "This was done when I was young, my master tattooed it for me, not with ordinary pigments." Lu Chen carefully examined the pattern again but didn't find anything special. He couldn't help but ask, "Hutu, how does this work exactly?" Hututu replied, "My master said that his insights about the second move are infused in the pattern. If someone can comprehend it successfully, the pigments of the pattern will automatically fall off." This is too miraculous. Lu Chen couldn't help but say. "So, you haven't comprehended it, old man?" Hututu blushed and retorted, "Stop the nonsense, try to comprehend it quickly." Lu Chen nodded and continued to observe. 1 hour, 2 hours. Hututu had his back to him, his head drooping, snoring even. But Lu Chen still couldn't see anything special about the pattern. He even used the talent of death one sword slash. But it was still useless. In the morning, Hututu stretched and yawned. When he turned around, he was instantly startled. Damn! You're still here? Luchen's eyes were wide open like bells, still staring fixedly at his back. Hututu was speechless. How's the comprehension going? Lucan weakly replied, I have no clue, all I can think of now is knives and lightning. Hututu chuckled, it's not that easy, I've been trying to comprehend it for decades and still haven't figured it out. Suddenly, there was the sound of unlocking the door from outside. Seeing this, Hututu hurriedly said, quick, help me put on my clothes, don't let the traitor find out. Lucan quickly helped the other person put on his clothes again, then stood up abruptly and whispered, I'll come back tonight. Hututu smiled without saying a word. After so many years, he hadn't learned the second move, so naturally, he didn't have high hopes for Lucan. At that moment, Lin pushed open the door and happened to see Lucan coming with a big knife. She looked puzzled. You actually studied all night? Lucan replied irritably, I wanted to go back long ago, but no one opened the door, how was I supposed to leave? Lin smiled and said, I went back to my room at 12, sleep is an art, no one can stop me from pursuing the art. Lucan snorted, I'm going to slaughter chickens, bye. So dedicated. This time, even Lin couldn't help but admire him. The bloodshot eyes in Lucan were very obvious, showing that he hadn't rested much all night. In such a sleep-deprived state, he still insisted on slaughtering chickens. Lin could only call him a hard worker. Little did she know that slaughtering chickens was an important source of strength improvement for Lucan. Even if he didn't learn martial arts, he had to persist in slaughtering chickens. In the evening, Luchen's blood and energy value reached 1756, directly breaking through to an 8-star warrior. His strength, speed, and physique were enhanced once again. He summoned the panel. Name, Luchen age, 18 height, 185 centimeters weight, 70 kilograms realm, 8-star warrior technique, basic cultivation technique, 3 layers, martial skills, lightning 5 blades, perfected, thunderous blade technique, great accomplishment, talent, infinite slaughter, SSS-level, death dealing / S-level, HP, 1756 to 2000 overall evaluation, mastering the first move of thunderous blade technique, with all 18 strikes unleashed, you can kill Lin Jie. The premise is, you must hit the opponent. Upon seeing the last sentence of the evaluation, Luchen felt particularly excited. Damn, finally got the capital to compete with that woman, Lin. He thought excitedly. From this, it can also be inferred that Lin Jie's realm must be a 9-star warrior, just one step away from a martial master. Next, Luchen looked at the martial skills section on the panel. The realm of thunderous blade technique is great accomplishment. This profound grade top martial skill consists of 2 moves. Luchen only mastered the first move. It seems that only by completely learning the second move can I achieve perfection. He now had a strong obsession with the second move. Even when eating in the cafeteria, he found the food tasteless. Kong Wen and the others, seeing him lost in thought, didn't know what was happening. Since Luchen moved out, their communication had become less frequent. Although they worked together during the day, Luchen was focused and taciturn when slaughtering chickens. Lu's strength is getting stronger, and his position in the factory area is rising. Kong Wen was initially skeptical, but as Luchen became a warrior, everything changed. He even heard the guards in the corridor discussing how powerful Luchen was and how he dominated the arena. At this moment, even if Luchen sat next to the 3 of them eating, Kong Wen felt that the distance between him and everyone else had grown further. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Lu, are you having lunch too? With a clear and melodious voice, Kong Wen and the others involuntarily looked up. The next moment, they were all stunned. A slender girl in a blue dress stood before them. Just by looking at her figure and the fair arms exposed, one could tell she was definitely a beauty, even without seeing her face. The only regret was that she was currently wearing a blue mask, concealing her features, but her eyes were exceptionally beautiful. Her temperament was extraordinary, ethereal, and otherworldly. Unable to find a picture of her without a mask, Cheng Fei had a look of excitement, wiping his nosebleed and exclaiming, wow, a beauty. She's even more beautiful than Inger. Kong Wen was speechless. Fatty, don't tell me you're going to switch to Baiyu Moon again. Cheng Fei had been obsessed with Inger before. At this moment, he helplessly said, no, I can still have a chance with Inger, but this beauty looks like a celestial being, destined to be beyond our mortal reach. This unexpected girl was Morong Ningbing. Luchen, seeing her, asked curiously, what's up? Morong Ningbing pointed to the door, can you come out for a moment? Luchen nodded and followed her outside. The 2 of them looked very compatible just by appearance, like a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Wow, it's like Lu and the others are the male and female leads from a TV drama, Lu Tangtang couldn't help but admire. Chang Fei had to admit, it's Lu's charm. He can even make a beauty come specifically to see him. Kong Wen, however, remained silent. He felt that Lu Chen's circle of acquaintances was completely different from theirs. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he completely drifted away from them. Lu Chen and Morong Ningbing stepped outside. I haven't properly thanked you yet, Morong Ningbing spoke first. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Your current attire makes you look more like your usual self. Morong Ningbing looked puzzled. Have you really seen me before at school? In fact, Lu Chen had never seen her before. Mainly because Morong Ningbing rarely left the classroom. He said that mainly because he recalled the time they spent together in their past lives. Of course, I've seen you. You're the school flower. Who doesn't know you? Lu Chen lied without batting an eye. Morong Ningbing suspiciously said, why do I always feel like we've met before and are quite familiar? Why else would you help me out of the blue? Lu Chen was taken aback. He never expected a woman's intuition to be so accurate. They were indeed very familiar before. They could be considered as having a deep understanding of each other. But now they were in a different parallel timeline. Did I show my hand too clearly last night, making her suspicious? Lu Chen pondered silently, then smiled. How could a gentleman refuse an opportunity to help a girl? Morong Ningbing snorted. I heard from Inger last night that you're not much of a gentleman, often bullying Lin Jia. Lu Chen was speechless. That little Inger was actually bad-mouthing him behind his back. Bullying Lin Jia? He couldn't recall. Forget it. Anyway, you saved me. As you said before, from now on in the Eastern Factory, I'll be your maid. Morong Ningbing said, feeling a bit shy. Although her face was covered with a mask, her ears turned extremely red. She paused and added, so, my master, what are your orders? Coming from a beauty like Morong Ningbing, this kind of statement had a great impact on men. However, Lu Chen had a strong immunity and replied, focus on your cultivation, stay safe, and don't hurt your face again in the future. Morong Ningbing widened her beautiful eyes, somewhat incredulous, is that all? Lu Chen nodded, that's all. Wait, did you really think being a maid meant serving in bed? Morong Ningbing blushed slightly, of course not, but I thought you would ask for something more demanding. She had initially thought that being a maid would involve doing some over-the-top tasks like laundry or feeding. She didn't expect Lu Chen's request to be so simple. For a moment, Morong Ningbing found it hard to read the boy in front of her. That's it, nothing much, I'll take my leave now. Lu Chen waved casually. He wasn't planning to go to the arena today but to find Hu Tutu directly. After all, entering the Tiger list would enable him to execute his plan. Winning a few more matches wouldn't make much difference. Moreover, once he successfully escaped, all the work points and factory honors would vanish into thin air. Morong Ningbing stared unwaveringly at his departing figure, standing still for a long time. At the same moment, Zhao Meizhu was at home. She looked at the open parcel in front of her, showing a hint of joy. That kind-hearted benefactor has sent so many chi and blood pills again. Since high school, Zhao Meizhu had been receiving a parcel every now and then. They all contained chi and blood pills. Ever since her mother passed away and her father was imprisoned, her life had been quite difficult. Without the chi and blood pills from the parcels, Zhao Meizhu's chi and blood values wouldn't have been so high during her 3 years of high school. Since there was no sender's name on the parcels, she had always referred to the sender as the benefactor in her heart. This was something even Lu Chen was unaware of. Suddenly, Zhao Meizhu's eyes lit up. Why are there so many more chi and blood pills this time? Does the benefactor know I'm nearing the college entrance exam, so they sent more? Besides the chi and blood pills, there was a slightly yellowed book with the title Nine Divine Claw on it. What is this? Could it be a legendary martial art? Zhao Meizhu thought, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She tested her blood and energy yesterday, and it had already reached 139, just one step away from becoming a warrior. It must be said that the speed at which awakened individuals cultivate is truly fast. With so many cultivation resources now, reaching the warrior level before the college entrance exam is a sure thing. Zhao Meizhu's reputation at Shangnan High School is even more prominent now. Many boys are already showing interest in her. However, she is still hesitating. After all, choosing an excellent suitor is not an easy task. He must be willing to spend money on her without seeking a formal commitment, and such guardian angels, fools, are indeed rare. Humph, it's mainly because Lu Chen is too poor. If he had more money, would this fairy need to rack her brains so much? The more Zhao Meizhu thought about it, the angrier she became, unable to resist cursing Lu Chen once again. Nowadays, there are too many deceivers and too few fools. It's not easy being a gold digger. Who's cursing me? Lu Chen sneezed and muttered irritably. At this moment, he had already arrived in the basement of the villa, contemplating Hu Tutu's back. Originally, Lin Jie disagreed with the opponent giving up the challenge, as the East Factory had only been in the limelight for 3 days, which was too short a time. However, Lu Chen refused, citing the lack of challengers. As of now, he was a hot commodity in the East Factory, and Lin Jie was counting on him to perform well in the Dragon List competition, so she had to agree. I think you should give up. Hu Tutu couldn't help but advise. Lu Chen sighed, I just want to improve my strength as soon as possible. Hu Tutu asked curiously, are you facing any difficulties? Lu Chen replied, the Dragon List competition is about to begin. Don't worry, with your strength, you will definitely crush them. Hu Tutu smiled faintly. Under his E-level talent Eye of Detection, Lu Chen's 8-star warrior realm was fully exposed. Of course, Lu Chen was well aware of this, but he couldn't tell the other party that he didn't want to stand out and win a ranking, but to escape. If he encountered obstacles while escaping, Lu Chen would not only face these participating warrior contestants but also the real big shots in the company. However, faced with Hu Tutu's doubts, he earnestly explained, in battles like this, having more means is always good. The more cards you have, the greater the chance of getting a good ranking. Upon hearing this, Hu Tutu's eyes suddenly lit up. It wasn't until Lu Chen felt uneasy under his gaze that he sighed, if I had your mindset back then, I probably wouldn't have ended up like this. Suddenly curious, Lu Chen took the opportunity to ask, Hu Lao, with your strength, how did you lose to Lin Jie? After a few days of interaction, their relationship had become somewhat familiar. Some heart-wrenching past events could also be discussed. Hu Tutu sighed and slowly began to tell his story. Lin is the most ruthless woman I've ever met. When she was first captured, I arranged for her and the others to be locked in a room, suggesting, almost as if watching a show, that only one of them could survive. In the end, she walked out of the room. At that time, Lin looked very fragile, just an ordinary high school senior. But her will to survive and that ruthlessness made me see her as someone with potential, so I took her as my disciple. But later, I found that her ambitions were growing, and she already had her own small group, which was developing rapidly. And those of my old subordinates who were loyal to me were systematically eliminated by Lin for various reasons. Later, when I realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. I don't know when, but she had been putting slow-acting poison in my food. I ate every day without the slightest suspicion, and the outcome you see now. Listening to the other's story, Lu Chen felt some sympathy. Although Hu Lao was also a big villain, it was indeed sad to have a disciple he had nurtured sent to prison by his own hands. Hu Lao, there's something I'm not sure if I should say, Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. Hu Tutu glared at him impatiently. If you don't know, then don't speak. But I feel uncomfortable holding it in. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Why didn't Sister Lin just kill you? Why keep you locked up here? Hu Tutu was a bit puzzled by this. Actually, I don't know either. Perhaps it was because of the gratitude at the time, or maybe it was because of the master-disciple relationship later on. It could also be that she thought I had deteriorated to the point where living or dying made no difference, so she didn't care. Hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent. It could only be said that the human heart is complex. Could it be that Sister Lin didn't kill old Hu because there was still some kindness left in her? Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind. No! Someone like Sister Lin, who climbed her way up to be in charge of the factory, couldn't possibly have a kind heart. Not killing old Hu was a more malicious act, because old Hu lost his freedom, couldn't see the light every day, and living was no better than dying. Killing him with one stroke would actually make him feel relieved. Although old Hu had a master-disciple relationship with Sister Lin, he was also the main culprit who almost got her caught and killed when she was dragged into the factory. To rid oneself of hatred, use a blunt knife to kill the enemy. For some reason, Lu Chen thought of Zhao Meizhu again, and his resentment grew stronger. He must make this green tea bitch taste various tortures before she dies. After Hu Tutu finished telling his story, his heart gradually opened up. He showed a gentle smile. Xiaolu, you are the most talented young person I have ever met. How about this? Let's not focus on the second move of the Thunderbolt sword technique for now. I'll teach you something else. Lu Chen was both surprised and delighted, his eyes filled with anticipation. After all, Hu Tutu had reached the level of a martial master, so he must have mastered many powerful skills. This martial art is called chasing the moon with shooting stars. It belongs to the lower grade of the profound level. Although it's not as good as the Thunderbolt sword technique, it is a body technique that can make you more agile and faster in the wilderness. Hu Tutu stood up, infused his legs with chi and blood, and moved his steps slowly. Although he was bound by shackles and chains, his movements were exceptionally agile when performing the martial art. As Lu Chen observed in amazement, Hu Tutu's footwork at this moment was exquisite, leaving behind afterimages that were hard to catch with the naked eye. Soon, he finished demonstrating this body technique and asked, "Did you see clearly? Let me do it again." Lu Chen shook his head and replied, "No need, I'll give it a try first." The next moment, he began to imitate Hututu's movements, over and over again. By the third repetition, Hututu's expression completely changed. He exclaimed in astonishment, "My heavens, your comprehension is so high, not just limited to swordsmanship." When Lu Chen completed the final repetition of chasing the moon with shooting stars, he had performed it flawlessly, with each step being extremely precise. He had already reached the level of entry in this martial art. "I'm naturally agile in my footsteps, maybe this body technique is just right for me," Lu Chen explained. In fact, he didn't understand what was happening either. Normally, the talent boost from Death 1/ only enhanced the comprehension of swordsmanship, not body techniques. Could it be that his brain capacity had been further developed in his 2 lifetimes? Hututu stroked his beard thoughtfully and said with joy, "Your talent surpasses that of my rebellious disciple by far. You must practice this martial art more, at least reaching a level of proficiency, so it can assist you in the wilderness." Lu Chen nodded, about to continue his training. Unexpectedly, Hututu waved his hand, "Since you've already grasped the essence of the footwork, go back and practice. Don't disturb my old man's rest." Seeing that he was being shown out, Lu Chen could only agree. He knocked on the iron door. Soon enough, Sister Lin opened the door. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, because the other party was wrapped in a bathrobe, looking like they had just finished bathing. Steam was still gently rising from their body. Bang! Lin Jie saw him coming out, locked the door again, and coldly snorted, "What are you looking at? Never seen a woman after a bath, little chick." Lu Chen smiled faintly, "What's so interesting about wearing a bathrobe? I'm not interested in looking." Lin Jie was left speechless by his retort. She had repeatedly hit a wall in front of this 18-year-old boy. She even felt recently that he was becoming more and more audacious. Lin Jie's intuition was correct. Lu Chen now had more confidence in front of her. It all stemmed from the improvement in his strength. Although he was an 8-star martial artist, at the martial artist stage, he was almost invincible. At this moment, Lin Jie's eyes lit up mischievously as she said, "Wearing a bathrobe isn't interesting, but I'm not wearing anything underneath now, do you want to see?" She gently opened her collar, revealing a hint of fair skin. "Humph, if you say you want to see, I'll use your peeking excuse to take the opportunity to beat you up." Lin Jie thought maliciously. As long as she didn't kill him, she could still smoothly participate in the Dragon List battle. But the next scene left Lin Jie, this high-ranking and influential woman, dumbfounded. Lu Chen hoisted the LA knife on his shoulder and without even looking back, said, "What's so interesting about an old lady like you? If you were 10 years younger, maybe I'd have some thoughts." Lin Jie was struck as if by lightning. She didn't understand what old lady meant, but the words that followed made her feel uneasy. "Damn it! Lu Chen, come back here." Lin Jie was furious, not caring if she might expose herself. She reached out to grab the back of Lu Chen's clothes. She was fast, but Lu Chen was faster. Sensing the danger behind him, he immediately spread his chi to his legs. His steps swiftly moved. He even displayed the newly learned meteor chase moon. Lin Jie's jade hand reached out, but grabbed nothing. She was bewildered. She never expected that as a 9-star martial artist, she couldn't even touch the hem of a 3-star martial artist. And in the split second Lin Jie was stunned, Lu Chen agilely left the villa. How is he so fast? Lin Jie realized that the other party had mastered another body technique. It had to be said that Lu Chen's progress was too rapid, even making Lin Jie feel panicked. "After the Dragon List battle, I will definitely take you down." Lin Jie's voice gradually turned cold. In her view, cultivating talents in the Eastern Factory was not important. Eliminating potential threats was the top priority. Of course, Lin Jie had a personal idea. "Before killing you, I will give you another chance. If you are willing to be my subordinate, you can survive." In her mind, no man was qualified to be her boyfriend. At most, a male pet. It was not that Lin Jie was being arrogant, but she wanted to completely control Lu Chen. It had to be said that this woman's ambition was extremely grand. Even in the factory, she wanted to be like an empress. Power above all. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Chen began practicing footwork without stopping. He was so focused on Meteor Chase Moon because this martial technique was very practical. If you couldn't win, you had to learn to run. And run away. He didn't rest all night. By morning, Lu Chen felt a slight surge in his spirit. This martial technique had already reached the 2nd level of proficiency, skilled. "I am indeed a genius at escaping. I should change my name to Lu Runrun." He smiled faintly. Although he hadn't slept all night, he was still full of energy. The chi and blood of an 8-star martial artist were extremely powerful, and his energy was incredibly vigorous. Even if he didn't sleep for days, it wouldn't be a problem. Lu Chen carried his knife to the workshop and began his day's work. By evening, his chi and blood value had reached an astonishing 1956. The breakthrough is not far away. Tomorrow is Sunday, the last day before the dragon ranking battle. I will definitely reach 9 stars. Lu Chen was satisfied. Everything was moving in the right direction. Late at night, in the basement of the villa. After watching Lu Chen's footwork, Hututa casually pointed out a few things, greatly benefiting Lu Chen. Thank you, Hutu, I feel that my understanding of this martial art is deepening. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude, then changed the subject. Is there a more practical martial art? What? Hututu was stunned. He looked at Lu Chen as if seeing him for the first time, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You are really greedy, must you squeeze me dry? He grumbled impatiently. Lu Chen sighed, I'm afraid that if something unexpected happens due to my lack of academic skills when I go to Baihu Mountain this time, I won't have a chance to come back and see Hutu again. Alright. Hututu was speechless, seeing your pitiful look, I'll teach you a little more. Lu Chen was overjoyed at the words. After a moment of contemplation, Hututa slowly said, actually, this martial art is something I learned for fun when I was young. I haven't used it for decades, but it should be very useful for you. Lu Chen was puzzled. Boring, learned for fun, never used. Why does it sound so unreliable? Yet, this unreliable thing would be very useful for him? For a moment, Lu Chen's confusion grew. Hututa smiled, I don't even know what rank of martial art it is. I found it in my master's secret library. It's called the concealment technique. It can make it easier for you to disguise yourself as a lower-level martial artist. Even if a martial master is sensitive, they won't be able to detect it. What? Lu Chen was amazed. This martial art was tailor-made for him. No wonder Hutu said it would be very useful. Hutu, you really understand me. Lu Chen was excited. Hututa glanced at him and said helplessly, indeed, you are quite the character. Soon, Lu Chen received a set of incantations. Recite the incantation while adjusting your chi and blood. Hututu instructed. Lu Chen nodded and began to practice. He silently recited the incantation. Under his control, his chi and blood gradually converged. Then, a magical scene unfolded. The aura Lu Chen exuded truly turned him into a 3-star martial artist. It was not just simple self-regulation like before, but a more profound concealment technique. The circulating chi and blood in his body also reached the corresponding level. Hututa laughed, you learn fast. I didn't even use my talent to perceive with my eyes, and I couldn't detect you hiding your level. Lu Chen was very satisfied. Could it be true, as Hutu said, that he was a natural character? But in reality, Lu Chen wanted to be a powerful and muscular man. It's just that due to his insufficient strength, he had to disguise himself as a character. However, he believed that with his innate talents, he would definitely become powerful in the future. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed he had discovered something extraordinary. On the panel, there was an additional entry. Name, Lu Chen, age, 18, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, level, 8-star martial artist, cultivation method, basic cultivation method, 3 layers, martial arts, lightning 5-strike blade, perfection, thunderous blade technique, consummation, meteor chase moon, proficiency, technique, concealment technique, introductory, talent, endless slaughter, SSS-level, death 1/S-level, chi and blood value, 1956/2000. Comprehensive evaluation, you, who are only one step away from becoming a 9-star martial artist, are invincible in the martial artist stage. Your limit is yourself. What is a technique, and why isn't the concealment technique considered a martial art? Lu Chen secretly wondered. He had never heard of this new term before. In the classroom, teacher Gong never mentioned any related strange stories. However, Lu Chen did not immediately ask Hututu about the technique, because the other party still believed that the Lianqi technique belonged to martial arts. If Lu Chen brought it up, it would definitely arouse Hututu's suspicion. It must be said that caution is also one of Lu Chen's major advantages. After all, in his previous life, he had been through many trials and tribulations, able to stay out of trouble, and his keen anti-reconnaissance ability to prevent female companions from checking on him were closely related. At the same time, Lu Chen noticed that the evaluations on the panel had also changed. It turns out that the evaluations were updated in real time. He initially thought that changes would only occur during breakthroughs. Now, possessing the powerful Lightning 5 consecutive blades, the first move of the Thunder Blade technique, and other fierce attack methods, as I approach the 9-star warrior level, I am already invincible at the warrior stage. Lu Chen was somewhat excited, but not complacent. He knew this was only in one-on-one situations. The upcoming Dragon List battle was not just about facing those top-ranked experts but also about escaping the control of this factory. There was a high probability of encountering martial artists then. The biggest challenge would be how to move freely under their watchful eyes. That night, Lu Chen returned to the dormitory and went straight to sleep. The great battle was approaching, and he needed to conserve his energy. After getting up and having breakfast, Lu Chen headed to the workshop as usual. However, he had a vague feeling that something was amiss. He hadn't seen Chang Fei and the other two during breakfast in the cafeteria. Now, during working hours, they were still nowhere to be found. What's going on? Have they encountered some trouble? Lu Chen muttered to himself. He couldn't simply assume that the three of them overslept. Suddenly, the iron door of the workshop was pushed open. A chubby guy rushed in, looking panicked and almost tripping over. Lu Gu, something bad happened, help. Lu Chen turned around to see Chang Fei entering. Behind him was Lu Tang, but there was no sign of Kongwon. What happened? Lu Chen asked urgently. Chang Fei gasped for breath and replied, Kongwon has been taken away. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. With his current strength and position, he didn't mind helping a companion. Tell me as we go. Along the way, Lu Chen listened to their descriptions and understood the whole story. It turned out that the blood they had taken before was not for disease prevention or blood tests but for selling organs. Kongwon's blood happened to match a big shot's requirements, leading to this tragedy. Are you saying Kongwon is going to be harvested for organs? Lu Chen was surprised. He never expected that this company was involved in organ trafficking. Chang Fei nodded, fear evident in his voice. No wonder they call us piglets. We are indeed raised like pigs, ready to be slaughtered at any time. Lu Tang was also terrified. Our safety is only temporary now. Once they find a match with a customer in the future, they will harvest our organs. Lu Chen felt increasingly chilled. Damn, this place was truly a dangerous den, not safe for a moment. But if he broke through to become a warrior and became a regular employee, would he still be at risk of organ harvesting? It was just a guess. After all, he didn't know the market value of organs in this world, and the company didn't seem to value the lives of regular employees much. So breaking through to become a warrior was not a guarantee of safety. The three of them soon arrived at their destination. It was an office. Chang Fei said, Kongwon was taken in here. As soon as he finished speaking, they heard a pig-like scream from inside. No, don't, spare me, I'm a butterfly. The three of them twitched at the corners of their mouths. It seemed they had found the right place. Lu Tang was speechless. Why is old Kong screaming so tragically? He shouldn't have been harvested so quickly, right? Lu Chen turned the doorknob and found it locked from the inside. In a moment of urgency, he kicked the door. Bang! The main gate collapsed with a loud crash, directly kicked down to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Chang Fei and Lu Tang were both shocked. Luo Good is really fierce. The people in the office were also startled. Lu Chen looked up and saw Kongwon tied to a hospital bed with many medical devices nearby. Next to him was the fierce nurse who had drawn their blood before. In addition, there was a third person Lu Chen recognized, the deputy director of the Eastern Factory, Gaosen. Lu Tang thought things wouldn't escalate so quickly, but the room full of equipment left her dumbfounded. It had to be said, the efficiency of the Black Factory was high. Kongwon was now like a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at any moment. Seeing Lu Chen appear, Kongwon cried out as if seeing a relative, Brother Lu, save me, I don't want to lose my kidney. The nurse smiled and said, don't worry, you have two, even if you lose one, you can still survive. Gaosen, with a dark face, asked, Lu Chen, what do you mean by trespassing on my territory? Lu Chen replied, Kongwon is my friend, can you let him go? Gaosen sneered, I see you've been too high profile lately, wanting to meddle in everything? Organ trading is one of the company's important businesses. Do you know how much money the company will lose if you obstruct me? Lu Chen frowned slightly, if you don't agree, I'll go find Sister Lin. Gaosen's face changed suddenly. He hadn't expected Lu Chen to bring up Sister Lin. Many people in the Eastern Factory didn't see Lu Chen and Sister Lin's relationship as pure. There were even rumors that he was a kept man by Sister Lin. Even if Sister Lin finds out, so what? Kongwon's kidney source matches the client, and the offer is very high, Gaosen said nervously. Lu Chen seemed to have caught a clue and couldn't help but ask, so Sister Lin doesn't know about the client, how will you split the money later? Will you take the lion's share? Or not give Sister Lin a penny? Gaosen broke out in a cold sweat at the question. In fact, Sister Lin rarely intervened in organ trading. This business in the Eastern Factory was Gaosen's responsibility. Although she would get a share later, most of it would still end up in Gaosen's pocket. Now that Lu Chen had bluntly stated it, Gaosen felt like his cover had been blown. Lu Chen smiled, blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Don't worry, I won't tell Sister Lin. How about this, let's each take a step back, and any losses incurred will be deducted from my share of the work. What? Gao Sun was surprised to hear this and sneered. I didn't expect your friendship to be so deep. Lu Chen fell silent. To be honest, his relationship with Kong Wen and the others was not as deep as imagined. They had just been working together since being captured, like brothers in adversity. Now that Kong Wen was in trouble, he was willing to help as much as he could. After all, Kong Wen was already missing a front tooth. Losing a kidney would probably break him. Lu Chen reached out to untie Kong Wen. Unexpectedly, Gao Sen's eyes turned cold. First, transfer the work points, a total of 50,000. Lu Chen replied, let's put it on hold. My salary is stored with Sister Lin. Gao Sen widened his eyes. Damn, you want to take advantage of me? With that, he raised a hand and tried to grab Lu Chen to stop him from saving Kong Wen. Lu Chen casually waved his hand. Bang! Gao Sen's attacking hand was easily deflected by him. At the same time, a piercing pain spread through him. It hurt so much. Gao Sen let out a painful scream. Looking down, Lu Chen's casual strike had swollen his hand. What kind of power was this? An endless rage ignited within him. I don't want any credit for this. Today I must break this kid's backbone. Not even the god of heaven can stop me. Gao Sen, in a hurry, didn't care about anything else and just roared loudly. His muscles swelled, the power of his blood and energy surged, and he unexpectedly displayed a martial skill, the mountain-breaking fist. The enormous fist quickly came crashing down. Lu Chen sneered, you were the one who struck first. Gao Sen was just a mere 3-star warrior. Lu Chen didn't even bother to dodge, letting the fists rain down on him like droplets. Bang! 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 His body didn't even sway. Gao Sen, witnessing this scene, was completely dumbfounded, trembling as he said, your physical endurance is unexpectedly strong? Recently, Lu Chen's reputation had been resounding, especially his glorious deeds in the arena, which had spread throughout the Eastern Factory. He even brought in a maid whose realm was stronger than Gao Sen's. This made Gao Sen feel even more insecure about his position. After all, the position of deputy supervisor had a lot of perks, like the deal involving this backbone. Moreover, it was because Lin Jia had not been in office for long that Gao Sen, a 3-star warrior, was appointed as the deputy supervisor. Now, with Lu Chen's strength increasing, Gao Sen began to feel uneasy. He was afraid of losing his position as deputy supervisor. Just as Gao Sen was shocked, he saw Lu Chen lift his foot and viciously kick towards him. No! Gao Sen let out a scream. His massive body was sent flying like a ball, crashing heavily into the wall. Then, like a dead dog, he slowly slid to the ground. His head tilted, and he actually fainted. The imposing deputy supervisor, so tall and mighty, was unexpectedly weaker than a chicken in front of Lu Chen. Seeing this scene, even the female nurse screamed. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. With a smack, he directly slapped the other person. The female nurse was stunned, showing a pitiful look. Lu Chen coldly snorted, you're no good either. I'll ask you a question, you answer. The female nurse had initially flirted with Daily Eye, trying to entice him. But seeing Lu Chen's indifferent expression, she quickly replied, rest assured, I will definitely answer truthfully. What's the deal with selling these organs? Lu Chen asked. The female nurse replied, I'm not really sure, but it's always overseen by Chief Gao. Lu Chen asked, are you saying Lin Jia never intervened? The female nurse nodded, yes, the clients are also contacted by Chief Gao. As for how they trade, I don't know. Lu Chen looked at the fainted Gao Sen and cursed, damn it. Just as I suspected, it's indeed an underground deal, and you even want credit for it, not a chance. At this moment, Cheng Fei and the other two were still immersed in shock. Remember, when they were first captured, they witnessed Gao Sen breaking the neck of that girl. That terrifying scene of murder still lingered in their minds, even becoming a shadow at times. Unexpectedly, Gao Sen, so powerful and high above, was easily kicked away by Lu Chen. The battle was completely one-sided. Indeed, Brother Lu is amazing, Cheng Fei sincerely praised. Lu Tongtong's eyes sparkled, Brother Lu is so handsome. Lu Chen casually tore the rope off Kong Wen's body. This scene once again made the female nurse gasp. You see, this kind of hemp rope is made of a special material, with very tough fibers. If it binds a warrior, the person wouldn't be able to break free, yet Lu Chen effortlessly tore it apart. After Kong Wen was freed, the first thing he did was kneel down, excitedly saying, Brother Lu, thanks to you, otherwise, I would have been done for. Lu Chen smiled faintly, don't mention it, even if you were missing a kidney, it wouldn't affect you living. Kong Wen earnestly replied, Brother Lu, you are my lifesaver, from now on, I will follow only you through thick and thin. His eyes revealed a resolute determination, exuding an air of decisiveness that once spoken, was hard to surpass. Lu Chen nodded, then come with me to kill chickens now. Cheng Fei and the others were dumbfounded. Logically, Lu Gu had already become a prominent figure by Lin Jie's side, possessing such formidable strength, yet he still prioritized work, truly not forgetting his initial intentions. The four returned to the workshop and began a day's work. By evening, Lu Chen's chi and blood value had reached 2156/2500. He had broken through early, becoming a 9-star warrior. His strength had doubled compared to before, making him even more formidable. The incident with Gaizi ended quietly, with no one bothering them again. Initially, Kongwon was somewhat anxious, fearing that Gaosen would settle scores with him later. However, it seemed he was safe after all. Lu Gu is just too powerful, making Gaosen wary. Thinking of this, Kongwon felt even more grateful towards Lu Chen. Suddenly, the iron door of the workshop was pushed open. Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong walked in with beaming smiles. They had been absent for a while. In truth, they were afraid of Lu Chen. After all, he was now shining brightly in the factory area, both in reputation and strength. So, the two team leaders hardly dared to come to the workshop every day, fearing to run into Lu Chen. Lu Gu, congratulations! Zhao Tai cut to the chase. Our 36th team is first in this week's evaluation again. Only then did everyone remember. Today was Sunday, the day when the weekly evaluation results were announced. Cheng Fei smiled. Lu Gu consistently slaughters 2,000 chickens every day without fail, reaching the limit each time. Our team is sure to take first place. With Lu Chen's increasing strength, the two team leaders could see that almost all the chickens were being killed by him alone. There was no need for secrets within the team anymore. Moreover, it was in the team's interest. Unless Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong had lost their minds, they wouldn't reveal this. Lu Chen remained indifferent upon hearing this supposed good news. Going to have dinner with Lin Jie again? It's really boring. The others' expressions stiffened instantly. Only Lu Chen could say such things. Zhao Tai awkwardly chuckled. As Lin Jie's assistant, Lu Gu naturally has the opportunity to have meals with her every day. It's just that we, brothers, want to improve our food, and besides, Yinlong and I haven't learned any martial skills. Lu Chen gave a faint smile and casually tossed a book to them, saying, "This is for you too." What? Zhao Tai hurriedly took it and looked at the book's cover. It was labeled Lightning 5-Strike Blade. My goodness, isn't this Lu Ji's renowned skill? His voice trembled. Wang Yinlong was also excited. Lu Gu, is this? Lu Chen replied, I'm participating in the Dragon ranking battle next week, and I reckon our team won't be able to secure first place, so I'm giving you the martial skills first. According to company regulations, a team leader would be rewarded with a martial skill after their team won first place in the evaluation 3 times in a row. Currently, they had only won twice. Without Lu Chen, there was no way they could achieve it for the 3rd time. It dawned on everyone. So Lu Gu is going to compete. Zhao Tai was somewhat worried, but will Lin Jie agree to the private gift of martial skills? Lu Chen smiled, I'll talk to her about it. After all, I'm her assistant. Can I fulfill this small request? Thank you, Lu Gu. Thud, thud. Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong unexpectedly knelt down simultaneously. Lu Chun, what day is it today? Why are so many people kneeling before me? Do I look like an ancestor or something? In fact, Lu Chen obtaining martial skills was too easy. He didn't know the hardships the factory's fighters had endured. Imagine if they had to kill the chickens themselves, they would fight with all their might. But now, they were team leaders, directing team members to kill chickens. These team members were mostly students who had taken low-level awakening potions, suffering from severe chi and blood depletion. Before restoring his vitality, even killing a chicken was a challenge. Not to mention competing for a ranking, let alone winning first place 3 times in a row. The level of difficulty was as high as reaching the heavens. Therefore, there was intense competition among the groups. Some group leaders even resorted to whipping their members to work harder. However, in Lu Chen's group, with him as a master, they had not experienced such harsh treatment. Martial skills are not something you can obtain easily. Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. Zhao Tai and Wang Yinlong were startled and quickly asked, Lu Gu, do you have any other instructions? Lu Chen looked at Cheng Fei and the other two, and said slowly, during my absence, take care of them for me. What? Upon hearing this, Cheng Fei and the others showed different degrees of emotion on their faces, some even had teary eyes. Lu Gu, you are too kind to me, Kongwen said moved. He had just been saved by Lu Chun from a crude operating table today. Feeling grateful, he never expected another big surprise to come. He owed Lu Gu too much, not even enough to repay in the next life. Lu Gu, you are like a father to me, Cheng Fei exaggeratedly exclaimed. Lu Chen was speechless. From being a godfather to now being upgraded to a father? Lu Tangtang wiped away a tear and said, Lu Gu, I will lose weight for you. After I slim down, I will take good care of you. Lu Chen hurriedly waved his hand, forget about that, you should eat more, health comes first. With his vast experience, he estimated that even if Lu Tangtang lost weight, she wouldn't look too good. After all, Yang Yuan was cute even when she was chubby. At this moment, Zhao Tai interjected, "Don't worry, Lu Gu, as long as I have a meal, these three brothers will have a drink." Wang Yinlong also assured while patting his chest. Lu Chen nodded, "In that case, I can rest assured." Although he and Chang Fei's group were destined to be from different worlds, he was still very righteous and did everything he could. Kong Wen was a thoughtful person. Amidst his gratitude, he also sensed something unusual. Why does Lu Gu give off a feeling of settling affairs today? This thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Damn, I'm such a jinx. A good person like Lu Gu must have great luck and smooth sailing all the way. The four of them arrived at Sister Lin's villa. This time, they didn't need Zhao Tai to lead the way, as Lu Chen was already familiar with the place. With a bang, Lu Chen even skipped knocking and pushed the door open directly. Chang Fei and the others were stunned. Was Lu Gu acting so arrogantly now? It was as if he treated Sister Lin's place as his own home. Lu Chen led them back to that room. Sister Lin was waiting there. Strangely, she wasn't dressed in luxurious evening wear today, but in casual home clothes. The table was filled with delicious food, but there was no wine. Lu Chen asked, "Why aren't you dressed up today?" Sister Lin rolled her eyes, "We are old. Colleagues, why bother dressing up?" Lu Chen chuckled, "You actually meant to say old married couple, right?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Kong Wen and the others were dumbfounded. Lu Gu is so bold, even daring to joke with Sister Lin. This thought crossed their minds simultaneously, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. After all, in the eyes of the three, Sister Lin was an image of a female demon. She could smile at you one moment and then directly harm you the next. But upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Sister Lin blushed slightly and said, "I'm just good at talking." Lu Chen said, "I actually wanted to get serious, but you didn't give me the chance." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Sister Lin straightened her chest, unwilling to back down, and said defiantly, "Then come on, who's afraid of who?" Damn! Unexpectedly, the opponent had such a good figure. Lu Chen was slightly stunned, but as a former sea god, how could he retreat? "Then let's do it." After speaking, the two of them walked straight out of the room. A loud bang. As they left, they made sure to close the door. At this moment, in the vast room, only Kong Wen and the other two remained. They looked at each other. Kong Wen asked, "What's the situation now? What should we do?" Chang Fei casually sat down, picked up a braised chicken leg, and said, "They must have gone to practice martial arts. Let's just eat our meal, finish it, and then go back. After all, we won't be able to eat such good food in the future." Everyone understood what he meant. Next week, Lu Gu will be competing, and they definitely won't be able to get first place, or even make it to the top 10. By then, even the qualification to eat in the cafeteria will be revoked. It's just that Zhao Tai once promised that they would have more than enough to eat and drink, but it remains to be seen if he can keep his word. So, this meal in front of them is the best they will have for a long time. They must enjoy it to the fullest. On the other side, Lu Chen quickly caught up with Sister Lin. He reached out and naturally held her waist. What's the rush? Sister Lin was startled and quickly broke free. In that moment, she suddenly felt Lu Chen's strength. Lu Chen chuckled, "Why are you so timid again?" Sister Lin blushed slightly, then said seriously, "Let's talk about business first. Do you know what the dragon ranking battle is about?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Could it be hunting? Cough, a wilderness battle, isn't the battlefield at White Tiger Mountain?" Sister Lin was extremely speechless. "What hunting? I really admire you. It's a competition to kill ferocious beasts, to see who can kill more and higher level ferocious beasts." Lu Chen finally understood. So it was hunting. But he had never even seen the shadow of a ferocious beast. During this time, the most he had encountered were koan. "I know that since entering the factory, I have been killing chickens, but these mutated chickens are nothing compared to real ferocious beasts," Sister Lin said with emphasis. Lu Chen asked again, "Where do these ferocious beasts come from?" Sister Lin looked strange. "Don't your teachers talk about these things in class?" Lu Chen replied, "They only occasionally mention some popular science knowledge. After all, our students have very low qi and blood values, and very few even exceed 100, let alone have the opportunity to encounter ferocious beasts." Sister Lin seemed to be lost in memories. After a long time, she patiently explained, "It is said that 1,000 years ago, many wormholes suddenly appeared all over the world, and these ferocious beasts came out from inside. Moreover, they have extremely strong reproductive abilities and soon occupied most of the Blue Star region. In addition to these ferocious beasts, even more dangerous species also descended on Blue Star. Perhaps stimulated by these alien species, Blue Star also experienced a spiritual tide, causing its surface area to expand hundreds of times, giving birth to countless opportunities, such as spiritual veins, secret realms, and so on. Since then, warriors and awakeners have emerged one after another, engaging in a tug-of-war with these alien species that has lasted for 1,000 years. The 1,000-Year War. Lu Chen suddenly realized. After crossing into this world, although he integrated the memories of his predecessor, not all memories were retained, and some fragments were forgotten during the integration process. After all, the capacity of the brain is limited, and the danger of instant integration is extremely high, which may not be sustainable and could lead to dementia. Therefore, to avoid risks, the brain automatically selects some information that is beneficial to the present. As for the strange stories that Teacher Gong talked about in class, he had almost forgotten them. Suddenly, Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer. So, those true warriors of Xia country are now defending their homes and fighting bloodily for the freedom of all mankind. They simply have no time to deal with you, that's why you act so lawlessly. Sister Lin's expression stiffened, then she said with an unfriendly tone, "Do you know that based on what you just said, I could kill you right now?" Lu Chen certainly knew. However, he just couldn't hold back. Damn it! A bunch of despicable people. While the true warriors of Xia country are out there fighting for their lives, you are here deceiving and cheating your own people. What a joke! Moreover, now that the two are facing off, Lu Chen is no longer afraid of the opponent. He can even easily defeat Sister Lin. After all, his strength has reached the level of a 9-star warrior. Below the martial master, I am invincible. However, even if he defeats her, what's the point? He still can't escape. It might even affect the upcoming actions. So, for a long-term plan, Lu Chen suddenly took her hand and softly said, "Hey, I was just joking with you. Isn't it good to understand more about the situation in our factory? Otherwise, I'm also afraid that warriors might break in from outside. I still want our company to survive together." Upon hearing this, Sister Lin's mood improved slightly. She said, "Next, I will show you some fierce beasts." What? Hearing this, Lu Chen was slightly surprised. It dawned on him that there were indeed many fierce beasts bred within the factory area. Most of the warriors who made mistakes became their food. Lu Chen felt no fear, but rather a hint of excitement. Killing warriors could earn him a large amount of life force, so how much could he gain by killing fierce beasts? Soon, Sister Lin brought him to a new area. There was only one tall building that looked like a large warehouse. It gave off a sense of oppression. The outer walls were surrounded by tightly closed wire mesh. Lu Chen even saw sparks of electricity running through it. Just the fact that the outer walls were covered in high-voltage electric fences was too extreme. Compared to that, the layout of their work area seemed insignificant. The defense here is really tight. Lu Chen marveled. Sister Lin nodded. Of course, in case a fierce beast escapes, it's no joke. Those low-star warriors are like paper in front of them. The two walked up to the building. Sister Lin used a key to open one iron gate after another. They soon arrived at the ground floor hall. There were many large cages here, as well as some staff members. When they saw Sister Lin, they stopped their work and greeted her. "Hello, Sister Lin." Sister Lin nodded slightly and introduced, "This is my new assistant, Lu Chen. I brought him here for a visit today. You can continue with your work, don't mind us." New assistant? The other staff members were somewhat surprised to see Lu Chen. He was too young. However, since they knew Sister Lin, they didn't think in any ambiguous direction. Whenever there was a change in female leadership, they would assume it was the other person's new young boyfriend. Sister Lin turned to Lu Chen and said, "These employees are usually responsible for feeding the fierce beasts. These beasts have a large appetite, mainly carnivorous, very picky eaters, and they love to eat humans." Eat humans? Lu Chen fell silent instantly. He remembered the members of Group 9. They had probably become food for these fierce beasts. As they passed by earlier, he even saw the staff throwing some unknown creature's limbs into the feeding trough. The scene was exceptionally cruel. Soon, the two arrived in front of a cage. The lighting here was very dim. It was said to simulate natural light from the outside, changing every 24 hours. It was currently dusk, so the light was dim. Lu Chen had amazing eyesight and could immediately see that the fierce beast confined in the cage was a chicken. However, this chicken was too large in size. It was comparable to a sturdy old yellow cow. Although its wings were folded, one could imagine how exaggerated they would be when spread out. Its chicken beak looked extremely sharp. At this moment, the chicken was lying on the ground, resting with its eyes closed. A faint aura of pressure emanated from its body. "This is the fierce beast." Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. The visual impact alone was already quite significant. If he were to truly face off against these fierce beasts one-on-one, he would indeed feel a bit scared. I just don't know how strong they are. Lin introduced, this is a first-order fierce beast, the rampage chicken, equivalent to the warrior stage in humans. Don't be fooled by its chicken-like appearance, it may seem weak, but once it goes berserk, it's quite terrifying. Lu Chen nodded, just by its appearance, I don't think it's weak. By the way, are there specific subdivisions for first-order fierce beasts? Lin replied, of course, first-order fierce beasts are further refined into levels 1 to 9, corresponding to warriors of 1 to 9 stars. However, fierce beasts of the same level are generally more powerful than warriors. How about compared to awakeners? Lu Chen asked again. Lin thought for a moment and replied, it's hard to judge because each awakener's talent type and level are different, resulting in vastly different strengths. But generally, awakeners are more powerful than warriors, and they level up quickly. At this point, she glanced at Lu Chen and casually asked, you must be an awakener too, right? Yes. Lu Chen answered candidly. Since he had contact with Hatutu, he decided to stop pretending and revealed himself as an awakener. What is your awakened talent? Lin asked curiously. Lu Chen winked playfully, can't you tell? Lin was speechless, talents are something only you can know, others can't detect them. Lu Chen felt relieved. He mainly didn't know what methods this company had. If they knew he had an SSS-level talent, Lin would probably faint on the spot. C-level talent, Master of Swordsmanship. C-level talent? Lin suddenly paused, then smiled approvingly, not bad, not bad. By the way, Inger is also an awakener, she awakened in elemental talent, B-level, shadow power. B-level talent? Her talent is very strong. Lu Chen suddenly realized. No wonder, the panel evaluation mentioned Inger's strong ambush ability, turns out she possessed shadow power. This kind of talent could greatly enhance speed. Every awakener in the shadow element was a natural assassin. While the two were chatting, perhaps their voices were too loud. The rampage chicken suddenly opened its eyes. After the rampage chicken opened its eyes, its large pupils began to sharply rotate. Then, it became extremely sharp. It stood up from the ground and looked towards Lu Chen and Lin. It let out a sharp crow and then viciously charged towards them. Bang! The chicken's beak pierced through the gap between the two bars of the cage. However, the gap was too small, only enough to accommodate one chicken beak. Yet, the rampage chicken still desperately squeezed its head through, looking determined. Lu Chen was speechless, it really is rampaging. But is its brain a bit silly? Lin chuckled, that's why it's easier to capture, too low intelligence. Lu Chen was speechless. Oh well, with this intelligence, I really should catch you. Then, the two ignored the chicken stuck in the bars and continued walking forward. Lu Chen then noticed that all around were rampage chickens. So he asked, are there no more ferocious fierce beasts nearby? He never imagined he had such a connection with chickens. At work, he killed chickens. When visiting fierce beasts, they were all chickens. Looking back on his life since crossing over, his precarious life was undoubtedly true love for chickens. Lin shook her head, the chickens we breed in the East Factory are fierce beasts of the chicken type. As for other types of fierce beasts, they are in other factory areas, but those old leaders will definitely not let you visit. After mingling in the arena for a week, Lu Chen vaguely understood that the relationships between the four major factory areas were not harmonious. Moreover, he had not hesitated to kill people from 3 factory areas these days. If he were to visit, it would be like entering a tiger's den. The two immediately decided to return. When he returned to the villa, those 3 people had already finished eating and left. The bowls were clean, not a drop of oil or water was left. Lin Jia was a bit speechless. Are they starving? Did they eat your portion too? Oh, it doesn't matter. Seeing so many fierce beasts, I'm scared enough, Lu Chen joked. Lin Jia gave him a look. You don't seem like a coward. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh? Why do you say that? Lin Jia crossed her arms, snorted. You're the kind of person who dares to flirt with me. Lu Chen chuckled. I'll be heading to the battlefield tomorrow. How about staying tonight to keep you company? As he spoke, he tried to get handsy. Lin Jia was exasperated. Get lost, you rogue. Lu Chen laughed, turned and left, saying, I'll come back later to find your master. Don't you dare come back. Lin Jia shouted angrily. Lu Chen thought to himself, huh, keep you company? I'm not that hungry. However, this half-true, half-false acting successfully established his image in front of Lin Jia. So what if he's a rogue? Just annoying you will make you even more lawless. I just want to make you unhappy. Lu Chen planned to go back to the dormitory first to get a knife before finding Hututu. Unexpectedly, he met Morong Ningbing on the way. She was dressed in a blue dress, stunningly beautiful. The blue mask on her face covered her features, adding a hazy beauty. It made people itch to see more. But Lu Chen had long forged a heart as solid as a rock. Ahem, mainly because he had delved deep into mysteries before. He understood everything, so he wasn't that curious. However, seeing her again still brought joy to his heart. He smiled. What, not letting me pass? At this moment, Morong Ningbing stood in front of him, clearly with something on her mind. She suddenly whispered, during dinner in the cafeteria this evening, I met someone who brought a letter for you. Oh? Lu Chen took the letter, feeling puzzled. The letter was sealed, obviously unopened. After opening it and glancing at the contents, he crumpled it up directly. It was from Song Ziyuan. The content of the letter was simple, just 6 words. Old time, old place. Unexpectedly, the other party had quite the ability to freely enter and exit 2 factory areas. He probably wanted to chat with Lu Chen in the evening. However, Lu Chen didn't go to the cafeteria at night. And Song Ziyuan could find Morong Ningbing, obviously because he had learned that she was Lu Chen's maid, so he entrusted the letter to her. Then I'll leave first. After handing over the letter, Morong Ningbing wanted to leave. Lu Chen hesitated to speak. If they successfully escaped, this would be their last meeting. The past life's debt, due to the rescue in this life, had been repaid. So in this lifetime, they probably wouldn't be entangled again. Seeing her lost in thought, Morong Ningbing asked, What are you thinking? Lu Chen suddenly said, as if possessed, Nothing. Do you believe in past lives? Morong Ningbing's gaze sharpened. Then, with a blank expression, she said, I don't believe. All right. Lu Chen shrugged, didn't say anything else, just said in a heavy tone, Goodbye. He turned and left. This was Morong Ningbing's style. A cold and proud woman. However, as Lu Chen left, Morong Ningbing's eyes, which had shown no emotion, changed. She muttered to herself, Past lives? That's just a trick to deceive little girls. I'm not a little girl, but why do I still feel like we were familiar before? Lu Chen left the factory area and went to the entertainment venue with ease. Soon, he saw the plump woman standing on the street Yang Xiaofeng. Lu Ji, come in, she waved, revealing a hint of charm. Those who didn't know the truth might really think that Yang Xiaofeng had a fiery personality. Lu Chen nodded. He followed the other person into the room. However, the skinny neighbor woman felt a surge of jealousy. After all, her business was doing poorly. She snorted coldly, Damn, he's so handsome, yet he likes tanks. What's this kid's taste? At this moment, in Yang Xiaofeng's room, there was another person sitting. It was Song Ziyuan, who bore a striking resemblance to Big Fool Chun. When he saw Lu Chen, he exclaimed excitedly, Lu Gu, you finally came. Lu Chen cut to the chase and asked, What's the matter? Song Ziyuan replied, The dragon ranking battle is tomorrow. I got a map of Baihu Mountain to help you execute the plan smoothly. With that, he took out a neatly folded map from his pocket and spread it out on the bed. Lu Chen took a look. The map of Baihu Mountain was surprisingly detailed, even marking the best escape routes. Where did you get this map from? He asked cautiously. Song Ziyuan answered, Lu Gu, I haven't been idle during my years at the company. I have my connections. Many dragon ranking experts have been to Baihu Mountain several times. Only then did Lu Chen relax. Song Ziyuan pointed at the map and began to explain. Lu Chen listened carefully and found the route feasible. We must pass through the central area of Baihu Mountain, but there aren't any powerful beasts along the way. The only dangerous place is the God Turtle Pond here, guarded by an 8th rank 1st level beast. However, this beast is mostly dormant, so as long as we don't wake it up, we can escape smoothly. 8th rank 1st level? Equivalent to an 8-star warrior. Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to it. Perhaps it would be challenging for other warriors, but with his strength, even if he did wake it up, he could easily handle it. I understand what you've said, but there's one thing I don't get, Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. Song Ziyuan looked puzzled. What don't you understand? Lu Chen's expression turned serious as he asked, word by word, why are you going to such lengths to help me? In the end, only Lu Chen would truly be able to escape. Song Ziyuan wouldn't be able to participate in the dragon ranking battle. All these plans were solely to benefit Lu Chen. Song Ziyuan smiled bitterly, actually, I just want Lu Gu to tell my parents when you return to Binjiang City that I'm still alive, just settled elsewhere due to work. Otherwise, after all these years, they would think I'm dead. Yang Xiaofeng chimed in, I hope Lu Gu can also tell my parents the same, that I'm just working in another city and can't come back for a while. Hearing their words, Lu Chen felt a slight heaviness in his heart. After disappearing for so many years, his parents must be very worried. Alright, if I manage to escape, I'll pass on your messages. Thank you, Lu Gu. Song Ziyuan and Yang Xiaofeng were thrilled. They exchanged their home addresses before Lu Chen carefully noted them down. After keeping the map close to him, he quietly left the room. A moment later, he headed back to the villa's basement for one last study session with a tutu. As Lu Chen left, Yang Xiaofang looked at Song Ziyuan with some anticipation and asked, Ziyuan, do you think Lu Gu can really escape this time? Escape? Song Ziyuan smirked, somewhat enigmatically, let's hope so. With that casual remark, he also left the room. Yang Xiaofang, however, remained excited, even silently praying for Lu Chen's safety. Song Ziyuan returned to the West Factory's compound. Instead of heading to the area where the employees lived, he went straight to the yard where the leaders were located. Soon, he arrived at a villa and walked in. Sitting on the sofa in the living room was a young man. He was handsome, exuding a kind of delicate beauty. Dressed in a suit, he looked like an upper-class individual. Just by looking at his demeanor and appearance, no one could imagine that he was actually the supervisor of a black factory, treating human lives as insignificant as grass, hands stained with blood. This is Wang Zongtian, the supervisor of the West Factory. Bang! Song Ziyuan knelt directly on the ground, bowing and saying, Brother Tian, the matter has been taken care of. Wang Zongtian, at this moment, had his eyes slightly closed, in a somewhat lazy posture. It was unclear whether he was resting or cultivating. Upon hearing this, without even opening his eyes, he calmly said, Has the map been handed over to that kid? Song Ziyuan nodded, suddenly realizing that the other party hadn't opened his eyes, so he hurriedly added, Yes, he now completely trusts me. Wang Zongtian then opened his eyes, a glint of excitement flashing in them, as he said, It seems that the dragon ranking competition tomorrow will definitely stage a good show. At this moment, Song Ziyuan asked in confusion, Brother Tian, why are we going to such lengths to lure him into escaping? Wang Zongtian glanced at him and replied indifferently, Tomorrow's dragon ranking competition is somewhat special because people from the company headquarters will be present to watch. If something unexpected happens during the competition, like someone escaping, it's a big deal. Song Ziyuan's face changed drastically. People from the company headquarters are coming. It's like a subordinate organization hosting a grand event, which was supposed to be a face-saving matter. If something unexpected happens, it would be a huge embarrassment, and it would happen right in front of the company headquarters. Their reputation would definitely be tarnished. So, we, from the West Factory, need to capture him on his escape route. Wang Zongtian smiled faintly. Although the smile was gentle, Song Ziyuan instantly felt a chill down his spine. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. Wang Zongtian was indeed worthy of being hailed as the strongest factory supervisor in history. If Lu Chen successfully escaped, it would be the most embarrassing thing for the 4 major factory areas. He might spread the word about what happened here to the outside world, causing significant difficulties for the factory area. If this matter was casually resolved by the West Factory, not only could all crises be averted, but it would also be a strong display in front of the company headquarters. This will be a great achievement. Song Ziyuan sighed. Wang Zongtian said, Alright, you can go back now. I will make arrangements later. That kid will never expect that the end of his escape route is not freedom but the trap set by our West Factory. Song Ziyuan nodded, then cautiously asked, Brother Tian, what about the promise you made to me? Wang Zongtian impatiently said, I easily took care of your trivial matter. Whether it's martial arts, elixirs, or beautiful women, I can easily handle it. However, I can't give you the position of deputy supervisor for now, as your current strength is too weak to convince others. During this time, focus on cultivating and improving your strength, then I can rightfully arrange the position of deputy supervisor for you. Upon hearing this, Song Ziyuan was overjoyed. He quickly kowtowed 3 times, excitedly saying, Thank you, Brother Tian, you are like my reborn parents. After speaking, he left the villa. At the moment of closing the door, with a voice only he could hear, Song Ziyuan whispered, I'm sorry, Lu Chen, I once tried desperately to escape just like you, but I found out that it was just jumping from one pit to another. Their power is too vast, and I couldn't fight back, so I had to join them. But rest assured, after you die, I will burn incense for you every year. Just half an hour ago, Song Ziyuan was pleading with Lu Chen to pass a message to his biological parents. Half an hour later, he regarded Wang Zongtian as his reborn parents. It must be said, it's truly ironic. Inside the villa, Wang Zongtian's calm gaze suddenly flickered. His lips curled up, and he softly said, 3 years? Every day I dream of being promoted to headquarters. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years? I really can't wait any longer, so I have to resort to this plan. As for that guy surnamed Lu, I'm sorry, but you can consider yourself a stepping stone on my path to success. At this moment, Lu Chen could never have imagined that there were actually 2 people apologizing to him. He had now arrived in the basement of Sister Lin's villa. He indicated that he wanted to thoroughly review before the competition, so he instructed Sister Lin to come back and open the door in the morning. Sister Lin was still wearing a sexy lace nightgown, planning to seduce Lu Chen after his practice, and then take advantage of his youthful vigor to strike him down. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen decided to spend the night locked in the basement. Sister Lin was immediately annoyed and said, "I won't open the door for you in the morning, you can stay locked with my master." Lu Chen just smiled faintly. He didn't believe it at all. After all, in the entire Eastern Factory, he was the only one participating in the Dragon List competition. If the Eastern Factory didn't send a participant, they would surely be ridiculed. Next, Lu Chen approached Hu Tutu. Hu Tutu yawned and said, "You're quite late today." Lu Chen was somewhat helpless. He had indeed been very busy tonight. First, he visited the fierce beast, the rampage chicken, with Sister Lin, and then discussed escape plans with Song Ziyuan, which took a long time. "Old Hu, I was thinking of having some special training with you before the competition." Hu Tutu was a bit speechless. "I've taught you everything I can, there's really nothing left, don't try to drain me dry, old man." Lu Chen smiled, "I've already learned the shooting star chasing moon and the breath holding technique, but there's still one move missing, the strongest move." Hu Tutu was stunned. Obviously, he had guessed what Lu Chen was thinking and quickly said, "You're still thinking about the second move of the Thundering Blade technique? I've pondered it for decades and still haven't learned that move, and you think you can learn it in just one night? That's simply too naive." "No, you're not naive, you're innocent." Lu Chen did indeed want to master the second move of the Thundering Blade technique. After all, with his S-level talent Death One Blade Slash, his understanding of blade techniques was already strong, and using the technique could amplify damage fivefold. He was truly the chosen watermelon stand chopping king. It would be a waste not to learn a powerful blade technique when encountering one. "I'll give it a try." Lu Chen's gaze was unusually determined. "You're persistent like a dogged old man, you won't give up until you've tried everything." Hu Tutu continued to be speechless. At this moment, Lu Chen thought of something else and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, old Hu, you should be very familiar with White Tiger Mountain, right?" Hu Tutu stroked his beard and said, "When I was young, I was also a Dragon List powerhouse, so naturally, I'd been to White Tiger Mountain." Lu Chen smiled, "I'm competing there tomorrow, can you tell me some tips about the mountain?" Hu Tutu glanced at him and said, "You've asked the right person, I've been to White Tiger Mountain many times, I'm like a living map of the place." "Really?" Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The two of them began to exchange information enthusiastically. An hour later, Hu Tutu had fallen asleep. Lu Chen smirked, "Getting old, falling asleep so easily?" In fact, Hu Tutu was drowsy due to chronic poisoning, which had severely weakened his vitality. Lu Chen didn't wake him up. He gently opened Hu Tutu's shirt and began to study the pattern on his chest. "What's the connection between this pattern and the second move? Why can't I understand it at all? Even with my talent in blade techniques, it has no effect." Just as Lu Chen was at a loss, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Ding, a new week has arrived, and the third martial arts talent is being distributed." At that moment, Lu Chen was instantly alert. Time had unknowingly passed midnight. It was now Monday. What kind of talent will it be this time, and what level? Lu Chen was very excited. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS-level talent World-Destroying Divine Thunder." The next moment, he felt a powerful energy surging in his abdomen. Tyranny, slaughter, terror, and ultimate destructive power. This was the power of lightning. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lu Chen opened his eyes again. There were flashes of electricity in his eyes. An elemental talent, the strongest destructive power of the thunder element, and this is the highest level world-destroying divine thunder within the realm of lightning. Lu Chen felt extremely excited, eager to release several thunderbolts right now. But looking at Hu Tutu sleeping soundly in front of him, he had to hold back. It would be troublesome if he woke the other party up. After all, Hu Tutu already knew that his talent was related to swordsmanship, so how could he explain the sudden appearance of lightning? This was too absurd. Lu Chen finally suppressed his excitement. Then he continued to observe the pattern of the second move. Just after a glance, a sudden realization flashed through his mind. Why do I feel like the lightning in the pattern has come alive? Lu Chen seemed to understand something and became even more excited. "I see, so this is the mystery of the second move." The next moment, he raised the alloy knife, ready to execute it. A tremendously violent energy was brewing in the blade. The surrounding air also showed strong fluctuations, but Lu Chen still forcibly held back. This was the second time today. "Forget it, I should respect the old and care for the young, don't wake the other party up." Lu Chen was now particularly happy. Not only did he awaken a new SSS-level talent, but he also learned the second move of the Thunderous Blade technique. It turned out that the prerequisite for understanding the second move was to possess a talent related to lightning. Hutu's master must have a talent in lightning, that's why he could learn the second move. Lu Chen, who had figured everything out, felt a sense of enlightenment. No wonder Hutu has never succeeded in understanding it in his whole life. His talent lies in his eyes, which is of no help in learning this move. Even if he sees through it, he won't be able to learn it. The necessary condition to master the second move is to be able to release lightning. Initially, Lu Chen planned to return to the dormitory to rest, but the thought of the iron gate being locked made him give up. Should I break the door and go out? A strange thought arose in Lu Chen's mind. However, he immediately shook his head, abandoning this absurd idea. Although Lu Chen felt he had the ability to break the iron gate now, doing so would expose his true strength and make Lin Jie suspicious. It was better not to lose sight of the bigger picture. Lu Chen leaned against the wall 2 meters away from Hututu, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Prepare for the upcoming battle. A night passed quietly. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly heard movement outside the door. Lin Jie is opening the door. Lu Chen woke up instantly. He hurried to Hututu's side. At this moment, Hututu was still asleep but was vigorously shaken awake by Lu Chen. He opened his drowsy eyes and asked, what's wrong? Lu Chen urged, Hutu, quickly tell me the name of the second move of the thunderous blade technique? Hututu, who was shaken to the core, stuttered, Thunder God's Wrath. Just as he uttered the name, the iron gate swung open. Lin Jie's urgent voice came from outside. Lu Chen, hurry and come with me to the competition venue. And when Lu Chen heard the words Thunder God's Wrath, he whispered in a voice only he could hear, Thunder God's Wrath? What a name, truly a great name. Then, he stood up, bowed deeply to Hututu, and said, Hutu, thank you for your guidance these past few days. I will surely present everyone with an unforgettable match. Hututu, who was still not fully awake, just made a sound of acknowledgement and lowered his head again. Lin Jie was speechless. Hurry up, if we're late, you'll truly make it unforgettable for me. Lu Chen hurriedly ran out of the door. Bang! The iron gate was closed by him again. Hututu was startled by the loud noise, finally waking up. He cursed, damn it! This brat is disturbing the peace early in the morning. Suddenly, he felt the seat behind him was damp. What's going on? Have I become senile to this extent, losing control? Hututu was clearly more afraid of such things. Although he was very old, he didn't want to reach a point of various incontinences. He turned around and was stunned, because a strange colored paste-like substance appeared on the ground behind him. Obviously, it was solidified liquid. What is this? Hututu touched it and then sniffed it. Then, his face changed drastically. He touched his back and found his skin incredibly smooth. Damn! Where did my tattoo go? Can it run away from home? At this moment, Hututu was completely puzzled. He never dreamed that the tattoo he had on his back for decades would suddenly disappear. Well, not disappear, to be precise, it fell off. Fell off? He finally realized something. Damn! I'm really confused. I almost forgot. My master once said that if someday someone successfully comprehends the second move of the Thunder Blade technique, the pigment will automatically fall off my back. It seems someone has learned it, so this person. Hututu unconsciously looked towards the door. His eyes widened instantly. Oh my god, this kid really learned the second move. At this moment, the biggest shock hit Hututu. Something he hadn't comprehended for decades was learned by Lu Chen in just a few days. In an instant, a strong sense of defeat surged within him. Hututu sighed, feeling instantly several years older. I'm really getting old, being overwhelmed by this younger generation. Compared to him, I've lived like a dog at this age. Then he thought of something else. His desolate eyes suddenly brightened. But this kid has also received my guidance. When I report to the underworld, I can boast to my master, saying I've taught a kid who's more talented than his disciples. Ha! Laughter as loud as a bell echoed in the basement. At the same time, Lu Chen and Lin Jie were running wildly. Lin Jie, I haven't had breakfast yet, Lu Chen complained softly. Lin Jie was speechless. Forget about eating, when we get to the mountain, you can catch a few wild rabbits and eat. There are wild rabbits on the mountain? Lu Chen was puzzled. Lin Jie smiled, not ordinary wild rabbits, but fierce rabbits. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. If even the fierce chicken was as big as an old yellow cow, then the fierce rabbit must be no small matter. Finally, I've managed to intimidate you, just as Lin Jie was feeling somewhat smug. Lu Chen licked his lips. With such a big fierce rabbit, killing one can feed me for several days. Not bad, looking forward to it. Lin Jie's smile froze instantly. This kid. If it weren't for the fact that I have no one in the Eastern Factory, I really wish he'd kick the bucket in the competition. Soon, Lu Chen and the resentful Lin Jie arrived at the meeting point. It was in the entertainment area's courtyard. At this moment, the place was bustling with people. Many martial artists had gathered there. The rich aura of chi and blood filled the entire courtyard. As for places like KTVs and gyms, they hadn't opened yet due to the early hour. And the women who usually stood on the street corners, all dolled up, were absent because of their late-night toil. Lu Chen quickly scanned the area. He noticed some martial artists with abundant chi and blood, indicating their strength. It seemed they were the rumored top experts on the dragon list. The referee in charge of the arena competition unexpectedly stood at the front. At this moment, he was dressed in a brand new suit, styled his hair in a big pompadour, looking quite stylish. He even wore a pair of sunglasses. He was becoming more and more like the referee in the Dragon Ball animation. Players from the 4 major factory districts, please line up according to your respective districts, with the supervisors at the front. The referee commanded. Soon, the chaotic formation immediately became orderly. However, an embarrassing situation occurred after this arrangement. On the side of the East Factory, there was only one participant, Lu Chen. In front of him stood Lin Jie and Gao Sen. Surprisingly, there were more supervisors than players. It looked somewhat pitiful. In contrast, the number of people in the other 3 factory districts was quite substantial, with dozens of participants. The West Factory had the most participants, exceeding 100 people. The whole team was like a long dragon. In terms of overall strength, the West Factory was also the strongest. Even from several meters away, Lu Chen could feel the vigorous energy of the players in the West Factory team. It was a gathering of experts. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He actually saw the supervisor of the West Factory. The man looked excessively young, with a somewhat effeminate appearance. The West Factory supervisor seems quite young, doesn't he? Lu Chen asked out of the blue. Lin Jie nodded. His name is Wang Zhangtian. He took office a year before me. He is a very capable and terrifying guy. A hint of awe flashed in her eyes. It was the first time Lu Chen had heard Lin Jie evaluate someone like this. But that was the reality. Just by looking at the participating teams, the difference was clear. In just 1 year more than her in taking over the factory district, he had gathered so many strong individuals. Of course, it could also be because the foundation laid by the previous West Factory supervisor was solid. And all of Hu Tutu's old subordinates from the East Factory were killed by Lin Jie. Starting from scratch would inevitably take some time. At this moment, Gao Sen met Lu Chen again, looking slightly embarrassed. However, Lu Chen didn't say anything. He even nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Good luck today, the reputation of our East Factory depends on you. In the end, Gao Sen couldn't help but say a few words. After all, Lu Chen was now the sole hope of the entire factory. And his strength was indeed formidable. That day, Gao Sen was knocked unconscious and lay there until midnight before waking up groggily. Afterwards, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. If Lu Chen had struck hard, he might have lost his life then and there. As for the idea of hitting Kong Wen again, he didn't have the courage for that. Don't worry, Supervisor Gao, I will definitely perform well. Lu Chen suddenly reached out and lightly placed his hand on Gao Sen's shoulder. Ah! Gao Sen suddenly screamed in fright, attracting the attention of those nearby. Lin Jie frowned and asked somewhat displeased, "What's your name?" With the East Factory team already lacking in numbers, it was embarrassing enough, and now he was drawing attention here. Gao Sen, the burly man, felt extremely embarrassed and hurriedly explained, "I didn't have breakfast this morning, my stomach is cramping." Watching this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly and say, "Supervisor Gao, I didn't even use any force, what's your name? Others might think I did something to you." Gao Sen smiled awkwardly, "Isn't this a side effect?" Next to the East Factory team was the North Factory. Zhou Lianhu and Deputy Supervisor Chung Qing were standing right beside them. "Hey, isn't this my dear sister Lin? Is the East Factory out of people?" Zhou Lianhu teased like an old ruffian, whistling. Lin Jie chuckled, "So what if you have more people? You're just giving away points." Zhou Lianhu snorted, "Just relying on Lu Chen, who hasn't even reached 5 stars, while we have more than 10 top players on the dragon ranking here, any one of them could easily crush him. Who's really giving away points?" Chung Cheng also chimed in, "Did Morong Ningbing, that little girl, not participate? Oh, I forgot she didn't even qualify, she didn't even make it onto the Tiger ranking." Zhou Lianhu burst into laughter, "I spent 150,000 work points on a useless hammer." The two bantered back and forth like comedians. Gao Sen, facing these two supervisors, didn't dare to make a sound. After all, his strength was too low, and the deputy supervisor's position was merely nominal. Only Lin Jie showed no fear. She was about to retort when a cold voice came from behind, from the North Factory. "You were one of the ones who wanted to kill me, right?" Everyone turned to see it was Lu Chen speaking. At that moment, he was staring coldly at Zhou Lianhu. "So what if it was me? I originally wanted Moro Ningbing to kill you, but I didn't expect this woman to turn traitor so quickly, Zhou Lianhu said with dissatisfaction. Lu Chen suddenly asked, are you participating in the competition? Zhou Lianhu was taken aback and instinctively replied, I'm a supervisor, why would I participate? Lu Chen sighed, well, that's a shame. A shame for what? Everyone was puzzled. Zhou Lianhu didn't understand the other's meaning either. Lu Chen explained, if you participate, I can rightfully kill you. Damn! In an instant, all the players from the North Factory were dumbfounded. They never expected Lu Chen to say such a thing. Although there were conflicts between the two factories, they would insult each other privately and confront each other openly. But to openly express the desire to kill a supervisor was audacious. Zhou Lianhu's face twitched with anger. Even his sunglasses on his nose were about to fall off. You're too much. All the brothers from the North Factory, after entering the competition, kill Lu Chen first for me. Whoever brings back his head, I'll reward them with 100,000 work points. No, 200,000. The experts from the North Factory, upon hearing this, became spirited. Great, I've reserved Lu Chen's head, don't compete with me. Forget it, whoever kills Lu Chen, it's all about skill, why should we give it to you? Exactly, for prey like this, it should be taken down by a genius like me. Seeing them eager to be the first, if one didn't know the context, they would think they were competing for a stunning beauty. But their target was to kill Lu Chen. Lin Jie said with a hint of schadenfreude, you're in danger this time, still a low-level martial artist, daring to provoke the entire North Factory. Lu Chen pretended to be melancholic, I'm doing this for you. Lin Jie felt puzzled, her eyes filled with doubt. Our East Factory's face is being rubbed in the dirt by them. As a member of the factory, I must fight for the honor of the East Factory. More importantly, everything I do is for you, Lu Chen said boldly and passionately. His words were daring and fervent. When Gao Sun heard this, he was dumbfounded. He had sensed there was a romantic interest between the two. It was all becoming clear now. Lin Jie's face slightly blushed, and she said helplessly, Big brother, shut up. After speaking, she reached out and pinched Lu Chen's waist hard. Lu Chen cried out in pain. To Gao Sun, this behavior seemed no different from flirting. Why the hell did I come to watch the competition? I'm really suffering. He groaned in agony in his mind. At that moment, the referee raised the microphone and announced loudly, let's welcome the company's manager. Manager? Lu Chen looked around in confusion. Soon, he saw an old man in martial arts attire walking towards them from a distance. He seemed light on his feet, but with each step, he covered a distance of over 10 meters, showing remarkable speed. Lin Jie explained, he is a senior leader of the company, a martial master. Martial master? Lu Chen stared at the spirited old man. Indeed, he could feel a powerful pressure emanating from him. Lin Jie said, there are 9 other managers like him in the company. What? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Does that mean there are a total of 10? Lin Jie nodded, each of them has extraordinary strength, but the rest of them have already entered the mountains, which is the competition venue. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. What are these managers going in for? Lin Jie smiled, of course, it's to protect you. If someone volunteers to drop out, they will take you out first. This considerate behavior, in Lu Chen's eyes, only added to the difficulty of the plan. I wonder how much I differ from them, he thought warily. When it comes time to execute the plan, he might have to clash with these managers. Right now, he just hoped that nothing unexpected would happen during the escape. Soon, the referee was about to hand the microphone to the old man. Unexpectedly, the old man refused and spoke directly. His voice was like thunder, rolling and intimidating the whole venue. Everyone, I am Louis Roulong. Today is our monthly Dragon List battle. I hope everyone will not hold back their strength and perform well. We will soon welcome a distinguished guest. For now, everyone head to the entrance of the competition in order. Then, everyone set off in order of their teams. Louis Roulong got into a large pickup truck, with the referee as the driver. Besides that, there were 3 more trucks. They were all packed full, and no one knew what they contained. The West Factory followed closely, walking ahead. Then came the South Factory, North Factory, and finally, 3 people from the East Factory. As Zhou Lianhu was leaving, he couldn't help but taunt the guy at the back, keep up with the team, don't get left behind. Lin Jie couldn't be bothered to respond to him. At that moment, Lu Chen's eyes flickered as he carefully watched the team from the North Factory. Gao Sun asked curiously, what are you looking at? Lu Chen replied, I'm memorizing the faces of each of them. Gao Sun suddenly remembered his conversation with the North Factory earlier and couldn't help but say, are you really planning to fight them during the competition? Fight them? Lu Chen sneered, I'm after their lives. After hearing this, Gao Sun felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly felt that Lu Chen was completely twisted. At most, he could kill an ordinary person, while the others were all warriors. But the North Factory has many Dragon List experts. How will you deal with them? Gaosen didn't have much faith in the other side. After all, the gap in realms couldn't be bridged by skill alone. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly, not answering. Dragon List experts? What were these experts to him? Under a martial master, I am invincible. As for above a martial master, I haven't fought them, so it's hard to say. At this point, Lin Jie couldn't help but interject, be smart during the competition, don't be reckless. If you can't win, run, and remember to pick off the isolated ones. Lu Chen nodded, don't worry, I excel at ambushes. Hearing this conversation, Gaosen almost fell to the ground. These two were actually exchanging experiences on killing. Had they forgotten that this was just a competition? Time passed by second. The group walked for nearly 2 hours before leaving the factory and reaching the outside world. Lu Chen hadn't expected the factory to be so large. Without a guide, it was really easy to get lost. However, the air outside was very fresh. Lu Chen could already sense a hint of freedom. Of course, true freedom would only begin when they truly left Baihu Mountain. At this moment, before Lu Chen's eyes, stretched endless mountain ranges, dense forests, the cries of birds and beasts. It was a completely primitive natural scene. Lin Jie looked at all this, seemingly nostalgic, and said, the factory is located halfway up Baihu Mountain. Lu Chen nodded. He had seen the outline of the mountain in the factory area before. It's just that the factory was really too big. Such beautiful natural scenery that can't be seen if you don't leave the factory. At this moment, Lu Rulong spoke again, everyone, please wait a moment, the VIP is arriving soon. The crowd began to rest in place. Lu Chen asked, who is the VIP? Lin Jie replied, someone from the company headquarters. What? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, headquarters? Is this factory just a branch now? Lin Jie smiled, of course. The company's influence is vast, spanning the entire country. The factory behind us is just a base in Binjiang City. Lu Chen fell silent immediately. At the same time, his mood became even more complicated. How did this company's influence grow so large in the first place? The more he knew, the more puzzled he felt. 20 minutes later, Lu Rulong's voice rang out again. The VIP has arrived, everyone stand up. Some participants who were sitting on the ground suddenly stood up as if shocked. After all, someone from the headquarters was coming. Everyone was a bit nervous. They looked towards a secret mountain path artificially opened up. If someone from the company were to go up the mountain, they would definitely take this route. Lu Chen knew that if he left, this path would be the quickest way. But according to Song Ziyuan, this route was filled with thugs, and there were even martial artists guarding it, making it very dangerous. So he could only choose to participate in the competition and take another safe route to escape into the mountains. Not long after, footsteps could be heard nearby. Several figures were seen approaching from a distance. Strangely, these people were walking in a hopping manner, very eerie, and they were carrying a large sedan chair on their shoulders. It looked like a scene of wealthy people from ancient times going out. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed slightly. Fortunately, it was daytime. If it were at night, it would be quite frightening. Those people stopped 5 meters away from Lu Rulong. Then they carefully placed the sedan chair on the ground. Lu Rulong gasped. These sedan bearers were all martial artists. The aura they exuded was even stronger than his own. Yet, these martial artists were just mere sedan bearers at the headquarters. This made Lu Rulong even more in awe of the headquarters. He quickly bowed and said, greetings, leader. The others followed suit and shouted in unison, greetings, leader. Lu Chen also imitated them. However, seeing hundreds of people bowing to a strange sedan chair together seemed somewhat comical. Soon, a response came from inside the sedan chair. You may rise. The voice sounded childish, like that of a 6 or 7-year-old. When everyone found it unbelievable, the curtain of the sedan chair was lifted. A child with pigtails jumped out from inside. Standing at just over a meter tall, he still had a childish look on his face. What was funny was that he was even wearing a red belly band. The whole place fell silent for a moment. Is this the leader of the headquarters? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Clearly, he was just a primary school student. However, he didn't look as cute as Conan, but rather gave off a sinister vibe. Little brother saw so many people in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle. Ha, how lively. My nickname is Fireboy, I'm not a leader, just my old man sent me over to play. But Lu Rulong's attitude became even more respectful. He knew that the leader of the headquarters also had the word fire in his nickname. It turned out that the other party was a young master who came here to enjoy the mountains and water. Lu Rulong's face was full of wrinkles squeezed together as he warmly said, "Welcome, young Master Fire, to the Binjiang branch. Today, we are holding our monthly dragon ranking competition. Please join us to watch." "What is the dragon ranking competition?" Fireboy asked curiously. Lu Rulong replied, "It's a competition where the martial artists from our branch go into the mountains together to hunt and kill ferocious beasts. The one who kills the most and highest level beasts will be ranked on a leaderboard based on their harvest, known as the dragon ranking. Rewards are then given out." Huatongzi asked, "What kind of rewards?" Lu Rulong said, "There are martial skills, elixirs, weapons, and work points." "Martial skills?" Huatongzi seemed very interested. "What tier?" Lu Rulong hurriedly said, "The martial skills rewarded to the top 5 are all of the mysterious tier quality." Huatongzi immediately looked disdainful. "Not even earth tier martial skills. What's the point of this competition then?" Hearing this, Lu Rulong broke out in a cold sweat and quickly explained, "Young Master Hua, our branch is in a remote area and we have never seen earth tier martial skills." Huatongzi smirked, "Alright, since I'm here, it wouldn't be right not to give a gift. I'll personally provide an earth tier martial skill as the reward for the first place." "What?" Lu Rulong widened his eyes. The other participants were also very excited. "Heavens, it's actually earth tier. Young Master Hua is truly generous. I've never seen an earth tier martial skill before." Soon, Huatongzi fished out a book from his pocket and tossed it to Lu Rulong. Lu Rulong's hands trembled with excitement as he took a closer look. The cover of the book prominently displayed 3 words, "Fire Poison Palm." His breathing became rapid. This was an earth tier martial skill. Lu Rulong, being a martial master, had never come across one before and gratefully said, "Thank you, young Master Hua, for your strong support in our competition." "Thank you, young Master Hua." Everyone chimed in. However, Lu Chen had a strange thought. Is Huatongzi a sponsor? Will the dragon ranking competition be named after him in the future, becoming the Young Master Hua Cup? Seeing everyone's reactions, Huatongzi let out a strange laugh. Hold on, I haven't finished yet." Lu Rulong's hands trembled, almost dropping the book, thinking the other party wanted to take it back. Huatongzi chuckled, "This competition sounds very interesting, I want to participate too." "What?" Everyone was shocked to hear this. Lu Rulong forced a smile, "Young Master Hua, with your strength, participating in the competition would be underutilizing your abilities, wouldn't it?" Huolongzi retorted, "I'm not strong at all, just a martial artist. Am I not eligible to participate in the competition?" Lu Rulong, frightened, hastily said, "You are eligible, young Master Hua, you can participate." Only then did he notice that the other party was a 9-star martial artist. "That's fine, rest assured, even if I take first place, I won't ask for any rewards." Huatongzi's lips curled slightly. "It's just been a while since I've had some action, feeling a bit itchy." Lu Rulong complimented, "With young Master Hua joining, victory is assured." The other participants exchanged glances. "What's going on? Young Master Hua wants to join too. I think he just wants to have some fun, a young master from the city suddenly coming to our countryside, everything must seem fresh to him. I wonder how strong he is." Young Master Hua is a 9-star, but we also have several 9-star martial artists here, what's there to fear? Next, Lu Rulong signaled to the referee. The referee immediately understood and raised the microphone, announcing, "Our competition is about to begin. While we have many experienced participants, there are also a few new dark horses joining. Let me reiterate the rules, all participants pay attention." His gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, fell on Lu Chen. It seemed like he was specifically addressing the rules to him. Lu Chen perked up his ears. Listening carefully, the referee continued, "When hunting ferocious beasts, only the beast crystal in their foreheads needs to be taken, making it easier for us to calculate points. For first-tier ferocious beasts, 1 point for the first level, 2 points for the second level, and so on. However, among the second-order ferocious beasts, the first level is worth 110 points, and the 9th level is worth 190 points. Of course, it is not advisable for everyone to provoke them. Low-level martial artists, those on the tiger list, should try to stay on the outskirts of Baihu Mountain, which is relatively safe as the nearby ferocious beasts are not of high rank. Participants on the dragon list can venture into the central zone. As for the depths of Baihu Mountain, it is highly dangerous. It is known as a forbidden place. There have been employees in the past who did not listen during the competition, trespassed into forbidden areas, and never returned. Besides hunting ferocious beasts, there is another way to earn points." "What other way?" Lu Chen asked with a puzzled expression. The referee continued, "This method is suitable for participants with weaker abilities, and that is herb picking. The advantage is that it avoids most dangers, but the downside is also evident. Some people cannot distinguish which herbs are valuable, so they often end up collecting a bunch of trash. At this point, Lu Rulong added, "Let me interject. Extremely valuable herbs are guarded by ferocious beasts, and the difficulty level of collecting them is similar to hunting them. Before gathering, one must observe carefully." The referee nodded. "Our company has 9 managers in the mountains. If you encounter danger, you can seek help. If you decide to give up the competition, you can shout out, and they will escort you out. The competition lasts for a total of 7 days. Each of you will receive a backpack from me containing a day's worth of food, which is all the supplies you will have for the competition. Baihu Mountain is very dangerous at night, so we have established many safe houses in the mountains with provisions inside. If you cannot find them, be prepared to spend the night outdoors. Do you all understand?" "Understood," the crowd replied in unison. Huotongzi yawned, feeling a bit bored. The referee said, "Now, let's start distributing supplies." The supplies were all loaded on the opened pickup truck. Soon, each participant received a backpack. Lu Chen opened his and glanced at its contents, finding 2 bags of bread and 2 bottles of water. It seemed to be enough for a day's food. Although not much, if used sparingly, it would suffice. As for the remaining 6 days, they would have to rely on their own skills. At this moment, Lu Rulong personally handed a backpack to Huotongzi and whispered, "Young Master Hua, these are your supplies." Then he added quietly, "I've put some extra food in your bag." Huotongzi chuckled, "I don't need any supplies." Lu Rulong was slightly taken aback and quickly responded, "Ha, young Master Hua is truly extraordinary, it was presumptuous of me." He couldn't help but feel that young geniuses were quite proud. However, he suddenly felt that Huotongzi's smile just now was somewhat peculiar. The referee continued, "The competition is about to begin. All Dragon List experts with 5 stars or above, head into the mountains first." Huotongzi stared at the referee with a playful look in his eyes, "And what about me?" The referee trembled under his gaze and replied shakily, "You are a 9-star martial artist, so naturally, you should also set off at this time." Huotongzi laughed, "Ha, then I'll go ahead." With that, he leaped into the mountains, disappearing completely within moments. Seeing this, the other participants' faces changed slightly. What a fast speed! However, the Dragon List experts were not to be outdone, rushing into the mountains with decent speed. About 80 people left. At this moment, only the participants from the Tiger List remained, approximately 100 people. Lin Jie said, "Don't worry, the reason we let them go first is that these Dragon List participants need to go to the central zone of Baihu Mountain, where the journey is longer, and the ferocious beasts are of higher rank, making it easier for them to earn points." Lu Chen nodded. The referee said, "Release the drones." Soon, the staff from the pickup trucks came out and started unloading the drones from the vehicles, lining them up on the ground. There were hundreds of them. It looked very spectacular. With their operation, the drones quickly flew into the sky and headed towards the mountains. There was a subtle change on Lu Chen's face as he asked in a low voice, "Why are they still sending drones?" Lin Jie responded naturally, "Of course, it's for the live broadcast of the competition. What else would we watch?" Lu Chen was speechless. Do they also need to broadcast the daily lives of the players? What if someone needs to go to the bathroom? Lin Jie chuckled and said, "The staff wouldn't be so bored to film those things. Besides, if you run at full speed, which drone could catch up with you? Moreover, they mainly film the top-ranked players, who will enter the central area." Lu Chen furrowed his brows. He also needed to enter the central area. There was no choice. If there were drones following him later, he would shake them off. Or smash them. Damn, why didn't Song Ziyuan and Hu Lao mention these details? Lu Chen complained in his heart. His thoughts raced as he began to consider the feasibility of his plan. Another hour passed. The referee glanced at his watch and said, "Now, the remaining players, depart." Swish! Many martial artists stood up. They began to move their fists and feet. The Tiger List players were just making up the numbers. They were not focused on competing for rankings. Hunting a few low-level ferocious beasts would usually earn them work points as rewards. In previous competitions, only a few Tiger List martial artists were very active, killing more ferocious beasts than some Dragon List players. Some even with lower strength managed to climb to the Dragon List. However, this was extremely rare. Moreover, in the next competition, they would be targeted easily. Hunting skills were important, but ultimately, strength was fundamental. However, Lin Jie clearly placed this hope on Lu Chen, reminding him, "Remember to kill as much as you can, loot resources when you can. Anyway, there are not many Tiger List martial artists who can beat you." Ha! The other Tiger List players were confused. "Big sister, can you keep your voice down? We haven't even left yet." Gaussen even facepalmed with one hand. Truly speechless. Lu Chen smirked, "Don't worry, killing is what I'm best at." Lin Jie pretended to be shy, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "When you come back, I'll give you a special reward." Lu Chen smiled, "I'm looking forward to it." He looked deeply into her eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, he would never come back in this lifetime. Lin Jie thought the boy wanted to have a deep gaze with her, her face blushing slightly. Zhou Lianhu untimely interjected, "Lu Chen, you're doomed." He made a gesture of slitting his throat. At this moment, the other North Factory players were also staring at Lu Chen with malicious intent. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. "What are you looking at?" A young man named Su Yongliang said, "If you don't run now, we'll catch up with you later, and you won't be able to escape." The next words from Lu Chen shocked everyone in the audience. "Escape? I'll go in with you guys." "What?" Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Su Yongliang was first stunned, then laughed. "Are you crazy? We have over 40 people. There were about 60 players in the North Factory in total. Among them, there were over a dozen Dragon List players who had already left. Now, among the remaining Tiger List martial artists, there were many with strong abilities. Nearly half were 4-star martial artists. To enter the Tiger List, one must win more than 10 consecutive matches in the arena. There were no weaklings. The worst were 3-star martial artists. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Lu Chen smiled faintly. Seeing his indifferent appearance, Su Yongliang felt very displeased and said, "Then let's go together." Lu Chen even put his hand on his shoulder. This scene of camaraderie left many people stunned. Those who didn't know the real situation would think they were good buddies. Who would have thought that this group of people was actually going for a fight, even a life-threatening one? Gaosen was truly impressed this time. He couldn't muster the courage to do such a thing even if given several lifetimes. To actually engage in a brawl with over 40 people, and Lu Chen is even going for a one-on-one. Lin Jie was also a bit bewildered. She saw Lu Chen entering the mountains with over 40 selected fighters from the Beichang factory and couldn't help but bite her thin lips, saying in disbelief, "This kid has forgotten everything I taught him. I told him to target the isolated ones. But damn, isn't he doing the opposite? The only isolated one here is himself. Ha ha ha." Zhou Lianhu, as if enjoying the show, urged, "Referee, hurry and take us to watch the live broadcast." The referee nodded, looking at the people around and said, "Supervisors, please get on the bus first." At this moment, Lu Rulong looked at the 4 sedan bearers who came with Huotangzi and respectfully said, "Everyone, we are now moving to the temporary camp outside the factory, where you can enjoy the match to your heart's content." The 4 sedan bearers nodded expressionlessly. Lu Rulong then noticed that their skin was quite stiff, and their eyes lacked any liveliness. He wondered what kind of strange training they had undergone, turning their brains into muscles perhaps? They didn't seem like living beings at all. These sedan bearers chose not to ride in the car but continued to carry the sedan, following the convoy. Despite their bouncy movements, they were not slow. Gaosen sat in the back of the pickup truck and couldn't help but say, "Lin Jie, these 4 guys are really eerie, aren't they?" Lin Jie whispered, "Say less of what shouldn't be said, ask less of what shouldn't be asked." Gaosen was immediately at a loss for words. He lowered his head, resisting the urge to observe them. In fact, Lin Jie was also seeing the headquarters people for the first time. She had been with the company for 7 or 8 years and had heard some strange stories about the headquarters from Matutu. It seemed like there was an evil cult manipulating the entire headquarters. And these sedan bearers in front of them were indeed quite eerie. Soon, they arrived at the temporary camp. There were no ferocious beasts nearby, as they had been cleared out decades ago, making it very safe. The camp gate was opened, and they walked in. They were greeted by a huge display screen covering the entire wall. After the staff turned it on, many scenes began to flash on the screen. Lu Rulong introduced to the sedan bearers, "You see, these are the scenes captured by our drones. We will soon switch to Huo Xiao's perspective, and we can enjoy his heroic demeanor." Before he could finish his sentence, one of the sedan bearers rudely interrupted, "Don't film any random stuff. Our young master doesn't like being on camera." His voice was hoarse and didn't seem to come from his throat but rather from his abdomen, giving listeners a creepy feeling. All right, I'll immediately have someone switch the camera." Lu Rulong was taken aback and quickly gave instructions. The large screen could only accommodate up to 20 different perspectives. In other words, only the views of 20 participants could be displayed. If someone wanted to focus on a specific person, they had to switch the view. At this moment, Zhou Lianhu couldn't help but say, "Are there drones near the entrance? I want to see our Beichang factory's top-ranked fighters." The staff asked, "Which fighter do you want to see? What's their name?" "Any of them will do," Zhou Lianhu smiled. The staff was momentarily puzzled. Beichang Factory's deputy director Chung Ching explained, "Our top-ranked fighters from the Beichang factory should be gathered together now. The staff then understood and quickly remotely controlled the drone to search for the target. Soon, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Found them." Everyone looked up at the big screen. The footage captured by the drone was being played in real time. Over 40 warriors were gathered together, and opposite them stood a tall young man. Lu Rulong was puzzled. What are they doing? The staff clicked again. The small screen instantly enlarged 20 times. At this moment, the entire screen only displayed the live broadcast from this perspective. Zhou Lianhu explained, "Manager Lu, they are going to have a fight." What? Even Lu Rulong was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Dozens of people want to fight one person. Who is that kid? Zhou Lianhu replied, "His name is Lu Chen, from the Eastern Factory. We have some personal grievances, so we need to settle it during the match." Lu Rulong nodded. He had heard some rumors about friction between various factory areas, but he didn't care about those. The company's style was primarily based on killing. Conflicts between employees could be resolved privately. As long as the overall direction was not disrupted, these managers would not intervene. When there was chaos in the Eastern Factory before Lin Jie took over, none of these managers said a word. After all, as long as someone was in charge of the Eastern Factory and the company's business was running normally, it was fine. Although most of the skilled individuals in the Eastern Factory were eliminated by Lin Jie, the overall number of people did not decrease much. There were still many first- and second-rate martial artists. So, it did not affect the daily operation of the Eastern Factory. The main tasks of these managers were to cultivate, become stronger, and support the company. At this moment, Lin Jie was also staring at the screen. She really wanted to know how Lu Chen's mind worked. Does this kid really think he can take on over 40 people alone, like in novels? Lin Jie didn't think Lu Chen was the kind of person who would suffer losses. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had just passed through the entrance when he was surrounded by over 40 people. Su Yongliang coldly snorted, "You kid, your shoulder touch just now seemed quite natural, trying to get close? Too late." Another person named Li Fenglin said arrogantly, "I heard you made a name for yourself in the arena a few days ago, defeating several 4-star martial artists in a row. Are you really that powerful? I want to see for myself." Facing the watchful eyes of over 40 people, Lu Chen remained calm and even smiled faintly. "Are you sure? Do you want to face me one-on-one?" For some reason, seeing the smile on Lu Chen's face, Li Fenglin felt a sense of panic inexplicably. Su Yongliang hurriedly said, "Don't act like a hero." Li Fenglin was also a 4-star martial artist. Faced with Lu Chen, who now displayed the strength of a 3-star martial artist, he naturally felt no fear. After all, he had not seen the other party take action with his own eyes. Almost all martial artists were not afraid when facing someone of lower realm than themselves. Even if there were exaggerated stories outside, they wouldn't believe them, because strong people all had a sense of pride. Just like those classmates who excelled in their studies in their past lives. Only after the exam results came out would they realize the reality. "But I want to give it a try." Ignoring the advice, Li Fenglin snorted coldly. Drawing the knife from his waist, he was about to make a move. Seeing this, Su Yongliang became even more anxious. "Don't be impulsive, this kid is indeed amazing." Li Fenglin was a bit speechless. Even if he is powerful, he is just a 3-star martial artist. Even if he can fight above his level, so what? "I am not an ordinary 4-star martial artist." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt something was wrong. Because at that moment, Lu Chen's hair was floating without any wind, having grown quite a bit in the past half-month, looking somewhat ethereal, and his eyes were shining brightly, as if there were electric currents flowing. Can this kid still use eye drops in the company? Li Fenglin suddenly had a thought. And the next moment, his thoughts completely disappeared. Lu Chen's right palm emitted a streak of light. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, that light surged forward like a sharp sword. Li Fenglin couldn't even use his knife to defend in time, because that light was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was hit. He was sent flying. "Old Li!" Su Yongliang shouted in grief and anger. As Li Fenglin fell from the sky, his body had already turned charred, completely lifeless. This tragic scene left over 40 participants from the Northern Factory dumbfounded. It seemed familiar. Isn't this scene similar to when we throw the pigs that made mistakes into the high-voltage grid? Old Li has been carbonized. Damn! What did that kid release just now? It's lightning! Everyone instantly felt uneasy. After all, it was their first time witnessing such an elemental talent, and its power was so strong. Lu Chen looked at his right hand and murmured to himself, with such a powerful effect from just a casual strike, it truly deserves to be called the end of the world divine thunder. I wonder what kind of destructive power it would unleash if I were to use it to its fullest extent. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 4-star warrior and gaining 71 points of vitality. Accompanied by a mechanical voice, Lu Chen felt extremely excited. Indeed, a 4-star warrior. Killing one person was equivalent to slaughtering more than 700 chickens. Just as Lu Chen was feeling a little lost for not being able to work, reality quickly gave him a boost. Killing warriors was exhilarating. At this moment, in the temporary camp, everyone was extremely surprised to see this scene. Jolien, whose mouth hung open, unable to close it for a long time, trembling as he said, "This kid is actually an awakener?" Chung Ching was also stunned, and it's an elemental talent, thunder and lightning attribute. This is too awesome. Cao Sen was equally dumbfounded. It was the first time he learned that Lu Chen was an awakener. In the previous matches on the arena, the opponent didn't even use thunder and lightning once and still maintained a winning streak. Damn, Lu Chen's hiding is too deep. Thinking that he had only been knocked unconscious by the other party, Cao Sen felt incredibly lucky. Damn, it's much better than that Li Fenglin who got charred by electricity. Gao Sen also knew Li Fenglin. If the two were to fight one-on-one, he would definitely be the one completely beaten. Now, this 4-star warrior who could easily crush him was killed by Lu Chen with a single blow. Indeed, don't mess with Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Rulong also felt extremely shocked. He exclaimed, "The thunder and lightning grade displayed by this kid is not low. Lin, what level of talent is this?" All eyes turned to Lin. Lin suddenly felt extremely bitter. Damn! It was the first time she learned that Lu Chen's talent was related to thunder and lightning. The C-grade talent in swordsmanship that the other party had told her about before seemed completely made up. This little brat actually lied to me. At this moment, Lin cursed Lu Chen's ancestors in her heart. No wonder the other party asked her if talents could be detected. She even naively told him that unless the person himself admitted it, no one else would know the true talent of the other party. Now thinking about it, this guy was clearly messing with her. The more Lin thought about it, the angrier she became. And at this moment, the rest of the people were still staring at her, waiting for an answer. Lin smiled awkwardly. It should be A level, or maybe B level. She didn't know either. Lu Rulong furrowed his brows. Is it A or B? Stop saying levels. Do you think it's blood type? Is there also an AB type talent? Lin helplessly said, "He told me once, but I was drunk at the time and completely forgot." Oh, Gao Sen found another blind spot. You were drunk when he told you? The two of you are indeed not clear. Lu Rulong furrowed his brows. Well, it's definitely above B level. When that? What's his name? Lu Chen, Lin hurriedly added. Right. Lu Rulong said, when that guy named Lu Chen comes back, have him come find me. Judging by the other party's tone, it seemed like they were going to focus on cultivating Lu Chen. Jolien, who felt a bit awkward, Manager Lu, we are still fighting. If he dies, I will send his body to you. Get lost, you fool. Lu Rulong glared at him before turning back to the big screen. He did feel a bit regretful if Lu Chen really died. He even started to pray that Lu Chen could defeat these warriors from the northern factory. However, even if Lu Chen was invincible in single combat, could he win against over 40 warriors at once? In another corner of the camp, Wang Zhangtian, the supervisor of the western factory, furrowed his brows. This is tricky. I didn't expect Lu Chen to have such talent. The opponent's hidden depth was indeed profound. But once he started to flee, he would cross the company's bottom line. No matter how talented he was, he would be killed. So, the western factory's plan remained unchanged. Looks like we need to send more people. Wang Zhangtian muttered to himself, then took out an unknown miniature walkie-talkie from his pocket. Quietly, he left the camp and began to give orders in a low voice. At this moment, Su Yongliang and the others were still stunned in place. No one dared to move, mainly because the previous scene was too terrifying. A perfectly healthy person, shouting 1 second, and then turning into carbon the next. Who could bear that? Lu Chen smiled, don't hesitate. That's not what you said just now. Su Yongliang gritted his teeth and shouted, brothers, charge for the 200,000 work points. As the saying goes, where there is a great reward, there will be reckless men. For the sake of a large number of work points, Su Yongliang led a dozen people to rush forward. As for the other 20+ people, they remained in a watching state. Firstly, Lu Chen's displayed strength was too overwhelming, which intimidated them. Secondly, with someone charging ahead, they only needed to follow up from behind. Thirdly, and the main reason, there were simply too many people, and they couldn't squeeze in. Facing the oncoming enemies, Lu Chen didn't even draw his sword, but extended his hands directly. A violent energy surged within him, spreading to his palms. Soon, it transformed into countless thunderbolts, rushing out. Boom! One thunderbolt after another, like a wild python dancing, knocked all the warriors flying. Those people didn't even have the strength to resist. In the face of the terrifying thunder, human life was as fragile as paper. Su Yongliang never expected the thunder's power to be so strong. It was even more terrifying up close. Seeing the situation turning bad, he was about to turn and run, but a powerful force from behind pushed him into the air. Accompanied by a loud scream, Su Yongliang instantly turned into a piece of charred coal, losing all signs of life in the air and crashing heavily to the ground. When Lu Chen attacked him, he took special care to increase the intensity of the thunder. So when Su Yongliang fell, his body shattered into countless pieces. Not even a complete corpse was left. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 4-star warrior, gaining 75 points of vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 4-star warrior, gaining 69 points of vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 3-star warrior, gaining 52 points of vitality. Soon, a dozen notifications sounded continuously in Lu Chen's ears. His vitality increased by 1052 points in an instant. His total vitality also changed, reaching 3,277 points. His realm directly broke through to Martial Master. His strength surged tenfold in an instant. I become a Martial Master just like that? Lu Chen felt the rhythmic vitality in his body, boiling and raging like a furnace. A 1-star Martial Master. To reach the Martial Master realm, one had to undergo bone tempering to continuously advance in realm. Currently, Lu Chen was a 1-star Martial Master, with all upper limb bones tempered. His arm bones were tough, and his strength was even more terrifying. However, Lu Chen had no idea how powerful he had become at this point. However, he had long sensed the presence of drones flying nearby. When breaking through, he used the breath concealment technique to firmly control his breath. Therefore, the outside world did not notice his changes. At this moment, the other 20+ warriors from the northern factory were dumbfounded when they saw the carbonized bodies on the ground. After a moment, some of them regained their senses. Resistance was futile. As the saying goes, better to die than to live in poverty. It was unclear who shouted, "Brothers, charge, avenge old Su and the others. For the honor of the northern factory, take down Lu Chen." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they saw the hot-blooded warrior who had roared, swiftly turn around, and flee without looking back. They widened their eyes, finally realizing what was happening, and hurriedly scattered and ran. Run fast! Someone's killing! Mom, save me! Oni-chan! Lu Chen twitched his mouth. Am I that terrifying? He extended his hands, palms facing upward. In the next moment, a violent energy surged from his hands, transforming into countless thunderbolts that swept in all directions. The scene was like igniting a brilliant firework. Each thunderbolt was like a flying sword. In the blink of an eye, easily claiming the life of a warrior. No matter how fast they ran, could they outrun the speed of lightning? Ah, no! Yamai butterfly! Countless screams rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 3-star warrior, gaining 55 points of vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 3-star warrior, gaining 61 points of vitality. These 20+ warriors were mostly 3-star warriors. In just over 10 seconds, they all fell to the ground. Each turned into charred remains, beyond death. Lu Chen's vitality soared once again, reaching 4,450, breaking through to become a 2-star Martial Master. A powerful force filled the space between his legs. His lower limb bones were tempered. Speed saw a significant increase. Lu Chen looked at the bodies on the ground and nodded. Yes, I am indeed terrifying. He summoned the panel. Name, Lu Chen, age, 18, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, realm, 2-star Martial Master, techniques, basic cultivation method, 3 layers, lightning 5-strike blade, perfection, thunderous blade technique, perfection, meteor chase, proficient, skills, breath concealment technique, basic, talents, endless slaughter, SSS-level, death's 1-strike beheading, S-level, world-destroying divine thunder, SSS-level, vitality, 4450/4700, overall evaluation, with your upper and lower limb bones tempered, your strength and speed have greatly improved. Coupled with your lightning talent, you are a hexagonal warrior, surpassing martial masters of the same level in both close combat and ranged attacks, killing opponents of higher levels as easily as drinking water. Killing opponents of higher levels as easily as drinking water? Lu Chen felt a bit parched after all that fighting. He opened his backpack, took out a bottle of water, and gulped it down. Slaughtering over 40 warriors in one go had indeed consumed a lot of energy. However, Lu Chen noticed that his talents seemed to have become stronger after breaking through to a martial master. Could it be that the strength of talents is also influenced by realms? This thought flashed through his mind. He then looked up at the drone hovering in the sky. A faint smile played on his lips, leaving a thought-provoking expression. Meanwhile, in the temporary camp, the company's senior manager, Lu Rulong, the supervisors from various middle-level factory areas, and the 4 sedan bearers from headquarters, all stared wide-eyed. For a while, no one spoke. Gulp! Hyson even heard many people swallowing nervously. He trembled and said, Damn! Is this guy even human? Lin Jie's beautiful eyes widened, showing a completely incredulous expression. He's actually this strong? In an instant, an uncontrollable feeling surged through her heart. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Lin Jie's forehead. She felt like she would never be able to control Lu Chen in her lifetime. The deceased warriors from the northern factory were all low-ranked warriors. Each of the leaders present could easily handle several low-ranked warriors. However, there were over 40 warriors present now. Just standing there exuded a sense of oppression. Yet, they were all slaughtered by Lu Chen alone. He killed them cleanly and ruthlessly. At this moment, Zhou Lianhua was the most frustrated. His face was pale, as if he had lost his soul. Over 40 Tiger List warriors were all killed by Lu Chen? It dawned on everyone that the northern factory had lost over 40 warriors this time. These were not ordinary 1 or 2-star warriors but skilled experts on the Tiger List. The loss was indeed severe. Chengqing couldn't help but console, Brother Hu, it's okay, we still have experts on the Dragon List. If they encounter Lu Chen, they will surely defeat him easily. Get lost. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lianhua angrily removed his sunglasses and threw them on the ground. His eyes, barely visible without a close look, were filled with murderous intent. Chengqing didn't expect to provoke him and quickly apologized. I am sorry, Brother Hu. At this moment, Zhou Lianhua's face was grim. Damn it, I must kill Lu Chen. As for others, some were secretly pleased. Especially the 2 supervisors from the southern factory. Assistant Supervisor Fong Tong whispered, Zhou Lianhua is really something, he had to challenge Lu Chen, and now over 40 people are involved. Shui Haiyun chuckled, now our southern factory will securely hold the second position in the company. On the other side, Gao Sun was excited, Lin Jia, Lu Chen will surely bring glory to our eastern factory. Based on his displayed strength just now, I doubt even 7 or 8-star warriors could defeat him. If he enters the Dragon List as a low-ranked warrior, he will definitely become a legend. However, Lin Jia couldn't find joy in it. She was a woman with extreme ambitions for power. She had realized that Lu Chen's talent was terrifyingly uncontrollable. Well, let's hope so. Lin Jia replied somewhat absent-mindedly, her expression complex, her thoughts unknown. Seeing everything on the big screen, Lu Rulong was also somewhat astonished. What level of talent does Lu Chen have? I've seen awakeners with A-level talents, but none seemed as formidable as him. By the way, how do you leaders view this? He couldn't help but ask the 4 attendants standing beside him. These 4 men had lifeless eyes and stiff expressions. One of them, upon hearing this, simply said, not bad, but compared to our young master, he's far behind. Upon hearing this, Lu Rulong hurriedly flattered, yes, young Master Hui is truly exceptional, unlike us who can't rise above our humble origins. Just then, Wang Zhangtian had just finished deploying a new strategy and entered the camp. Seeing everyone looking shocked, he asked, what happened just now? How is the situation with Lu Chen? Was he killed? It was somewhat amusing that the person most concerned about Lu Chen's safety was Wang Zhangtian. After all, if Lu Chen died, his plan would be ruined. Shui Haiyun pointed at the screen and said, see for yourself. Wang Zhangtian looked up and said in surprise, why is only Lu Chen in the footage? Where are the others? Fong Tong chuckled, didn't you see those dark things on the ground? Wang Zhangtian was suddenly stunned. He seemed to have realized something terrible and couldn't help but say, are all those the bodies of the northern factory warriors? Everyone nodded. Over 40 Tiger List players, all killed by Lu Chen alone? This time, Wang Zhangtian couldn't stand still, his face full of astonishment. Stop fucking talking, Zhou Lianhu felt a headache as soon as he heard about it. Wang Zhangtian frowned. Then he walked out of the camp and took out a walkie-talkie. It seems like we still don't have enough manpower. Inside the camp, Chengqing asked somewhat strangely, why does Manager Wang always go out? Frequent urination, Zhou Lianhu said irritably. Suddenly, Chengqing looked at the screen and exclaimed, quick, look at what Lu Chen is going to do. Everyone looked up. They saw Lu Chen facing the camera, smiling. Then, he threw a punch into the air. In an instant, a thunderbolt surged on his fist, fiercely rushing towards them. In the eyes of everyone, this thunderbolt seemed to be coming straight at them. They were now facing the thunderous strike. Bang! The drone shattered. Countless snowflakes appeared on the entire screen. A staff member stepped forward, trembling. He broke the drone. And the whole place fell silent. Because Lu Chen's blow just now truly made them feel like they were there. The visual impact at the moment of the thunderstrike was extremely strong. Zhou Lianhu, who had just mentioned Wang Zhangtian's frequent urination, was now scared stiff. Trembling, he said, I'll go out for a bit too. Count me in. Cheng Qing, Shui Haiyun, and Feng Tong couldn't hold back either. After all, the scene just now was too terrifying. A flash of lightning, and the entire screen went blank. If that had hit their heads would probably have exploded instantly. Lin Jie furrowed her brows slightly. What does Lu Chen mean by this? She felt provoked. Gao Sun thought for a moment and said, is he trying not to be observed? The staff were speechless. Our drones are very expensive. That will have to be accounted for by the Eastern factory, and then Lin Jie will have to pay compensation. Put. Lin Jie was so angry she almost spat blood after hearing this. This Lu Chen hadn't even won a ranking yet, but he had already made her spend money. Lu Rulong's eyes lit up. This kid is quite unique, but since he doesn't want us to watch him, let's observe the performance of the other contestants first. The others didn't expect manager Lu to actually speak up for Lu Chen. It seemed that he truly appreciated the others' talent. At this moment, Wang Zhangtian was still giving orders in a corner outside the camp. He saw Zhou Lianhu and the other three coming out one after another, running to a big tree to take care of personal matters. The scene was like puppies marking their territory outside. What are they doing? Are they crazy? Wang Zhangtian had a feminine appearance and was very particular about cleanliness. He was speechless at the sight of this large-scale irrigation scene. He was also afraid of being overheard using the walkie-talkie, so he quickly ran to a more distant place. The plan must not be leaked. At the same time, when Lu Chen cleaned up the battlefield, he found that everyone's backpacks had been destroyed. The food had turned into a charred mess. It seems that my control over power is not precise enough. I can't manage to leave the backpack intact when killing someone. Lu Chen felt some regret. A lot of food had been wasted. At this moment, with the loss of drone surveillance, he became much more relaxed. As for the exposure of his thunder talent, Lu Chen was not worried at all. Except for Lin Jie and Hu Lao, no one else knew what talent he possessed. Even if Lin Jie saw him using thunder, so what? By then, he would just play along and only reveal a swordsmanship talent. After all, teasing this mature lady was not a new thing. Besides, it wasn't certain they would meet again. Now that Lu Chen's strength had greatly increased, his confidence soared. Although killing warriors yielded more health points, he was not someone who enjoyed killing unless provoked. Lu Chen was not in a hurry to reach the end of the escape plan, but rather wanted to slowly improve his strength in the mountains. After all, there are ferocious beasts everywhere here. It could be considered a compensation for not being able to participate in the chicken killing work these days. It must be said that Lu Chen is truly someone who doesn't forget his original intentions. No matter where he is, he never forgets to work hard at killing chickens. He can be called a great employee of Xia country. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He found a knife lying near Su Yangliang's body, shining with a cold light, looking quite good. He walked over, picked it up, and examined it carefully. Indeed, it's good, much better than my own alloy knife that doesn't even have a grade. Lu Chen concluded that this was definitely an F-grade alloy knife. Even if it's F-grade, its market value is not cheap, equivalent to a mid-range car from his past life. He didn't expect Su Yongliang to be quite wealthy. Sure enough, a murderer and arsonist with a golden belt. Lu Chen smiled faintly, picked up the scabbard again, and carried it behind him. Following the map's guidance, he began to walk slowly towards the central area. Just then, there was a cluck-cluck-cluck sound nearby. The grass shook, and soon several huge roosters emerged. Their huge bodies, sharp beaks, and wise eyes, as big as old bulls. They were actually berserk roosters. I was just thinking about the chicken killing job, and now so many of them pop up. It seems like falling asleep, and the heavens send a pillow. Lu Chen was somewhat delighted. However, these berserk roosters didn't even look at each other, they just ran towards the bodies on the ground. Watching them flapping their wings one by one, looking extremely happy, Lu Chen knew that these chickens were truly hungry. I invite you to a barbecue, but please leave your lives behind. Sensing Lu Chen's threat, these berserk roosters glared with their chicken eyes, then turned and attacked. Their sharp beaks were like sharp knives, looking extremely sharp. It's a good time to test the newly acquired F-grade alloy knife. Lu Chen drew the knife. Gripping the handle tightly, he infused it with his qi and blood. The next moment, he directly executed the extremely skilled 5 lightning slashes. The blade flashed. 5 sword shadows emerged. But what surprised Lu Chen was that these sword shadows instantly turned into 5 lightning bolts. Surging several meters, they fiercely struck the charging berserk roosters. These chickens, dumbfounded, never expected the other party to release lightning. They subconsciously tried to dodge. But their bodies were already in mid-air, completely unavoidable, all struck by lightning. Accompanied by the screams of cluck cluck cluck, they all turned charred and fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they became roasted chickens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a first-order quadruple ferocious beast, gaining 71 points of chi and blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a first-order quadruple ferocious beast, gaining 75 points of chi and blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a first-order triple ferocious beast, gaining 52 points of chi and blood. All 5 berserk roosters died under Liu Chen's blade. 1 blade for each. And Liu Chen's realm once again advanced, breaking through to a 3-star martial artist. This time, it was the tempering of his trunk bones. He heard a burst of explosions coming from his body, and his defense power increased significantly. So the upper limb bones focus on strength, the lower limb bones focus on speed, and the trunk bones focus on defense. Liu Chen suddenly realized he had never been exposed to knowledge related to martial artists before. The only martial artist he knew was Hututu, but he had never exchanged experiences with the other party about martial artists, so he was completely exploring on his own. Seeing his strength increase once again, Liu Chen was somewhat surprised. But there was one thing that caught his attention. When he released the 5 lightning slashes just now, what burst out was not sword shadows, but lightning that was extremely fast and sharp. However, this lightning was different from the thunder he released on its own, as it also contained a sharp force, making it more powerful. After a little contemplation, Liu Chen understood. The Thunder 5 blades actually follow the same principles as the Thunderous Blade technique. Only with the thunder and lightning attribute can the full power of the blade technique be unleashed. It turns out that these martial arts also have attributes, but when displayed by a talented individual, they become even more powerful. Liu Chen usually prefers to use the Thunder 5 blades when facing weaker enemies in battle because it consumes less energy. As for the first move of the Thunderous Blade technique, it requires instantly unleashing 18 slashes, consuming a greater amount of energy and blood. Nowadays, Liu Chen has too many techniques at his disposal. Every strike he makes is incredibly powerful. The Death Blade Slash brings a 5-fold damage bonus to the blade technique. With a single strike of the SSS grade world-destroying Divine Thunder, he can turn enemies into charcoal. Liu Chen estimates that even if he were to face martial artists 2 or 3 levels higher, he would not be afraid. However, he has never fought against martial artists and is unsure of the specific strength of these experts. There will be opportunities. Liu Chen remains calm. As long as he escapes, he will definitely have to face martial artists because the company managers are all in the middle of Baihu Mountain. The conflicts erupting there are the most intense and dangerous. These managers may seem to protect the participants, but they are also supervising them. Next, Liu Chen digs out the beast crystals of the rampage chicken. Although he doesn't plan to go back to report, these beast crystals contain energy and are the essence of the fierce beast, so keeping them will surely be useful. He then dismembers the cooked rampage chicken into 8 pieces. He struggles to fit a chicken leg, which is larger than an ostrich leg, into his backpack. Despite being just one leg, it's enough to last him a long time, considering the limited capacity of his backpack. As for the remaining meat, taking it all would risk spoilage. It's a pity to waste so much delicious food. If Cheng Fei and the others were here, they would surely devour it all. Since experiencing their appetites last time, Liu Chen has realized what it means to have a big eater around. After cleaning up the battlefield, he leaves without looking back. Half a day passes. The Dragon List participants arrive one after another in the middle zone. Due to their continuous sprint without rest along the way, they arrive quickly. Next, we will compete with the other factories, said Su Ruanjie, a Dragon List participant from the North Factory. He is tall, sturdy, and has a remarkable demeanor. Su, do you want to team up with us? Another person named Liang Jiqiang asked. Su Ruanjie shook his head. I prefer to go alone. Let's split up here, and everyone, stay safe. With that, he vanished in a flash. Seeing this, Liang Jiqiang felt somewhat regretful. His companion Tian Hui said, Su is already very strong. In the last Dragon List battle, he ranked 3rd. I reckon he wants to strive for more. If we follow him, we'll only hold him back. Liang Jiqiang nodded, suddenly remembering something and asked, I wonder if those Tiger List warriors have dealt with Liu Chen. Tian Hui chuckled, of course, they must have. Isn't it simple for over 40 people to deal with one person? Liang Jiqiang sighed, well, I was quite envious of the 200,000 work points. Tian Hui said, forget about it. Let's focus on hunting fierce beasts later. The rewards we'll get won't be much less than 200,000 work points. Besides, dividing 200,000 among over 40 people means only 5,000 each, which isn't much. You make a good point. Hearing this, Liang Jiqiang's mood improved slightly. These Dragon List warriors from the North Factory would never have imagined that those over 40 Tiger List participants had all been killed by Liu Chen. Now, Liang Jichang and the others' goal is to hunt more fierce beasts, climb higher on the dragon list, and earn more rewards. Apart from Su Ruinjie from the North Factory, almost all the top 10 in the dragon list are 9-star warriors. The North Factory is slightly weaker, with only one representative, while the South Factory has 3. The strongest, the West Factory, has 6 representatives. As for the East Factory, there was no one there at all. Not to mention the top 10, even the participants who made it to the dragon and tiger lists were absent. It could only be said that during the previous internal turmoil, Lin Jie had been too ruthless, not sparing a single one. As a result, the East Factory had not produced any powerful warriors for several years. The only promising shadow, Lin Jie, was unwilling to let her participate in the arena for fear of her being killed. At this moment, in the South Factory, a 9-star warrior named Chen Junsheng had just defeated a first-order 8-fold fierce beast. Well done, just entering the middle zone and already gaining 8 points. Chen Junsheng was very satisfied and was about to use his sword to extract the beast crystal. Suddenly, he felt a surge of killing intent behind him. Someone was attacking. Chen Junsheng was extremely vigilant and quickly dodged. He saw a huge iron hammer coming down with an incredibly fierce momentum. However, it missed. The hammer landed on the head of the fierce beast. With a bang, the head exploded like a watermelon. Due to the immense power of the hammer, even the beast crystal was shattered. Chen Junsheng turned around to see that it was Shindali from the West Factory, a 9-star warrior like him and also a top 10 player on the dragon list. Are you crazy? Chen Junsheng couldn't help but curse. Attacking me is one thing, but smashing the beast crystal, what are you after? Fights usually happened for the sake of plundering the beast crystal. Now, before the beast crystal even appeared, it was completely shattered. Chen Junsheng felt a bit frustrated. Shindali lived up to his name, tall and fat, resembling a sumo wrestler. He laughed, "It doesn't matter, I just want to fight you. You're truly insane." Chen Junsheng cursed again. Shindali was a martial arts fanatic who enjoyed picking fights with people. This was evident in the previous battles for the dragon list. After winning, he would directly take the opponent's beast crystal. Now that Chen Junsheng was targeted by him, he felt uneasy. This madman is notorious for not stopping until there's a clear winner, but I am not to be trifled with either. He gripped the sword handle, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. Seeing this, Shindali raised his iron hammer, his expression wild. "Come on, Chen, let's see if our rankings can be swapped this time." Last time, he was 9th, while Chen Junsheng was 8th. Shindali was eager to pull him down. With a bang, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Half an hour later, Chen Junsheng, dragging his weary body, finally found a safe corner. His left arm was already broken, with drops of blood splattered around, looking quite miserable. "Damn it! What a mad dog! No, a mad pig!" He cursed while tearing his clothes and carefully bandaging the wound. However, Shindali didn't fare well either. Being stabbed 3 times by him, he would probably need a few days to recover. Just then, Chen Junsheng's expression froze. He noticed a young boy standing in front of him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The boy had a top-knot hairstyle and wore a bright red loincloth. However, his eyes were not innocent like a child's, but rather had a strange and sinister feeling. Chen Junsheng's pupils constricted. Then, he forced a pleasing smile. "Young Master Hua, are you here too?" Yes, the person in front of him was indeed Fireboy. Although he was small in stature, he exuded a strong sense of oppression towards Chen Junsheng. "Are you injured?" Fireboy asked. For some reason, Chen Junsheng had a bad feeling. Was the other party going to kick him while he was down? He hurriedly explained, "It's just a minor injury, I'll be fine after a day of rest." He was right. A 9-star warrior had strong vitality and a quick recovery. Even if his arm was broken, as long as it wasn't a comminuted fracture, he would recover soon. When Song Ziyuan had his arm broken by Lu Chen, he recovered in 2 days. Fireboy smiled slightly. I followed the scent of blood here." Chen Junsheng furrowed his brow. He felt a very uncomfortable feeling in his heart when he heard this sentence. "What do you mean by smelling blood and coming over? Are you a dog?" But he didn't dare to say this sentence. After all, the other party was someone even Manager Lu highly respected. How could he, a small employee, dare to be disrespectful? "Thank you for your concern, Fire Young Master. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Chen Junsheng felt a bit nervous in front of the other party and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, Huatongzi sighed. "I haven't eaten for a day, I'm so hungry." Chen Junsheng was speechless. The scene where Manager Lu was rejected when handing over the backpack to the other party was seen by everyone. "Damn it! You pretended not to want food, but now you're hungry, serves you right." Chen Junsheng complained in his heart but didn't dare to offend the other party. He quickly threw his own backpack over and flattered, "Fire, young master, I still have some food here, please have it." It must be said that his expression management was very on point. Even if he cursed the other party in his heart, it didn't prevent him from showing his skill in flattery. Unexpectedly, Huatonzi didn't even catch the backpack, letting it fall to the ground. Chen Junqing felt a bit strange, his eyes filled with doubt. Huatonzi smiled faintly, "I don't like those things." Chen Junqing suddenly realized. It turned out that the young master was used to luxurious food and didn't like this kind of processed bread. He said somewhat regretfully, "But I don't have any other food here." Huatonzi chuckled, "What do you mean there's none? Aren't you here?" "What?" Hearing this, Chen Junqing felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, instantly feeling horrified. Damn! What kind of words are these? He had a bad premonition and tremblingly said, "Fire, fire, young master, don't joke, I'm a human." Human? Huatonzi licked his lips, even better taste. In the next moment, he darted over like lightning. Chen Junqing instinctively used his sword to block. Little did he know, there were flickering flames in Huatonzi's palms. Bang! Chen Junqing's sword was directly knocked away, unable to hold on for even a second. Then, Huatonzi's hands grabbed the other's shoulders. "It hurts." Chen Junqing felt a huge force spreading over him and struggled. At this moment, Huatonzi opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and forcefully bit into the other's neck. "No!" Chen Junqing let out a scream, continuously twisting his neck. But Huatonzi's strength was too great, firmly restraining him. In a daze, Chen Junqing remembered that the company's managers might be nearby. "I need help." He tried to shout desperately, but his throat felt blocked, unable to make a sound at all. "I'm done for." Chen Junqing had never imagined that he would die in this way one day. Even if the other party was a ferocious beast, he could accept it calmly, just blaming his own bad luck. But Huatonzi was a human, and even from the company's headquarters, bitten to death by a colleague. Who would believe it if it got out? Slowly, Chen Junqing lost consciousness, feeling his blood being drained continuously. A few seconds later, he closed his eyes, and they remained closed forever. Huatonzi sucked the other's blood, his eyes gradually becoming intoxicated. After a while, he finally let go, his face unusually excited. Wiping his mouth, he praised, "Such a fresh taste." Then, Huatonzi released his hands, letting Chen Junqing's body fall to the ground. At this moment, the other had become extremely withered, like a body weathered in the desert. "I smelled your blood, couldn't resist for a moment, I was just too hungry, I'm sorry." Huatonzi apologized to himself, chuckling strangely. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty color. "Although there are ferocious beasts all over the mountains, their flesh can't compare to the taste of your blood." He raised his mouth in satisfaction, tiptoed, took a few leaps, and left the place. If Lu Rulong saw this scene, he would definitely be dumbfounded. He probably never imagined that the reason the other party refused the backpack food was that they actually liked drinking blood. In the evening, Lu Chen arrived at the middle zone. He walked leisurely all the way. Along the way, he killed more than a dozen low-level ferocious beasts, and his blood value reached 5450/6200. "Why can't I see the safe house?" Lu Chen was puzzled. He felt that Song Ziyuan's map was not comprehensive, lacking many details. Hu Lao was indeed worthy of his surname Hu, very confused. He only told some specific places where ferocious beasts appeared. As time passed, the surrounding beast roars became more violent. Although Lu Chen had enough food, the mountain was very cold at night. If there was a house to sleep comfortably, it would be much better than enduring the cold outside. Persistence pays off. In the depths of a dense forest, Lu Chen finally found a small cabin. Weeds grew around the cabin, appearing extremely lonely under the night sky. If it were an ordinary person, seeing such a house in the wilderness, they might not dare to enter. But Lu Chen, skilled and bold, walked over calmly and carefully observed. The entire house was built of wood. It seemed that the company's people had used local materials when constructing it. The trees in the mountains were lush, and the wood was extremely hard, making it good material for building houses. Lu Chen gently pushed the door. The wooden door opened with a creak. It was pitch black inside, completely unclear. "I wonder if there is any lighting equipment, like candles, flint, or something," Lu Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, his gaze froze. There seemed to be a figure moving in the corner, but the light was too dim to see clearly. Did someone get here first? Lu Chen subconsciously thought of this possibility and asked, "Which factory area are you from?" At this moment, he had made arrangements. If it was someone from the North Factory, he would just kill them directly. But if it was from the South or West Factory, he would inquire first, assess their attitude, and then decide whether to take action. Courtesy first, then force. Unexpectedly, the figure seemed impatient to communicate and rushed straight towards him. Accompanied by the sound of the wind, Lu Chen felt that the other party's speed was very fast. "They're attacking me first?" Lu Chen frowned. Indeed, in this competition, one should not talk about martial ethics with anyone. The space inside the house was small, so he quickly retreated to the door. His main concern was that if a fight broke out and the wooden house was destroyed, he would have nowhere to rest. The other party also immediately chased after him. With the dim moonlight, Lu Chen finally saw the opponent's true face. What kind of warrior was this? Clearly, it was a big monkey. The opponent's limbs were muscular, with well-developed pectoral muscles. Two sharp fangs were exposed, looking very fierce. Great ape? Guided by Hulao, Lu Chen immediately recognized the opponent. At this moment, the great ape looked extremely ferocious. It kept beating its chest and drooling. Lu Chen looked disgusted. It seemed that this guy was really hungry, mistaking himself for food. "Unfortunately for you, you encountered me." At this moment, the great ape's aura was fully released, showing a realm of first tier 6th level, equivalent to a 6-star warrior. However, in terms of strength and speed, it far surpassed human beings of the same level. Roar! With a roar, the great ape charged forward and threw a punch. Seeing the strong blood energy emanating from the fist, Lu Chen was slightly surprised. Powerful beasts could comprehend their race's skills. However, when the opponent made a move, it displayed a fighting style of a warrior. This is a martial skill. How can a monkey have human martial skills? Lu Chen wondered. He wanted to see what tricks the opponent had up his sleeve, so he didn't counterattack but chose to evade instead. With agile movements, he easily dodged the punch. The great ape's attack missed, making him even more furious. Raising his arm again, he fiercely swung another punch. The power of qi and blood filled the air. Lu Chen effortlessly dodged it, even taunting by beckoning with his finger. "Is that all you've got? Show me what else you've got. Your martial skills seem to be only at a proficient level." His provocation seemed to work. The great ape roared in anger, baring its sharp teeth. Its arms flailed, throwing a flurry of punches. Seeing countless fist shadows in the air, Lu Chen finally confirmed that this was definitely a martial skill. Moreover, it had reached a level of perfection. Indeed, potential was brought out under pressure. Whether human or monkey, a little pressure could unleash a more formidable fighting power. This time, Lu Chen didn't dodge. He let the opponent's fists rain down on his chest like droplets. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Chen felt the force was no stronger than a massage. His body didn't even sway. His lower body was extremely stable. What surprised him the most was the great ape. With this martial skill, it was invincible against beasts of the same level before. Even the female monkeys next door would look at it with admiration. During this period, the great ape felt it had reached the peak of its life as a monkey. But why were its fists completely ineffective against this young man? Normally, a warrior's physical strength is not strong. But Lu Chen's body had been tempered, greatly enhancing his defense. Despite the great ape's immense strength and martial skills, it was no match for Lu Chen. It was weaker than a chicken. "Where did you learn this martial skill?" Lu Chen asked. The great ape seemed not to understand, about to shout. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen impatiently kicked out. The great ape let out a miserable cry, crashing heavily to the ground. Feeling like its internal organs were shattered, Lu Chen walked over, extending a friendly hand. With a crack, he twisted the opponent's neck. The great ape widened its eyes, full of disbelief. "If you don't speak, I just don't have the patience," Lu Chen sighed. If the great ape could hear this, it would surely be extremely frustrated. "I really want to answer you. But could you give me a chance to organize my thoughts?" Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a first-tier 6-fold fierce beast, gaining 112 points of chi and blood. With a pleasant voice, Lu Chen picked up a knife and dug out the great ape's beast crystal. Then, like a habitual offender, he dragged the body to a far place. He was worried that the smell of blood would attract fierce beasts at night, so he buried it on the spot. After everything was settled, Lu Chen returned to the wooden house. He didn't close the door. Bathed in the moonlight, he carefully surveyed the environment inside. Unexpectedly, he saw something extraordinary. There was a brazier on the ground, probably prepared by the company long ago for the contestants' warmth and illumination. But surprisingly, there were still unburned firewood inside. Could it be that someone stayed here not long ago? Unless the great ape's intelligence is high enough to start a fire on its own. While Lu Chen was puzzled, his gaze fell on the bed. It had to be said that the company was very considerate. Bed sheets, blankets, and pillows were all there. Next to the pillow was a package, not the backpack they had given. Lu Chen walked over, curiously opened it, and was instantly stunned. Inside lay a slightly yellowed book with the title Meteor Fist. Besides that, there was a work badge, imprinted with Heavenly Star Sect. What's going on? There are sects in this world. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. With his knowledge from the first 18 years, he had never had the opportunity to come into contact with the forces of this world. However, that book on Meteor Fist did catch his attention. It seems that the martial art learned by the powerful ape is this Meteor Fist technique. Does this humanoid beast have such high intelligence that it can actually understand the fist manual? Lu Chen expressed doubt. He now has two guesses. The first is that the powerful ape picked up this package from somewhere and learned it on its own. As for the second guess, it is very dangerous. Someone might have been living here for a long time, taming this powerful ape and teaching it martial arts. It is estimated that this person is from the Tianqing sect. As for why he appeared on Baihu Mountain and where he is now, it is unknown. However, since the powerful ape attacked me, it must pay a price, and this martial art manual can be considered as compensation. Lu Chen accepted it without hesitation. He started flipping through it. He lightly pointed his finger at the brazier on the ground. A lightning bolt shot out from his fingertip. The firewood was immediately ignited, burning brightly and illuminating the entire room. Lu Chen quickly read through the entire manual. Then he closed his eyes and began to enter a meditative state. The circulation route of qi and blood in his body, as well as the essentials of fist techniques, were already clear to him. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, they sparkled with a strange light. This Meteor Fist is a mysterious middle-grade fist technique. Unfortunately, I don't have the light attribute talent to unleash its full power, but it's enough for dealing with enemies on a regular basis. It must be said that Lu Chen's comprehension is extremely strong now. Apart from swordsmanship, he is also very skilled in learning other martial arts. Living two lives, my mind is much more agile than before. Is this the benefit that time travelers bring with them? Even without a system, I can still become a strong individual. Lu Chen smiled faintly. If geniuses are around, how can the rest survive? The characteristic of the Meteor Fist is that the punching speed is very fast, and in an instant, it can unleash a dozen or more fist shadows. Like a swift meteor shower, fast and fierce. Just as he was immersed in his cultivation, he suddenly heard movement outside the door and quickly looked up. Somehow, a middle-aged man was standing at the door. His long hair was messy like a bird's nest. His beard was overgrown, indicating it had been a long time since he groomed himself. His clothes were tattered and full of holes, resembling a wild man living in the mountains. Seeing Lu Chen sitting on the bed, the middle-aged man was first stunned, then angrily asked, "Where is my powerful ape?" He had only been away for a moment, how could his home have been robbed? Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. It seems that his second guess was correct. The powerful ape was tamed by someone. The middle-aged man in front of him must be from the Tianqing sect as indicated by his badge. I asked it a question, but it ignored me, so I twisted its head off, Lu Chen replied casually. The middle-aged man trembled with anger. It's a monkey, how could it speak human language? Lu Chen snorted, I don't care, I don't have that much patience. Then, he changed the subject, who are you, and why are you here on Baihu Mountain? You're not a fugitive, are you? In his previous life, Lu Chen had seen some news about people committing crimes and hiding in the deep mountains and forests for decades. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man was at a loss for words. Like a shameful secret being exposed, he roared in embarrassment, I'll kill you. He mobilized the power of qi and blood in his body. The terrifying momentum immediately soared to the extreme. His realm turned out to be a martial master. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. This was his first time facing a martial master. However, the opponent's strength was only at 1 star, indicating that he had not been a martial master for long. So Lu Chen didn't feel too excited, just a little interested. Meteor Fist. The middle-aged man shouted loudly and threw a punch. In an instant, countless fist shadows enveloped Lu Chen, like a meteor shower, fiercely rushing towards him. Perfect timing. Lu Chen intended to test the newly learned martial technique and retaliated with a meteor fist. Dozens of fist shadows whistled towards the opponent, even more terrifying than what the opponent had unleashed. What's this? At this moment, the middle-aged man was taken aback. In the next moment, Lu Chen's fist shadows gained the upper hand, shattering the opponent's meteor fist. Then, with undiminished force, it struck the middle-aged man. Bang! The opponent let out a miserable cry and was thrown outside the door. Lu Chen followed suit and leaped out. He had held back his full strength inside the house just now, but now he could unleash it fully. I thought martial artists were strong, but it seems your strength is lacking, Lu Chen remarked. To assess his current strength, Lu Chen had restrained his power to that of a 1-star martial artist just now. This brief exchange boosted his confidence significantly. The middle-aged man struggled to get up, trembling as he asked, Who are you, and how do you possess such high cultivation? He could tell Lu Chen was a martial artist, but he was unsure of his specific level. After all, Lu Chen had the breath concealment technique and hadn't unleashed his full power earlier. "I'll ask a question, and you answer," Lu Chen said with a light smile, using a familiar line. "Answer my ass." The middle-aged man was almost exploding with anger, his chi surging and directly empowering his right fist. Then, he fiercely struck again. This time, the force was even more intense than before. Comet Fist. The terrifying punch swept through, sparking friction in the surrounding air. The power of this fist was evident. Lu Chen was surprised. Comet Fist? Stronger than Meteor Fist, this momentum. Could it be an Earth-ranked martial skill? Having learned various martial skills now, Lu Chen was no longer the ignorant youth he once was. His knowledge was extraordinary. The opponent's violent aura was definitely above the profound rank. "I won't compete with you in fist strength," Lu Chen said as he drew his F-grade alloy sword from behind. Slash. He didn't use any fancy moves, just a plain and ordinary slash. But with the 5-fold damage bonus from the death slash talent, even the most basic slash couldn't be underestimated. Boom! The middle-aged man's full force attack was directly disintegrated, leaving him defenseless. The powerful Earth-ranked martial skill seemed feeble under Lu Chen's blade. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man let out another cry of pain. His right arm had been instantly severed by the blade. Lu Chen gazed at the severed arm on the ground, expressionless. However, he thought to himself, the power gap is too wide. I restrained my strength to that of a 1-star martial artist, but with the support of an S-rank talent, even a plain A rank could defeat your Earth-ranked martial skill. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face turned pale as he covered his wound, his eyes filled with resentment as he slowly said, "Who are you, and were you sent by them to hunt me down?" Lu Chen found this strange, but his expression remained calm as he repeated, "I'll ask a question, and you answer." The middle-aged man was being tormented to the brink of madness. He hysterically shouted, "I'll answer you." Lu Chen's figure flashed, appearing in front of him, lifting his right leg. Bang! The middle-aged man was kicked to the ground, his bones shattered innumerable pieces. This time, he didn't whimper but was genuinely terrified. The opponent was too terrifying, and despite his young age, there was no second genius like him in their Tianqing sect. "Fine, I'll talk, as long as you spare my life," the middle-aged man pleaded. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, as long as the man cooperated. "Who are you, and why are you here at Baihu Mountain?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "I escaped from the Tianqing sect. My name is Zhang Yao." Soon, he revealed the whole story. Lu Chen understood the situation. It turned out that the Tianqing sect, located near Tianzhou City next to Binjiang City, was a major sect. The core strength consisted of martial artists, with the strongest being martial generals above martial artists. Just like the Shaolin and Wudong sects in the previous life, they also recruited many disciples. In Tianzhou City, many students who failed the college entrance examination choose to come here to study. As for why Zhong Yao escaped, it was because he was participating in the academy competition within the sect and was originally able to take first place. However, he was severely injured the night before due to being beaten up by other students. He had no choice but to withdraw from the competition, not even achieving a ranking. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After recovering from his injuries, he stole the first-place reward, the Comet Fist, and fled from the Tianqing sect. Along the way, he was constantly pursued by members of the sect, only managing to escape to the Baihu mountain range. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a wooden house stocked with basic living supplies and began living a reclusive life like a wild man. Because he awakened the D-level talent of beast taming, he successfully tamed a powerful ape to help him with chores. As for why the other party knew the Meteor Fist, it was also taught by Zhang Yao. Of course, Zhang Yao was not so selfless. Teaching martial arts was also to make it easier for the powerful ape to serve him better. However, today when he went out to look for food, he was robbed of the crystal by Lu Chen. At this moment, Zhang Yao sighed, "I have told you everything about me, please spare me." Unexpectedly, Lu Chen's expression became even more serious, and he sternly said, "At death's door, you still dare to deceive me." "What?" Zhang Yao was stunned and hurriedly defended himself, "I didn't deceive you. Everything I said was true. The secret manual of the Comet Fist is hidden on me, and I can give it to you later, hoping you will spare me." Lu Chen sneered, "There are significant loopholes in the story you told. Even if the Comet Fist is the reward for first place in the competition, it has already been awarded to someone else, not worth so many people coming after you. You must be hiding something from me. Tell the truth quickly, or I will kill you." Hearing this, Zhang Yao panicked. He did not expect the other party to be so young yet so cunning, clearly a sly old fox. He immediately confessed honestly, "Besides the Comet Fist, I also stole something else." "What is it?" Lu Chen asked curiously. In fact, he had just bluffed the other party earlier. He didn't expect there to be actual goods. Zhong Yao cautiously said, "After I give it to you, will you spare me?" Lu Chen snorted, "It depends on whether you are honest or not." Seeing the other party hesitating, he coldly chuckled, "You don't have the chance to negotiate now. I will only give you one opportunity." Hearing this, Zhong Yao no longer had any illusions and hastily said, "I also have a secret realm token on me. As long as your cultivation reaches the level of a martial general, you can crush it directly and be transported to the secret realm." Secret realm? Lu Chen couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing this. Lin Jia had mentioned before that after the invasion of fierce beasts and the outbreak of dangers in various places, the Blue Star's spiritual energy had revived, giving birth to many secret realms containing countless treasures. It was also a great gift prepared by the Blue Star for its creatures. Unfortunately, the entrance to the secret realm was not easy to find under normal circumstances, so the token can be used to enter the secret realm. Lu Chen felt a bit excited internally but remained calm on the surface. He said lightly, "Give me the token." Zhong Yao was reluctant, but he still reached into his bosom with his other hand. No one noticed that his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. The next moment, he unexpectedly drew out a sharp dagger from his bosom and fiercely stabbed towards Lu Chen's heart. This move was as swift and ruthless as a venomous snake striking at its target. "You still want my token? Do you know how many of my sect members I killed for it, almost losing my life in the process? And now you think I'll just give it to you for cheap? Impossible." Zhong Yao's expression was ferocious as he roared. All the power of his blood and energy burst forth. No one should underestimate a martial artist's life or death strike. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Lu Chen's chest, a bolt of lightning automatically shot out in front of Lu Chen, directly knocking the dagger out of the opponent's hand. Upon seeing this scene, Zhong Yao was dumbfounded, trembling as he said, "You." Lu Chen smiled faintly, "Forgot to tell you, I also have the talent of thunder and lightning, and my realm is that of a 3-star martial master." "What?" Hearing this, Zhong Yao's last glimmer of hope shattered. In despair, his neck was twisted by Lu Chen. Looking at the one-armed corpse on the ground, Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless. Since arriving in this world on the first day and witnessing Gao Sen's brutal way of killing, it had a significant impact on him. Lu Chen was increasingly drawn to these swift and brutal methods. However, he couldn't help but think now. The once highly respected Gao Sen now made people tremble at the mere mention of his name, even to the point of wetting themselves. Lu Chen had become synonymous with terror in the Eastern Factory. "I reckon those stories you told about pre-match brawls were all made up. You're not a good person at all." Lu Chen retrieved the Comet Fist manual and the secret realm token from Zhong Yao's body. Then he chuckled, "Well, sometimes truth is false, and false is true. When false is true, true is false. Who doesn't have a few stories?" Another prompt sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! "Congratulations, host, for killing a 1-star martial master, gaining 355 points of vitality." A warm current suddenly surged within him. Vitality increased. The value reached 5917/6200. The 4-star martial master was not far off. It had to be said, killing martial masters provided generous vitality points. Feeling refreshed, Lu Chen got down to business. He dragged Zhong Yao's body away and buried it with the great ape. He had initially thought of making a grave mound and arranging it artistically, but he was afraid of attracting attention, so he gave up the idea. Looking at the flattened ground, Lu Chen sighed, "Although masters and servants cannot share a bed in life, they can share a grave in death. It's a kind of fate." If Zhong Yao heard this, he would surely be furious enough to climb out of the grave and curse, "Look at you, are you even speaking human language?" After finishing everything, Lu Chen returned to the wooden house and sat on the bed. He took out his recent gains and examined them one by one. First was the secret realm token. At first glance, it looked like an ancient-looking sign, made of an unknown metal, with peculiar patterns engraved on it. If someone without knowledge saw this token, they would never guess its value. Only those with a cultivation level above that of a martial general can crush it to open the secret realm? Lu Chen recalled Zhong Yao's words and fell into thought. What the other party said should be true. If one couldn't enter the secret realm without reaching the level of a martial general, Zhong Yao would have definitely crushed the token to teleport away instead of choosing to attack at great risk. After playing with the token for a while, Lu Chen stopped studying it. He had intended to put it in his backpack, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to keep it close to him. The value of the token was far above that of a ground-level martial skill. Otherwise, the Tianqing sect wouldn't have sent so many people to hunt down Zhong Yao. Next, his gaze fell on another manual. Comet Fist. Just by the name, it was much more powerful than the Shooting Star Fist. This was a ground-level martial skill. Lu Chen was excited. He never expected to find a ground-level martial skill in the entire Black Factory, and now it was right in front of him. It could only be said that fate played tricks on people. He opened the manual and began to ponder it carefully. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. The sky was getting darker. The distant roar of beasts grew louder, filled with a sense of brutality. Lu Chen finally closed the manual. Indeed, like the shooting star fist, without the talent for light attributes, it was difficult to unleash the full power of the comet fist. However, it didn't hinder cultivation. Within this period, Lu Chen had already comprehended the comet fist to the beginner level. His terrifying aptitude was evident. This comet fist in my hands can only unleash the power of a low-grade earth tier. If I had the light attribute talent, I believe I could reach the middle or even top grade of the earth tier. Although Lu Chen felt a bit regretful, he firmly believed in having this system by his side. Opening a blind box every week, he was confident that he would awaken his light attribute talent sooner or later. He packed both manuals into his backpack. As for the work badge from the Tianqing sect left by Zhang Yao, he had initially intended to destroy it. However, after some thought, he decided to pack it as well. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future. At the very least, it could serve as a reference when forging fake documents. After tidying up, Lu Chen lay down on the bed to rest. Although he occasionally heard roars in the distance, Lu Chen knew that these fierce beasts were far from the wooden house. They were just nocturnal creatures, and at this moment, their energy and vitality were at their peak, allowing their roars to travel several kilometers away. Meanwhile, in another area in the middle of the White Tiger Mountain, 3 high-level martial artists were gathered here. The leader was a handsome young man in his late 20s. His face was extremely handsome, but it carried a kind of eerie feeling. His hair stood on end, displaying a rare silver-white color. This was Ling Ao, who ranked second in the previous Dragon List battle and hailed from the West Factory. At this moment, he looked a bit impatient and coldly said, "Have you two not found Lu Chen's location yet?" Standing opposite him were 2 individuals. One kept looking around, while the other perked up his ears, carefully listening to the surroundings. They were both awakened. One was named Li Guangliang, awakened with the E-level talent visual enhancement. The other was Wang Jin, awakened with the E-level talent auditory enhancement. When they worked together, they resembled the legendary thousand-mile eye and wind-following ear. However, their abilities were not as great, only able to detect within a range of 3 to 4 kilometers at most. At this moment, Li Guangliang stopped surveying and helplessly said, "Brother Ling, it's too late, and my vision is limited. I really can't see clearly." Wang Jin also stopped listening. Since awakening his talent, his ears had grown several centimeters, almost catching up to the mythical thunder god. However, Wang Jin didn't feel inferior at all. Instead, he thought he looked even more handsome and intimidating. Of course, this was his own opinion. After awakening, even his sense of aesthetics had become distorted. "Brother Ling, the nocturnal beasts are active at night, and there are too many roars. I can't even hear the footsteps of humans within a few kilometers," Wang Jin replied. Hearing Wang Jin's response, Ling Ao, who had a quick temper, couldn't hold back and harshly said, "You two are useless." The task given to him by Wang Zhangtian was to intercept Lu Chen on his escape route. However, they were unaware of Lu Chen's exact location or when he would reach this crucial escape route. Waiting like this was just a waste of time. What was the difference between this and waiting for hares by a tree? The best way was to monitor Lu Chen in real time. Unfortunately, the other party had already destroyed 2 drones within a day, greatly infuriating Ling Ao. Li Guangliang advised, "Brother Ling, don't worry, we have Xiaomo with us. We will surely find Lu Chen's trail soon." Mentioning Xiaomo, Ling Ao's expression slightly softened. He was also an awakened, possessing the E-level talent olfactory enhancement. His sense of smell was particularly keen, earning him the nickname Xiao Black Dog. It was almost as good as a dog's nose. Wang Zhangtian had distributed 2 long-distance walkie-talkies to them. One was given to Ling Ao, who was in charge of commanding this operation. The other was in Xiaomo's hands, making it easier for him to contact Ling Ao once Lu Chen's location was discovered. "Alright, let's rely on Xiaomo. In the meantime, we'll hunt down some fierce beasts these days. We can't let Lu Chen's matter delay the competition and affect our rankings." After Ling Ao finished speaking, he remembered something else and hurriedly said, "Oh, besides us, Tiangu also instructed to send more people. If we encounter comrades from the West Factory tomorrow, we should bring them in and participate in this plan together." Lu Guangliang was a bit puzzled. "Lingu, with the 3 of us plus Xiaomo, dealing with a 3-star warrior should be a piece of cake." In his eyes, Ling Ao's strength was already terrifying enough. Coupled with 3 5 senses type talents awakeners, dealing with Lu Chen would be a breeze. Most importantly, Lu Chen is in the light, while the four of us are in the dark. We are so much stronger than you, yet we're playing tricks on you. Aren't we going to defeat you in minutes? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Ling Ao coldly chuckled, a 3-star warrior? It would be easy if that's all it takes. Oh, Lu Guangliang and Wang Jin felt a bit intrigued. Could there be more to it? Ling Ao took a deep breath, his expression gradually becoming serious, and slowly said, according to Tiangu, Lu Chen alone killed over 40 Tiger List warriors from the North Factory. What? Hearing this, both Lu Guangliang and Wang Jin were dumbfounded, saying incredulously, one person killed over 40 people? That's too unbelievable. Ling Ao raised an eyebrow and said coldly, do you dare to question Tianji's words? He saw it with his own eyes. The two were immediately taken aback, hastily explaining, of course, we believe Tiangu, but this is just too unbelievable. Ling Ao sighed, I was shocked at first too, but Tiangu said Lu Chen has a Thunder-type talent, and his level is unknown, suspected to be an A-level talent. A-level talent? Upon hearing this, Lu Guangliang gasped. Throughout the entire West Factory, the strongest employee only has a B-level talent. However, even so, that person has already reached the top of the dragon list. Moreover, as Wang Zhangtian is the supervisor, he doesn't dare to meddle too much. He didn't even involve him in this capture plan. It shows how powerful this person is. Wang Jin frowned, if he really defeated over 40 warriors of the same level, Lu Chen must be an A-level talent. We are all awakeners and know how terrifying having a talent can be. In other words, a human's limit is entirely determined by his martial talent. Ling Ao nodded. The West Factory has a large number of awakeners, occupying 2/3 of the entire factory. His C-level talent shines brightly in the West Factory, only slightly inferior to the top of the dragon list. However, compared to Lu Chen's A-level talent, it's like comparing a grain of rice to a bright light. Nevertheless, a surge of fighting spirit suddenly burst in Ling Ao's eyes. Lu Chen, although your talent is strong, the gap in levels is an insurmountable chasm. Who will win in the end is uncertain, and with so many of us, plus continuous support, we will definitely take you down. Honestly, Ling Ao originally wanted to fight Lu Chen one-on-one. However, Wang Zhangtian's instructions echoed in his ears. You must take down Lu Chen with all your might. Although we can't have all the Dragon List warriors from the West Factory join in, we should send as many people as possible and treat Lu Chen as a lifelong enemy, preferably as a martial master boss. Martial master? When Ling Ao heard this term, he was even a bit dazed. He still remembered a few years ago when he first saw the company's manager, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. The terrifying oppression released casually by the martial master made him almost breathless. However, Wang Zhangtian's high evaluation of Lu Chen was so unbelievable to Ling Ao. Nevertheless, he chose to follow the other's words because in just a few years, Wang Zhangtian had established the West Factory as the top among the 4 major factory areas. He definitely had vision and means. The next day, Lu Chen woke up from bed. He stretched lazily and walked outside. He had slept very peacefully last night. As expected, those loud beast roars were indeed very far away. There was a reason why these wooden houses were called safe houses by the company. It was because there were no powerful beasts around. If there were any, they would have surely been driven away by those managers long ago, changing homes to have a beast exodus. Today is the second day of the dragon ranking competition, but the results of the match have nothing to do with me. Along the way, being able to hunt down fierce beasts and obtain some beast crystals had already made Lu Chen feel satisfied. However, White Tiger Mountain was vast and rich in resources. He had also seen some peculiar-shaped flowers emitting bursts of fragrance. Not knowing their effects, Lu Chen dared not pick them rashly. He was cautious, afraid of encountering poisonous plants. My knowledge is still too lacking, mainly because my strength has improved too quickly, my horizons are limited, this is a mismatch of virtue. After escaping, I must find a place to replenish my knowledge. At this moment, Lu Chen understood even more the importance of studying. His previous academic performance was not very good. Nonsense, with his mind full of women, how could he focus on studying? Lu Chen was now focused on how to become stronger. As for the tiny bit of dopamine secreted by love, he no longer cared. Women will only affect the speed of my sword drawing. Lu Chen's expression was solemn, as if making a great declaration. But then, he changed the subject and muttered to himself, of course, unless I meet a rich woman willing to buy me an SSS great alloy sword. After walking a kilometer, Lu Chen seemed to have discovered something, and his steps suddenly halted. Not far away, a strange flower appeared, emitting bursts of fragrance. What was even more astonishing was that several lychee-sized fruits were hanging from it. They were crimson red and looked very tempting. This time, without any hesitation, Lu Chen knew that the strange flower and fruit in front of him were definitely treasures. Although I don't know its effects, now that I've stumbled upon it, I'll take it. Lu Chen walked up, about to pick them. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Don't move! If Lu Chen had heard such words in his past life, he would have surely been scared, raising his hands, even holding his head and crouching down. He would have exclaimed, Mr. Sheriff, I say we're lovers, do you believe me? However, this was a martial world. After Lu Chen arrived, he quickly adapted to the environment. His heart had been tempered, his character had become brave and resolute, no longer the playboy he used to be. He turned around, ready to draw his sword. The next moment, he was slightly stunned, because the person in front of him looked like a young teenager of 17 or 18. He had a youthful face, bright eyes, and white teeth. He wore a straw hat on his head. It seemed like he had been exposed to the sun for a long time, with fine beads of sweat on his face. Lu Chen asked expressionlessly, What do you want? The nervous straw hat youth swallowed hard and tremblingly said, Robbery? Robbery? No matter how Lu Chen looked at it, he felt like the other party was joking. Have you grown hair all over to imitate others in robbery? Lu Chen was also sarcastic. Are you robbing IC, IP, or IQ cards? Do you want me to tell you all the passwords? When the straw hat youth heard this, his face turned even paler. After struggling in his heart for a long time, he made a surprising move. With a bang, the young man fell to his knees, directly kneeling on the ground. With his eyes closed, he shouted loudly, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lu Chen was completely puzzled by the other party's actions and asked strangely, Have you been under some kind of stress? He now seriously suspected that he had an ancestral physique. Anyone who saw him would want to kneel down and pay respects. The straw hat youth said dejectedly, Actually, just 10 minutes ago, after toiling for 2 days to gather spirit flowers and herbs, I was robbed clean. My spirit shattered, and I thought about robbing others. But I just couldn't do it. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Thank goodness you didn't, or you'd be dead by now. Lu Chen curiously asked, Who robbed you? The straw hat youth trembled as he said, It was a big fat guy, about this tall and this wide. He gestured with his hands. Lu Chen, looking at the outlined figure, was slightly taken aback. Broad on top and bottom, wasn't that a barrel, and a supersized one at that? However, Lu Chen didn't want to meddle in others' affairs. Just be more cautious if encountering someone with such a unique appearance next time. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked in surprise, I see you're only a second-rate martial artist. How did you make it to the dragon list? What's your name and which factory area are you from? Faced with a series of questions, the straw hat youth hurriedly got up from the ground and replied, My name is Meng Shouer, I'm from the Southern Factory, and I'm not a martial artist on the tiger list. Just as Lu Chen had guessed, those on the tiger list were all strong and healthy. There were hardly any weaklings like Meng Shouer, who also looked younger than himself. Then how did you participate in the dragon list competition? Lu Chen's confusion grew. Did he find a backdoor entry? Meng Shouer explained, I mainly came to gather herbs because my talent is a D-grade talent affinity with plants. I can easily find precious herbs, so the company's manager took me as an apprentice out of the ordinary. I usually collect herbs on Baihu Mountain, unrelated to this competition. Lu Chen suddenly understood and asked, The manager? So he's a martial master. Being his apprentice must have good benefits, right? Meng Shouer forced a smile and didn't say anything. Only he knew the bitterness in his heart. Pointing to the strange fruit in front of him, Lu Chen asked, Since you have a talent for plants, do you know the effects of this fruit? Meng Shouer looked closely and exclaimed with joy, This is the strengthening fruit. Eating it can enhance physical strength, very precious. But why is it here? Strengthening fruit? Indeed a good thing. Lu Chen was excited and reached out to pick it. Don't move! Meng Shouer hastily said, repeating his previous words. What now? Lu Chen suppressed the urge to hit him and asked. Meng Shouer replied, I just remembered, a fierce beast always stays near the strengthening fruit territory. I've passed by several times before and didn't dare to approach. Once it's picked, that beast will definitely come out. You better give up. However, what Lu Chen did next almost left him dumbfounded. He directly pulled up the strengthening fruit from the ground, roots and all, and put it in his backpack. He didn't even spare the flower bud. This. Meng Shouer was dumbfounded. He had seen ruthless people but never this ruthless. Didn't he hear his advice just now? Lu Chen dusted off the soil from his hands and chuckled, You know quite a bit, kid. Before he could finish his sentence, a violent roar echoed nearby. In the next moment, a terrifying bear-like beast suddenly appeared. Standing over 3 meters tall, its physique was robust. Shiny black fur covered its body. It's the earth-rending bear. Meng Shouer was terrified, saying, I told you there would be a guardian beast near the strengthening fruit, we're done for. It's already at the first rank 9th level, we definitely can't escape. His legs gave out, collapsing on the ground, a look of despair on his face, but Lu Chen didn't move a muscle. In his past life, he knew bears were extremely cunning animals. Not only did it make gestures like waving to attract prey like humans, but it also imitated humans knocking on doors, very cunning and vengeful. The best way to deal with them is the equalizer of all beings, but unfortunately, such a thing doesn't exist in this world. However, Lu Chen showed no fear at all. At this moment, the Earth Rage Bear opened its blood-stained mouth, revealing a crimson tongue, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty gaze. It was clearly in the rhythm of devouring the two of them. It roared in anger, lunging directly towards them. Lu Chen remained extremely calm. In the split second the bear charged at him, he leaped up and raised his right arm, delivering a punch to the bear's jaw. A loud bang. This punch was incredibly fierce, unexpectedly the newly mastered Comet Fist. Perhaps due to just reaching the beginner level, Lu Chen didn't have full control over the force of his punches. He didn't manage the strength well for a moment, directly smashing through the Earth Rage Bear's head. One moment it was towering and ferocious, now it was just a headless corpse. Meng Xiao'er felt her mind go blank, unable to react at all. It wasn't until she saw Lu Chen on the ground, using a knife to pick through the rotten flesh, searching for beast crystals, that she shakily said, "Wow, big brother, you're so fierce. Just basic moves." Lu Chen had already found the beast crystal at this point, cleaned it, and put it in his backpack. The poor Earth Rage Bear regretted deeply before its death. It shouldn't have come out just now, it was a total loss of life. "By the way, how should I address you, big brother?" Meng Xiao'er asked. "Lu Chen." "What?" Meng Xiao'er was somewhat surprised. Lu Chen asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you know me? When did he become so famous? Even a 2-star warrior from the Southern Factory knew him." Meng Xiao'er said, "Are you a senior student at Shangnan High School?" Lu Chen was very surprised. "Yes. Are you a fellow alum?" Meng Xiao'er immediately smiled. "I'm your junior schoolmate. I'm in my 2nd year there." However, Lu Chen felt something was off, his tone turning cold as he questioned, "You're a 2nd-year student, not even 18 yet, not old enough to properly use awakening elixirs. How were you deceived into coming here?" Hearing this, Meng Xiao'er helplessly explained, "I've been sickly since I was young, once took a year off from school, so now I'm already 18. I was deceived into coming here because I was foolishly obsessed with becoming an awakened. Unfortunately, my talent came too late. It wasn't until a dozen days after being captured that I successfully awakened." Lu Chen finally understood. In fact, there were many cases like Meng Xiao'er's. The low-level awakening elixirs developed by the Black Factory did have some effect. It's just that the awakening process was too slow, like a snail. Who knows which idiot came up with it? Lu Chen asked again, "How did you know about me? Am I that famous at Shangnan High School?" He was puzzled. Besides being slightly handsome and having a good physique, he didn't excel in other areas. His academic performance was average. Although his blood and energy value of 95 was already at a medium level among his peers, it didn't cause a stir in the whole school, given that there were many students with higher values. It was then that Meng Xiao'er said, "Actually, I found out about you through another matter. Isn't Zhao Meizhu one of the school's beauties? I heard you're her good friend, so many of us in the 2nd year know about you." "What?" Hearing this, Lu Chen's face darkened. He never expected to become famous in the whole school just because of that bitch Zhao Meizhu. It was truly a disaster. "By the way, Senior Lu, are you really good friends with Senior Zhao?" Meng Xiao'er asked innocently. This was like rubbing salt in Lu Chen's wound. He replied irritably, "Good friends? What a joke, I want to slaughter her right now." It seemed like the other person was not in a good mood. Meng Xiao'er smiled awkwardly, "Senior Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Wait." Lu Chen grabbed her, "I can tell you have extensive knowledge of herbs, so follow me for the next few days." Meng Xiao'er's expression froze. What's going on? Was he being kidnapped? Lu Chen was struggling to identify precious herbs, and now he had a ready-made little expert to make use of. Meng Xiao'er could only helplessly board the thief's ship and follow behind Lu Chen. However, his rich knowledge of herbs and talent did indeed help Lu Chen. They collected many precious herbs along the way. However, most of them were guarded by fierce beasts nearby, even on sight. Every time Meng Xiao'er was scared out of his wits, Lu Chen was able to deal with these beasts effortlessly, and it was unusually easy. Meng Xiao'er's shock came in waves, and in the end, he was even numb to it all. Curiously, he asked, "Senior Lu, what realm are you in? Why can't I see through you at all?" Lu Chen thought to himself, as a martial artist with the added skill of concealing breath, it would be strange if you could see through me. He had already reached the realm of a 4-star martial artist. This time, it was his skull that had been tempered. When he broke through, his perception expanded further. The slightest movements of the wind, the chirping of insects and birds became exceptionally clear. After tempering his skull, what was enhanced was his power of perception. Lu Chen was secretly pleased. With this enhancement, his survey of the surrounding environment became even more convenient. He also summoned the interface. Name, Lu Chen, age, 18, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, realm, 4-star martial artist, techniques, basic cultivation method, 3 layers, lightning 5-blade, perfection, thunderous blade technique, perfection, meteor chasing moon, proficient, meteor fist, proficient, comet fist, beginner, skills, concealing breath technique, great accomplishment, talents, endless slaughter, SSS-level, death-dealing / S-level, world-destroying divine thunder, SSS-level, Xian blood, value, 6560/8000, comprehensive evaluation, having tempered your upper limb bones, lower limb bones, trunk bones, and skull, you are about to undergo the first comprehensive enhancement of your entire skeletal system. Now, killing beyond your level is even easier than drinking water. It was as easy as drinking water before, and now it's even easier than drinking water? Lu Chen smiled faintly, very satisfied with the system's evaluation. Both of his sword techniques, lightning 5-blade and thunderous blade technique, had reached perfection. The concealing breath technique was also continuously being applied and understood, reaching great accomplishment. As for the realm of meteor fist and comet fist, they remained stagnant. It was just that Lu Chen preferred using a sword, as dealing with things with a single stroke was easier than using his fists. But he knew that in terms of potential, comet fist was stronger. I should practice more when I have time, striving to reach the realm of great accomplishment as soon as possible, so that I can unleash unparalleled power in an instant. It was already evening. Lu Chen said, let's find a safe house to rest first. You often come to White Tiger Mountain, do you know where one is? Meng Xiao'er nodded, of course, I know of one nearby. As they were about to pass through a patch of grass, Meng Xiao'er suddenly looked terrified and turned back hastily. Gasping for breath, he said to Lu Chen, Senior, there's a big guy ahead. Lu Chen was puzzled. What's in front? Meng Xiao'er hurriedly said, it's that big fatty. What? Lu Chen was about to sense the approaching presence. A rough voice rang out first, hey, what's with the nickname? I'm Shindali from the Western Factory. Soon, a tall, chubby man emerged from the bushes, looking all plump and chubby. The features on his face were squeezed together, resembling a humanoid tank. Lu Chen sized up the other person and couldn't help but remark, indeed, you are as thick from top to bottom, like a bucket. Shindali, despite being fat, did not like others pointing out this flaw. Even if you called him crazy, he could accept it. I'm going to rip your tongue out later, Shindali angrily shouted. At this moment, Meng Xiao'er hid behind Lu Chen, not daring to even breathe. Her small face was pale with fear. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. What did you just say, that you're going to rip out my tongue? That's right. Shindali sneered, his face full of ferocity, looking extremely intimidating. His large build, combined with his strength reaching the realm of a 9-star warrior, made him appear fierce and easily instilled fear in others. I not only want to cut off your tongue but also take everything you have. Ha ha, I love these kinds of fools who come to me willingly. Shindali raised the hammer and slowly walked over. The injuries he sustained from his fight with Chen Junxing had completely healed after a day of rest. It had to be said, the fat man was tough and resilient. Seeing Shindali approaching, Meng Xiao'er was even more afraid and said, Senior Lu, please don't make it too bloody later, I faint at the sight of blood. Lu Chen said, don't worry, with this fatty's thick layer of fat, there probably won't be much blood. This time it was Shindali who was dumbfounded. What does that mean? So, it's not me you're afraid of, but blood. In an instant, a sense of humiliation spread throughout his body. Shindali's face turned red with anger. He roared and lifted the hammer to smash it down on Lu Chen's head. If that hammer hit an ordinary person's head, it would surely burst like a watermelon. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Lu Chen. As the hammer was about to fall, Lu Chen casually cut it off. The heavy hammerhead coincidentally landed on Shindali's foot. Oh my god! Shindali screamed in pain, dropped the bare iron rod, covered his foot, and hopped around in a chicken dance pose on the spot. The hammer hit was very severe, and his foot bone was definitely broken. Shindali, while wailing, asked in amazement, Who are you, and why is your swordsmanship so sharp? My name is Lu Chen, Lu Chen replied indifferently. What, you are Lu Chen? Shindali was dumbfounded. Never did he expect that the Lu Chen, whom Wang Zhangtian had been keeping an eye on, was standing right in front of him. Although he had not been involved in the battle plan, he was aware of the situation. You are so powerful? Completely different from the intelligence. After Shindali's astonishment, he suddenly realized something. Ignoring his fractured right foot, he hurriedly limped away to the side. However, limping was too slow. He decided to play to his advantage. He lay directly on the ground and, using his round and plump body, rolled like a gourd, surprisingly faster than running. Seeing this scene, even Lu Chen was amazed. Truly a talent needed by the Western factory. Lu Chen raised his hand lightly. The unknown energy within him surged out again, bursting from his palm into a thunderous charge. The speed of the lightning was unparalleled, quickly catching up to Shindali and striking him. With a loud bang, Shindali let out a miserable scream. Then he turned into a charred mess, completely cooked. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 9-star warrior, gaining 232 points of vitality. Lu Chen didn't have time to listen to the system's prompt and said with a smile, I thought your fat could insulate you, but it turns out it's useless. Shindali, the martial arts fanatic, was once the nightmare of many, notorious for his robberies in the dragon ranking battle. Now, he unexpectedly died at the hands of Lu Chen, and died in such a suffocating manner. On the other side, Meng Xiu'er was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen Lu Chen display his lightning talent, and this lightning was too terrifying. With one strike, even someone as strong as Shindali was directly turned into charcoal. Senior Lu, you're too amazing. At this moment, Meng Xiu'er's eyes were full of admiration. If I were Zhao Meizhu, I would fall in love with you too, you're really handsome. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. If you mention that name again, I'll kill you. After hearing this, Meng Xiu'er immediately shut his mouth. Although he didn't know what had happened between the two, it was obvious that Lu Chen was full of hatred towards Zhao Meizhu. In my opinion, Zhao Meizhu is not worthy of Senior Lu at all. There are many other beauties in Xiangnan, you shouldn't focus on just one. Meng Xiu'er certainly didn't dare to say this out loud, it was just a passing thought in his mind. As for why there was more than one beauty in Xiangnan, it was mainly because there had been a vote on the school forum. The most beautiful ones were among the top, with similar vote counts. After all, different people had different tastes. The one who ranked first in votes was not accepted by most people. So they decided to select 4 school beauties. Each of them had their own unique qualities. Youthful, lively, aloof, lovely. Each one could represent a young man's unrequited love. But for Lu Chen, who had seen countless people, beauty was just skin deep. It no longer caught his attention. Moreover, one of them was his biggest enemy since he arrived in this world. Killing was the only way to quench the endless hatred in his heart. At this moment, Lu Chen walked over and carefully searched. He furrowed his brows. Why doesn't Shindali have a backpack on him? Doesn't he like to rob people? Meng Xiu'er excitedly said, Senior Lu, the things he robbed are not on him, they are hidden in this thicket. Lu Chen walked over. He saw Meng Xiu'er pointing to a flat ground, saying, right here. Lu Chen was a bit speechless. Do you have a dog's nose? How did you know? Meng Xiu'er replied, I have a talent for affinity with plants and can sense the nearby spiritual plants and flowers. There is a strong plant energy emanating from under this piece of land. It's a good thing I brought you along. Lu Chen sighed, then raised his knife and began digging vigorously. Seeing the other party's extremely skilled movements, Meng Xiu'er seemed to realize something. His face immediately changed. Does Senior Lu often dig pits? What did he dig pits for before? The more Meng Xiu'er thought about it, the more scared he became. His imagination was astonishing. He felt even more awed by Lu Chen. Soon, a small pit was dug out of the ground. Inside were several backpacks. It seemed they were all the spoils Shindali had robbed along the way. He really robbed a lot. Is he a pirate of the rivers and lakes? Meng Xiu'er was dumbfounded. Lu Chen smiled faintly. This big guy is quite smart. He knew to hide these backpacks somewhere, otherwise carrying so many things alone would be inconvenient and conspicuous. Shindali probably never imagined that many of the things he had risked his life to steal had now become Lu Chen's possessions. It was like making a wedding dress for someone else. Lu Chen picked up the backpacks, a total of 6. He returned Meng Xiu'er's backpack to him. Thank you, Senior Lu. Initially, Meng Xiu'er was worried that Lu Chen would accept his backpack as well, but it seemed he had been overly suspicious. He wanted to slap himself. Senior Lu is so kind, how could I doubt him? Lu Chen then opened the remaining 5 backpacks and counted them. He found a total of 54 beast crystals and some spiritual plants and flowers of unknown value. Without hesitation, he stuffed them all into his own bag. Until it was completely full, he had to put it in another backpack. Having too much harvest can also be a kind of trouble. Lu Chen carried 2 heavy bags, looking like he was going on a trip. At this moment, Meng Xiu'er said, Lu Shuozhang, I will take you to the safe house later, and then we will go our separate ways. Oh, Lu Chen had finally found a treasure hunter and naturally didn't want to let go at this moment, so he asked, do you have something to do, or do you feel unsafe following me? No, Meng Xiao hurriedly explained, I need to find my master. I usually go back to report after collecting herbs every day. It's been 2 days since I last reported, he must be very angry. Before he could finish speaking, his body shivered involuntarily. Lu Chen seemed to have caught a glimpse of something, walked to the other side, and gently lifted the other's shirt. His gaze froze instantly. Meng Xiao's body was thin and pitifully skinny. His back was covered in scars, all from whiplashes of varying sizes. Old wounds overlapped with new ones. How did you get such serious injuries? Lu Chen asked. Meng Xiao smiled bitterly, sometimes if I don't collect enough herbs in a day, or if the quantity is too low, my master will whip me. Lu Chen finally understood why when he initially said it was a good thing for him to be an apprentice to a manager. The other's expression seemed unnatural. Turns out he was also a working pig. No, to be precise, a working donkey that gets whipped. Lu Chen asked again, are you going back to the factory? Meng Xiao replied, no, it's the dragon ranking tournament period now. My master, as a manager, must stay in the mountains. If there's an emergency, he's responsible for rescuing the players. Lu Chen was curious, I wonder, if a player really needs help, will they come? Meng Xiao knew quite a bit and explained, if they are very close by, they might come to take a look, but they definitely won't care too much. After all, the life and death of these players have nothing to do with them. The reason why it's promoted before the competition that there's a manager in the mountains responsible for their safety is to reassure these players. Lu Chen's face turned cold. Indeed, even in the Black Factory, not a single good person could be found, even among the higher-ups. This dragon ranking tournament seems to benefit the employees, with rewards promised later. In reality, drones are broadcasting everywhere, allowing these leaders to enjoy watching them fight for their lives, like watching monkeys perform in a circus. These pitiful employees are just their source of entertainment. A bunch of bastards. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen suddenly said coldly, do you know where your master is? The master's location? Meng Xiao was puzzled. Lu Shuazhang, why are you asking about this? Lu Chen asked seriously, tell me the truth now, what is your master's specific realm, and what methods does he have? Half an hour later, Meng Xiao arrived nervously at a smooth hill. There sat an old man. His hair was long, his figure thin, and his eyes slightly closed. In front of him was a huge metal furnace resembling the alchemy furnace of Laozi. Obviously, he was refining some medicine. The process of boiling medicine was long, and most of the time, the other party was resting with his eyes closed. This was Meng Xiao's master, one of the managers of the company, Sun Buren. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze drifting over, and asked indifferently, why didn't you come yesterday? Meng Xiao nervously said, I didn't collect much herbs yesterday, so I wanted to accumulate them and give them to you today. Sun Buren took the backpack, snorted coldly, if the quantity or quality is not up to standard, I will whip you to death later. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiao began to tremble all over. It had become a conditioned reflex for him. Sun Buren opened the backpack, checked it, and seemed extremely satisfied. With a faint smile, he said, well, there's a competition at Baihu Mountain these days, but you managed to gather so much, and even found a 3-colored flower, which is a crucial ingredient for brewing low-level awakening potions. I won't punish you today, just leave quickly. Meng Xiao felt as if a great burden had been lifted and hurriedly stepped back. Unexpectedly, Sun Buren suddenly shouted sternly, who's hiding over there? Soon, a figure emerged from the tall grass not far away. It was Lu Chen. He couldn't help but chuckle, truly a martial artist, your perception is indeed sharp. Meng Xiao was startled to see him come out. Helplessly, she said, Senior Lu, I told you that you didn't need to follow. Master is very powerful, he would definitely sense you. Sun Buren furrowed his brows. And who might you be, speaking so arrogantly? A wet behind-the-ears kid like you dares to judge a martial artist. He was a martial artist and a highly esteemed alchemist, extremely arrogant, looking down on ordinary warriors. Lu Chen suddenly asked, I heard you mention earlier that all the low-level awakening potions of the company are brewed by you? Sun Buren, upon hearing this, felt quite pleased. Stroking his chin beard lightly, he said, indeed, some are also made by my disciples, but the difficulty of brewing low-level awakening potions is very high. The ones I brew have reached the highest standard for low-level potions. If I push further, they could even reach the level of intermediate awakening potions. Although the quality of potions made by my disciples is not very good, it's sufficient for those piglets to consume. It was evident that he was very confident in his alchemy skills and proud of being able to train so many disciples. At this moment, Lu Chen was extremely angry, so these deceitful low-level awakening potions all come from you and your disciples. Sun Buren, however, didn't notice the other's expression and instead smiled. Of course, these potions have earned the company quite a bit of money. You deserve to die. Lu Chen's tone was icy. He had finally found the scoundrel behind these deceitful potions. What? Sun Buren only realized something was amiss upon hearing this. Looking up, he saw the other's expression filled with indignation and angrily said, "A young brat like you dares to speak to me in such a manner, are you seeking death?" Seeing this, Meng Xiaor knelt down with a bang, pleading, "Master, this is my senior. He's not in a good mood today and spoke out of turn. Please don't take it to heart. I'll take him away immediately." Want to leave? It's too late. Sun Buren stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with anger. For so many years, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner. I should die. Ha, I've lived much longer than you, it's you who should die. Then, his imposing aura fully emerged, revealing the realm of a 2-star martial artist. Sun Buren, who had been refining potions for years, did not hold a high rank among martial artists. However, his position in the company was extremely respected. Even the leader Lu Rulong had to be polite to him, because Sun Buren was the company's cash cow. In fact, he didn't need to protect these participants in the dragon ranking competition. Sun Buren mainly wanted to experience the freshness of refining potions in the wilderness and supervise Meng Xiaor's herb gathering. As for protecting those participants in the competition, even if Sun Buren heard a cry for help, he wouldn't lend a hand. In his eyes, the lives of all employees combined were not worth as much as a single batch of his precious potions. "Master, please calm down, don't kill Senior." Meng Xiaor was truly scared this time, pleading with a trembling voice. She even kowtowed desperately, trying to save Lu Chen's life. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen said, "Xiaor, stand up." "Ha?" Meng Xiaor was somewhat surprised. "I said stand up." Lu Chen's voice was firm and commanding, making people involuntarily feel submissive. Meng Xiaor immediately stood up. Lu Chen said word by word, "A man's knees should bend only for gold. From now on, never kneel to anyone." Meng Xiaor wiped the moist corners of his eyes. He was used to being weak, often bullied at school, even subjected to bullying. He had never thought of becoming strong. The time he took out a loan to buy the awakening elixir was his bravest moment. Unfortunately, the price was extremely painful, leading to his current downfall. Now, hearing what Lu Chen said, his heart was greatly moved. "Senior." However, Sun Buren couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, is your senior here to joke around? Isn't it only natural for a disciple to kneel before their master?" Lu Chen spat, "You're just a deranged master, treating Xiaor like a beast of burden, making him gather herbs every day, and even whipping him. Have you ever passed on any skills to him?" Sun Buren snorted, "If it weren't for me recognizing his talent back then, he would have been slaughtering livestock in the workshop. Isn't that work more tiring than gathering herbs? That's why I am his benefactor." Lu Chen sneered, "You only did it for your own benefit, dragging him from one pit to another. The truth is always the harshest." After the other party appeared, they relentlessly attacked Sun Buren with sharp words, finally breaking his defenses. I'll burn you to death." Sun Buren, unable to argue, resorted to violence. The anger he had accumulated erupted like a volcano. Opening his mouth, a terrifying energy brewed within him. A surging wave of fire spewed out from his mouth. "You brat, taste my alchemical fire." This was Sun Buren's C-grade talent. Although it was fire-based, it was more effective in alchemy. The flames could remain stable during the refining process, even increasing the success rate. With this talent, Sun Buren grew to become the most respected alchemist in the company. "Senior, get out of the way." Meng Xiaor anxiously shouted. He felt that Lu Chen genuinely cared for him. Not only did he help kill the robber Shindali, but he also taught him how to be a better person. Such kindness was like having new parents. Facing the surging flames, Lu Chen showed no hint of fear. He drew an F-grade alloy sword. With a cold expression, he said, "Sun Buren, is this your talent for fire? You've been dealing with fire your whole life. Now, witness my wrath." Lu Chen struck with force. As the blade fell, 5 sharp lightning bolts burst forth like swords. It was the perfect lightning 5 strikes. Bang! 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 The 5 lightning bolts directly shattered the surging alchemical fire. Seeing this, Sun Buren was dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. Trembling, he said, Who are you, and how did you break my alchemical fire?" Sun Buren's fire-based talent was extremely powerful. Even higher-level martial artists couldn't resist it. He never expected Lu Chen to solve it effortlessly. "Who am I?" Lu Chen sneered, "I am a martial artist." In the next moment, his aura began to rise steadily. The art of concealing his breath was completely released. A terrifying pressure swept through the heavens and earth. Lu Chen's true realm was fully revealed. A 4-star martial artist. His imposing aura was like a mountain, making people's knees weak, unable to stand. Sun Buren stood before him, feeling his heart torn apart. Meng Xior felt even worse. His legs gave out, collapsing on the ground. I promised Senior Lu not to kneel anymore, a man should be strong. But this pressure is too much. Later, he thought to himself, since I'm kneeling in front of Senior Lu, not a stranger, I'll just kneel to the end. I'm still a man. Lu Chen approached step by step, holding a long knife. Sun Buren was petrified. He usually relied on the fire of alchemy, confident that he had some advantage in battle. But he had hardly fought many battles, always immersed in various medicinal herbs since he was young. Now, facing Lu Chen, who was 2 small realms higher than himself, he immediately felt intimidated. He hurriedly bowed and said, "This young brother." "No, this elder brother, let's discuss things. We are colleagues in the same unit, we are the closest of colleagues, No, little brother, apologize for what happened just now, please forgive me, I'm getting old, can you forgive me?" He rambled on. Lu Chen didn't even listen to a word. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He wanted the other party dead. Seeing this, Sun Buren was also forced into a corner. He lifted the alchemy furnace and smashed it towards Lu Chen. This alchemy furnace was a treasure obtained by the company from a secret realm years ago. It could increase the success rate of alchemy out of thin air. Moreover, it was also a weapon. At this moment, infused with Sun Buren's blood and energy, the alchemy furnace turned into a huge burning fireball and charged fiercely towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised his fist expressionlessly. He unleashed the comet fist directly. Blood and energy soared into the sky. Like a comet, it swiftly struck towards its target. Bang! The alchemy furnace was blown away by the force of the fist. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. Seeing this, Sun Buren trembled all over. Damn, are you even human? He still wanted to unleash the fire of alchemy. However, Lu Chen had no intention of giving him a chance. He charged forward and swung his sword. Seeing the sharp blade, Sun Buren was terrified. He felt as if his body was being sliced apart. He looked down and was instantly shocked. His lower body had been completely separated from his upper body, cut in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. Lu Chen's sword speed was just too fast. Meng Xior had never seen such a scene before. She turned her head away in disgust. At this moment, Sun Buren, with only his upper body left, had not completely lost his breath. It had to be said, the vitality of a martial artist was strong. Even at this point, he could hold on for a while. "You're dead." Lu Chen looked at him, his expression cold. Sun Buren exerted all his strength, trying to scream for help. Little did he know, his voice seemed to be stuck, unable to make a sound. Because Lu Chen struck again, cutting off the opponent's head. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 2-star martial artist, gaining 410 points of blood and energy. Thus, the renowned alchemist of the company, the only one, was chopped into 3 pieces by Lu Chen. Just like the materials he often used for alchemy, cut and crushed, causing harm to so many people, harming so many talented students. Lu Chen, still filled with resentment, struck the opponent with lightning. Bang! After a chaotic bombardment, Sun Buren no longer resembled a human being. There was not a single intact part on his body. Everything turned into a charred mess, emitting wisps of blue smoke. At this moment, Meng Xior finally came to her senses. Trembling, she said, "Senior Lu, my master. This villain was killed by you like this? You are too powerful." She finally realized firsthand how powerful Lu Chen was. Because Meng Xior knew well the strong position Sun Buren held in the company, many people revered him. She never expected such a figure to die at Lu Chen's hands, and so effortlessly at that. One could only say that Senior Lu was truly formidable. Now, as Lu Chen calmed down and gradually regained his composure, he asked, "Does your master have anything valuable on him?" He suddenly regretted turning the opponent into a charred mess. Because even if Sun Buren had any important items on him, they were all destroyed in the process. It seemed that he couldn't let emotions cloud his judgment. He had to search the body first, then whip the corpse. Meng Xior said, "He usually doesn't carry things on him. There's a special safe house nearby that should have his belongings. That's a good habit." Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, hoping for a big haul. He glanced at the fallen alchemy furnace, pondered for a moment, and decided to take it with him. At this moment, the furnace lay askew on the ground, its lid flung off, spilling medicine all over. After cleaning up the furnace, Lu Chen lifted it up and said, "Lead the way, tonight we'll stay at your master's safe house." What? Meng Xior was somewhat astonished. Everything now seemed like a dream to him. Not only did he witness his master being killed by Lu Chen, but now he was staying in the other's house. Was this a reversal of fate? Subsequently, the two headed to Sun Buren's safe house. They arrived quickly. After surveying the place, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. This house was much stronger than the contestant's safe house he stayed in yesterday. Built with bricks and stones, it was very sturdy. The facilities inside were complete, with even an electricity system. Lu Chen searched the house and indeed found many valuable treasures. The most abundant were precious herbs. In addition, there were several notes on alchemy, recording the other party's usual work experiences. If Sun Buren's disciples saw these, they would surely go crazy for them. After all, the most lacking thing for aspiring alchemists is experience. Alchemy requires significant costs. By studying these notes thoroughly, it could easily save you decades of trial and error. It was truly a valuable treasure. Lu Chen packed all these items into his backpack. Now, his 2 bags were truly full to the brim, almost overflowing. At this moment, Meng Xiaoer suggested, "Senior, why don't you sleep here, and I'll find another safe house?" Lu Chen thought it over. When had he ever shared a bed with another man? Lu Chen nodded. "Alright, you go then." Meng Xiaoer smiled. "I'll come find you tomorrow morning." Following beside him, he felt like he had found an elder brother. In reality, Meng Xiaoer's main reason for not staying here was fear. After all, Sun Buren had just been killed, leaving him with some psychological shadows. Lying so casually on the other's bed, Meng Xiaoer just couldn't bring himself to do it. After the other left, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the alchemy furnace. His mind started to race. This furnace was definitely a treasure. When Sun Buren used it against himself, he clearly felt a terrifying energy fluctuation emanating from it. "But I have too many things. What if I put all my backpacks in the furnace and carry it?" Lu Chen thought this was the most feasible method at the moment, so he decided to tidy up the space inside the furnace. It must have been dirty from holding medicine before. If the backpack got wet, it would be troublesome as it contained many herbs that wouldn't preserve well when damp. So, he opened the lid and prepared to clean it carefully. He even found a piece of cloth to wipe it. However, as he wiped, Lu Chen felt something was off. Why were there some strange patterns on the inner wall of the furnace? He carefully explored and even stuck his head inside. Finally, he discovered the peculiar aspect. There were actually inscriptions on the inner wall, and they were in Chinese. Truly amazing. Lu Chen caressed the inscriptions while recording them. Luckily, there was paper and a pen in the house. Soon, a small composition appeared before him. It turned out to be the method to control the furnace, similar to a breathing technique, all falling under the category of techniques. It was called Control Treasure Technique. Lu Chen began to slowly comprehend it. Until midnight, his eyes suddenly sparkled with a flash of insight. "I've got it." Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. With a hand gesture, chanting words, an unknown energy spread from his body to his fingertips, striking the alchemy furnace. At the next moment, the alchemy furnace unexpectedly began to shrink slowly. It finally reduced to the size of a baby's fist before coming to a halt. Even Sun Buren didn't discover the mystery of this alchemy furnace? Lu Chen muttered in confusion. The other party definitely had no idea. If they had the same control over the treasure technique, they would unleash the true power of the furnace, not just smash things like a child. In fact, Sun Buren rarely cleaned the furnace. After refining a batch, he would simply pour out the liquid medicine without meticulously cleaning like Lu Chen. So, over the years, the secret remained undiscovered. Yet, the attentive Lu Chen discovered it in just one night. Additionally, Sun Buren never allowed anyone to touch the furnace, so even if the disciples wanted to help clean, they never had the chance. Indeed, character determines destiny. Next, Lu Chen began to enlarge the alchemy furnace slowly. Surprisingly, it expanded to over 3 meters in height before stopping when the room could barely contain it. "This time, I have space to store items." He tossed all his harvest from the backpack into the furnace. Then he shrank it again. At this moment, the furnace was connected to his mind, and the lid fit seamlessly. If Lu Chen didn't want it to open, even if others exerted all their strength, they couldn't lift the lid. "With this treasure, my combat abilities will be even more diverse." He held the fist-sized alchemy furnace, played with it for a while, and then tucked it into his pocket. Such a precious item was safer kept close to him. Then, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. If Lu Chen knew why Meng Xiaoer didn't dare to sleep here, he would surely be speechless. When Sun Buren was alive, Lu Chen wasn't afraid, let alone now that he had turned into ashes. The next morning, Meng Xiaoer knocked on the door. Lu Chen stretched lazily and opened the door. He had slept well last night and was now full of energy. "Senior Lu, I brought some wild fruits for you as breakfast," Meng Xiaoer said with a smile. Lu Chen nodded. It had to be said that the junior brother was indeed considerate. At this moment, Meng Xiaoer asked in surprise, "Senior Lu, where is the alchemy furnace you brought back yesterday?" Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, "That thing was too big, inconvenient to use." He didn't elaborate further. Meng Xiao'er nodded, subconsciously thinking that he had lost the furnace. After a simple tidy-up, the two prepared to set off. Lu Chen still carried a bag, mainly to avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, without even a bag, it would expose that he had another method to store items. It could only be said that Lu Chen was extremely cautious. They left the safe house and walked for half an hour. Suddenly, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. Meng Xiao'er asked curiously, "What's wrong, Senior Lu?" "There are people nearby, 3 of them," Lu Chen replied. 3 people? Meng Xiao'er, upon hearing about people, shuddered as if shocked. The experiences of the past few days made him feel that only Lu Chen was trustworthy, and the rest were all villains. Soon, a man with long hair emerged from the nearby bushes, somewhat resembling a low-budget version of Jin Shengwu. He held a long sword, initially alert. However, upon seeing Meng Xiao'er, he instantly relaxed and smiled. "Xiao'er, it's you. We thought it was a ferocious beast." Meng Xiao'er also smiled. "It's brother Yan Nan." Lu Chen asked curiously, "Do you know each other?" Meng Xiao'er introduced, "This is Yan Nan from the same factory area as me, a senior employee of the company who has always taken care of me." At that moment, Yan Nan also noticed Lu Chen and was startled. "Oh my, it's you?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "What, you're from the South Factory and you know me?" Yan Nan said, "A few days ago, you were quite impressive in the arena. Anyone who attended knows you." Lu Chen immediately understood. He had been quite ruthless in the previous arena battle. However, the next words from the other party caught him by surprise. "I've been wanting to test my skills against you, to see who's stronger," Yan Nan said with a hint of provocation. "Compete with Lu Shuizhang?" Meng Xiao'er was first puzzled, then her expression turned somewhat strange. Yan Nan was speechless. "What, do you think I'll lose?" Meng Xiao'er hurriedly waved her hands. No. What she wanted to say was that he wouldn't lose, but she was afraid that Lu Shuizhang might accidentally kill him. "How about it, Lu Chen? Want to have a friendly match? I'm itching for a fight." Yan Nan deliberately rubbed his palms, resembling a big bad wolf eyeing a little girl. Lu Chen was about to speak when 2 more people emerged from the bushes behind Yan Nan. One had hair dyed in various colors like a punk, and the other had sharp eyebrows and a cold, proud face, surprisingly a 9-star warrior. The punk laughed. "Yan Nan, give it up. Lu Chen is so powerful. What if you end up crippled after playing with him? Besides, you, a 5-star warrior, challenging a 3-star warrior, isn't that embarrassing?" Yan Nan, however, shamelessly smiled. "I'll challenge him while he's at a lower level than me, otherwise, I definitely won't beat him in a fair fight." "Big brother Yan Nan, maybe we shouldn't spar after all, I'm worried." Meng Xiao'er was genuinely concerned the other party might be killed by Lu Chen. "Don't worry, I'm just kidding." Yan Nan was only joking and had no intention of actually fighting Lu Chen. He then introduced, "This colorful-haired one is my brother, a bit of a rogue." Lu Chen was surprised, wondering how this guy insulted people. The punk interjected, "Yan Nan, don't call me that way, my surname is Sha, as in money. If you don't introduce me properly, I'll look like an idiot." Yan Nan chuckled and continued, "This is our southern factory's Nan Bowen, named Li Wanfeng. A good name, isn't it? Both sonorous and elegant." Li Wanfeng just nodded slightly at Lu Chen, not saying a word. There was a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. Masters were always like this. However, none of the 3 could discern Lu Chen's level. In the realm of warriors, without leaking their aura or exerting their power, it was difficult to determine their true level. Lu Chen could easily see Li Wanfeng's level at a glance because of his sensitivity as a martial artist. "We'll be on our way," Lu Chen said directly. He didn't want any involvement with these people. Meng Xiao'er bowed to Yan Nan and the others, saying, "Gentlemen, we'll take our leave. Good luck in the competition." Unexpectedly, Yan Nan said, "Don't rush off, we're going hunting for ferocious beasts. Short of teammates, you 2 can join us." Meng Xiao'er was speechless. "Big brother Yan Nan, do I look like I can fight ferocious beasts?" He noticed Yan Nan's gaze was fixed on Lu Chen. Clearly, he hoped Lu Chen would join, and Meng Xiao'er was just an afterthought, so she remained silent. Lu Chen asked, "Where is the ferocious beast you want to hunt? If it's out of my way, I'll pass." Li Wanfeng heard this and was somewhat displeased. "What do you mean out of your way? We invited you because we respect you." "Yan Nan, forget it, the team doesn't need another low-level warrior." Seeing this, Yan Nan quickly intervened. "Don't say that, we're all friends, and when we encounter that ferocious beast, we don't even know its exact level. The more people, the more strength." "Who said we're friends?" Lu Chen was a bit speechless. Yan Nan was being too familiar. Shabai casually placed his hand on Lu Chen's shoulder, saying, "We watched you in the arena every day, paying so much attention to you. If that's not friendship, what is?" Lu Chen twitched his mouth. These 2 were really something. Li Wanfeng saw this, shrugged, and said no more. So, the 5 of them formed a strange team and set off towards their destination. An hour later, they arrived at a pond with steep cliffs on both sides. The water was clear and serene. Strangely, the water was an incredibly dark color, its depth unknown. Chilly air even emanated from the surroundings. Just standing nearby, Meng Xiu'er felt a chill all over her body and couldn't help but say, "Brother Yan Nan, where is the fierce beast we are hunting? Is it in the water?" Yan Nan nodded. "Yes, I discovered the fierce beast in the pond yesterday resting on the shore, but its level is very high, emitting a terrifying aura, so we need to plan carefully." Shabai urgently asked, "Now that we are all here, who can lure it out?" The 3 of them all looked at Meng Xiu'er. Meng Xiu'er was startled and quickly waved her hands. I can't do it, I can't swim." Next, the 3 turned to Lu Chen. Lu Chen sneered, "No wonder you were so enthusiastic about inviting us to team up. You wanted the 2 of us to be bait." Yan Nan smiled faintly. "Don't be angry, since we are a team, roles need to be clear. The 3 of us have higher strength and will be the main force in the fight later, so you 2 will be the bait." Meng Xiu'er felt uncomfortable hearing this and couldn't help but say, "Brother Yan Nan, why didn't you say so earlier? If we were just bait, we wouldn't have come." Shabai urged, "Since we are already here, there's no turning back. Hurry up, let's deal with the fierce beast soon so we can all go home." Li Wanfeng even drew the broadsword from his back, a clear threat in his actions. Lu Chen glanced at them, then reached out, grabbed Yan Nan by the back of his collar, and said lightly, "It's better for you to go down and lure out the fierce beast." With that, he directly threw Yan Nan into the pond. Yan Nan was dumbfounded. He had no strength to resist and was thrown out like a weak chicken. What the hell? After falling into the water, Yan Nan took a sharp breath. The water was so damn cold. As he struggled, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was everyone silent? Yan Nan looked up and saw the 4 people on the shore staring at him with eyes that seemed to predict his demise. "What's wrong?" Yan Nan cupped his hand to his mouth and shouted loudly. Shabai said helplessly, "Look behind you quickly." Yan Nan turned around. Not looking would have been better, as he was almost scared to death when he saw it. A huge head emerged from the water. It had a flat head, a long mouth, and a pair of fierce eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty light. Its body was covered in black scales like armor. It was a giant crocodile. Li Wanfeng growled, "It's a giant jaw crocodile, stop dawdling and swim." At that moment, Yan Nan also snapped out of his fear. He shouted "my goodness" and swung his arms, swimming desperately towards the shore. The giant jaw crocodile behind him seemed to be playing with him, following leisurely. Yan Nan finally made it to the shore, but not before glaring at Lu Chen. "You little rascal, you're really wicked." However, he didn't have time to complain much because the giant jaw crocodile had already landed. It was only now that everyone could see the full extent of the creature. It had to be said, the giant jaw crocodile was exceptionally huge, measuring a whopping 15 meters long. Lu Chen had heard of prehistoric giant crocodiles in his past life, but he doubted they looked as terrifying as the one before him. "Brothers, grab your weapons and attack." After luring the monster ashore, Yan Nan began to shout. Shabai wielded a long knife. He infused it with his energy and struck the crocodile, but it didn't cause any substantial damage. "Damn, it's so tough?" Shabai was a bit stunned, then he was slapped away by the crocodile. Li Wanfeng's broadsword was extraordinary, exuding a fierce aura. Sanlong's sword technique. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, he exerted force with a slash, and several sword shadows whistled out. The giant crocodile was hit by several swords, letting out a painful roar. A terrifying aura erupted completely. Second rank, second level savage beast. Li Wanfeng was somewhat surprised. He had encountered a second rank first level savage beast before, but back then, there was a company manager by his side. Now, surrounded by low-level warriors, he had to rely on himself. Although the previous martial skill had caused some damage, Li Wanfeng knew that the damage was only superficial. In the next moment, the giant crocodile once again swiped its claw. The speed was astonishing. Li Wanfeng felt his vision darken. The opponent's giant claw was as big as a car, carrying a ferocious momentum as it ruthlessly struck down. No! He, who was usually silent, finally couldn't hold back and let out a loud roar. Boom! The giant claw descended, directly pressing Li Wanfeng into the ground. He felt intense pain all over his body, as if his bones had been shattered into pieces. Next, the giant crocodile raised its claw high again, preparing for a lethal blow. Seeing this, Li Wanfeng felt a surge of strength erupt from somewhere within him. Without caring about his embarrassment, he desperately twisted his body. Like a rolling gourd, he dodged the strike. Meng Xiu'er watched this series of unexpected changes in shock. The 2 who had been arrogant just now unexpectedly ended up in such a state. Not even a piece of the giant crocodile's scales had been knocked off. At this moment, Yan Nan stood frozen in place, his limbs numb. Those two teammates were much stronger than him, but they were completely outmatched. Even if he joined the fight, the outcome wouldn't be any better. Suddenly, Yan Nan seemed to think of something and looked at Lu Chen, urging, "Hurry up." Reminded, Lu Chen reached out again, grabbing the opponent's collar from behind. Damn it! Is this move again? Yan Nan was almost going crazy. Without any resistance, he was thrown out by the opponent. At this moment, Yan Nan felt like a sandbag. Such an annoying feeling. And the target he was flying towards was the giant crocodile. Bang! Yan Nan's body fiercely collided with the giant crocodile's head. Then he was sent flying again. The giant crocodile hadn't expected another aerial bombardment. Its head was left spinning. Li Wanfeng struggled to get up and, seeing this scene, his eyes lit up immediately. Now's the chance, everyone attack together. At this moment, Shabai and he adjusted their stance and once again attacked the giant crocodile. As for Yan Nan, he had completely lost his fighting ability. After all, the effects of strength were mutual. The more painful the giant crocodile's head, the greater the damage Yan Nan suffered. Lu Chen, damn it! Yan Nan was about to curse, but the next moment, his throat felt blocked. Because at this moment, facing the two of them's encirclement, the giant crocodile hastily swung its huge tail, sweeping through the ranks. Li Wanfeng and Shabai were once again sent flying, completely defenseless. Is this the power of a second-rank savage beast? It's too strong. Yan Nan trembled in fear. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have organized this operation. It was a complete one-sided beating. Suddenly, Yan Nan glanced at Lu Chen and ordered, "You quickly lead it away." Seeing the other unmoved, he softened his tone. "Lu Chen, after all, we are teammates, can't you make an effort?" Lu Chen sneered, "Who said we are teammates? I'm just here to watch the show." Yan Nan was so angry he almost spat blood. At this moment, however, the giant crocodile narrowed its eyes slightly. A fierce gaze fell on Lu Chen. It remembered that this kid had smashed Yan Nan towards its head like a ball, causing unbearable pain. Savage beasts also held grudges. The giant crocodile let out a strange cry, moved its limbs, and charged towards Lu Chen. "Ha, you threw me twice, and now you're finally being targeted, right?" Yan Nan said somewhat gleefully. Lu Chen was now too lazy to pay him any attention. However, he holds grudges. "I'll get back at you later." Meng Xior was originally very close to Lu Chen, but when she saw the giant crocodile pouncing towards her, she was so scared that she exerted all her strength and ran wildly for hundreds of meters. Finally, she hid behind a big tree. She couldn't help but shout with concern, "Lu, be careful." In her heart, she silently added, "I'm not a coward, I just don't want to affect Lu's performance." At this moment, the giant crocodile had already reached Lu Chen. It opened its huge mouth wide, wanting to swallow him in one gulp to avenge the headshot just now. Lu Chen even smelled the fishy breath coming from its mouth. He frowned, extended his fist, and infused it with his energy. Comet Fist. The terrifying force of the fist roared out instantly. Before the crocodile could understand what was happening, it felt a sharp pain in its mouth. It let out a painful roar, followed by Yan Nan's astonishment. Just a second ago, he was lamenting the unpredictable fate of small people like Lu Chen, but the next second, he was dumbfounded, because he saw Lu Chen instantly punch through the crocodile's mouth, blood gushing out. This time, it truly became a bloodthirsty beast. Shabai was also stunned. Damn. What kind of martial skill is this, causing tons of damage with just bare hands? Li Wanfeng also widened his eyes. In their view, martial skills combined with weapons were stronger. Techniques like boxing and palm strikes were ultimately inferior. It could only be said that their perspective as martial artists was very narrow. High-level martial artists had extremely potent energy. Clashes from a distance were common. Weapons were just a bonus. The key was the level of martial skill and the proficiency in its application. How is Lu Chen so strong? Li Wanfeng muttered. He had just been hit by the crocodile again, with more broken bones in his body. It was only because of the vigorous vitality of a 9-star warrior that he hadn't fainted from the pain. At this moment, the crocodile's mouth was bleeding profusely, its eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. It raised its claw and fiercely swiped down, intending to turn Lu Chen into minced meat. This brutal strike was filled with cruelty, yet Lu Chen still didn't draw his ally knife, simply raising his hand. An unknown energy quickly spread within him. A terrifying lightning bolt shot out, striking the crocodile's claw with unparalleled speed. Bang! This clash was even more intense, erupting in billows of smoke. The others were all dumbfounded because the outcome of the battle was clear. A huge palm was seen flying out, swirling in the air before landing in front of Yan Nan. Seeing this palm larger than a car, Yan Nan was completely shocked. Damn, this clearly defied the law of no smoke without fire. He nervously swallowed, even the crocodile's huge claw was directly cut off. What did he release just now, lightning? It has such destructive power. Shabai was even more astonished. Oh my god. What kind of strength does this kid have? He seems much more awesome than in the arena. Li Wanfeng also gasped, how many more cards does he have up his sleeve? He still found it somewhat unbelievable. Normally a quiet and reserved person, it seemed like he had spoken a lifetime's worth of words today. At this moment, the crocodile, missing a claw, was furious to the extreme. Like a volcano about to erupt, it spat out a huge blue bead from its mouth, emitting a continuous cold air. It was clearly a precious treasure. Yan Nan couldn't take his eyes off it. Yesterday, he saw the crocodile come ashore and absorb the essence of moonlight using this bead. That's why Yan Nan desperately organized this battle, aiming for this bead. Lu Chen also clearly recognized the value of this item. And to him, it felt as precious as Sun Buren's alchemy furnace. Once mastered, it can unleash terrifying power. Faced with the impending crisis, a faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Alright, Yan Nan, you are truly my lucky star. Yan Nan was stunned, clearly not understanding the situation yet. Lu Chen stared intently at the blue gem, intriguingly saying, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have received such a grand gift. Damn! Yan Nan was speechless in an instant. Big brother, the giant crocodile hasn't unleashed its ultimate move yet, and you're already so arrogant. The giant crocodile was highly intelligent. It seemed to have understood Lu Chen's words. Its eyes blazed with anger, almost wishing to bite the other's throat if its mouth wasn't pierced. At this moment, the blue gem kept spinning in the void. The temperature around rapidly dropped. Under the giant crocodile's mental control, the gem's surface suddenly burst with a terrifying chill, shooting towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen employed the meteor-chasing moon body technique skillfully, dodging with great agility. However, the stones behind him were instantly engulfed by the cold, quickly freezing into a massive ice block. Meng Xiao, hiding at the back, watched everything vividly. Amazed, she exclaimed, wow, it froze so quickly, the gem is incredibly powerful. And in the next moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The stone that had frozen shattered directly, turning into countless fragments scattered on the ground. Seeing this, everyone was astonished by the gem's power, their eyes revealing a hint of fiery desire. With such a rare treasure, if I could obtain it, could I become the #1 below martial master? Although Li Wanfeng was injured, he didn't even blink when he saw the blue gem. It can only be said that human desires are boundless. Not to mention him, even Shabai and Yan Nan, slightly inferior in strength, were fixated on the gem. At this moment, as the first attack missed, the giant crocodile launched another. The energy fluctuations emitted from the blue gem intensified. Then, another terrifying chill burst forth. This time, Lu Chen didn't dodge. He rubbed his hands vigorously, and a 5 to 6 meter long electric arc shot out. The imposing aura shook the heavens and illuminated all directions. Senior Lu is so lightning. Meng Xiao, on the side, couldn't take her eyes off. Li Wanfeng felt a chill down his spine. Lu Chen's talent is extraordinary. What level could it be, B or A? He was a 9-star warrior, although lacking innate talent, he had witnessed formidable awakened individuals. Like the one ranked first on the dragon list, just a B-level talent was already immensely powerful. Now, when Lu Chen's talent was displayed, merely judging with the naked eye, he was not weaker than the other. He might even surpass them. In the next moment, the terrifying electric arc was like a sky-splitting blade, directly shattering the cold. The giant crocodile widened its eyes. It never expected that even after using its trump card, it couldn't defeat Lu Chen. Suddenly, its vertical pupils contracted. Ha! Where did that kid go? At this moment, Lu Chen had already disappeared from his original spot without a trace. The giant crocodile frantically swung its head, scanning the surroundings continuously. But still, it couldn't find the opponent's figure. Then, it suddenly felt a weight on its back. Surprisingly, Lu Chen had silently landed on its back. The giant crocodile was both shocked and furious, trying to shake him off continuously. However, Lu Chen's feet were as rooted, unmoving on its back. He then drew an F-grade alloy knife and forcefully stabbed towards its head. Accompanied by the sound of skin and bones shattering, the blade pierced through the creature's skull from top to bottom, leaving a pool of red and white matter on the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a second-rank second-tier beast, gaining 455 points of vitality. Lu Chen's expression was somewhat joyful. Finally, he had dealt with the opponent. He reached out and took the fallen blue gem. It's so cold. This gem contained unknown energy, just touching it with his hand felt chilling. However, Lu Chen's body was strong now, and he quickly adapted. But how to control this blue gem? Just now, the crocodile seemed to be playing with it so well. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed that besides Meng Xiu'er, the other three were staring at the gem in his hand with almost greedy eyes. What, do you want it? Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately understood what was going on and jokingly said, you guys want it? The three looked at each other. Shabai spoke first, Lu Chen. No, brother Lu, we teamed up to kill monsters together. Now that the fierce beasts have been exterminated, should we share the rewards? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded seriously, you make sense. The three were somewhat surprised that he agreed so readily. Shabai exclaimed, in that case, the blue gem belongs to us. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen shook his head, no, the blue gem cannot be given to you. As for the beast crystal. He dug out the crystal with a knife, glanced at it, and continued, this is a second-order fierce beasts, very precious, I can't give it to you either. Yan Nan was speechless, you won't give the blue gem, nor the crystal, what else can you give us? I can give you the crocodile's body, Lu Chen said with a faint smile. The three were speechless. Shabai leaned in, are you taking me for a fool? What do I need with a 10-meter-long corpse to eat? Lu Chen nodded, yes, I see you guys lack some brains, eating crocodile meat can help. The meat of a second-order fierce beast is quite nourishing. This time, even the usually quietly Wanfeng couldn't help but get angry. After all that talk, it's like you don't want to give us anything. Are you playing with us? Lu Chen glanced at him and said, yes, I am playing with you. The three were very embarrassed. However, they were injured and unable to fight, so they could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Meng Xiu'er couldn't help but remind them, brothers, have you not figured out the situation yet? What? Yan Nan was puzzled. Meng Xiu'er said, Senior Lu can kill this second-order crocodile, let alone deal with you three. Damn! Upon hearing this, Li Wanfeng and the others instantly understood. Damn! Just now, they were blinded by the gem and almost forgot that Lu Chen had single-handedly killed the crocodile. How much stronger was his ability compared to theirs? Thinking of this, the three broke out in a cold sweat. Li Wanfeng trembled, you haven't reached the level of a 9-star warrior, no, a warrior. He found it difficult to say that word, because it meant that Lu Chen had become a terrifying existence. Terrifying enough to make all the Dragon List players look up to him. Shabai and Yan Nan looked at each other. The two had witnessed Lu Chen's growth step by step. When they first saw him in the arena, he was only at the level of a 2-star warrior. They never expected that he could now easily kill a second-order fierce beast. Lu Chen looked at Li Wanfeng, his eyes playful, and said, why stop there, go on. A 9-star warrior? They're nothing in front of me. The three gasped in shock. Have you really reached the warrior level? How is that possible? How old are you? Their questions kept increasing. But if Lu Chen hadn't reached the warrior level, how could he have easily dealt with this fierce beast? At this moment, Lu Chen completely put away the blue gem and the crystal. Looking at the three of them again, he said, it's time to settle our accounts. What accounts? Yan Nan felt extremely nervous. He noticed that Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on him. Don't look at me. The more Yan Nan tried to avoid it, the more he felt that Lu Chen was targeting him. Sure enough, Lu Chen spoke up, your name is Yan Nan, right? I thought you were quite good at getting close to people, but I didn't expect you to immediately send me and Xiu'er to lure the ferocious beasts. Yan Nan said somewhat aggrievedly, but I didn't know you were a martial artist. If I had realized how awesome you were earlier, I would have just jumped into the water to lure the monster. He spoke sincerely. However, Lu Chen was not buying it, and he coldly said, it's useless to say these things to me. You didn't invite the two of us to team up with good intentions from the start. But I'm not a petty person. Yan Nan was somewhat surprised. Are you letting me go? Unexpectedly, Lu Chen flicked his finger. A bolt of lightning burst from his fingertip and shot out quickly. Yan Nan felt his left side empty, with a burning sensation. The next moment, he looked down and was shocked to see his left arm severed. Ah, it hurts so much, you're too ruthless. Lu Chen replied seriously, I'm leaving you with your right hand intact for everyday use as a Qilin arm, so it won't affect your ability to pilot in the future. Am I not kind? Yan Nan was close to tears, trembling as he said, I'm left-handed. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback but pretended not to hear and continued, next, it's your turn. Shabai was quite clever, offering up his backpack directly, saying, Brother Lu, this is my earnings from the past 3 days, all for you. Lu Chen chuckled, I become your big brother so quickly? Of course, Brother Lu, may you enjoy eternal blessings and longevity. Shabai now only knew how to grin foolishly, looking just like an idiot. However, Li Wanfeng hesitated. The pride of a 9-star warrior made it difficult for him to bow his head. It was easy to give up the bag, but he wasn't like Shabai, who was good at flattery. However, when he glanced at Yan Nan, who was still screaming in pain, he made up his mind. As he handed over his bag, he trembled and said, "Brother Lu, I apologize for my previous behavior. I was blind, and I hope you, as an adult, can overlook the mistakes of a small person like me." Lu Chen smiled faintly. "You two are quite sensible." After that, he waved his hand and bid farewell to the three of them. Meng Xiu'er took one last deep look at Yan Nan and the others before following Lu Chen out. "Senior Lu, I thought you were going to kill them." Meng Xiu'er caught up with him and whispered. Lu Chen smiled. "Normally, with my personality, I would have killed them. But you mentioned that they had taken care of you at the southern factory before, so I spared them." Meng Xiu'er was slightly surprised. So that was the reason. A warm feeling passed through her heart. She felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Senior Lu, you don't have to consider my feelings." Lu Chen said, "At that time, those three fools were still thinking about the treasure, but you reminded them. I also knew you didn't want them to be killed by me, so I showed mercy." Hearing this, Meng Xiu'er felt ashamed. "In the future, Senior Lu, you can do whatever you want, I won't interfere recklessly again." Lu Chen, like an elder brother, patted her shoulder. "You've been in the factory area for so long and still maintain this kindness, which is already quite remarkable." From Xiu'er, he saw the innocence and kindness that belonged to a student. Moreover, Xiu'er's character was indeed good, coupled with her natural talent for plants, which greatly helped him. So Lu Chen didn't mind having her by his side. "However, in the future, when things happen, you must listen to me. After all, in this world, there are just too many bad people," he said softly. Meng Xiu'er shuddered and nodded hastily. "From now on, I will only listen to Senior Lu. Whoever you say to kill, I will kill, no need to consider for me. Should we go back and kill the three of them?" This? Lu Chen was just joking. He didn't have time to deal with those three little troublemakers. After all, Yan Nan was severely injured, and the other two were half dead from the crocodile attack. They probably wouldn't make it out of White Tiger Mountain. At this moment, Lu Chen began to recall the destination on the map. That way. If it weren't on the way, Lu Chen really didn't want to team up with them. However, he would miss the blue gem. It can only be said that things are unpredictable. On the other side, Yan Nan was still holding his shoulder in extreme pain. Shabai said somewhat unwillingly, "Damn it, we should have called the manager for help just now." Li Wanfeng shook his head. "We can't beat the fierce beasts. The manager will only come to help in life-threatening situations. But in the competition between players, they won't interfere." At this moment, there was a rustling sound coming from the nearby bushes. "Who's there?" Shabai looked over anxiously. He was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. If it was someone from another factory area in the bushes, he would definitely slaughter them to vent his anger. "If I can't beat Lu Chen, can I beat you guys?" The next moment, Shabai was stunned. A child with pigtails walked out of the bushes. Although the child was wearing a red belly band and looked funny, Shabai couldn't laugh at all. Because this person was the Fire Young Master from the company headquarters. "Young Master Fire." Shabai hurriedly bowed, showing a flattering expression on his face. Li Wanfeng also greeted respectfully. Only Yan Nan was still rolling in pain. The Fire Young Master licked his lips and said, "I came here smelling blood." "Ha?" Shabai and Li Wanfeng were puzzled. "Came here smelling blood? Why does it sound like a dog?" But they dared not say such words. After all, the other party was from the headquarters. Even Manager Lu, who usually held a high position, was humble in front of him. The Fire Young Master looked at Yan Nan, who was still struggling, shook his head with a look of pity. Oh, so miserable. His arm was actually bitten off. He obviously thought that Yan Nan was bitten by the crocodile on the ground. All three of them were in a sorry state. Li Wanfeng and Shabai were also covered in injuries. So the Fire Young Master subconsciously imagined a scene where they encountered fierce beasts, fought each other, and ended up in a tragic situation. Shabai, thinking that the Fire Young Master was sympathizing with his subordinates, couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Fire, do you have any medicine on you?" Their backpacks only had bread and water, which they had finished on the first day. And at this moment, the backpack was in the hands of that despicable Lu Chen. The Fire Young Master still shook his head. "I don't have any medicine, but I can help relieve his pain since he's suffering so much." Relieve his pain? While Shabai and Li Wanfeng were still pondering the meaning of this word, they suddenly felt a blur in front of their eyes. The next moment, the Fire Young Master appeared next to Yan Nan. Such fast speed! A look of surprise flashed in Li Wanfeng's eyes. Even as a 9-star warrior, he couldn't see how the other party moved. At this moment, the Fire Young Master reached out his tender little hand and gently grabbed Yan Nan. Opening his mouth, he bit hard on Yan Nan's neck. Yan Nan struggled continuously, crying out, "Young Master Fire, spare me, spare me." Soon, his face grew paler. As strands of blood were sucked, the Fire Young Master's face gradually became rosy. Yan Nan also lost all signs of life, his eyes completely devoid of vitality. Seeing this scene, Shabai and Li Wanfeng were dumbfounded. More accurately, they were frightened. They had never seen someone suck blood before. Wasn't this just like the legendary vampire? It's too terrifying. The fire child only sucked for a few minutes before throwing Yen Nan's body at his feet and spat fiercely. Damn it! This person's blood smells a bit bad. I still prefer the taste of a 9-star warrior. With that, he lifted his head, his gaze falling on Li Wanfeng. Li Wanfeng hurriedly said, Young Master Fire, I'm also injured. The blood on my body smells especially bad. The fire child shook his head, but I'm hungry now, and you are the best food in front of me. Food? Li Wanfeng felt a sourness in his teeth. It was the first time he had heard of a person being described as food by their own kind. At this moment, the fire child approached step by step. In his desperation, Li Wanfeng exerted all his strength and shouted, Manager, help! Oh, is there a manager nearby? Upon hearing this, the fire child's steps hesitated slightly. However, only a few lonely bird calls echoed around, with no other movement. The fire child grinned, Kid, are you trying to stall for time? Li Wanfeng was extremely nervous. Even at his peak, he might not be a match for the fire child. Moreover, he was currently seriously injured. If they fought, he would truly become food. However, sudden changes occurred. Distant footsteps rang out one after another. They saw a black figure approaching from afar, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. The sudden figure was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was dressed in black training clothes, extremely strong in stature. His hair fluttered wildly, resembling a lion. He was none other than another manager of the company, Yang Zhanquan. Seeing the scene, Yang Zhanquan's expression was slightly astonished. What's going on? Trembling, Li Wanfeng said, Manager Yang, I. He didn't know how to describe the situation. It was just too horrifying. Can you straighten your tongue and speak? Yang Zhanquan was speechless, his gaze falling on the fire child, furrowing his brow. Who are you? You don't seem like an employee of our company. The fire child wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. You're the manager of the Binjiang branch, right? I'm from the headquarters. What? Yang Zhanquan was taken aback. He knew that representatives from the company headquarters would come to watch the competition these days, but he didn't expect them to venture deep into Baihu Mountain. However, the fire child didn't look like a leader in any way. He looked more like a little kid. Thinking this, Yang Zhanquan couldn't help but look at Li Wanfeng and Shabai with questioning eyes. At this moment, Li Wanfeng's expression was stiff, his face pale, and he couldn't speak fluently. Only Shabai remained composed and introduced, Manager Yang, this is the fire child from the headquarters, Young Master Fire. It seemed to be true. The once domineering Yang Zhanquan, upon hearing this, immediately respectfully said, Young Master Fire, I'm Yang Zhanquan, pleased to meet you. The fire child interrupted, I'm not interested in you, you're old and wrinkled. Yang Zhanquan's mouth twitched. What did he mean? Did the fire child have a preference for older men? This young man was playing too much. The fire child touched his stomach and said, I'm hungry. Seeing this, Li Wanfeng couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, Manager Yang, please save me. Yang Zhanquan was completely bewildered. If Young Master Fire is hungry, I can go hunt fierce beasts to roast for you. As for Li Wanfeng, what's wrong with you, seriously injured? He had seen the bodies of the giant crocodile and Yen Nan, instinctively thinking they had been seriously injured in a life and death struggle. Li Wanfeng's gaze met the fire child's again. He saw the greed in the other's eyes, shuddered, and blurted out the truth, Young Master Fire. He wants to eat me. Ah! Hearing this, Yang Zhanquan was startled. Eat a person? What kind of joke was this? He looked at the fire child again with a completely different gaze. Are all the people at the company headquarters this twisted? The fire child smiled and explained, don't make it sound so terrifying. I don't eat people, I just want to drink some blood. Yang Zhanquan smiled bitterly, Young Master Hua, Li Wanfeng is an employee of our company. If you're hungry, I can think of another way to help you, but please don't suck the blood of our own employees, okay? Fire child frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. Isn't it by sucking the blood of employees that bosses can strengthen their power? Yang Zhanquan was speechless. The fire child sneered, I do want to suck his blood. What can you do about it? Yang Zhanquan felt extremely frustrated, even feeling a bit helpless. As a martial artist, he had no way to deal with the other party. The higher-ups can crush the lower ranks. Moreover, the other party came from the headquarters, wielding immense power. The fire child approached once again. Li Wanfeng sat paralyzed on the ground, slowly moving backward, trembling as he said, Young Master Hua, I can be your servant, please spare me. The fire child snorted, greedy fellow, still dreaming of being a servant. Don't you know that horses eat better than people? At best, you're just a donkey. Just then, he paused, turned his head to look into the distance. At the same time, his nostrils kept twitching. Swallowing, he said, "There's fresher and more delicious blood ahead, I smell blood." Hearing this, the other three were dumbfounded. Indeed, he had a dog's nose. The fire child turned back and looked at young Zhanquang, saying in an unquestionable tone, "From now on, you all are my slaves, follow me to see." Sandcoin was fine with it. Anyway, being a dog for anyone was the same. Li Wanfeng also breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had just passed through the gates of hell, finally saving his life. As for Yang Zhanquang, he felt extremely aggrieved. Damn it! Shouldn't have come to help. Now, he ended up becoming a slave. No wonder the other managers were slacking off during the competition. He was truly a big scapegoat. Yang Zhanquang had always held a superior position in the company, but in front of the firechild, he didn't dare to make a sound. On the other side, Xiaomo from the West Factory, who possessed a keen sense of smell, followed the scent and finally found Lu Chen. He was very excited now, because the other party was just over 100 meters away. Damn, finally found him, quickly report to Ling Ao. Xiaomo quietly took out a walkie-talkie from his pants. Fortunately, the signal was strong. It had to be said, this Phelps special waterproof walkie-talkie was really useful. The knockoff machine was awesome. What, Xiaomo, you say you found Lu Chen? At this moment, Ling Ao was very excited. Damn it, 3 days. A full 3 days. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? Every time the walkie-talkie vibrated, he would reflexively tremble. After all, Manager Wang was very angry now. The consequences were severe. It also put a lot of pressure on Ling Ao. Report to Brother Tian immediately. A few minutes ago, Lu Chen was trying to control the blue bead. He reached out his hand and communicated with it through his consciousness. Soon, a new control art of treasures appeared in his mind. It turned out that to control this bead, he had to first refine it with his own blood. So, Lu Chen bit his finger, letting droplets fall onto the bead. But the bead seemed to really like his blood. Lu Chen immediately felt an inexplicable suction emanating from the bead, continuously drawing his blood. Soon, the surface of the bead was completely dyed blood red. Everything stopped at that moment. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. He had just drawn so much blood, equivalent to pulling out a thick needle. This little bead is really greedy. The blue bead, having absorbed the blood, regained its color. It became even more beautiful and magnificent. And it successfully recognized its master. Lu Chen could finally use it. Just then, a series of footsteps could be heard nearby. More people coming again? Lu Chen was just wholeheartedly refining the treasure bead and didn't notice anything unusual. By the time he reacted, these people had already appeared beside him. Meng Xior had been arranged to stand guard around before. He exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Lu, it's Li Wanfeng and the others." Lu Chen felt puzzled. Are these people here to die? Meng Xior replied, "No. Besides them, there are 2 other strange-looking individuals." Lu Chen looked over and saw that the leader was very short, with a ponytail and a red belly band. It was the fire child from the company headquarters. The other middle-aged man had long flowing hair, resembling a lion, tall and powerful. A martial artist. Lu Chen judged at a glance. Moreover, the opponent's aura leaked out, clearly a 5-star martial artist, 1 level higher than himself. Seeing this group, Lu Chen's expression was somewhat strange. Meng Xior asked, "What's wrong, Senior Lu, do you know that kid?" He had been in the mountains and had not seen the fire child before. Lu Chen nodded, "Yes, he's a little cutie." "What cutie? You should call him Young Master Fire." Shabai straightened up, feeling empowered, as if he had gained some authority. The fire child chuckled, "I just smelled a hint of blood, is it coming from you?" Lu Chen furrowed his brow. He had just shed a bit of blood. But even from this distance, the other party could smell it. What kind of dog breed was this? In another corner, Xiaomo turned pale with fear, tightly covering his mouth and nose, not daring to leak any breath. He did this not because he encountered a colleague, but because Manager Yang was also inside. He had heard that martial artists had terrifying senses. Would he be discovered? "I was just following Lu Chen, how come so many big shots popped up?" Xiaomo was in agony at this moment. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up. He saw a drone hovering overhead, arriving at some point unnoticed. Flying very high, if not observed carefully, it was hard to spot. Xiaomo knew that Wang Zhangtian had received information and sent it to monitor Lu Chen. At the same time, in the temporary camp, Lu Rulong, many supervisors, and 4 sedan bearers were still here. For these 3 days, they would come to watch the matches during the day, returning to rest at night. "Fly a bit higher, don't get caught," Wang Zhangtian instructed. The staff nodded, "Don't worry, Manager Wang, he can't bring it down." Wang Zhangtian snorted, "Who knows, His thunder talent is extraordinary. Mentioning this, Lin Jie's expression became somewhat unnatural. Damn you, Lu Chen, you've kept me in the dark for so long. I'll make sure to deal with you when you come back. At this moment, the big screen switched again, broadcasting the live scene. Lu Rulong exclaimed, "Great! It's indeed Lu Chen, but why is there a group of people standing opposite him?" Everyone looked closely. Once they did, they were all stunned. "Great!" Zhou Lianhu suddenly shouted, startling everyone. Shui Haiyun was speechless. "Old Zhou, have you gone crazy?" Zhou Lianhu smirked. "I see Manager Yang and young Master Fire on the other side. Looks like a good show is about to happen." "What?" Everyone only now noticed that standing opposite was Yang Zhanquang and the Fire Child. Seeing their tense posture, it was clear they were preparing for a showdown. Even though Wang Zhangtian was good at concealing his emotions, he couldn't control his expression at this moment. His face was extremely ugly. Damn it! How did Lu Chen encounter young Master Fire? If young Master Fire kills him later, all the painstakingly planned battle strategies will go to waste, won't they? Now he could only silently pray that both sides were just passing by, hoping that young Master Fire would spare Lu Chen's life. After all, if Lu Chen died, the Western factory people would be left empty-handed. Among the people present, the one who most hoped for something to happen to Lu Chen was Zhou Lianhu. He laughed and said, "You reap what you sow. This kid is arrogant and will get into trouble sooner or later." He probably said something to offend young Master Hua. Only Lu Rulong was thinking carefully. He glanced cautiously at the four sedan bearers. He remembered that they had initially not wanted Hua Tongzi to be broadcasted, but now, they all remained silent. Silence implies consent. Lu Rulong thought to himself and instructed the staff, "Switch the cameras to focus more on Lu Chen, pay attention to close-ups." At this moment, Lu Chen and the others were focused on each other. No one noticed the unmanned drone hovering high above them. Hua Tongzi sniffed the air forcefully and showed a blissful expression. "Yes, this is the scent. Now I'm hungry and want to drink your blood." "Ha!" Lu Chen furrowed his brows. Was this young Master Hua from the headquarters out of his mind? How could he say such inhuman words? Yang Zhanquan's mouth twitched. He could tell that Lu Chen was also an employee of the company, and he felt somewhat helpless watching the other being fed on by Hua Tongzi. At this moment, Hua Tongzi approached, grinning strangely. "Hee, don't resist, I will make it painless for you." He came up to Lu Chen and reached out directly. Due to his short stature, even if he raised his hand high, he could only reach Lu Chen's chest. "This kid is finished." Sha Bai gloated a bit. Seeing Hua Tongzi struggling, Lu Chen couldn't hold back anymore. "Damn, what kind of creature are you?" He kicked out directly, fiercely kicking the other person away. Before Yang Zhanquang and the others could react, they saw Hua Tongzi flying out like a sandbag, flying more than 10 meters in the air, and finally falling heavily to the ground. "Holy shit!" Sha Bai blurted out immediately. He had seen impressive people before, but he had never seen anyone as impressive as Lu Chen, daring to even fight someone from the headquarters? Li Wanfeng was even more surprised. In his mind, Lu Chen was now a symbol of respect. He had initially thought the other was just a low-star martial artist, but later turned out to be a martial master. But now, looking at what Lu Chen had done, it was truly shocking. Yang Zhanquan was both shocked and angry. Looking at Lu Chen, he said, "You dare to fight someone from the headquarters?" It was somewhat funny. As a senior of the Binjiang branch, he didn't dare to intervene when his employee was killed by someone from the headquarters. But if an employee dared to fight someone from the headquarters, he would step forward to criticize, perfectly embodying the term double standards. Lu Chen snorted, "He wanted to kill me, why can't I fight back? Should I just stand there and let him feed on me?" Yang Zhanquang gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Hua is from the headquarters. A single strand of his hair is worth more than 10 of your lives." "Fuck off!" Lu Chen cursed directly. Seeing this scene, Li Wanfeng, Sha Bai, and Meng Xior were all stunned. Lu Chen really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not only did he fight someone from the headquarters, but he also dared to curse out Manager Yang. He's in big trouble this time, and it's going to be very miserable. Sha Bai sighed. Li Wanfeng's expression was also extremely vivid. The series of actions Lu Chen had taken in the past minute was something he couldn't achieve in his lifetime, truly admirable. Meng Xior was trembling with fear. At this moment, Lu Chen's actions were being broadcasted live through the high-altitude drone. In the temporary camp, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhou Lianhu opened his mouth wide, unable to believe it. "Holy shit! Young Master Hua is a 9-star martial artist, and he was kicked away by Lu Chen?" Shui Haiyun was also stunned. If Lu Chen relies on his talents so much, that's one thing, but he just kicked him. Could it be that awakened individuals with high talent also have strong physical strength? Fang Tong, the deputy director of the Nan factory, analyzed, I think Lu Chen's realm is definitely more than just a low-star martial artist. Maybe he has already reached the level of a 9-star martial artist.
It's impossible, Zhou Lianhu shook his head. Absolutely impossible. Unless he's riding a rocket, do you really think leveling up is as easy as drinking water? But Lu Rulong was a bit nervous. He had high hopes for Lu Chen, even planned to personally meet him after the match, preparing to groom him as the future mainstay of the company. But he never expected the other party to have such a bad temper. Of all people to pick a fight with, he had to choose the one he shouldn't have provoked. He couldn't help but discreetly observe the expressions of the 4 sedan bearers. Sure enough, these 4 men still had blank faces and lifeless eyes. If they weren't still standing here, Lu Rulong would have almost thought they were all dead. Finally, one of the sedan bearers spoke. His voice was unusually hoarse. Daring to hit our young master. He's doomed, the young master won't let him off easy. The happiest person to hear this was Zhou Lianhu. And the most conflicted person was Wang Zhangtian. The situation had far exceeded his expectations. Even though Wang Zhangtian was known throughout the entire factory for his cunning, he couldn't predict the turn of events in reality. He really didn't want Lu Chen to be beaten to death by the fire child. It would be best if the other party could escape quickly and then be caught by the martial artists of the West Factory. That way, Wang Zhangtian would still receive great credit. How did Lu Chen become so powerful now? He even kicked a 9-star warrior flying with one kick, Gaosen whispered beside him. Lin Jie's expression had been gloomy all along. She had watched Lu Chen grow all the way. He was clearly still a 3-star warrior, so what had happened to give him such strength? I didn't watch for a moment, and this kid broke through so quickly. If I had known, I would have accompanied him every night to see how he practiced, Lin Jie thought gloomily. At this moment, Yang Zhanquan was extremely angry, because Lu Chen had insulted him too. A little kid who's still wet behind the ears dares to be disrespectful to me. Yang Zhanquan's aura was no longer concealed, the pressure of a 5-star warrior roaring through the heavens and earth. His wild hair fluttered freely, like a lion released from its cage. Shabai and Li Wanfeng beside him were almost suffocating, mainly because the pressure of the warrior was too overwhelming. Senior Lu, Meng Xiu'er hid from afar. All she could do now was silently pray for him. But with Lu Chen's current situation, even if God wanted to help, he probably wouldn't dare to intervene, offending both the fire child and Yang Zhanquan. It could only be said that Lu Chen was truly courageous. Stop! Suddenly, behind Yang Zhanquan and the others, a young voice was heard. The fire child slowly got up from the ground. He patted the mud on his red loincloth. He raised his head. His eyes were filled with anger. No, more accurately, it was real flames. There were flames flickering in his eye sockets. He provoked me, I must personally slaughter him. The fire child's current state was extremely terrifying. When he opened his mouth, a pair of fangs were revealed, like a vampire. Coupled with the blazing flames in his eyes, he truly seemed like a demon child descended to earth. Yang Zhanquan knew that young geniuses were proud, so he forcibly suppressed his anger and decided not to act first. The next moment, the fire child focused his mind. An unknown energy spread upwards in his body, quickly reaching his throat. Then, he puffed up his cheeks and forcefully spewed out a terrifying pillar of flames towards Lu Chen. Even the surrounding air was ignited. The scene was extremely frightening. It's A-level talent. Samadhi True Fire. Yang Zhanquan was greatly surprised. After all, he was a warrior with broad knowledge and experience. He had heard that the people at the company headquarters had such top-tier talents, and the other party had used this talent to kill countless enemies, making him one of the strongest in the headquarters. However, it was said that the person was very old, over 50 years old. The fire child in front of him also possessed this talent, obviously having a significant connection with that person. Could it be that person's son? Yang Zhanquan secretly pondered. At that moment, the position of the fire child became even more important in his heart. Facing the surging pillar of flames, Lu Chen remained calm. He extended his hands directly and exerted force. Releasing terrifying thunder, it transformed into a beam of light, fiercely charging forward. Boom! 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 Thunder and flames intertwined in the air, engaging in a fierce collision. Lu Chen's thunder talent is so terrifying? He actually held back before. Shabai was greatly surprised, unable to help but close his eyes. After all, the light pollution caused was too severe. Li Wanfeng sincerely sighed. The confrontation between the two geniuses is truly breathtaking. He used to think of himself as a genius, but compared to these two individuals, he wasn't even worthy to carry their shoes. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the two sides did not stalemate for long, because the thunder quickly shattered the flames, then heavily struck the fire child. The fire child let out a miserable cry. He was once again sent flying, crashing more than 20 meters away. When he landed on the ground, his whole body had become charred. His skin cracked open, the injuries were very severe. Young Master Fire. Yang Zhanquan was startled, eager to check the opponent's injuries. Unexpectedly, another bolt of lightning directly attacked him. Yang Zhanquan reacted swiftly, dodging in time. The spot where he stood before turned into a charred black. His heart skipped a beat as he turned around. Lu Chen's eyes were sharp, casually beckoning with his finger, "Don't move, your opponent is me." Yang Zhanquan widened his eyes. It took him a while to react, then he said in a deep voice, "You have quite the audacity, daring to challenge even me." Shabai and Li Wanfeng were also stunned by this scene. They truly did not expect Lu Chen to be so formidable. When even Manager Yang ignores you, but you take the initiative to provoke, isn't that seeking death? In the temporary camp, everyone saw the fire child being defeated, and they were all dumbfounded. Even Lu Rulong was puzzled. My goodness, young Master Fire actually lost? He couldn't even withstand Lu Chen's thunder despite his A-level talent in the 3 realms of true fire. What level is his talent really? Wang Zongtian was nervous to the extreme for the first time in his life. He began to pray that the fire child wouldn't be killed. If God heard his thoughts, he would surely be furious, wondering whom he was really helping. At this moment, the 4 sedan bearers were finding it hard to stand still. They stared intently at the screen. Several gazes focused on the fire child lying on the ground. He was charred, barely distinguishable from charcoal. His once bright red loincloth now looked like it had been dyed black. Interestingly, there were 2 holes pierced by lightning on his chest. However, the fire child's chest was still rising and falling, indicating he was not yet dead. Lu Rulong nervously asked, "Should we send someone to rescue young Master Fire?" One of the sedan bearers seemed to observe that the fire child was not in mortal danger and said, "No need. As long as there are living people nearby, he won't die." Ha! Lu Rulong and the others were confused. What did that mean? At this moment, Yang Zhanquan's long hair stood on end, resembling an enraged lion. He roared, "I will tear you into pieces." Lu Chen no longer concealed his strength at this moment. His momentum gradually rose. 9-star warrior, 1-star warrior, 2 stars, 3 stars, all the way to 4-star warrior before stopping. His blood and energy values were only a few hundred away from reaching a bottleneck. He was now at the peak of a 4-star warrior. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhanquan, who was on the verge of losing control, was instantly bewildered. Your realm is actually so high. Who are you really? Are you truly an employee of our company?" At that moment, he even doubted if the other party was an outsider who had mistakenly trespassed into Baihu Mountain. After all, there were only a few warriors in the company. Li Wanfeng and the others were also shocked. A 4-star warrior. Is this the true realm of Lu Chen? Shabai explained with a bitter face, "Manager Yang, Lu Chen is indeed from our company. I saw him in the arena fighting on the platform before. At that time, he was only a 3-star warrior. I didn't expect that after a little over a week, he has reached the level of a martial master, even a 4-star. Yang Zhanquan furrowed his brow. Is this kid upgrading so fast because of his strong talent? To be able to force fire young master back, he must have at least an A-level talent. Come on, Lu Chen, let me see your full strength." Lu Chen extended his hand, making a gesture of invitation, and said seriously, "You are older, you attack first." Yang Zhanquan's face immediately turned red with anger, his neck thickened, and veins bulged on his forehead. He clenched his fist. "Don't underestimate me." After speaking, he turned into a black phantom and charged forward. The power of his chi and blood boiled. A punch carrying a force of 1,000 caddies was fiercely thrown. Lu Chen did not use his talent or employ any sword techniques. Instead, he directly used his fist to block. He really wanted to see what his true strength was among the martial masters. With a bang, in a brief clash, Yang Zhanquan's punch was domineering, pushing Lu Chen back several meters. He smirked triumphantly. "How about that? After reaching 5 stars, your entire skeletal structure will undergo comprehensive tempering, reaching the level of iron bones. In terms of physical strength, you will never be my match." Lu Chen's fist felt slightly numb. Other than that, there were no other abnormalities. The opponent's punch just now was indeed stronger than his own strength. Iron bones? Then I'll have to use other means. He directly drew his F-grade alloy sword. Seeing the opponent's weapon, Yang Zhanquan laughed. "Just an F-grade alloy sword. It's not even worthy of your martial master status. Do you believe that if this sword strikes me, the blade will be shattered?" Lu Chen's eyes emitted an unprecedented murderous intent. First move of the thundering blade technique, Fearless Thunder. In an instant, he unleashed 18 consecutive slashes. The sky was filled with blade shadows,
overwhelming and sweeping towards Yang Zhanquang. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhanquang's expression became serious. He did not expect the momentum of this attack to be so terrifying. However, Yang Zhanquang was an experienced martial master and had some tricks up his sleeve. He infused his qi and blood power into his throat and roared, "Lion's roar." The surging qi and blood converged, transforming into the power of sound waves, spewing out from his mouth. He attempted to shatter all the blade's shadows. At that moment, Yang Zhanquang's long hair fluttered wildly, exuding a majestic aura like a golden-maned lion king. However, he had no idea that the opponent's sword technique had a fivefold damage bonus. In an instant, the power of the sound waves was completely shattered by the blade's shadows. Then, the remaining force continued to slash towards Yang Zhanquang. Moreover, it was accompanied by the sound of thunder. This was the true thundering blade technique. With the thunder talent, Lu Chen unleashed the full power of the first move. This was the first strike he made without holding back his strength. Hiss! Yang Zhanquang felt an instant sense of life and death crisis. He roared, "I'll fight you to the end." Raising his fist, he gathered all his strength and struck out. Bang! 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 Terrifying impacts erupted. It was as if the mountains were shaking, and dust filled the air. The shockwave created spread in all directions. Shabai and Li Wanfeng were directly blown away. Meng Xiu'er was originally standing far away, but she was also pushed back tens of meters by a powerful force. Xiao Mo was the furthest away. He just ate some dirt, with no major injuries, but he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. He was only following Lu Chen, but he didn't expect the process to be so thrilling. I've never seen a battle between martial masters in my life. This scene is too impactful. It was unknown how long had passed. Finally, it quieted down. Manager Yang, are you okay? Shabai half sat up from the ground, anxiously looking around. At this moment, the dust had settled. Only a dozen violent knife marks remained on the ground. Yang Zhanquang had completely disappeared. Only a pile of debris scattered in the original place. Most of the body was destroyed by the knife shadows. Yang, Manager Yang is dead? Li Wanfeng was dumbfounded. At this moment, there was still a slender figure standing opposite, holding a long knife, with a straight posture. It was Lu Chen. Just standing there, he seemed to be supporting the entire world. A strong one, this is the real strong one. For some reason, a thought emerged in Li Wanfeng's mind. He witnessed the rise of a young war god with his own eyes. At this moment, no one noticed that the fire boy, who was already unconscious, slowly raised his tender little hand. It was a coincidence. The location where the sand coin fell happened to be next to the opponent. A weak voice entered his ears. I want blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 5-star martial artist, gaining 850 points of blood and energy. Lu Chen was overjoyed. He felt a large increase in blood and energy in his body instantly. Blood and energy reached 8507/10,000. The bottleneck was directly broken. He broke through to a 5-star martial artist. All his bones underwent a comprehensive tempering. It feels like rebirth. Lu Chen's bones became even more indestructible. Transformed into iron bones, his strength greatly increased. If I were to confront Yang Zhanquang again without using any weapons, I am sure I can push him back. Lu Chen felt a strong sense of confidence. However, in a life-and-death battle, any talent and weapon were just means, and the chance of a bare-handed confrontation was too rare. In the temporary camp, everyone stared wide-eyed at the screen. Never did they expect Lu Chen to actually kill Yang Zhanquang. This is unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. This time, Lu Rulong was furious. Since the establishment of the Binjiang branch, there had never been a case of an employee killing a manager. Even during the internal changes in the East Factory, Lin Jie did not kill Hu Tutu but imprisoned him. For Lu Rulong, what was happening now was truly unbearable. It was like the reversal of the heavens. Initially, Zhou Lianhu thought Lu Chen was doomed this time. He even prepared to open a champagne to celebrate in a while. Saved another 200,000 work points. However, in the end, it was Yang Zhanquang who died. Who was Yang Zhanquang? In the company, even among many managers, he was a very powerful figure. Yet, under Lu Chen's attack using the Thunderbolt sword technique, not even a complete corpse was left behind. Zhou Lianhu suddenly felt a little scared. Would Lu Chen kill him in the future? How could he, a mere 9-star martial artist, defeat the other party? However, seeing Lu Rulong furious, Zhou Lianhu relaxed slightly. Manager Lu was the strongest in the branch. If he took action, he could easily kill Lu Chen. Damn! Lu Chen killed Manager Yang? Gaosen was scared to the point of wetting his pants. Lin Jie's face changed repeatedly. She truly demonstrated what it meant to lose one's composure through actions. Previously, she wanted to firmly control Lu Chen. She even attempted to use beauty as a means, but all ended in failure. Now, seeing Yang Zhanquang dead at Lu Chen's hands, Lin Jie's heart was in turmoil. He is so strong, with the mentality of a martial artist as firm as a rock, dedicated to martial arts, no temptation can work. Moreover, she lowered her head and glanced at Lei. Ahem. Lu Chen probably still didn't fancy him. At this moment, Wang Zhangtian's face had lost all color. After planning so hard for so long, he thought everything was foolproof. But no matter how much he calculated, he didn't account for one thing. That Lu Chen was just too powerful. Even though his West factory had many soldiers, not a single one could deal with the opponent. Even if they gathered in numbers, they would never be a match for Lu Chen. What to do? What to do? Wang Xingtian's forehead was covered in sweat, his mind racing. Meanwhile, after killing Yang Zhanquang, Lu Chen suddenly heard a scream. Looking up, he was surprised to see the fire child, who had awakened at some point, grabbing Sandcoin by the neck and greedily sucking blood. His actions were wild and brutal, tearing at Sandcoin's neck until it snapped with a bang, the head rolling to the ground. From a distance, the head of the killer was striking, colorful, and dazzling. Li Wanfeng was startled, then his expression turned sorrowful. Witnessing a comrade from the same factory lose their life gave him a sense of the cycle of life and death. Soon, after drinking the blood, the fire child seemed rejuvenated, his strength greatly enhanced. He smoothly broke through the bottleneck and directly advanced from a 9-star warrior to a 1-star warrior. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. This fire child was truly bizarre. He had initially thought the bloodsucking was just to satisfy hunger, not to increase strength. Then, the fire child quickly turned his hungry gaze towards Li Wanfeng nearby, as if eyeing a new meal. Li Wanfeng, having narrowly escaped being drained once before, reacted swiftly, using all his strength to flee for his life. The fire child, surprised by the other's strong survival instinct, quickly ran a few hundred meters behind Lu Chen, hiding around Meng Xiu'er. You're quite the runner, but I think I smell flesh. He turned his head urgently, looking towards a patch of grass in the distance and darted towards it. At that moment, Xiao Mo, hiding in the grass, was shocked to see the fire child heading his way. Oh no, is he going to eat me? Xiao Mo was taken aback, too scared to hide. He jumped out of the grass and tried to run. However, having missed once, the fire child wouldn't let Xiao Mo slip away. He leaped a few meters and grabbed Xiao Mo's shoulders, biting his neck forcefully from behind. No! Ya my butterfly! Xiao Mo let out a scream, even quoting lines from action movies due to the pain. The walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground. On the other side, Ling Ao and the others were still in contact. They only heard a series of horrifying screams coming from the walkie-talkie, their faces turning pale with fear. Wang Zhen's voice trembled as he asked, "What's happening to Xiao Mo?" Li Yongliang, in shock, said, "It seems like he's been killed." Chewing sounds could even be heard from the walkie-talkie. Ling Ao swallowed nervously. It seemed Xiao Mo was beyond saving. Seeing how tragically the others had died, a shadow fell upon their hearts. Lu Chen, seeing the fire child sucking Xiao Mo's blood again, could no longer remain calm. Would gaining strength from blood-sucking make the fire child even more formidable in a moment? So, Lu Chen walked over quickly. With his current strength as a 5-star warrior, dealing with a newly promoted warrior like the fire child would be a piece of cake. However, the fire child seemed to have guessed his intentions and quickly threw Xiao Mo's body aside. At the same time, he produced a long spear from somewhere. The spear was over 2.5 meters long, a disproportionate weapon for such a small child, looking quite comical. But as soon as the spear appeared, it exuded a powerful aura, with flames burning at the tip. Fire Phoenix Spear. Seeing this weapon, the fire child's eyes gleamed strangely. Gritting his teeth, he said fiercely, "Lu Chen, I will use this spear to kill you." Hearing the opponent's confident and murderous words, Lu Chen chuckled, "Just you?" He really didn't believe that just a gun could make the other party so confident. What truly interested him now was where did Hua Tongzi pull out that gun from? Hua Tongzi began to infuse energy into the gun barrel. Next, the gun seemed to be activated, emitting an even more terrifying aura. Hua Tongzi held the gun barrel with one hand and grabbed the base of the gun with the other. From hundreds of meters away, he fiercely thrust towards Lu Chen's direction. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Was he trying to stab the air? Just when he thought the other party had made a futile move, the next moment, his eyes slightly lost focus. Because directly from the tip of the Wolfling gun, a huge flame gushed out. It turned into a flaming phoenix in the air, emitting a hissing sound. Then it flapped its wings and swooped towards Lu Chen. Impressive! At this moment, Lu Chen finally noticed the unusual aspect of the flame phoenix and quickly took out the blue gem he had just consecrated, starting to activate it. The next second, the surface of the gem released a large amount of cold air, rushing towards the flame phoenix like a bursting flood. This was a clash of ice and fire. The two energies fiercely collided in the air, with dazzling lights constantly blooming. The other two remaining spectators on the scene, Lee Wonfong and Meng Xior, were dumbfounded. It was more shocking than a sci-fi blockbuster. Definitely not a cheap special effect. However, the flame phoenix seemed to carry a hint of spirituality, clearly surpassing the cold air. Every time it flapped its wings, a large amount of flames surged out. Soon, the flames gained the upper hand, dispersing the cold air. Huotongzi looked at Lu Chen as if he were looking at a dead man. "You're doomed, I'm going to drink your blood later." In the temporary camp, Lu Rulong and the others were once again dumbfounded. No wonder these sedan carriers were so confident. Young Master Hua's methods are truly extraordinary. He truly lives up to being from the headquarters. No matter how strong Lu Chen's talent was, how fast he upgraded, in the world of martial arts, it still came down to factors like heritage, background, and influence. Young geniuses like Huotongzi, coupled with the headquarters providing him with so many treasures, techniques, and martial skills, easily outstripped his peers. At this moment, Lu Chen's expression became serious. He extended his hand, releasing terrifying lightning, one after another, exceptionally dazzling, with an astonishing momentum, slashing wildly towards the flame phoenix. This time, the frenzied flame seemed to meet a strong opponent, continuously flapping its wings to create a firestorm, while Lu Chen's lightning was as fierce as a raging dragon, striking the opponent back step by step, feathers of fire falling continuously. Boom! 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 The lightning was relentless, intimidating everything, carrying a sense of destruction. As Lu Chen unleashed his power, he grasped a glimpse of the true essence of this talent. Although talent is powerful, it still needs the awakening individual to continuously use and develop it to truly unleash its potential. In the end, another thunderbolt as thick as a divine pillar struck down. The flame phoenix finally couldn't resist and was completely destroyed. Huotongzi, witnessing this scene, was full of disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! That was the phoenix energy released by the Wolfing gun. How could your talent defeat it? What level is your lightning talent?" Li Wanfeng looked at Lu Chen, who had won decisively, with admiration. First defeating Yang Zhanquang, then defeating Huotongzi's Wolfing gun, such a heroic posture, I'm afraid I won't have in my lifetime. Senior Lu was too amazing. The lightning he displayed just now was truly terrifying. Such means are simply inhuman. Meng Xior was secretly delighted. At this point, Lu Chen didn't intend to leave any room for the opponent and planned to use a final blow. However, Huotongzi made a shocking move next. He turned around directly and started to flee madly. Despite his short legs, his speed was extremely fast. The little doll is still learning from Gao Chang, familiar with Sun Tzu's art of war. But no matter how fast you are, can you be faster than lightning? Lu Chen flicked his finger. A terrifying thunderbolt burst from his fingertip, sharp as a blade, fiercely piercing forward. As Fireboy ran, he felt the threat behind him and couldn't help but shout, "No! You can't kill me! I'm the son of Fire Lord! Fire monkey, what kind of monkey is that?" Lu Chen didn't care about that. As long as he set his mind to kill someone, not even Jesus could save them. The lightning tore through the air, arriving in an instant. It accurately hit Fireboy's head. Bang! This time, it directly blew off the opponent's head. Now Fireboy was just a headless body, still maintaining the posture of running forward. Just after a few steps, he fell heavily to the ground, motionless. The young Master Fireboy from the company headquarters finally fell, dead. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 1-star warrior, gaining 251 points of vitality. Lu Chen chuckled in his mind, after breaking through to a warrior, you still give me some vitality. He walked over and picked up the Fire Phoenix spear. This was an extremely precious treasure, even more powerful than his own blue gem. Clearly not a local. No, a local treasure. Then, Lu Chen walked to Fireboy's corpse. He was curious where the Fire Phoenix spear had been hidden by the opponent. Moreover, before entering the mountain, Fireboy had handed the fire poison palm manual to Lu Rulong. But he didn't even have a bag on him. Where did he hide all the items? After a careful inspection, Lu Chen found no common items like storage bags or rings on Fireboy's body, as often seen in previous novels. Strange. While puzzled, Lu Chen suddenly had a flash of insight. He reached out and grabbed the opponent's red belly band. He used lightning to poke 2 holes in the chest, looking somewhat indecent. But the faint energy fluctuations emanating from it caught Lu Chen's attention. He finally understood what was going on. It turned out there was another world inside the belly band, with a pocket on the inside, somewhat like Doraemon's 4-dimensional pocket. All of Fireboy's items were hidden inside. It seemed this item was also a storage-type treasure.
Of course, Lu Chen would not wear it. After all, he couldn't be as abnormal as Fireboy. The temporary camp fell into silence once again. No one expected that even with the Fire Phoenix Spear, Fireboy would still be defeated by Lu Chen using his talent. He didn't even manage to escape in the end, cleanly cut down. Lu Rulong dared not look at the expressions of the 4 sedan bearers now. At this moment, one of the sedan bearers coldly said, "Lu Rulong, my young master had an accident in your hands, you will be held responsible." Lu Rulong was startled, about to say something. Suddenly, the momentum of the 4 sedan bearers soared, each revealing their true strength. 1 9-star warrior, 3 8-star warriors. Lu Rulong and the others all widened their eyes, somewhat incredulous. They never expected the servants accompanying Fireboy to be so powerful. The 4 sedan bearers flashed and darted out of the camp. Although their movements seemed a bit comical, their speed was incredibly fast. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Rulong instructed the staff, inform all participants in Baihu Mountain, including the manager, to attack together, target Lu Chen, and make sure he doesn't survive. Yes. The staff shuddered. It was the first time they had seen such a large operation. Attack together? Is Lu Chen poking the heavens? After saying this, Lu Rulong led the way out of the camp. Things have escalated. Zhou Lianhu and Xue Haiyun exchanged a glance and followed suit. As for Lin Jia, although shocked by the series of events, she quickly followed suit. "Lu Chen, even the headquarters people are dead. No one can save you this time," she silently said in her heart. At this moment, 3 out of the 4 supervisors had left, leaving only Wang Zhangtian still in place. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "I got it. Lu Chen's ultimate goal is to escape from Baihu Mountain. As long as I tell the headquarters sedan bearers the end point of his route, it will still be considered a great achievement." However, the 4 sedan bearers had already run out. Wang Zhangtian did not want to tell this clue to Lu Rulong and the others. After all, credit cannot be shared. Meanwhile, Lu Chen inspected Yang Zhangquan's remains once again, sighing. Everything was completely destroyed, shattered into pieces. However, he soon felt relieved. These managers were responsible for protecting the players from being harmed by ferocious beasts during the competition, so they probably wouldn't carry valuable items with them. Lu Chen then walked up to Meng Xior and said, "Xior, let's part ways here." "What?" Meng Xior was stunned. Lu Chen added, "I have caused a great disaster, and the company won't let me off." Meng Xior's expression was somewhat confused. "Senior Lu, the news shouldn't spread so quickly." He still held on to a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Lu Chen pointed to the sky. Meng Xior looked up and was instantly shocked. There was actually a drone in the sky. It seemed that the previous events had all been broadcasted live. With a bang, Lu Chen flicked his finger. A bolt of lightning whistled out, tearing through the air and shooting straight into the sky. Even if the drone flew higher, it couldn't escape its fate. It was shattered by the lightning. The staff at the temporary camp never dreamed that Lu Chen's lightning could reach such heights. Lu Chen looked towards Li Wanfeng nearby, beckoning him over. "Come here." Li Wanfeng trembled all over in fear. However, he still obediently walked over. Because he had witnessed the death of Huotanzi and knew that if Lu Chen was determined to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape no matter how he struggled. Lu Chen seemed to see the fear in the other's face and tried to show a kind smile as much as possible. "Your name is Li Wanfeng, right? I entrust Xior to you. Take him back to the company and take good care of him in the future." "What?" Upon hearing this, Li Wanfeng was somewhat surprised but nodded in the end. "No problem, I promise you. When we were in the team before, we had a conflict, and you spared my life back then, so I owe you one. As for Xior, I will definitely take good care of him." When he was in the factory area before, he had a good impression of Meng Xior. What Lu Chen asked for was just a simple task for Li Wanfeng. Meng Xior felt reluctant to leave Lu Chen, saying with a choked voice, "Senior Lu." Lu Chen sighed, "I can't even protect myself now. If you continue to follow me, it will only increase the danger." Meng Xior understood the other's predicament. "Senior Lu is too kind, not wanting me to be in danger as well." At the moment of parting, he reached out his hand, wanting to hug him. Lu Chen, however, declined, smiling faintly. "I'm not used to hugging men." With that, he waved goodbye, leaving behind a chic figure. Meng Xior stared at Lu Chen gradually disappearing from view, his eyes becoming blurry. Although their time together was short, Lu Chen not only helped him kill his malicious master but also taught him the ways of life. "Senior Lu, I promise you, I will never kneel again and will be a strong man from now on." Seeing Meng Xior's eyes moist, Li Wanfeng also felt a bit melancholic. He didn't have any complicated thoughts about Lu Chen. It was only because Yan Nan and Shabi had been instigating him, leading to different positions. "Sure, I promised Lu Chen that I would still take care of you in Nanchang. Let's go back now." Meng Xior nodded.
After wiping the corner of his eye, he waved vigorously in the direction where Lu Chen had left. After parting ways, Lu Chen immediately quickened his pace. He knew that the news of him killing Yang Zhanquang and Fireboy must have spread, so he couldn't afford to stay for a moment. He started running towards his final destination. Heroes always walk alone. He now fully understood what it meant to be a lone warrior. As he fought to the end, he stood alone. Under the meteor-chasing moon martial arts, Lu Chen's speed was lightning fast. However, the next moment, he suddenly heard a loud trumpet sound around him. All employees of Baihu Mountain, including managers, listen carefully. From now on, the Dragon List battle is suspended. Your only task is to chase and hunt down Lu Chen. His attire and appearance are as follows. Discover his whereabouts, reward of 30,000 work points. Kill him, reward of a ground-level martial art. Unexpectedly, these drones came equipped with speakers, constantly broadcasting such messages. For a moment, the entire Baihu Mountain shook. Many participants raised doubts. Who is Lu Chen? The trumpet said this kid is very handsome and tall, comparable to Yan Zhaoge. Damn! What kind of adjective is that, handsome enough to stir the whole company? What mistake did he make to receive such attention? At this moment, the Dragon List warriors from the North Factory were particularly surprised. Of course, they knew who Lu Chen was, and their factory supervisor, Zhou Lianhu, even offered a high price of 200,000 work points for his head. They just didn't expect that Lu Chen would now be wanted throughout the entire factory. The reward pool had accumulated to 50,000 work points. If they killed Lu Chen, not only could they get a huge amount of work points, but they could also obtain a ground-level martial art. Su Ruanjie, the strongest player from the North Factory, was resting in a dense forest. When he heard the announcement from the loudspeaker, a hint of excitement flashed in his calm eyes. However, Su Ruanjie was puzzled. Didn't Lu Chen get surrounded by over 40 Tiger List warriors from their North Factory as soon as he entered the mountain? How could he still escape unscathed? It seemed that the other party's escape skills were very strong. Su Ruanjie subconsciously thought that Lu Chen must have fled during the melee. He never thought that he could single-handedly kill over 40 Tiger List warriors. If he knew about this, he probably wouldn't dare to provoke Lu Chen again. Work points are trivial, but a ground-level martial art, I must have it. Su Ruanjie's eyes shot out a sharp light. He suddenly stood up, his fighting spirit boiling. Similar thoughts emerged in the minds of many Dragon List experts. They didn't know the truth of the matter, all they saw were the rewards. If they knew that Lu Chen was a 5-star martial artist, even if they had 100 times more courage, they wouldn't dare to wade into this mess. Lu Chen knew that he had become a thorn in the company's side. However, he wasn't so panicked. Running around in the mountains now will definitely attract attention. I better find a place to hide first. It must be said that Lu Chen was very cautious. He quickly found a safe house using his powerful perception. There was no one inside. He went in directly. Lu Chen first took out the Fire Phoenix Spear, ready to begin refining it. This weapon was very powerful. Even someone like Fireboy who had just been promoted to a martial artist could directly contend with him. Time is of the essence. Digesting someone else's legacy is the fastest way to enhance my strength. Lu Chen held the gun barrel with both hands. He first communicated with it using his consciousness, obtaining a control art about the Fire Phoenix Spear. Then he began the blood recognition ceremony. Since the previous owner of the gun had died, the refining process went very smoothly. Accompanied by a loud phoenix cry, Lu Chen finally mastered the Fire Phoenix Spear. He casually performed a gunflower, feeling extremely good. Although he had never learned spear techniques, wielding this spear was very simple. It could be said to be brainless operation. He opened the red belly bag again and carefully inspected the items inside one by one. To his surprise, the Fire Child had 3 books in the bag. Was he planning to study even when away from home? The first book was titled Chronicles of the Xia Kingdom. Lu Chen casually flipped through it. It wasn't about martial arts but specifically recorded the strange events of the Xia Kingdom. Not bad, I can read it when bored, to pass the time. What he lacked the most now was information about the martial world. His knowledge was very limited. This book could help supplement it in time. Lu Chen also unexpectedly found many marked locations of secret realms in it. However, most of these secret realms had already been explored, and almost all treasures inside had been looted, making further exploration meaningless. The Fire Wind Spear also came from one of these secret realms. It turned out that whether it was the Alchemy Furnace, the Blue Gem, or the Fire Phoenix Spear, they were all products of secret realms, not made by human hands. They were also known as secret treasures. There are so many good things in these secret realms, but why would the giant crocodile have a blue gem? Lu Chen felt puzzled. He speculated that perhaps the blue gem had a previous owner before the giant crocodile swallowed it, hence obtaining the gem.
Next, Lu Chen opened the second book. It was a martial skill at the Earth tier level, Fire Poison Palm.
It seemed this manual was not unique, they were all copies. Before entering the mountain, the fire child gave one to Lu Rulong, and he had another one. Lu Chen briefly skimmed through it and discovered that the fire poison palm required the wielder to have either fire or poison attribute talents to unleash its full power. Unlike secret treasures like the Fire Phoenix Spear, which anyone could use after refining, powerful secret treasures could greatly enhance one's combat abilities. As for the third book, it was a cultivation technique called the Blood Flame Great Technique. Its essence was to devour human blood, absorb it for oneself, and accelerate the leveling up process. However, the side effects were evident, easily making one irritable and eccentric. So the fire child practices such a sinister technique. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful technique in reality. Previously, he had only mastered the basic cultivation method that all students in the Xia Kingdom were learning. The higher the level of the technique, the faster one's blood and energy would increase, thereby breaking through realms. Currently, Lu Chen had the talent for endless slaughter. By killing living beings, he could gain blood and energy, saving him the time needed to cultivate techniques. Cultivation methods that solely increase blood and energy are not very useful to me unless they have other uses. Lu Chen retrieved the 3 books and yawned. He had expended a lot of energy that day, so he lay down and fell asleep directly. Meanwhile, outside, chaos ensued as they searched for him. No one could have guessed that at that moment, Lu Chen was sound asleep in the safe house. It had to be said that Lu Chen's mindset was truly admirable. At this moment, the 4 sedan bearers were unable to find any trace of each other, feeling anxious. They had been staying in the middle area of the White Tiger Mountain for half a day. The lead bearer spoke directly, Niu Orbian, Lu San Shui, and Luo Siphon. The 4 of us will split up to increase efficiency. Understood, Boss Ma Ming. The 4 transformed into phantoms and began flying in 4 different directions, conducting a carpet-style search. The next day, Lu Chen, well rested, left the safe house and continued towards his destination. However, just a few steps out, his gaze suddenly froze. There was a figure ahead, leaping and running frantically. Their eyes met. It's one of the sedan bearers. This unexpected person was Luo Siphon. His aura was unmistakable, already reaching the level of an 8-star martial master, 3 small realms higher than Lu Chen. Finally, I've found you. Luo Siphon's face was stiff, but his eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. It was a gaze that was far from human. Combining with the other party's various bizarre actions, Lu Chen had a strange idea. Could this guy be a zombie? Suddenly, he remembered that in the Chronicles of Xiaogua, there was an introduction to the art of the living dead. With this in mind, he boldly speculated. Lu Siphon suddenly roared loudly. The sharp sound filled the entire sky. He's summoning someone. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. There was no way to escape, he had to act quickly. He directly took out the Fire Phoenix Spear and began to infuse it with energy. With this newly acquired treasure, let's practice on this guy first. The next moment, the tip of the Fire Phoenix Spear emitted a buzzing sound. Then, it released a large amount of flames, transforming into a flaming phoenix. Perhaps due to the increased energy infusion, the phoenix transformed by the Fire Phoenix Spear was larger than the Fire Child's. Its wings spread out, measuring over 10 meters long. With an overwhelming momentum, it exuded a majestic presence that dominated everything. Seeing the treasure, the bloodthirsty look in Lu Siphon's eyes intensified. This is the young master's weapon. Next, the flaming phoenix began to wildly attack. Between the flapping of its wings, it stirred up a terrifying heat wave that swept over. Lu Siphon extended his palms. At this moment, his hands had turned a crimson color and were emitting a terrifying black aura. The battle was about to begin. The black aura seemed to have a strong corrosive effect and continuously melted upon contact with the flames. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Although the Fire Phoenix Spear was powerful, it still posed a certain difficulty against an 8-star martial master. Lu Siphon became more courageous as the battle progressed. The black aura in his palms billowed and spread, eventually completely engulfing the sea of flames. The flaming phoenix let out a mournful cry and soon dissipated on the spot. Just a mere treasure, and you dare to challenge me across realms? Lu Siphon sneered, his murderous intent unabated. Lu Chen hadn't expected the other party to be so fierce. Indeed, an 8-star martial master was not to be underestimated. But he didn't have much else, except for a variety of means. Lu Chen drew the F-grade alloy knife. He executed the first move of the thunderous blade technique, Thunder Fearless. 18 blade shadows whistled out. However, they still couldn't withstand the opponent's dense black aura. At this moment, Lu Siphon drew closer and closer, laughing madly. your martial skills are useless against my corpse aura.
Lu Chen caught a whiff of a putrid smell emanating from the black aura and instinctively held his breath. So it's corpse aura, inhaling it will cause poisoning.
Faced with the impending crisis, he gripped the knife handle, his eyes sharp.
He decided to use the second move of the thunderous blade technique, Thunder God's Fury.
The next moment, Lu Chen raised the long knife high, infused it with energy, and forcefully slashed down. Behind him, a huge humanoid shadow appeared. Clad in divine armor and bathed in thunder, it resembled a thunder god descending to earth.
The divine aura was awe-inspiring, making it impossible to look directly at.
This strike was exceptionally terrifying, carrying an unmatched momentum as it ruthlessly cleaved through.
Thunder God's Fury, vanquishing all evil.
Lu Siphon hadn't expected this strike to be so fierce, but he wasn't afraid in the slightest.
I'll fight you to the end.
He continued to exert his palm strength, unleashing all his abilities.
However, the dense black aura kept disintegrating.
Lu Siphon finally realized how terrifying this strike was, but it was too late. Just as he was about to turn and flee, the blade light had already descended upon his face.
No! Lu Siphon let out a wail.
From top to bottom, he was cleaved into two pieces.
Strangely, not a drop of blood flowed. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for killing an 8-star martial master and gaining 1410 points of vitality.
Lu Chen approached for a closer look.
He discovered that Lu Siphon's body was peculiar, even his internal organs were desiccated, resembling someone who had been dead for a long time. Indeed, it's a living dead person. Its strength is unexpectedly formidable. Nurturing it must have cost a lot of effort. Lu Chen certainly did not think that these walking dead were created by the Fire Child, but must have been painstakingly refined by its elders.
What surprised him was the incredible power of the second move, Thunder God's Fury.
If the first move, Thunder Without Fear, was just a mysterious level martial skill, then the second move had already reached the level of Earth Tier, unstoppable in its might.
Only those with the talent for lightning could unleash it to its fullest potential.
Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, 3 dark figures suddenly flashed in front of him. They were the other 3 sedan carriers. At this moment, they saw that Luo Siphon had already fallen. His eyes immediately widened, gradually turning a deep red. Not only did you kill my young master, but you also killed Lao Si. I will definitely tear you apart into 1,000 pieces.
Ma Yiming, the leader, growled lowly. He clapped his palms fiercely, spewing terrifying black energy.
At the same time, Niu Erbian and Lu Sanxue also used the same move. The overwhelming black energy swept through the sky, quickly shrouding everything in all directions.
The 3 of them together were much stronger than Luo Siphon. The surrounding vegetation and rocks were all corroded.
Due to the excessive consumption of Thunder God's Fury earlier, Lu Chen could only use Thunder Without Fear again. 18 blade shadows slashed out, but the moment they touched the black energy, they were devoured. He never thought this move would have any effect, but it was just to buy time. If these walking dead were alone, even if there was only that 9-star martial artist, I could still fight, but with 3 of them attacking at once. Lu Chen's mind raced, and he immediately made a decision. He suddenly turned around, using the meteor-chasing moon body technique, and flew off into the distance. Seeing the opponent fleeing without hesitation, the 3 men were slightly stunned.
Quick, chase him! Ma Yiming shouted, somewhat embarrassed.
They immediately rushed out.
Their hopping and jumping looked somewhat comical, but their speed was incredibly fast, gradually closing the distance. Feeling the killing intent behind him, Lu Chen frowned.
They were much higher in realm than himself. Although they were all walking dead, their leg bones had been tempered twice, making them faster. Even if he used his body technique martial skill, he couldn't outrun them.
In desperation, Lu Chen released lightning, covering his legs.
Then, using the power of this lightning, he shot out directly. His speed increased once again.
What?
Seeing the sudden acceleration of the opponent, the 3 behind were somewhat surprised.
Faster! Niu Erbian exerted force again, his muscle strength bursting out like a cannonball, following closely behind.
The other 2 also used their techniques, increasing their speed.
Soon, they caught up to Lu Chen. He's speeding up again?
Lu Chen was somewhat surprised.
He couldn't help but feel like he was being chased and couldn't escape.
Ma Yiming, as a 9-star martial artist, was extremely powerful.
He aimed at Lu Chen's back and ruthlessly struck out a palm. Die! That palm carried immense force, destroying everything.
Lu Chen could only continuously release lightning, propelling himself with his legs, accelerating to narrowly avoid the strike. The 4 of them ran one after the other, actually covering dozens of kilometers in a short time.
Along the way, they even encountered some participants. Damn, isn't that Lu Chen?
If we kill him, we can obtain Earth-tier martial skills.
Do you think we have a chance to pick up the pieces? However, their luck was very poor.
They were directly killed by the strong wind stirred up by the four running people. It had to be said, when immortals fought, mortals suffered. Even when fleeing, it was not something ordinary people could get close to. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 7-star martial artist, gaining 140 points of vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 5-star martial artist, gaining 92 points of vitality. Lu Chen heard the prompt and was somewhat surprised. Could this really happen? But he had no sympathy. After all, these people were all here to kill him. Time passed by minute. The four of them ran from day to dusk. Soon they crossed the entire middle zone. Lu Chen saw that the other three showed no sign of stopping. Feeling somewhat speechless, do the undead not feel tired? Their endurance is so good. His continued high-intensity movement caused his physical strength to deteriorate. As the distance shortened further, Donkey San Shui was overjoyed. It looks like his head is mine. His legs involuntarily exerted force again, closing the gap to Lu Chen to less than 3 meters. He reached out his hand and grabbed fiercely. In desperation, the lightning inside Lu Chen's body surged madly, tightly wrapping around his legs. He was lifted directly from the ground. With the help of this lightning power, he actually took off from the spot, at the same time, narrowly avoiding the opponent's strike. Seeing this scene, Donkey San Shui was dumbfounded. Damn, this kid can fly. Ma Yiming saw through the trick and said calmly, he's just using the power of lightning to perform a brief low-altitude flight. He can't keep it up for long, keep chasing. At this moment, Lu Chen didn't expect his legs to leave the ground, walking on air. Isn't this the legendary Ascension? Indeed. When pushed to a certain extent, potential is boundless. His use of lightning talent became more and more proficient. The distance widened once again. However, the further Lu Chen flew, the more he felt something was amiss. Why was it getting quieter around him? What was ahead? Soon, Lu Chen saw that the front seemed shrouded in mist. The scenery was barely visible. However, in the face of a great enemy, he couldn't care less. He continued to flee, trying to shake them off. Lu Chen flew directly into the mist. Suddenly, his gaze froze. He saw a semi-transparent wall not far away. If it weren't for the patterns rippling like water waves on it, it would be hard to notice. Lu Chen was startled. Afraid of crashing into it, he hurried to slow down. However, since he had just developed this ability for low-altitude flight, it wasn't easy to brake urgently. Damn it! Lu Chen cursed under his breath and went straight towards the wall. Just when he thought he would be hurt, his body passed through the wall without any hindrance. What's going on? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Could this wall be just a decoration? What was inside the wall? Just as he was about to continue flying forward, a sense of unprecedented life-threatening crisis arose in his mind. Absolutely cannot go 1 more meter forward. This thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind. He saw an ancient tree nearby and flew to it, using the lush canopy to conceal his body. At the same time, he used the concealment technique to completely hide himself. He realized that because he had been acting as Old Six for a while, his concealment technique had reached the level of perfection, making his own breath completely disappear. Lu Chen hid well in front, and soon heard a frenzy of trampling footsteps behind him. The undead caught up, and leading the pack was Donkey San Shui. The opponent was the fastest. Obviously, he also saw the transparent wall with water-like ripples ahead. However, Donkey San Shui, seeing Lu Chen rush in from afar, did not slow down, but directly crashed through the wall fiercely. His body also passed through the wall smoothly. Once inside the wall, his speed remained the same as he continued forward. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A huge claw suddenly appeared in front, towering over 10 meters high. With a terrifying pressure, it came crashing down. Donkey San Shui had never seen such a situation before, and was instantly frightened to the core. The next moment, he was grabbed by the claw. With a scream, Donkey San Shui was dragged deep into the space inside the wall by the opponent. He quickly disappeared from sight. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen hiding in the tree couldn't help but widen his eyes. What a huge claw! What kind of monster was that just now? Fortunately, I stopped in time as soon as I entered, or I would have been caught just now. Thinking back to his close call at the gates of hell, Lu Chen couldn't help but shudder. Third brother. Outside the rippling water-like wall, a mournful voice rang out. The speaker was Ma Yiming. He and Nyo Erbian had just arrived a bit slower. They had witnessed the scene of Donkey San Shui being taken away. The image was truly impactful. It made them hesitant to approach the wall. Nyo Erbian couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, what was that just now?" Ma Yiming shook his head, "I don't know either. It feels like a completely different world inside the wall, and it fills me with great fear." Suddenly, Nyo Erbian remembered something and exclaimed,
Do you remember the referee mentioning before the match that there is a terrifying forbidden area in Baihushin? Could it be here? Ma Yiming realized, I see, the talk of a forbidden area is not fictional. It seems this place is truly extremely dangerous. Ah, what a pity for third brother. Nyoerbian nodded, I reckon Luchen that kid has been taken too, they most likely have lost their lives. Ma Yiming, being cautious, said, just to be safe, let's wait here and see if they come out again. Nyoerbian nodded and sat with Ma Yiming in front of the wall. To them, the wall now seemed like a ferocious flood beast, and they didn't dare to touch it at all. They were afraid that one misstep would lead them to the same fate as Donkey Sanchue. At this moment, Luchen was only 5 or 6 meters away from the two. He hid in the tree, listening to everything clearly, feeling somewhat speechless. These two living dead have quite the patience, just waiting there like that? Helplessly, Luchen could only continue hiding in the tree. Even though Donkey Sanchue had died, he didn't have absolute confidence in dealing with the other two at the same time. Let's drag it out and see who loses patience first, Luchen thought to himself. His advantage was being in the light while the enemy was in the dark. The night passed without incident. When Luchen woke up, he peeked through the cracks in the canopy and saw the two still waiting outside the wall. Still here? They are too cautious, won't they rest until they see my body? Luchen hadn't expected to encounter such a cautious opponent in this regard. However, he wasn't one to be trifled with. When he got tough, even he was afraid of himself. Anyway, after reaching the level of a 5-star martial artist, with abundant energy, even without eating or drinking, I can hold out for a long time, so let's continue. And so, the first day passed. The second day passed as well. The third day, Luchen lay on the thick branch in the canopy. Besides sleeping, he read books. Through Chronicles of the Kingdom of Xia, he learned that the methods used to create these living dead were extremely cruel. Their bodies were dead, their souls unable to leave, not entering the cycle of reincarnation, forever trapped inside, controlled by others. The corpse energy released by the living dead was terrifying. Just inhaling a bit would lead to poisoning and death shortly after. Thinking of this, Luchen became even more determined. He couldn't leave before they did. Until the early hours of the morning, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! Luchen was startled awake. Knowing it was a system prompt, he became unusually delighted. Already a new week? Hopefully, this talent is somewhat useful. A new week has arrived, starting the distribution of the 4th martial arts talent. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-level talent, Cicada shedding its shell. Ha! S-level? Curious about the effect of this talent, Luchen hurriedly checked the instructions. Cicada shedding its shell, the user consumes the power of blood and energy to enter a stealth state, while automatically concealing their breath, blocking all perception, only becoming visible when actively attacking or being attacked. Damn, this is simply a divine skill. Luchen was overjoyed. How many people dream of being able to turn invisible, but he unexpectedly obtained this ability so easily. If in a past life, anyone could turn invisible, they would surely use it in many situations. However, this is a world of martial arts, where invisibility on the battlefield can be even more useful. Moreover, the cicada shedding its shell not only allows invisibility but also conceals one's presence and shields perception. It's important to note that martial artists have a strong sense of perception. Even if they can't see their opponent, they can judge their position through their breath. With this ability, Luchen doesn't need to use the breath concealment technique while invisible, greatly saving energy consumption. At this moment, his confidence soared, already planning his escape. With a glance, he looked outside the wall. The two individuals were still sitting in place, even maintaining their angry and vigilant expressions, staring intently at the space inside the wall. It seemed like they were afraid of missing something. Two little turtles who don't need to sleep. It's been how many days, so dedicated. Luchen had made up his mind. He began to use the cicada shedding its shell ability. An unknown energy surged from within him, quickly covering his entire body. After 3 seconds of chanting, he became completely invisible, not even a trace of his appearance visible. Surprisingly, even his clothes disappeared along with him. Very good, no need to strip naked. Luchen was very satisfied. Initially, he was worried that his clothes couldn't be hidden, so he would have to take them off completely. Although others couldn't see him, it felt a bit awkward. He carefully climbed down from the tree. Even though his body was invisible, it still made some noise. So he had to move stealthily, not to attract the attention of those two people. Then, Luchen walked up to the wall. At this point, he and the living dead were separated by a wall. The other side kept staring at the world inside the wall with wide eyes, completely unaware of Luchen standing opposite them. Luchen didn't see his own shadow in the other's pupils. It must be said, this ability was truly extraordinary. Lu Chen reached out and waved his hand in front of the two people's faces. After ensuring it was safe, he calmly walked out. He had initially thought of using Thunder God's Fury to kill one of them. However, doing so would pose a significant risk as he would immediately face the other enemy. There wouldn't be enough time to turn invisible again, as there was a chanting time for this ability. And the second person was not a fool, they would definitely attack back. If he killed Nyo Erbian first, he might not be able to defeat Mai Yiming. If he dealt with Mai Yiming first, Thunder God's Fury might not be able to kill him. It's better to escape from Baihu Mountain first, considering the bigger picture. After weighing his options, Lu Chen forcibly suppressed his urge to kill. He glanced deeply at the two individuals before slowly walking away. It wasn't until he had walked 3 kilometers that Lu Chen dispelled his invisibility. At this moment, with no threats around him, he felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. Although hiding in the world inside the wall was temporarily safe, there was still a sense of unease, not knowing when the monster behind the giant hand would reappear. The wall seemed like an illusion, unable to hinder passers-by. Why set up a wall? These past few days, Lu Chen had been on edge. Even when lying on a tree branch to sleep, it was only light sleep, waking at the slightest sound of movement. Now that he was out of danger, he had time to ponder this question. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Lu Chen muttered to himself, could it be that the wall was created to trap the monster inside? The wall only affects the monster. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Indeed, the forbidden area was not a place for humans to venture. Although he hadn't seen the full form of the monster, judging by its aura alone, he could tell how terrifying it was. Now, Lu Chen's heart was set on returning, aided by the dim moonlight, towards his final destination, the Divine Turtle Pool. After walking a few steps and passing through a patch of grass, he suddenly paused. A young warrior unexpectedly appeared in front of him. The man was pulling up his pants, obviously just finishing up. He hadn't expected another person to show up in the middle of the night. He was first stunned, then incredibly surprised as he said, Lu Chen, it's you. I'll take your head. With that, he drew the large sword from his back, launched an attack. However, Lu Chen was faster. A finger extended. Powerful lightning burst from his fingertip, directly turning the man into charred remains. Before the man could even scream, he was already dead on the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 7-star warrior, gaining 145 points of vitality. Are all the warriors in the company this fierce now? Don't they know I'm a martial master? Lu Chen doubted whether the higher-ups were afraid of causing panic, so they didn't reveal his true level. Otherwise, it would definitely affect the enthusiasm of these employees to seek him out. Who is this person, and how did he recognize me at a glance? After a moment, Lu Chen felt that something was amiss. Just then, he suddenly noticed something and quickly looked up. In the sky ahead, an unmanned drone appeared. Due to the distance, only a white dot could be vaguely seen. However, the body of the drone was hanging a huge banner, which looked very impressive from afar. Most importantly, his photo was printed on it. If someone didn't know the situation, they would think Lu Chen was a celebrity endorsing something. Who would have thought it was a wanted notice? Damn, they actually printed my photo on it, flying all over Baihu Mountain? These old foxes. Lu Chen was speechless. He had wanted to shoot down the drone, but he was afraid of exposing his location, so he bent down, picked up the warrior's backpack, and stashed it in his red waist pouch. Then he activated the golden cicada shedding shell technique again, entering stealth mode. Even though being invisible would continuously drain his vitality, it was really safe and avoided attracting attention. Lu Chen was increasingly suspicious that he was receiving treatment only the male lead would get. He was practically an enemy of the world. He continued walking and encountered some warriors on the road. But undoubtedly, none of them noticed him. They passed by smoothly. Occasionally, when he heard someone discussing killing intent without restraint and mentioning his name, Lu Chen would appear to claim their heads. Don't you know not to gossip about others behind their backs? Many employees never imagined their heads would suddenly roll. Before dying, some even thought they had encountered something unclean. Thus, Lu Chen's vitality continued to grow rapidly. Soon, he reached the level of a 6-star martial master. His upper body bones underwent a second tempering, greatly enhancing his strength. I attract so much hatred, that's why I level up quickly. Thanks to the gifts from the Dark Factory, no, it should be called the Dream Factory. He summoned the panel. Name, Lu Chen, age, 18, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, level, 6-star martial master, cultivation method, basic cultivation method, 3rd level, martial arts, 5 lightning slashes, perfected, thunderous blade technique, perfected, meteor chase, great accomplishment, meteor fist,
proficient, comet fist, proficient, techniques, concealment technique, great accomplishment, talents, endless slaughter, SSS-level, death-dealing / S-level, world-destroying divine thunder, SSS-level, golden cicada shedding shell, S-level, vitality, 10010/12500, overall evaluation, at your current level, killing is as easy as drinking water, but facing my yimming alone requires a great price. Develop your talents to the extreme, and you will be invincible. Lu Chen frowned slightly as he read the final evaluation. Fortunately, when he walked out of the world inside the wall, he did not choose to take action against those two guys. The power of a 9-star martial master was indeed beyond belief. His gaze swept to the last sentence of the evaluation. It seemed that although he possessed talent, his development was far from enough. Previously, when being chased, in a moment of desperation, he used his thunder talent to perform the technique of ascending sky in place. Sure enough, every SSS-level talent was a huge treasure. He waited to slowly uncover his potential. Lu Chen walked through the night. He felt the air was damp. We're almost at the Turtle God Pond. He was somewhat surprised, as if he could smell the scent of freedom, and his pace quickened involuntarily. Passing through this small forest in front of him, following the map's guidance, would lead him to the Turtle God Pond. However, when Lu Chen turned the corner and saw the scene ahead, he was suddenly shocked. By now, the sky was getting light. In front of the Turtle God Pond, there were actually hundreds of people densely packed. There were 7 or 8 martial masters alone, not to mention those martial artists of 8 or 9 stars. Among them were Lu Rulong, Zhou Lianhu, Shui Haiyun, Sister Lin, and others. Strange, how did they know to block me in this place? Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. However, he was still in stealth mode, so he had not been noticed by these people. Only to hear Lu Rulong frown and say, "Xiao Wang, what's going on? It's been several days, Lu Chen seems to have disappeared. He hasn't come to this place at all. My divine dog hasn't caught Lu Chen's scent either." Another manager spoke up. His name was Yang Jian. Beside him was a huge evil dog the size of a tiger. Its fur was all black. Its eyes were shining crimson in the breaking dawn, dazzling. It even opened its mouth wide, baring its fangs, saliva dripping, looking extremely fierce. It turned out that Wang Xingtian wanted to report Lu Chen's escape route to those 2 sedan bearers. However, they couldn't find the other party at all. Thinking of Lu Chen's terrifying strength, he felt overwhelmed. The people in his factory area definitely couldn't stop the other party. In desperation, Wang Xingtian could only tell Lu Rulong about the Turtle God Pond. However, as long as they caught Lu Chen, he would still be credited with a great achievement. Lu Rulong followed Wang Xingtian's advice and immediately sent people to guard the Turtle God Pond, setting up a net in the sky and on the ground, ready to welcome Lu Chen's arrival. But after waiting for several days, there was no sign of the other party. "Manager Lu, Manager Yang, I guarantee that if the other party wants to escape from White Tiger Mountain, they will definitely pass through this place," Wang Xingtian said confidently. Seeing the other party so confident, Lu Rulong could only say, "Let's wait a little longer." To be honest, if anyone else had made such a suggestion, Lu Rulong wouldn't have believed it. It was only because Wang Xingtian was highly esteemed in the company, known as a strategist, that his words still held some credibility. When Sister Lin heard all this, she furrowed her brows slightly and said coldly, "Manager Wang, why are you so sure? Do you know Lu Chen from before?" With this statement, the others all looked at Wang Xingtian with strange expressions. Yeah, why was he so confident? White Tiger Mountain was so vast, why would Lu Chen choose this place? It was all too confusing. Wang Xingtian took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and earnestly replied, "Because Lu Chen bought a map of White Tiger Mountain from one of my subordinates, who later found this matter suspicious and reported it to me. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, until I saw Lu Chen's various performances on White Tiger Mountain, that I connected all these things together." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked, expressing admiration for Wang Xingtian's cunning. Indeed, Manager Wang, with just a few clues, you can see everything. Ha, truly a strong leader with no weak subordinates. Manager Wang's subordinates are also very cautious. It seems that Lu Chen will definitely pass through this place, so let's all listen to Manager Wang. Wang Xingtian's mouth revealed a barely perceptible smile. It seemed that his skill in deceiving others had reached a new level. Not only did he gain everyone's trust, but he also successfully shifted the blame onto Lu Chen. Buying a map. It's clear that he sent someone to provide it to Lu Chen. At the same time, several meters away, Lu Chen overheard their conversation and instantly understood the ins and outs of the situation. It seems that Wang Xingtian has been leaking information about my whereabouts. He is in charge of the West Factory, so that means. Lu Chen's expression became increasingly grim. He knew he had been tricked. There were too many people guarding the Divine Turtle Pond, and even though Lu Chen could turn invisible, he didn't dare to barge in directly. After all, he didn't know what kind of methods those managers had. Although the cicada shedding its shell was an S-level talent, it would still reveal itself when under attack. What if someone had a martial skill with an exceptionally wide range? Just then, Lu Chen saw the eyes of the fierce dog turn even redder and look in his direction. The large eyes held confusion as it let out a wang sound. Lu Chen was surprised. Could this dog have smelled my scent? Doesn't the cicada shedding its shell conceal my aura? With this in mind, he immediately activated the breath concealment technique for an added layer of protection. Then he turned and walked away without any hesitation. Meanwhile, Lu Rulong asked in a puzzled tone, Yang Jian, what's wrong with your dog? Why is it suddenly barking? Yang Jian nonchalantly replied, its eyes have a special talent that allows it to see things ordinary people can't. It's normal to have some lost souls and wandering spirits on Mount Baihu, where many have died. With these words, the already chilly mountain became even colder. Jolien, who was taken aback, Manager Yang, jokes like this aren't funny. Yang Jian sneered, what's there to fear from mere ghosts? It'd be best if a female ghost showed up, I'd make her take maternity leave. The others were speechless at the manager's taste. Lu Chen had already walked far away and didn't hear this conversation. The fierce dog sensed his location not by scent but because its eyes faintly saw something unusual. However, the S-level talent cicada shedding its shell was powerful, and the dog only saw some outlines, not recognizing Lu Chen himself. It had grown accustomed to such scenes after the resurgence of spiritual energy causing disturbances in many places. This wasn't the first time the fierce dog had encountered such things. So Lu Chen wasn't truly exposed. His mind racing, he made a bold decision. Damn it, I'm not leaving from here. With that, Lu Chen quickened his pace, heading vaguely back towards the factory area. Another day passed. In the West Factory's factory area, in the employee dormitories, when Song Ziyuan opened his eyes in the morning, he suddenly felt something was off. There seemed to be someone sitting in front of him. Startled, he immediately sprang up, his confusion vanishing. As he focused and saw the person clearly, he was almost scared out of his wits because the person in front of him was Lu Chen. Lu Chen sat on a chair, looking at him with a smirk in his eyes. Lu, big brother. Song Ziyuan was momentarily stunned but quickly composed himself, forcing a smile. Why have you come here? Lu Chen sneered, why do you think I'm here? Don't you know? In fact, from the moment Song Ziyuan saw Lu Chen, he was deeply shocked. The news of the company's pursuit of Lu Chen had spread throughout the various factory areas in the past few days. But why was Lu Chen here? He should have died at the Divine Turtle Pond. There was no way he could have escaped from the hands of so many managers and supervisors. Seeing Song Ziyuan's silence, Lu Chen snorted, do you think I'm dead? Song Ziyuan was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the other party saw through his thoughts and hurriedly explained, no, brother Lu, of course I want you to live well. I even hope you can escape quickly. Lu Chen suddenly stood up from the chair and walked towards him step by step. Song Ziyuan kept backing away. With a bang, he realized he had hit the wall and had no way out. At that moment, Lu Chen reached out his hand. He grabbed Song Ziyuan's neck, lifted him directly from the bed, and coldly said, the thing I hate most in my life is being deceived. Brother Lu, please listen to my explanation, it's all a misunderstanding. Song Ziyuan said with a trembling voice. Misunderstanding my foot. Lu Chen exerted a little force. Song Ziyuan winced in pain and quickly said, I also thought about escaping before, but I found myself too naive. The power of this company is immense. Even if you escape, there are still many of their people in Binjiang City. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Many workers from the black factories in the city? He said coldly, so you see me as a stepping stone on your way up in the company? What? Seeing that the other had already guessed his thoughts, Song Ziyuan was dumbfounded. He became despondent. No matter how much he explained, the other party already knew everything. Brother Lu, I beg you for one last thing, please promise me, okay? Song Ziyuan pleaded. Lu Chen's eyes carried a murderous intent. Do you still have the right to make demands? Song Ziyuan's voice trembled. Please, don't kill Yang Xiaofang. Lu Chen sneered, if Yang Xiaofang is your accomplice, I won't spare her. Squad leader really doesn't know anything. She prays every day in the room for you to escape. Before Song Ziyuan could finish his sentence, he felt a huge force coming over him. Lu Chen no longer wanted to waste words with him. Brother Lu, you really can't fight against them. With all his strength, Song Ziyuan said these words, and his neck was completely twisted. His head tilted, and he fell silent. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 3-star warrior and gaining 46 points of vitality. Lu Chen threw the body to the ground, clapped his hands, and said, you upgraded so quickly, dared to argue, must have received a lot of benefits from Wang Zhangtian.
He hated being deceived.
After coming to this world, he unexpectedly encountered two of them in succession. One was Zhao Meizhu, and the other was Song Ziyuan.
Regardless, you both have to die.
Then, Lu Chen re-entered stealth mode and left the West Factory.
He arrived at the entertainment area and headed towards Yang Xiaofang's room. At that moment, Yang Xiaofang was in the room.
She was kneeling on the ground, hands clasped tightly, praying, "Lord, please bless Brother Lu to escape smoothly, even if it means shortening my life by a few years.
I just want my parents to know I'm still alive."
Lu Chen stared at her. After observing for a while and finding no signs of pretense, he quietly left.
Next, Lu Chen arrived at Aunt Lin's villa and headed straight to the basement.
He didn't have a key, but that didn't stop him from opening the door.
Boom!
With just one punch, without using any martial skills, Lu Chen directly opened the door.
At that moment, Hututu was deeply asleep.
The noise startled him. Seeing that it was Lu Chen, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Why are you here? You're really disturbing my sleep."
Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Hua, I came to see you. What's up? Is the competition over? What place did you rank? Did you make it to the dragon ranking?" Hututu asked casually.
Suddenly, his gaze froze, and then he trembled as he said, "Damn,
You've reached Martial Master, and you're a 6-star Martial Master. How did you do it?"
"I have extraordinary talent," Lu Chen replied bluntly.
"Is it possible for a C-level talent awakener to level up so quickly?" Hututu was full of astonishment.
He still thinks the other party's talent is proficient in C-level swordsmanship. In fact, Lu Chen, who made up this talent, almost forgot about it. He smiled. "Hulao, let's talk business, come with me."
"Go? Where to?" Hututu was a bit puzzled. Lu Chen replied, "To Binjiang City." "Are you kidding me?" Hututu was stunned. "How can you leave? This company is like a maze, and there are so many managers." "Don't worry about that, I have a way," Lu Chen said confidently, then drew out his alloy knife to help the other person cut off the chain. Unexpectedly, Hututu said, "No, I don't want to go, you go on your own."
"Why?"
Lu Chen was puzzled.
Hututu sighed, "I was poisoned deeply before, my vitality is severely depleted, I probably won't make it through this winter." Lu Chen said, "When we get back to Binjiang City, I'll find a way to help you recover."
"You are truly righteous." Hututu was quite moved.
But he still solemnly said, "I've made too many mistakes before, I really don't want to leave, let me die here.
I've harmed so many people in Binjiang City, how can I face them again?" Lu Chen didn't know what to say at that moment.
Although Hututu had taught him, he had indeed been a complete villain before. To be honest, Lin Jie's current situation had a lot to do with this master. Seeing that the other party had reached this point, Lu Chen could only give up.
"Alright, Hulao, I won't forget your teachings." With that, he was about to leave. "Wait." Hututu suddenly spoke up. Lu Chen asked in surprise, "What's wrong, Hulao, have you changed your mind?"
Hututu pointed to a piece of floor in the corner, saying, "Pry it open, I've hidden something inside."
Lu Chen walked over and easily pried up the floor, finding a moisture-proof leather bag inside. Hututu, upon seeing the bag, couldn't help but reminisce, saying softly, "After so many years, it's still here. What's inside?" Lu Chen opened the bag.
Inside was a lightning-shaped token with the words Extreme Thunder Sect written on it.
Hututu answered, "This was left to me by my master before he passed away.
I've been hiding it in this underground room all this time, never thought I would end up imprisoned here, seems like I have a deep connection with it." At the end, he couldn't help but mock himself.
Lu Chen asked, "Hulao, wasn't your master a local?" Hututu nodded, "Yes, he was originally a Taoist from the Extreme Thunder Sect. When he went down the mountain for training, he was unfortunately deceived into this factory, becoming an employee and eventually their executioner." Lu Chen, even Taoists were deceived into coming here? Truly, the higher the Tao, the higher the devil.
Returning to the Extreme Thunder Sect was my master's lifelong pursuit, but unfortunately, he never left here until his death. Hututu's tone turned melancholic, becoming somewhat desolate.
Lu Chen also felt uneasy.
If he hadn't left, he might have faced the same fate many years later. Both Hu Lao and his master lived such lives,
ultimately becoming accomplices in a black factory, causing harm to more innocent people. This lightning token is a symbol of his identity.
In the past, my master was highly esteemed in the Extreme Thunder Sect, he was the chief disciple.
Now, I pass this token to you.
If one day you go to the Extreme Thunder Sect, you can present this token to the current sect leader and make any request. Hututu's expression was very serious, as if announcing something extremely solemn.
Any request? Wealth and glory beyond measure, just like that? Lu Chen was somewhat tempted and asked, "But where is the Extreme Thunder Sect located?" Hututu shook her head, "I don't know." Lu Chen was speechless, "Then where should I look?" Batuta smiled, that's your business now. If I knew, I would have left the company at all costs back then. How could this good opportunity fall into your lap? Lu Chen thought about it and realized she was right. Just then, a bright idea flashed through his mind. Hutu, do you know where the company's managers live? What are you planning to do? Hututu immediately gave him a strange look. Lu Chen's smile was intriguing. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Since they dared to block me, they must pay the price. 15 minutes later, Lu Chen left the basement. Before leaving, he made sure to lock the door securely. After inquiring, he found out that the managers of the company lived in separate compounds. He was prepared to investigate them one by one. The closest one was the residence of Lu Rulong. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at a place under a high wall. To avoid alerting anyone, he stealthily entered. There were some servants in the courtyard, all low-level martial artists. Lu Chen paid them no mind. He walked into the villa in the courtyard. As he expected, all the villas had similar structures, each with a basement. Lu Chen broke in once again. The servants only guarded the courtyard and had no idea what was happening inside the house. At that moment, Lu Chen entered the basement. His face lit up with surprise. It had to be said that Lu Rulong was extremely wealthy. This small basement was practically a treasure trove. There were precious antiques, martial arts manuals, various weapons, and elixirs. A dazzling array of items. Lu Chen didn't have time to examine them one by one, so he stuffed everything into his red pouch. Luckily, the pouch had a large capacity. Huatanzi may be small in stature, but his pouch is spacious. I'm grateful for his contribution. Then, Lu Chen proceeded to the residences of the other 9 managers, looting them like a bandit entering a village. However, when he reached Yang Jian's villa, a small mishap occurred. There were no martial artists guarding the courtyard, only a vicious dog. It was similar to the one he encountered at the Divine Turtle Pond, just slightly smaller with intensely crimson eyes. The moment Lu Chen entered the yard, the dog sensed something and began barking wildly. Seeing this, Lu Chen finally understood the peculiar ability of this dog. Its eyes could see through his invisibility. Does it have an innate ability to see through invisibility? Lu Chen revealed his form directly. It seemed that the cicada shedding its shell technique wasn't foolproof, or perhaps it was an SSS-level talent. Maybe I haven't fully developed the potential of this talent yet. How can I be looked down upon by a dog while traveling the world? The dog's realm was only at the 8th level of the first stage. Lu Chen slapped it to death directly and dug out the beast crystal. Yang Jian's basement was poor, with almost nothing inside. The most abundant items in the entire villa were dog food and dog hair. Lu Chen was speechless. By the time he finished everything, it was already noon. I'll take stock of my gains after escaping. Lu Chen felt like he had suddenly become rich overnight. He forcibly suppressed his excitement. With a thought, he returned to the East Factory's work area. In the familiar workshop, he saw Cheng Fei, Kong Wen, and Lu Tangtang. At that moment, Lu Chen was invisible. The 3 of them didn't notice him and were currently focused on slaughtering chickens. It's been over a week, and their blood energy has slowly increased. They can now slaughter chickens on their own. Lu Chen felt somewhat proud, like an old father. It seemed that his companions had all grown. Just then, Cheng Fei sighed. I really miss Brother Lu. Lu Chen inwardly raised an eyebrow. Had he already won their hearts to such an extent? However, Cheng Fei quickly added, when Brother Lu was around, we didn't have to work so hard to slaughter chickens. Lu Chen. So, that's what you think of me. Kongwen said, we can't always rely on Brother Lu, we have to depend on ourselves. At this moment, Lu Tangtang hesitated and said, has something happened to Brother Lu? I heard that Sister Lin seems to have taken a large group of people up the mountain to catch him. What? The other 2 were surprised. Kongwen exclaimed, damn. Let's hurry and help Brother Lu, he must be in great danger now. Cheng Fei was speechless, the few of us struggle even to kill a chicken, how can we help Brother Lu? Kongwen anxiously asked, then what should we do? He owed Lu Chen too much, and upon hearing that something had happened to him, he couldn't stand still. Let's just pray and hope that the heavens hear our voices, Cheng Fei suggested. Lu Chen, upon hearing this, twitched his mouth slightly. Are you serious? Most importantly, the other 2 even found it quite reasonable. They knelt down directly and began to pray devoutly. Hope Brother Lu is safe. Believe in Brother Lu, gain eternal life. May Brother Lu enjoy eternal blessings, longevity matching the heavens. The 3 of them actually shouted 3 different slogans. Before they could finish speaking, their eyes suddenly widened, and then, as if they had seen a ghost, they screamed. Because a person appeared out of thin air before them. It was Lu Chen. He helplessly said, I'm already here, no need to pray. Cheng Fei's voice trembled as he asked, Brother Lu, are you human or ghost now? How did you suddenly appear like that?
Lu Chen smiled. I am now a martial artist, it's quite normal to use such methods, no need to be so surprised.
What, a martial artist? Kong Wen and the others were shocked.
In their impression, Lu Chen's level was not high, he was a low-level martial artist. It had only been a short time since they last met, and now he had broken through to become a martial artist. It could only be said that Brother Lu was truly amazing. At this moment, the three of them were still kneeling on the ground, maintaining their praying posture. It wasn't that they didn't want to get up, but they were truly overwhelmed by Brother Lu's charisma, just wanting to kneel down and sing praises.
This time, Lu Chen didn't want to hide anything anymore. When his strength was low, he kept a low profile. After becoming powerful, pretending to be weak was not his style. Kong Wen asked with concern, Brother Lu, is your current situation very dangerous? I heard that many people from the company went to catch you. Lu Chen nodded, yes, but they are still in the mountains now. If they were to return, it would take at least a day. So, I have plenty of time now. Chang Fei seemed to sense something and couldn't help but ask, Brother Lu, do you have any plans for returning to the factory this time? Lu Chen swept his gaze. The three people before him were companions he had met after being captured. If he had chosen to escape through Baihu Mountain before, he would have been separated from these people. And now, I want to escape, I want to leave this place, Lu Chen said each word. The three were startled. Escape? Lu Chen nodded. I know a way to leave here. Are you willing to go with me? Then, the conversation took a turn, but this path is very dangerous, there is a possibility of dying on the way. He first stated the consequences, as it involved life and death. Then he left the choice in the hands of the three. Initially excited to hear about the possibility of escaping, they all turned pale at the thought of the dangers ahead. Soon, Kong Wen said, Brother Lu, wherever you go, I'll follow you. Even if I die on the way, I'm willing to. His voice was passionate. As long as he stayed by Lu's side, he was willing to face any danger. Chang Fei, despite being the most timid, had a determined look in his eyes and said, I'll also follow Brother Lu. Since I entered this dark factory, I've regarded Brother Lu as my boss. Lu Tangtang also expressed her willingness to leave together. Lu Chen felt quite relieved. Just based on this group's fearless attitude towards death and their trust in him, it was worth choosing to take them along. Now, follow my lead and don't act recklessly, Lu Chen said. Don't worry, Lu Ge. The three of them replied in unison. Let's go out now. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he entered stealth mode. Seeing him disappear from their sight again, the three of them paled in fear. Fortunately, they were mentally prepared in advance. Lu Chen's voice echoed in their ears. I am right beside you, don't worry. The three of them froze. Goodness, is this the skill of a martial artist? How is it different from a deity? They were laymen who didn't understand the intricacies of it. In fact, it wasn't just any martial skill, it was the extraordinary S-level talent that Lu Chen possessed. Next, the three of them walked out of the workshop. Lu Chen quietly followed behind, directing them. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Where are you going? The three of them looked up and were instantly dumbfounded. Because the person in front of them was Zhao Tai and Wang Yilong. Originally, the three of them didn't have to do much strenuous work, just watering and feeding the fish every day. But because Lu Chen had become the target of the entire factory's pursuit, Zhao Tai and Wang Yilong turned against them again, pressuring the three of them in various ways, treating them like slaves. At this moment, Cheng Fei forced a smile. Tai Ge, Long Ge, we want to go to the toilet. To the toilet? Do you need all three of you to go together? Zhao Tai snorted coldly. Don't think that Lu Chen will still protect you. He is now the company's #1 target for elimination, he's as good as dead. Who said I'm as good as dead? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in Zhao Tai's ear. Zhao Tai was shocked. Who's speaking? He found the voice somewhat familiar. Turning his head, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Lu Chen appeared out of thin air, a sardonic smile on his face. Zhao Tai was about to scream in fear, but Lu Chen grabbed his neck and lifted him off the ground. Zhao Tai, like a helpless chicken, was choked, his eyes rolling back as he stuttered, Lu Ge, spare me, I was forced. How many days have I been away from the factory, and you treat Cheng Fei and the others like this, forgetting how I warned you in the beginning? Lu Chen said coldly. At this moment, Zhao Tai's face was almost purple from suffocation, about to beg for mercy. But Lu Chen didn't want to give him another chance. He exerted a little force with his right hand. The other's neck was twisted and broken. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 1-star warrior, gaining 21 points of vitality. Thus, since Lu Chen entered the Black Factory, the first foreman he met died at his hands like this. It was even simpler than killing a chicken. Wang Yilong, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground.
Tears and snot streamed down his face as he pleaded, "Spare me. Lu Ge, spare my life. Birds of a feather. How could I have entrusted you with the Lightning 5 Strikes manual in the first place?" Lu Chen placed his hand on his head. Without exerting force, a lightning bolt emanated from his palm, piercing into Wang Yinlong's head. The next moment, his head was completely carbonized, turning into endless dust like sand. The headless body fell softly to the ground. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the three of them were stunned, their awe of Lu Chen escalating to a new level. "My goodness, Lu Ge is so cool, what kind of skill is this?" Cheng Fei was excited, as if he had seen an idol. Kong Wen was even more thrilled. Lu Ge is getting more powerful." Lu Tongtong's eyes almost turned into hearts. However, being a girl, she was more delicate in her thoughts and hurriedly said, "Lu Ge, since you had an accident, Morong's sister has been in a particularly bad situation." "What happened to Morong Ningbing?" Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Returning to the factory, he had originally planned to take her away. Lu Tangtang sighed. Lin knew that Morong was your nominal maid, and before going up the mountain, she locked her in the iron cage dormitory where you used to live. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat angry. "That Lin woman, I'll deal with her sooner or later. Now, you three go to Lin's villa and wait for me. There's a truck there, wait for me in the car. I'll go rescue Morong Ningbing now." Soon, Lu Chen temporarily separated from the three. He first found the Lightning 5 Consecutive Knives secret book hidden on Zhao Tai's body and put it away again. Since knowing about Master Who's Matter, Lu Chen knew that this martial art, like the Thunderbolt knife technique, also came from the Extreme Thunder sect. Only those with lightning talent could bring it to its fullest potential. Next, Lu Chen hurried to the iron dormitory where he had lived before. With his unparalleled speed, he quickly arrived. Before him was a huge, heavy iron gate. Lu Chen remembered that he had previously blasted this dormitory door with the Lightning 5 Consecutive Knives. Now, a new one had been put in place. He raised his hand and punched again. Bang! The iron gate crashed to the ground. At this moment, Morong Ningbing was in the room. She sat on the bed, wearing a light blue long dress, showcasing her graceful curves. If you only looked at her figure and not her face, she would seem like a beautiful girl, with a mask on her face, adding a touch of misty beauty. But when she saw the door suddenly being broken, Morong Ningbing's originally cold eyes showed a hint of surprise, which gradually turned into joy. "Is it you?" "It's me." Lu Chen walked in. At that moment, his tall figure seemed to shine into Morong Ningbing's long-frozen heart like the scorching sun. "Are you here to rescue me?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Yes." Lu Chen answered firmly. He walked over and grabbed her wrist. "Come with me." At the moment Morong Ningbing was held, her heart was in turmoil. Although it was just her wrist, it caused a great shock to her. This unprecedented feeling, like an electric current, swiftly passed through her whole body. Such a strange feeling. Morong Ningbing had never experienced anything like this before. She just hoped he would keep holding her like this. However, as soon as the two stepped out, they encountered someone. The person was dressed in a luxurious and elegant cheongsam. The slit of the dress extended all the way to the waist, appearing sexy but not enchanting. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, but she had no expression, even a hint of coldness. It was Shadow. In fact, Lu Chen had always felt that Shadow's temperament was somewhat similar to Morong Ningbing's, both very aloof. However, Morong Ningbing gave off the vibe of a cold campus beauty, while Shadow seemed more like a ruthless female assassin. At this moment, seeing the two coming out of the dormitory, her expression changed slightly. "Lu Chen, what are you doing here? Are you trying to stop me?" Lu Chen snorted coldly. Although they had some acquaintance before, it was just a little. Now, with the bigger picture in mind, Lu Chen didn't mind adding another life to his hands. Seeing this, Morong Ningbing hugged his arm and pleaded, "Lu Chen, don't kill Sister Shadow." Lu Chen turned his head, looking puzzled. "Has she brainwashed you?" Morong Ningbing explained, "Thanks to Sister Shadow's care during the days I was locked up, she brought me food, or else my days would have been very difficult." Lu Chen was a person who distinguished between gratitude and grudges, so he nodded. "Alright, I won't kill her." At this moment, Shadow suddenly asked excitedly, "Are you planning to escape?" "Ha?" Morong Ningbing was surprised. "Is that true, Lu Chen?" Since she first saw Lu Chen, her mind had been in a daze. She just saw him as the hero who saved her and didn't know his intentions. Could it be that Lu Chen wanted to take her away from this heavily dangerous black factory? However, Lu Chen frowned and stared at Inger, saying coldly, "What, do you want to report back?" Inger asked, "How sure are you?" Lu Chen snorted, "Mind your own business." Next, Inger said something astonishing. "Take me with you." "What?" Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting the other party to say such a thing. Inger said seriously, "I also want to leave here."
Lu Chen looked puzzled. Aren't you a diehard fan of Lin?
Brainwashed so successfully.
Inger was speechless. I was just pretending. Lu Chen twitched his mouth. Indeed. Women are all good actresses.
Morong Ningbing added, Inger's sister comes from experimental high school, just like us, all senior high school students, just arrived earlier.
Lu Chen raised an eyebrow.
The other party's figure was so explosive, unexpectedly the same age. At the same time, the fleeing team grew even larger.
Lu Chen looked at Inger and said, Fine, I can take you with me, but if you betray us, that will be your end.
After speaking, he reached out his hand. A terrifying lightning bolt struck, directly shattering the iron gate on the ground.
Seeing this scene, both Inger and Morong Ningbing paled. You awakened the talent of lightning? And your realm. How many stars are you as a martial artist now?
Inger stared with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous.
Lu Chen calmly said, 6-star martial artist. Martial artist? And already reached 6 stars.
The two women were shocked again.
No wonder you could escape from White Tiger Mountain, you've become so strong. Inger was somewhat excited. At this moment, the cold and ruthless female killer image was completely thrown out of the window.
Morong Ningbing was even more greatly shocked, gazing at Lu Chen foolishly, saying, You're amazing, already a martial artist. Lu Chen lightly tapped her forehead and said, Stop daydreaming, let's focus on the task at hand. Okay, Morong Ningbing obediently nodded, looking very compliant.
How do we escape? Inger now had full confidence in Lu Chen.
After all, he was a 6-star grand martial artist,
higher in realm than many managers. Lu Chen said, Follow me.
The three of them ran towards Lin's villa. Along the way, they encountered some guarding martial artists, who, upon seeing Inger and Morong Ningbing, did not show any surprise. It was Inger who was somewhat surprised, because she knew that Lu Chen was now a wanted criminal in the entire company. Logically, all martial artists should know this, so why were they so quiet? But when Inger turned around, she was suddenly drenched in cold sweat.
Lu Chen was gone?
Just as Inger was surprised, she heard the other party's voice in her ear.
Don't turn around, I've been following you all along.
Inger was dumbfounded, thinking to herself, is this the means of a martial artist? It's too powerful. She subconsciously associated this and did not realize that Lu Chen could turn invisible.
Morong Ningbing also had the same feeling.
For a moment, they both felt that Lu Chen's skills were vast, and there was a hint of strangeness in their hearts.
Soon, the two women finally arrived at Lin's villa. This place was very close, right next to the work area.
Since the martial artists guarding the house had been taken by Lin to the mountain, there was no one in the courtyard. Lu Chen also revealed his figure.
He looked at the nearby truck, frowned, and said, What are you three doing?
The back of the truck still had a straw mat. At this moment, the mat was lifted, revealing 3 heads.
Chang Fei grinned and said, Aren't we afraid someone might come?
So we hid first.
Let Lu Ji and Morong's sister sit in the driver's cabin.
Lu Tangtang envied Morong Ningbing but still had keen insight. At this moment, Kongwen saw another person and was instantly startled. Damn!
Isn't this Lin's assistant? Why is she here too?
Lu Chen said, Ing also wants to come with us.
Kongwen cautiously asked, Will this guy go and report us?
Unexpectedly, Ing directly responded, I am more eager to leave than any of you. The group was somewhat surprised. They had not expected that even those closest to Lin Jia would have such thoughts. The truck was very large, with 2 rows of seats in the cabin.
Lu Chen sat directly in the driver's seat.
Morong Ningbing sat in the back and said, Ing, you sit in the front.
You are more familiar with this place and can help him better. Ing nodded.
Lu Chen started the car skillfully.
Ing was somewhat surprised. You can actually drive. Lu Chen smiled. I know more than just driving.
What, more than driving?
Ing was puzzled. It's knowledge.
Lu Chen emphasized again, then stepped on the gas, and the truck rushed out of the yard. The speed was fast. The truck headed towards the exit of the yard.
They drove straight through without anyone stopping them.
The guards thought that the ones driving the truck were high-ranking officials of the company, so no one dared to ask.
They didn't even look into the driver's cabin and didn't know who the driver was.
And so, Lu Chen finally arrived at a gate. When he returned from Baihu Mountain before, he had entered from here. There were guards at the gate, but he easily passed through in stealth mode.
But things were different now.
Driving such a big vehicle was indeed eye-catching.
One of the guards asked, What are you guys here for? Lu Chen replied immediately, We are here to reinforce Baihu Mountain.
The guard nodded and was about to let them through.
Unexpectedly, another guard said strangely, Why does this driver look familiar?
The first guard widened his eyes, then realized something and immediately shouted, Damn!
It's Lu Chen.
What? The other guard was greatly surprised, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Damn!
Capture him quickly.
Before they could act, Lu Chen reached out of the car window and casually threw out 2 lightning bolts. Bang! Bang! The 2 guards were instantly charred and fell to the ground. You brought this upon yourselves. Lu Chen snorted. At this moment, more guards around the gate saw the scene and hurried over. Murder! Come quickly! Lu Chen flicked his fingers. The sound of breaking air rang out. 5 lightning strikes in a row. The approaching guards didn't even have time to scream before they were carbonized and fell to the ground. Ing sat in the passenger seat, witnessing this gruesome scene. Even she, calm as she was, couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to be so powerful now. Fortunately, she hadn't opposed him before. After clearing out the nearby guards, Lu Chen didn't rush to leave. Instead, he lightly tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. Ing asked in confusion, "Why aren't we leaving yet?" Lu Chen chuckled, "I'm waiting for someone." The 2 women were puzzled, their heads full of question marks. Lu Chen's gaze remained on the rearview mirror. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "He's here." A young man, carrying bags as if fleeing a disaster, ran over from a distance. He quickly arrived at the truck. Lu Chen leaned out of the window and said, "Sure, you're too slow." It turned out that the sudden appearance was none other than Meng Xior. He said embarrassedly, "I packed some pharmaceutical equipment and a lot of medicinal herbs. I'll make qi and blood pills for everyone later." When Lu Chen looted the manager's residence, he took the time to visit the southern factory. He told Meng Xior to leave with him. Meng Xior was deeply moved and immediately packed his bags. Without waiting for him, Lu Chen went to handle other matters, agreeing to meet at the gate. Now, all the companions were assembled. "You sit in the back," Lu Chen said. Meng Xior nodded. She opened the car door, about to step in, but suddenly froze in place. There were 2 beautiful girls sitting in the driver's seat. One of them looked somewhat familiar. Startled, he immediately said, "I'll just sit in the back." After speaking, he swiftly ran to the back. He tossed the luggage into the trunk and jumped in. Oh my goodness! Meng Xior was taken aback. She hadn't expected to find 3 more people hidden in the back. Chang Fei and the others were also stunned. "Who are you?" Meng Xior hurriedly introduced herself. "I am from the southern factory. I am a high school senior at Shangnan High School, named Meng Xior." As they were about to leave this dark factory, their identities naturally had to change. "What, you were only in your 2nd year of high school when you were deceived into coming here?" Kongwen was very surprised. Meng Xior remembered his heartbreak. Having been cowardly before, the only time he had been brave was when he bought a low-level awakening potion through alone, not realizing it was a one-way street. If it weren't for Senior Lu, he might have lost his life here. The 4 of them were all straightforward individuals and quickly became acquainted. "I remember now, that young lady is Morong Ningbing." A flash of insight crossed Meng Xior's mind, and she exclaimed in surprise. After all, she was one of the 4 campus beauties, on par with Zhao Meizhu. Although I don't know why Senior Lu dislikes Zhao Meizhu so much, Morong's senior sister seems more compatible with him. Unexpectedly, the seemingly innocent Meng Xior also enjoyed shipping couples. However, this child was still too naive. How could she possibly guess Lu Chen's thoughts? With everyone in place, Lu Chen stepped on the gas pedal forcefully. The truck surged forward once again. Before long, they arrived at a fork in the road. One path led up the mountain, the same one they had taken during the competition. The other path was winding, surrounded by dense grass, extremely secluded, and was the way down the mountain. Lu Chen knew about this road because he had seen the fire boys coming up from here. It turned out that Lu Chen's plan was to escape from here. Although he could leave alone, the thought of returning to the factory made him unable to resist rescuing these companions. After all, when poor, one should be self-reliant, and when rich, one should help others. He now had the strength to help others, and rescuing a few companions was not difficult. Soon, Lu Chen drove the truck towards the downhill road. Since this road was opened by the company specifically for outsiders entering the factory, there were many guards along the way. Just as Lu Chen drove the car a few dozen meters out, he encountered several guards. "What are you doing?" one of them shouted sternly. Lu Chen ignored them and continued to accelerate. "Oh my god, he's going to hit someone." The guards were terrified and screamed. Some who reacted slowly were directly knocked over by Lu Chen with the truck. The people in the car were stunned by his actions. Lu Chen didn't slow down at all but instead continued to accelerate joyfully. At that moment, one of the guards who had been knocked down took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and shouted, "Someone is forcefully heading downhill in a truck, stop them." Seeing more and more guards emerging ahead, Lu Chen frowned slightly and said to Inger, "Can you drive?" Inger nodded. After entering the factory and becoming Sister Lin's assistant, I learned for a while. Lu Chen said, "It's your turn to drive now." "What?" Inger was surprised, but seeing that the other party was still not slowing down, she said helplessly, "Can't you stop?"
Lu Chen said, "No need." With that, he grabbed Inger by the collar and, with a cry, lifted her from her seat. Finally, he placed her on his lap. Inger was dumbfounded. She was now sitting on his lap, enveloped by a distinctly male scent. A blush appeared on the cold face in an instant. However, this process only lasted for half a second. Lu Chen swiftly leaped out of the window like lightning and climbed onto the roof of the car. Standing up, his eyes emitted endless killing intent. At this moment, Inger took over the steering wheel in a panic and began to operate it, ensuring the truck continued to drive steadily. Meanwhile, Lu Chen opened his hands, continuously gathering energy. Thunderbolts shot out one after another. Ah! The warriors ahead were accurately hit, falling like wheat cut by a sickle in large swathes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 3-star warrior and gaining 46 points of vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 4-star warrior and gaining 72 points of vitality. Seeing his vitality skyrocketing, Lu Chen revealed a faint smile. Even when fleeing, they give me so much vitality. There are still good people in the Black Factory. The car raced on. Unexpectedly, Inger drove even faster than Lu Chen. It was downhill, and a slight negligence could lead to a disaster. The female driver was terrifying. Soon, after driving for nearly an hour, Lu Chen lost count of how many people he had killed, feeling his hands numb. As for others witnessing this scene, their worldviews were completely overturned. Sometimes, Lu Chen would draw his alloy knife and use the thunderous blade technique. The sharp blade was more terrifying than lightning, creating various bloody scenes. Due to blood often splattering on the windshield, the truck's wipers never stopped. Inger drove while feeling terrified. Is Lu Chen still human? Killing so many in one go, even more ferocious than slaughtering chickens. Morong Ningbing also felt greatly shocked. Too powerful. Those warriors at a similar level to her were unable to even withstand a single blow from Lu Chen, falling in droves. Brother Lu is truly a god of slaughter. No, even more terrifying, even if gods block his path, they will be slaughtered by him. Chang Fei and the others felt extremely fearful. They lay in the back of the car. The scenery on both sides kept retreating, along with the bodies of warriors. Originally, the 4 companions were tossed around by Inger's driving skills. Seeing bodies lining the road, they couldn't help but retch. At this moment, as the surroundings became increasingly familiar, Inger couldn't help but say, "We seem to be nearing the foot of the mountain." She remembered passing through here when she was brought up. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel uplifted. Finally, they were about to escape. However, an unexpected event occurred suddenly. In the middle of the road ahead, there appeared a plainly dressed old man. He held a large broom, continuously sweeping the ground, resembling a sanitation worker. Ordinary and simple. Inger ultimately couldn't bring herself to harm him and began to slow down gradually. Just as they were about to collide with him, she stopped. Lu Chen also noticed something odd about the old man. In such a dangerous place, why was there a seemingly ordinary street sweeper? Unbelievable. Who are you, and why are you blocking the road? Lu Chen stood on the roof of the car and asked loudly. The old man sighed. Young man, this road is impassable. It's better for you to turn back. Lu Chen snorted. Why is it impassable? You're the only obstacle here. Just go around you, and it's clear. The old man chuckled. My old bones are not that easy to bypass. At this moment, Inger seemed to recall something and hurriedly stuck her head out of the window, shouting to Lu Chen on the roof. I remember now. There's a saying in the company, better to ascend White Tiger Mountain than descend the mountain road. Lu Chen asked, what does that mean? Inger replied, it said that this road can only go up, not down. Because if you go downhill, you will encounter terrifying things. Could it be referring to this old man? Everyone was puzzled. Chang Fei and the others even stuck their heads out of the back of the car, looking around. But no matter how you look at it, this old man seems like an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, the old man's ears were very sharp. Upon hearing Inger's words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. I've been in seclusion for many years, never expected my reputation to spread to the company's internal affairs. However, Lu Chen finally caught a glimpse of the situation and sneered, a martial artist, still pretending to be a janitor here, are you feeling too stifled? What's wrong with being a janitor? The old man glanced at him askew, and a terrifying aura unexpectedly emanated from his eyes. Then, he walked step by step towards the truck, slowly uttering a sentence. If one does not sweep the house, how can one sweep the world? The next moment, the old man raised the broom and swung it fiercely towards the truck. The broom couldn't withstand such violent force. While still in midair, the bamboo branches on its surface broke one by one, transforming into a huge iron broom, exuding a metallic texture. The iron broom drew a beautiful arc, unleashing a terrifying blade light that extended several meters. The target was Lu Chen on the roof of the car. Not good. Get off the car quickly. Lu Chen, sensing the danger, shouted urgently. At the same time, he raised the F-grade alloy knife high and directly executed the first move of the Thunderbolt knife technique. Thunder Fearless.
18 blade shadows emerged in unison, continuous and unstoppable, like a roaring mountain in sea.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The old man's blade light was extremely sharp and irresistible. It shattered the sky full of blade shadows one by one, and finally, directly slashed towards Lu Chen's body. The rest of the people on the car, upon hearing Lu Chen's warning, had already been scared out of the car by jumping or running.
The entire truck was suddenly empty from front to back, and Lu Chen also leaped up like lightning, narrowly avoiding the blade.
In front of the old man's blade light, the huge truck seemed as fragile as paper, directly split into two halves and crashed to the ground. At this moment, after the others got off the car and witnessed this shocking scene, they were all dumbfounded.
Damn, who is this old man? He's too powerful. Chang Fei widened his eyes, finding it hard to believe. What level is he? Kongwen furrowed his brows, worrying for Lu Chen.
Inger shook her head. I can't tell at all.
Lu Chen just said he's a martial artist.
Meng Xiao'er suddenly interjected. I've seen Senior Lu kill a 5-star martial artist with one slash, but this old man's level is definitely higher than a 5-star martial artist.
What? Killed a 5-star martial artist with one slash? Everyone was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lu Chen to be so strong. However, judging by the old man's aura, he seemed to surpass Lu Chen, appearing unfathomable.
The old man seemed to have heard the conversation and smiled kindly. Young people, I've been stuck at the level of a 9-star martial artist for many years.
It's just a half step away from entering that realm, but unfortunately, my talent is limited. Just a half step? Everyone was greatly surprised. Lu Chen's expression also became serious. The opponent's level was unexpectedly so high, even stronger than Ma Yiming. The old man sighed again. What a pity. This half step is like a chasm, impossible to cross. So my current level can barely be called a half-step martial general, or a quasi-martial general. What? Quasi-martial general? Lu Tang blinked innocently. Today was truly eye-opening.
It was her first time hearing about a martial artist, let alone a martial general. Lu Chen also didn't expect the bottleneck from a 9-star martial artist to a martial general to be so stubborn. Fortunately, he had the talent for endless slaughter, gaining vitality by killing creatures, without the worry of breaking through the bottleneck. At this moment, the old man smiled and said, Kid, I see your exceptional talent. Although I don't know why you desperately escaped, I have a soft spot for talents.
If you're willing to be my disciple, I can have the company's people speak on your behalf.
By then, they won't hold you accountable for any wrongdoing.
What do you think?
Everyone didn't expect the old man to highly appreciate Lu Chen.
But speaking of it, with Brother Lu's extraordinary talent, who wouldn't be excited to see it?
However, Lu Chen directly said, I don't need your guidance, and you are not qualified to be my master.
Ha!
Upon hearing this, the elderly man, who had been calm all along, suddenly had a slightly darkened expression. Yellow-haired kid, such an arrogant tone.
Do you know how many people in the company are desperately trying to become my disciple, and I haven't agreed to any of them?
Now the opportunity is in front of you, and you still don't know how to cherish it.
Lu Chen sneered, our positions are fundamentally different.
What you do is deceitful and shameful, harming ordinary people.
How could I bow to someone like you as a master, let alone associate with you?
Hearing such passionate and bold words,
the others couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration from the bottom of their hearts.
Well said, Lu brother.
Kongwen loudly agreed. Inger and Morong Ningbing looked at Lu Chen with a hint of curiosity.
Lu Tongtong's eyes had already turned into heart shapes. Alright, I'll give you a chance. If you're useless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Being able to personally eliminate a genius also gives a sense of accomplishment.
After the old man finished speaking, he raised the iron broom once again.
His whole demeanor became even more ferocious. His originally withered body began to slowly expand, causing the upper body's clothes to burst, revealing a powerful physique. Inch by inch, the muscles were filled with explosive strength, completely unlike an old man's body.
First style of the 3 burial knife technique, burial of the heavens. He actually used the iron broom as a precious sword. In the next moment, the power of his blood and energy boiled.
The old man swung the iron broom, unleashing a terrifying blade light that soared into the sky. It was over 10 meters long, extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through the heavens.
Such an astonishing momentum.
The others saw this and couldn't help but retreat several meters. Meng Xiao'er, being more experienced in this, had faced Lu Chen several times before and quickly spread her legs, running backward.
She ran directly 100 meters away, hiding behind a tree. Lu Chen knew the old man was getting serious, so he didn't hold back this time.
The unknown energy spread to his hands once again, swiftly surging onto the blade. His eyes became sharper, with lightning flashing between his pupils. Second style of the thundering blade technique, Wrath of the Thunder God. A huge shadow quickly appeared behind him, over 5 meters tall, clad in armor, exuding a majestic aura. Like a general in charge of thunder and lightning, standing tall between heaven and earth. Roar! The Thunder General actually let out a long roar, with a tremendous momentum. At that moment, Lu Chen tightly gripped the ally knife, with thunder constantly surrounding the blade. He raised the knife high and fiercely slashed out. A supremely sharp lightning-like blade shadow was ruthlessly cut out. It collided in the air with the opponent's soaring blade light. Boom! 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 The two extreme energies clashed, with continuous explosions echoing around. Nearby grass, trees, rocks, everything was swept away by the violent shockwaves. Even a half-truck not far away couldn't escape, being flipped several meters away. As for the others, seeing Meng Xiao's actions, although somewhat puzzled, they also ran out hundreds of meters together. It wasn't until they witnessed such a thrilling battle scene that they suddenly realized. Chang Fei's voice trembled as he said, "Damn, are they still human? This is like immortals fighting." Meng Xiao smiled bitterly, "When immortals fight, we mortals suffer. I've experienced this before, so when I see Senior Lu fighting, I make sure to stay far away." Everyone nodded hurriedly, some still feeling lingering fear. It was unknown how long had passed. After the intense impact ended, everything returned to calm. The dust cleared, revealing a large pit in the ground. One can imagine how fierce their attacks were. The old man also didn't expect that his strike would end up in a draw with the opponent. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, heroes have emerged among the young since ancient times. You seem to be barely 20 years old, yet you managed to withstand the first move of my 3 burials sword technique." Lu Chen furrowed his brow. The Thunder God's Wrath was undoubtedly his strongest move. However, he couldn't defeat his opponent. "What rank is your 3 burials sword technique?" Upon hearing the question, the old man smiled and said, "Actually, I'm not sure. It's a sword manual I discovered years ago while exploring a secret realm. It only consists of 3 pages, so I named it 3 burials. I haven't had it appraised by an expert, but I feel it should be above the Earth rank." Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. No wonder. His Thunder God's Wrath, bolstered by his powerful lightning talent, could at most reach the level of the Earth rank. Yet, his opponent's first move was already above the Earth rank. Indeed, the disparity in ranks among martial arts was an insurmountable gap. Although he also mastered the Earth rank martial art Comet Fist, without the enhancement of a light attribute talent, he was unable to unleash its full power. Instead, he found no familiar sword technique useful. The old man chuckled. "What do you think? Are you interested? If you become my disciple, I will pass on the 3 burials sword technique to you." Reluctantly, he truly didn't want to kill the young man before him. After all, the older one grew, the more they wanted to pass on their knowledge. Lu Chen coldly snorted, "I've said it before, our positions are different. I simply cannot become your disciple." Finally losing patience, the old man gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. See how you withstand my next move, the second move of the 3 burials sword technique, Burial of the Earth." In the next moment, he tightly gripped the iron broom and continuously infused it with his blood and energy. Then, he forcefully struck the ground. A more terrifying blade aura burst forth, directly pulverizing the nearby ground into pieces. Not enough. The blade aura continued to spread, rolling like an earth dragon, destroying everything and rapidly spreading towards Lu Chen. Such astonishing destructive power. Lu Chen hastily covered his feet with lightning and leaped up forcefully, narrowly avoiding the rolling ground. As for the truck that had long been split in half, it was completely engulfed, ultimately buried deep within the earth. This time, the others ran even farther. Helpless, the impact area of the Burial of the Earth was too wide, already extending beneath their feet, forcing them to desperately flee. As Cheng Fei fled, he couldn't help but turn his head and exclaim, "Damn, the danger level for spectators is too high. Others ask for tickets, but you guys are risking your lives." The crowd felt somewhat helpless. The battle between 2 top martial artists was indeed beyond what they could observe. A slight slip could drag them into the aftermath. Finally, the ground disturbance caused by the Burial of the Earth gradually subsided, spreading up to 200 meters away. At this moment, the old man furrowed his brow, looked up, and said, "You can actually fly?" It was truly unexpected to him. At this moment, Lu Chen had already utilized the power of lightning to float in midair, tens of meters above the ground. That image of treading on air was akin to a god. At first glance, it seemed extremely majestic. However, Lu Chen's expression was not relaxed. He knew that he could only evade this strike by relying on his brief flying ability. Otherwise, like the truck, he would face the tragic fate of being swallowed by the earth. It could only be said that the old man's three-burial sword technique was truly terrifying. How can I break this deadlock? He closed his eyes slightly, pondering the strategy to counter it. On the other side, Lu Tangtang exclaimed, "Oh my god, Lu Ji actually flew into the sky?" Kongwen widened his eyes, opened his mouth, revealing his only front tooth, and exclaimed, "Is this the means of a martial artist? Simply inhuman." However, Inger calmly analyzed, "I think Lu Chen can fly due to his talent. As for martial artists, they probably can't fly yet." At this moment, the old man stood still smiling relaxedly. "Even if you can fly, what about it? Next, my third move, the ultimate killer move of the three-burial knife technique, you absolutely can't resist it." He was very confident now. This third move is said to make opponents have no way to go up to the sky and no door to enter the ground. No one can escape. Sometimes, pushing people to the limit can definitely unleash unimaginable potential. At this moment, an unknown energy inside Lu Chen's body kept brewing. "My Thunderbolt talent is the strongest SSS level, but I haven't fully unleashed my power yet." The next second, he closed his eyes, as if he had suddenly realized something. The energy kept spreading in his body, radiating outward continuously. In the distant sky, dark clouds gathered. Soon, the once sunny afternoon turned pitch black in an instant. Chang Fei and the others were stunned. "What's going on?" The weather suddenly changed. "Just now it was sunny, this is so strange. So dark, I can't even see my hand in front of my face. Hey, who's stepping on my foot?" The old man was also somewhat puzzled. Such a strange phenomenon is rare. How can it change just like that? Suddenly, he glanced at Lu Chen still in midair, and was instantly stunned. A terrible thought emerged in his mind. Damn, could the weather change be because of this kid? What kind of ability is this? Even though the old man had lived for many years, he had never heard of such a thing. At this moment, Lu Tangtang pointed to the sky and said, "Look at that." Everyone looked up. They saw lightning constantly surrounding Lu Chen's body. He looked like a god of thunder descending to earth. His clothes rustled. His hair, untouched for nearly a month, floated without wind. At the same time, the dark clouds above his head became thicker and heavier, giving a sense of oppression as if a black cloud was about to crush the city. The next moment, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and actual thunder and lightning burst out from his eyes, looking extremely domineering. At this moment, as if in response, the dark clouds kept rolling with thunder inside, like wandering dragons. "Lu Gu, it seems like you're summoning heavenly thunder." Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone felt a sense of fear. Their legs went weak, almost wanting to kneel down on the spot and worship Lu Chen endlessly. The old man was a bit flustered at this moment too. He was now very certain that this strange weather was caused by Lu Chen. What level was his Thunderbolt talent? This was too frightening. Even he, a high-level expert of the half-step martial master, felt an inexplicable palpitation. "I absolutely cannot sit and wait for death." The old man tightly gripped the iron broom with both hands, covering it with his blood and energy. Taking aim at Lu Chen's direction, he roared, the third move of the three-burial knife technique, burial of all beings. Then, he stomped his foot and shot up from the ground. Like a cannonball, he shot straight towards the sky. The old man held the iron broom high, as if holding a precious sword. No, to be precise, his whole body was filled with an extremely sharp aura, turning him into a sword. Unstoppable, he fiercely charged towards Lu Chen. This ultimate power was meant to destroy everything, annihilate all things. Just as the situation was about to reach a critical point, Lu Chen extended a finger. The next moment, a huge lightning bolt resembling a golden dragon directly thundered down from the sky above his head. With a destructive aura, it fiercely struck down. Just as the old man was about to fly to Lu Chen's side to strike him down, the lightning bolt happened to strike. The speed of the lightning was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it hit the old man. Ah, damn! The old man let out a scream. The sharp aura on his body couldn't withstand the lightning, exploding directly in front of it. The immensely powerful third move, burial of all beings, was thus resolved. Not even a single glance was held. The old man was knocked to the ground in one fell swoop, creating a small crater. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that the divine thunder would strike the old man so precisely? Was it just a coincidence? At this moment, the old man did not die. He was severely burned all over, with his body emitting a slow stream of blue smoke. Struggling to get up, he endured the intense pain and tremblingly asked, What kind of ability is this? Looking down from above, Lu Chen did not hide anything and confessed directly, "This is my thunder talent." What? Just a talent, and it can achieve such a level? The old man was dumbfounded, shaking his head repeatedly, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be some kind of mysterious technique, or even a higher level martial skill." Despite his advanced age, he had never seen a talent of an awakener in reality be so powerful.
Controlling the weather as well? This was simply unbelievable.
Lu Chen gazed at the sky. At this moment, the oppressive feeling of dark clouds grew heavier. Bolts of lightning were on the verge of bursting through the clouds.
He looked at the old man, a faint smile playing on his lips. So, can you guess why it's called world annihilating? What? What world is being annihilated?
The old man seemed to have misheard. The world annihilating divine thunder.
Lu Chen reached down with force.
Like a general on the battlefield commanding soldiers, except Lu Chen was commanding real thunder. In the next moment, several thick lightning bolts, like raging pythons, descended in unison,
illuminating the previously dim environment with unparalleled clarity.
The old man was petrified, his legs even trembling.
This was truly a display of divine might. Who could resist it?
He couldn't understand why, having lived a decent life without marrying, he deserved to be struck by lightning.
The old man immediately tried to dodge using agile footwork.
However, the lightning was faster.
After narrowly avoiding one bolt, he was struck by another. No!
The old man let out a cry of despair, stumbling and falling to the ground.
Following that, more and more thunderbolts struck down. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ground cracked open like glass, continuously shattering.
Dust and smoke billowed, quickly enveloping the entire mountainside. At this moment, these lightning bolts seemed to be falling endlessly at Lu Chen's command, their momentum extremely terrifying.
This time, Cheng Fei and the others ran even farther, fearing being caught in the aftermath. After all, if the ground cracked open and swallowed them, they might still crawl out. But if struck by lightning, it would be game over.
Damn! Did you hear their conversation just now?
This lightning is really summoned by Brother Lu, Cheng Fei shouted. The surrounding thunder was so loud that even if they whispered, they wouldn't hear each other, even if they were close. Meng Xiaor was dumbfounded. Oh my god. I've seen Senior Lu take action many times, but never as explosively as this time.
Shadow's cold little face showed a hint of fear. Is Lu Chen still human?
To think his talent can be unleashed to this extent, it truly broadens one's horizons. Warong Ningbing stared intently at the figure in the sky, resembling a godlike figure, finding it hard to look away. It was unknown how much time had passed. Everything finally came to a halt. At this moment, the road at the foot of the mountain, no, it could no longer be called a road, was riddled with holes from the lightning strikes. The ground had been completely renovated several times, looking extremely tragic.
As the lightning continued to strike relentlessly, the old man was reduced to nothing but scattered body parts buried in the earth. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for killing a half-step martial general, gaining 2,300 points of vitality. This old man contributed quite a bit of vitality.
Lu Chen's vitality soared, breaking through the critical point, and his realm underwent another change, reaching the 7-star martial master level.
The bones in his lower limbs underwent a second tempering, greatly increasing his speed.
Stepping up his strength, Lu Chen was very satisfied.
At this moment, he stood high and looked around continuously. Finally, his eyes lit up as he spotted a thatched cottage nearby.
Hastily utilizing the power of thunder and lightning to control his legs, he flew over there.
The thatched cottage was where the old man used to live. I never expected a half-step martial general to live in such a simple place. Compared to those managers, it's like heaven and earth. Lu Chen initially didn't understand, but gradually began to comprehend. Perhaps the old man wanted to temper his character in an ordinary environment to break through his bottleneck. This was just his speculation. People with unlimited killing talent did not undergo such extreme experiences for a breakthrough.
Now, there was something more important in front of Lu Chen.
After carefully searching, he finally found a martial arts manual under a floor tile in the thatched cottage. Upon opening it, he discovered it was indeed the 3 burials knife technique. This martial art was extremely powerful, and it would be a waste not to take it. Following his principle of never miss an opportunity, Lu Chen came to search right after killing the old man.
He did find something. Fortunately, old Hu gave me a hint before. The floor indeed hides treasures.
No, it's a good place to store treasures. Lu Chen first threw the manual into his red pouch, planning to study it later. Then, he left the thatched cottage. The old man seemed very poor, probably having spent his entire life savings on breakthrough elixirs, which were long gone.
The strange iron broom had been completely destroyed under numerous lightning strikes. Even if it hadn't been destroyed, Lu Chen didn't want to carry a broom to fight.
After all, young people cared a lot about their image. While others wielded various precious swords in battles, carrying a broom would only make him look like one of the 3 lucky guardians of cleanliness.
Soon, Lu Chen reunited with the others.
At this moment, Cheng Fei and the rest still had stunned expressions.
Lu bro, how did you do that just now?
I thought the weather was changing, but it turned out to be the thunderclouds you summoned.
Are you the reincarnation of the Dragon King?
Able to control the wind and rain, and command thunder and lightning?
Lu Chen twitched his mouth. He couldn't help but admire his companion's imagination and could only explain helplessly, "It's all thanks to my talent." Inger asked strangely, "Can talent be so strong?" Lu Chen explained, "Of course, as long as you keep exploring, you can unlock all the potential of your talent." "Is that so?" Inger and Morong Ningbing fell into contemplation simultaneously, clearly touched. Lu Chen smiled faintly.
There was one thing he didn't say. That is, there is a prerequisite. Your talent level must be high enough to have potential to be tapped. There were no trucks to drive now. The 7 of them could only walk slowly forward. When their feet touched flat ground, they couldn't help but feel excited. Kongwon exclaimed, "Brothers, after nearly a month, we finally escaped from this ghostly place."
He even lost a tooth here. Lu Tangtang couldn't help but shed tears. "I'd become so thin from hunger."
Cheng Fei laughed heartily, "I'm going home right away. My wives and the computer are waiting for me." Seeing their happy faces, Morong Ningbing couldn't help but smile beneath her mask. She had arrived earlier than these people. Finally free now, she couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in her heart. At this moment, she looked at Inger again. Comparatively, Inger had spent more time in the Black Factory. Now, Inger was indeed very happy. After all, no matter how long they had been trapped in the Black Factory, they were just a group of 18-year-old boys and girls. When something happy happened, they couldn't contain their joy. They could only release it to their heart's content. Until a voice broke the silence. "Senior brothers and sisters, are you about to take the college entrance examination soon?" Everyone turned around to see that the speaker was Meng Xior. At this moment, she looked extremely innocent with her big eyes wide open. However, Chang Fei and his friends couldn't help but complain upon hearing her words. "Damn, talk about a buzzkill. We were all happy, and you just had to rain on our parade." Exactly, such a mood killer. Sigh, thinking about killing chickens all day at the factory, then going back to classes and preparing for the exam, it's quite depressing. Meng Xior looked a bit innocent. Did she say something wrong? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, "How about I send you 3 back to the factory?" No. Chang Fei and his friends immediately shook their heads vigorously. Joking aside, they would rather go to school. Lu Chen said seriously, "We just came down from the mountain and haven't completely left the territory of the Black Factory. Let's be careful. We can celebrate after entering Binjiang City." Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, nodded quickly, and didn't get carried away. Lu Chen took the lead and walked forward. Just as they had walked a few meters, they heard the sound of a car approaching from ahead. The noise was loud and clear. It seemed like a heavy vehicle. Everyone looked into the distance. They saw a huge truck approaching, with a closed carriage. It was speeding fast and passed by Lu Chen and the others. However, it abruptly stopped the next moment. A slender young woman stepped out of the driver's seat. She looked to be around 27 or 28, dressed in professional attire. She had a beautiful face with light makeup. Furrowing her delicate eyebrows, she asked, "What's wrong with the road up the mountain? Did an earthquake happen?" The mountain road ahead was muddy, uneven, and looked like it had been hit countless times. It was definitely impossible to drive up the mountain in the short term. "All thanks to Lu Chen," Cheng Fei jokingly replied with a grin, struck by lightning. "What?" The young woman felt even more puzzled. She scrutinized the 7 people in front of her and suddenly asked, "Who are you, and why are you here?" The atmosphere immediately tensed up. The woman even crossed her arms, exuding a sense of authority. A 9-star warrior. The people didn't expect the woman in front of them to be so powerful. Unexpectedly, Cheng Fei's expression suddenly changed. Then, with a look of shock, he said, "Damn. I remember now, your voice sounds a bit like that customer service lady." "What?" Hearing this, everyone looked at him with some disbelief. Cheng Fei began to reminisce. "When I made that loan call, it was answered by a lady. I remember her voice was exceptionally sweet, it stole my heart." Kongwon was speechless. "Are you saying a 9-star warrior answered the call and helped you with a loan?" Cheng Fei hurriedly denied, "It just sounded similar." Kongwon then looked at Lu Chen and curiously asked, "Brother Lu, did a lady answer your call when you inquired as well?" They had previously discussed being scammed. Cheng Fei had called after seeing an ad in the restroom, leading to a dead end. Lu Chen, to save face, didn't mention Zhao Meiju's matter and just said he was like Cheng Fei. "Do you also find her voice pleasant?" Mu Rong Ningbing, who had been silent, suddenly asked. "Lu Chen, is this woman's focus so strange?" Facing the strange gazes from Inger and the others, he quickly said, "It's been too long, I've forgotten. Besides, I'm not into voices, and my wife isn't in my computer." Unexpectedly, the woman's expression turned unfriendly as she said, "You guys seem familiar.
She seemed to realize something and exclaimed in surprise, "You didn't escape from the factory, did you?" At her words, silence fell over the group. Not answering is considered as consent. You have such audacity, daring to escape. The woman seemed to have reached her limit. Her momentum was gradually rising. She gathered the strength of her chi in her hands. She looked at Cheng Fei, who was closest to her, and grabbed him forcefully. Cheng Fei screamed in fear, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even breathing became extremely difficult. The sweet voice of a young lady was nothing but a devil. However, Lu Chen had already seen the killing intent of the woman. With a flash, he stood directly in front of Cheng Fei. With a loud bang, the woman's hand directly hit Lu Yunzi, but it felt like hitting steel. She bit her silver teeth in pain. "Why is your body so hard? Who are you?" After reaching the realm of a martial artist, Lu Chen's defense had greatly increased. Coupled with completing a full-body bone tempering, reaching the level of iron bones, he would not fear the attacks of ordinary martial artists. Lu Chen sneered, "Still want to ask me? Let me ask you first." With that, he kicked out, directly knocking the woman to the ground. At the same time, he followed up with another kick. The rubber sole of his shoe landed on her chest with a swoosh. Lu Chen said in a domineering tone, "I'll ask a question, you answer. If you answer wrong or too slowly, I'll stop you." Upon hearing this, the woman was dumbfounded. She had not expected the other party to be so powerful. Just one kick had knocked her down, leaving her defenseless. Could he be a martial artist? The woman thought, feeling endless fear, and quickly nodded. Lu Chen asked, "Who are you, and what do you do?" The woman replied, "My name is Mo Xiaoli, from the branch office of Nadu Dai Microloan Company in Binjiang City." "What nonsense, speak clearly," Lu Chen rudely interrupted. Mo Xiaoli did not expect the other party to be so assertive. With a trembling voice and a hint of crying, she said, "It's the Nadu Dai Microloan Company." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Cheng Fei exclaimed, "I applied for a loan there, no wonder your voice sounded like that customer lady, it's you." Kong Wendu was furious, "It's heartless companies like yours that deceive us into coming here." Lu Tangtang added, "Yes, not only that, she brought us to the Black Factory in Baihu Mountain." When Lu Chen crossed over, he was already in the Black Factory. For some of the details from before, he had almost forgotten, so he asked, "Is that so? If you miss a word, I'll disable one of your arms." Mo Xiaoli hurriedly replied, "Yes, we handle pharmaceutical loans, advertise, find clients, and then capture those who can't repay and send them back to the factory to work. When returning, we also bring various meats from the factory to the city to sell to markets and supermarkets." Lu Chen furrowed his brow. What a process, it had become an entire industry chain. At this moment, Inger couldn't help but interject, "I've always had a question, why can't employees in the company? Even someone like Sister Lin can't leave casually, but people like you can freely come and go." Mo Xiaoli replied, "There is a treasure in the factory that can test loyalty to the company. If it doesn't reach over 90%, you're not allowed to leave the mountain." "I see." Everyone finally understood. Lu Chen, however, thought it was a pity. He hadn't expected such a treasure in the Black Factory. He had been too focused on looting the manager's villas. Missed opportunities. However, he thought again and asked, "So, this time you went out of the city up the mountain, you must have captured quite a few people, all in the carriage, right?" Mo Xiaoli hesitated and said, "Indeed, there are a few, we gathered them all and took them to the factory." Facing Lu Chen's pressing questions, she was extremely scared, almost revealing everything she knew. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Lu Chen asked the crowd, especially focusing on Inger. The other party is the most mature psychologically, with very meticulous thoughts. Inger shook her head, "I have no problem." Lu Chen's gaze fell, his eyes calm and still. Mo Xiaoli's heart skipped a beat, scared, she hurriedly said, "I have confessed everything, spare me." "Fine, I'll spare you." Lu Chen released his foot. Mo Xiaoli quickly got up from the ground, trying to force a smile, "You are truly a good person." But before she could stand straight, she felt two large hands grabbing her head. Then a forceful twist. Crack! Her neck was snapped directly. Ding! "Congratulations, host, for killing a 9-star warrior, gaining 220 points of vitality." Lu Chen looked expressionlessly at Mo Xiaoli falling to the ground again. Only this time, it was her corpse. "Good person? I'm not a bootlicker, why should I be given a good person card?" He snorted coldly, "So it was you who brought people back. You've done more outrageous things, and you still want to live, how is that possible?" The others also harbored deep hatred towards Mo Xiaoli. They now realized they were all brought here by her. However, when they were brought up the mountain, their heads were covered with sacks, so they had no idea who the driver was. Cheng Fei couldn't help but curse, "Damn! This woman has the worst heart, I was actually deceived by her sweet voice." Indeed,
beauty is a bone-cutting knife. Gongwen patted his shoulder and said solemnly, young man, congratulations on your enlightenment, go back and delete the wife on your computer. Cheng Fei shook his head repeatedly, no, they are much more reliable than real people. At this point, Lu Chun used his skills again. Between his palms, lightning kept bursting out. The corpse of Mo Xiaoli was chopped beyond recognition. Then he created a small pit and buried it, completely destroying the evidence. Seeing his skilled actions, everyone's faces changed slightly, exchanging glances involuntarily. Why does it feel like Brother Lu always does these things? How many people has he actually killed? Then, Lu Chen walked to the carriage, broke the iron lock with his bare hands, and opened the door. A strong smell of blood wafted out, wrinkling people's brows. Moreover, the temperature inside was extremely low. He took a closer look. Inside, 6 people lay in disarray. 3 men and 3 women. Their heads covered with sacks, all unconscious. Ironically, perhaps due to a shortage of sacks, one guy's head was covered with stockings. Probably taken from Mo Xiaoli's thigh. There was a pungent smell. Let's save them first. Lu Chen couldn't bear to see these unarmed civilians harmed and hurried to rescue them. He sent them all down. When there was only one person left, he suddenly froze, feeling a sense of familiarity with this person's figure, as if he had seen it before. Too bad, can't tell with loose pants. Lu Chen quickly removed the sack from the person's head. He was momentarily stunned. The person in a coma was very familiar. A delicate face, evoking a sense of pity. It was his senior high school teacher, Gong Xingyu. She had just graduated from university last year, and Lu Chen's batch of students was her first. Due to their close age, there was no generation gap between them. They were quite familiar usually. It's just that Lu Chen never expected Gong Xingyu to appear here. Isn't this unscientific? Could it be that teacher Gong hasn't taken any awakening potion from 18 until now? She was already a 3-star warrior. However, teacher Gong's monthly salary is not low, she shouldn't be unable to repay her loans. Lu Chun found this matter increasingly unbelievable. Let's wake her up first, and we'll know once we ask. Just as Lu Chen was about to act, he suddenly heard someone below the car shout, Lu bro, something's wrong, these people can't be awakened. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He shook Gong Xingyu's shoulder hard, and the latter was also in a serious state of unconsciousness. Outside the carriage, Cheng Fei said helplessly, hey, I've slapped this guy in silk stockings several times, but he still won't wake up. Kongwen advised, stop slapping him, or his face will turn into a pig head like yours. Inger said strangely, are these people drugged? Otherwise, how could they sleep so deeply? This sentence was like a flash of inspiration, immediately reminding Meng Xiu'er. He hurriedly said, I have a way. After speaking, he opened one of his packages. Fortunately, when the old man sweeping the floor attacked the truck, Meng Xiu'er brought everything down. Otherwise, they would have been buried underground by now. Then, he took out a small bottle of medicine. After opening the bottle cap, he placed it under the nose of the guy in silk stockings. The guy's nostrils twitched, then his brows furrowed, and the muscles on his face twitched. Clearly, even in his dream, he felt great pain. Soon, he opened his eyes and saw this hazy world. What's going on? Why can't I see anything clearly? I'm not nearsighted. The guy mumbled in confusion. Kongwen laughed. Can you see the world clearly wearing silk stockings? At this moment, the smell from the bottle spread out. As soon as everyone smelled it, their faces changed drastically. Damn, it stinks. Sure, what did you put in there? It's like blowing up a cesspool. Meng Xiu'er replied, this is left by my master. No, a scoundrel, specifically used to treat people who are unconscious. He began to let these people smell it one by one. Soon, everyone woke up one after another. There was even a girl who couldn't stand the strong smell, and the first thing she did after waking up was to vomit. Gong Xingyu also slowly opened his eyes. His cherry lips parted. What's that smell? Lu Chen, why is it you? Lu Chen smiled faintly, Teacher Gong, long time no see. The relationship between the two was very harmonious, like brother and sister. Great! Unexpectedly, Gong Xingyu was extremely excited, opened his arms, and firmly embraced Lu Chen. Lu Chen was stunned. Fortunately, they were still in the carriage and were not seen by others. Otherwise, it would have been a bit embarrassing. Teacher Gong, please calm down. Lu Chen was almost out of breath from being squeezed and whispered. Gong Xingyu couldn't control his emotions and said excitedly, do you know how much effort I put into finding you? I almost lost my life. Lu Chen was surprised. It turned out that Gong Xingyu, seeing that he hadn't been to school, inquired about which hospital he was in. Zhao Meizhu said you have a cousin taking care of you and don't need to worry, but I still couldn't rest assured. Finally, I found out which hospital you were in. But shortly after I arrived, a group of people rushed over, took me away directly, and locked me up. Later, I was drugged and when I woke up, I saw you. Zhao Meizhu, you're causing trouble again.
Lu Chen's eyes released an unprecedented killing intent. Gong Xingyu, seeing this, was a bit scared. Lu, what's wrong with you? Lu Chen knew the situation was not right at the moment. With the teacher beside him, how could he show such hostility? He immediately restrained himself, squeezed out a faint smile. Teacher Gong, thank you for looking for me so hard. A warm feeling surged in his heart. Since coming to this world, Lu Chen had been deceived and manipulated, hardly encountering any good people. And he and Gong Xingyu were not related at all. Yet, the other party was so caring and responsible, truly a rare good teacher. Gong Xingyu smiled bitterly, I just didn't want you to miss the college entrance examination. After all, the college entrance examination is very important for a student, and I also wanted to see how your physical condition is, how the treatment is going, but now it seems. She paused slightly, nervously swallowed, it seems that you have completely recovered, even becoming stronger. The fierce appearance of Lu Chen just now truly frightened this young female teacher. In fact, Gong Xingyu was very clever. From Zhao Meizhu's recent actions and Lu Chen's performance just now, she had already guessed that the relationship between the two sides was not harmonious. But she was not clear about the details. College entrance examination? Lu Chen was a bit absent-minded. To be honest, this term was extremely distant to him. But now, as a third-year high school student, the college entrance examination was just around the corner. With his current strength, which school wouldn't be easy for him to get into? Being reborn, I can finally be a top student once. Lu Chen suddenly didn't harbor as much malice towards this world. After all, the situation at the beginning was almost disastrous. If it weren't for relying on so many talents, any other transmigrator would have been done for long ago. At this moment, he said to Gong Xingyu, let's go back to Binjiang City first, we can talk about anything later. The two got off the train. At this moment, as everyone saw the two coming out, their expressions gradually became more interesting. Cheng Fei smirked ambiguously, Lu Go, why did you spend so long inside with this beauty? Morong Ningbing wore a mask, her expression hidden, but her eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, seemingly waiting for his response. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen was a bit speechless. What are you thinking? She's my homeroom teacher. What? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Then, Lu Chen looked at Morong Ningbing and introduced, you should also know her, this is Teacher Gong. Upon hearing that she was a teacher from their school, even though Morong Ningbing was usually aloof, she politely greeted, hello, Teacher Gong. In fact, she usually didn't leave the classroom much, so even with teachers from their own school, she didn't recognize them all. But seeing Gong Xingyu, she did feel a sense of familiarity. Morong, I've heard of your name, indeed a little beauty. Gong Xingyu smiled lightly, exuding a great sense of warmth. Morong Ningbing felt a bit embarrassed being praised directly. No, the teacher is the beautiful one. Cheng Fei had a goofy look on his face. If my homeroom teacher were Teacher Gong, I would definitely study hard. Kong Wen helplessly said, when it's time for class, you'll probably be staring at the teacher's face every day. How can you focus on studying? After hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Lu Chen explained, Teacher Gong was afraid I would miss the college entrance examination, so she went to the hospital to visit, but ended up being taken away by those people. He paused halfway, then furrowed his brows suddenly. Damn! It seemed like this hospital had many connections with companies. Otherwise, why would Teacher Gong be taken away right after arriving? Hearing this, Gong Xingyu couldn't help but ponder, now that I think about it, it does seem so. Are these loan companies so powerful? It's like those dark and sinister organizations in the books of the past. After the revival of spiritual energy, Xia country entered a new era, and the dark and sinister organizations were long gone. However, there were still some evil organizations that popped up from time to time. The others had somewhat strange expressions upon hearing this. What loan companies? They even had a big factory on Baihu Mountain. They were taken to do hard labor, like piglets. However, as if they had agreed in advance, they tacitly didn't elaborate further, because there were still many male and female students they had just rescued in front of them. Listening to these people's descriptions, their experiences were similar to Cheng Fei and the others, all lured in and then captured. Failing to awaken, unable to repay the high loans, they were then taken away. One student couldn't help but ask curiously, where are these bad guys trying to take us? Yeah, where are those villains now? They are despicable. I'll report them to the authorities as soon as I can. No one answered these questions. After all, the truth was even more brutal. The horrors of the Black Factory were beyond ordinary people's imagination. Lu Chen simply said, the bad guys abandoned the car and ran off. Then how did you end up here?
the boy who had tied stockings before asked.
Lu Chen patted the boy's shoulder. Buddy, don't ask so many questions, let's head back to the city first.
The boy was intimidated by his companion's aura, quickly closed his mouth, and dared not speak further.
Then, Lu Chen went to the driver's seat.
The car had been used to transport chilled meat before, so the temperature inside was very low. He adjusted the temperature inside the compartment to normal.
Only then did everyone jump into the compartment. This time, Inger took the initiative to sit with Morong Ningbing in the back row. Gong Xingyu could only sit in the passenger seat.
She saw Lu Chen's skilled driving technique and widened her eyes. You can actually drive.
He knows many things, Inger answered for him. What things?
Gong Xingyu was puzzled. Lu Chen casually asked, by the way, Teacher Gong, how is Zhao Meizhu doing lately? Gong Xingyu replied, Zhao Meizhu has made rapid progress. She has broken through to become a warrior and is currently attending the pre-examination training class for elite students held by the school.
What is that? Lu Chen was somewhat confused.
Gong Xingyu explained, it's a training class jointly organized by Binjiang City and Tianzhou City, specifically gathering outstanding students from major high schools who have reached the warrior level for professional training, aiming to help everyone achieve better results in the exams and bring glory to our province.
Lu Chen frowned and immediately asked, so where is she now?
At this moment, Gong Xingyu had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation and said with a smile, Tianzhou City is the provincial capital and also the location of this training class, they are all there. Screech! The truck immediately came to a stop. Everyone was startled by the sudden braking. Due to the strong inertia, the two girls in the back almost collided with the front.
Gong Xingyu, with a fearful expression, asked, Lu student, what's wrong? Lu Chen's voice was somewhat grim. The teacher meant that Zhao Meizhu was in Tianzhou City now.
Yes. Gong Xingyu, intimidated by his aura, cautiously replied. Lu Chen had originally planned to rush straight to Tianzhou City, but he realized that since the training class was officially organized, there would definitely be many experts there.
If he forcefully barged in and killed Zhao Meizhu, he would undoubtedly face obstacles and attract too much attention.
Once discovered, he would truly become a criminal. After all, that place was not a black factory, it was a location protected by the law. Thinking of this, Lu Chen gradually calmed down.
He tapped the steering wheel with his hand and asked, when will they be back?
Gong Xingyu thought for a moment and said, they will definitely come back during the college entrance examination. After all, Zhao Meizhu belongs to Binjiang City and needs to return to her place of residence for the exam. A flash of killing intent flickered in Lu Chen's eyes.
He began to calculate in his mind. Since there are only a few days left until June 7th, I'll endure a little longer. Zhao Meizhu, from now on, your life is on the countdown. The truck continued on its way.
It was unknown how long they had been driving. Several hours had passed, and the sky had completely darkened. They had not expected White Tiger Mountain to be so far from Binjiang City. None of them had ever left the city before and were completely unaware of the situation. The procedures for leaving the city were very strict and required reaching the warrior realm.
Moreover, they did not have cell phones for navigation.
They had no idea how long it would take to arrive. Lu Chen was driving based on a rough sense of direction.
Gong Xingyu had some experience and said, if we keep driving, we probably won't reach the city until tomorrow afternoon. It's quite far from White Tiger Mountain to Binjiang City. Wow, the map of Blue Star is really huge. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic, silently adding in his heart, Earth is still better.
Gong Xingyu smiled and said, after the spiritual energy revival, the surface area of Blue Star has expanded a lot, mainly due to the emergence of many secret realms.
Everyone was always curious about the secret realms. Lu Chen asked, Teacher Gong, have you been to a secret realm?
Gong Xingyu nodded. I studied at a local university in Binjiang, and the school had access to a secret realm entrance, which I entered during my past training.
Inger was also curious and asked, what is it like inside the secret realm? Gong Xingyu replied, it's like an independent small world, with its own ecological environment, many fierce beasts, and treasures.
However, the one I visited was a small-scale secret realm, not very spacious inside, probably similar in size to the area of Binjiang City.
What? A small-scale secret realm is as big as Binjiang City? Everyone was somewhat surprised. Gong Xingyu nodded, indeed. Everyone was very interested in this topic and continued chatting. The journey didn't seem so boring. Even Morong Ningbing, who wasn't very talkative, would occasionally say a word or two. The night grew darker. Silence surrounded them. Lu Chen had already turned on the car lights.
Under the bright light, they could clearly see a temple ahead. Lu Chen said, according to Teacher Gong's experience, we won't arrive until tomorrow noon if we keep driving. The journey is just too far, so let's rest in the temple for the night.
Okay. Everyone had no objections. Then, Lu Chen parked the truck in front of the temple and opened the back door of the car. Everyone got off one by one. They began to assess the surroundings. The temple was very dilapidated, even the door was missing. It seemed to be an abandoned temple that had been deserted for a long time. They peered inside. The interior of the temple was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Lu Chen suggested, "Let's pick up some firewood nearby." Everyone nodded and walked around to collect firewood. There were many tall trees on both sides of the road, so they easily broke off some thick branches to use. Soon, they returned to the temple's entrance with a full harvest. The boy who had worn a stocking on his head earlier laughed and said, "Bro, are you going to perform fire making with wood rubbing?" They had only heard about such things online and had never seen it in person. The other two girls also looked on eagerly. They were very interested in Lu Chen, who looked handsome and tall. However, he seemed to have no interest in the two girls. After all, the three women around Lu Chen were incredibly beautiful, like earthly goddesses. The two female students standing in front of them even felt a bit inferior. Of course, only Lu Tangtang could give the two girls a little confidence. These new students had not seen Lu Chen take action yet, while Chang Fei and the other buddies smirked, as if waiting for a good show. The next moment, a flash of lightning appeared in Lu Chen's hand. It shot out a bolt of lightning, directly igniting the branch the boy was holding. Oh my god! The boy was startled and almost threw the branch away. The other two boys were also greatly shocked, feeling a hint of fear. As for the two girls, they were directly scared and screamed loudly, each louder than the other. Gong Xingyu's eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised. "Lu, you've actually become an awakener, awakened with a rare talent for lightning." Lu Chen nodded. Gong Xingyu was puzzled, "But I heard from Zhao Meizhu before that you bought a low-level awakening potion and failed to awaken." Lu Chen's brows furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't listen to her nonsense. And, Teacher Gong, don't mention that woman again." Gong Xingyu realized he had made a mistake. Knowing that Lu Chen and Zhao Meizhu are not getting along right now, yet still bringing it up, it's like poking a hornet's nest. At this moment, Ying couldn't help but explain, "Teacher Gong, the low-level awakening potion we took actually has some effect. It's just that the awakening lasts a long time, up to half a month or even a month." "I see," Gong Xingyu nodded. The rescued student's eyes lit up with hope. "So, does this mean we might become awakened in the future too?" Ying rarely showed a faint smile. "It's possible." After escaping, her personality became much brighter. At this moment, a strong male student walked over, grinning, "Miss, you're really beautiful, let's exchange contact information." Ying was a bit speechless. "I don't have a phone." The strong male student patted his forehead, saying, "I almost forgot, our phones were taken away. How about you tell me your number, and I'll memorize it." Ying looked puzzled. "You can memorize it?" The strong male student confidently said, "Of course, go ahead. 1384-381-9438. Ying blurted out a string of numbers. The strong male student repeated it, muttered a few times, then chuckled, "Haha, I got it. I'll call you once we're back in the city. But, why does this number sound a bit strange?" At that moment, Ying had already hidden behind Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Cheng Fei and the others clearly saw through the situation, barely holding back their laughter. Indeed, beautiful women have many ways to deal with such oily and confident guys. Next, Lu Chen flicked his fingers in succession. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, the branches in everyone's hands ignited, resembling torches. Kongwon excitedly said, "It is said that when our ancestors were still monkeys, the fire they obtained came from nature. Thunder struck dry trees, igniting the fire, becoming the source of fire. I didn't expect Brother Lu to bestow fire upon us today." Cheng Fei joked, "So you mean to say Brother Lu is your ancestor?" Kongwon was speechless. Lu Tangtang interjected, "Also, how do you know your ancestors were monkeys?" Kongwon replied, "Evolution theory, haven't you studied it?" Lu Tangtang retorted, "Then why haven't monkeys evolved into humans now?" Kongwon was once again speechless. Deciding not to speak further, as a fish that slipped through the net of 9 years of compulsory education, he didn't understand such profound questions. Suddenly, several students who had just entered the temple let out screams. "What's going on?" Lu Chen rushed out. The students were all lying on the ground, pale-faced, seemingly quite frightened. The strong male student, despite his imposing appearance, was actually the most timid. Pointing ahead, his voice trembling, he said, There's a monster." "What?" Everyone raised their torches, illuminating the front to investigate. Sure enough, there was a huge black tiger ahead, glaring at them intently. Cheng Fei immediately screamed, "Holy crap! Such a big tiger!" Several friends were also filled with horror, ready to run at any moment. Lu Chen, however, remained calm and said, "Don't panic, it's just a dead object." "What? Upon hearing this, everyone finally realized. If the tiger were alive, with them making so much noise, it would have probably charged at them already. So, mustering their courage, they raised their torches again and looked carefully. Only then did they notice the clue. Despite the fierce appearance, the tiger was indeed an inanimate object. Entirely black, it was a stone statue. It looked lifelike and very realistic. And it was placed right in the middle of the altar. The strong male student was speechless, stood up, and punched the tiger statue. Damn! So it's just an inanimate object, scared me for a moment. Another thin boy vigorously tapped the statue with his hand and said with a smile, "This is quite realistic. I wonder how long it has been standing here." The craftsmanship of the old artisans in the past was really good. The boy in silk stockings advised, "Be gentle, don't damage the statue." The strong boy leaned in and said, "This temple has obviously been abandoned for many years. Who still comes here? Moreover, they actually worship a tiger. It's really bizarre." Hearing this, everyone felt a bit strange. Why would a temple worship a tiger? Let's not dwell on this question. Let's rest quickly. We still have a journey ahead tomorrow, Lu Chen spoke up. Alright, Lu Gu, Chang Fei and the others nodded hurriedly. The few boys who were rescued clearly saw Lu Chen as the leader of this group. Although somewhat unwilling, they could only reluctantly comply. Everyone gathered branches in the middle of the temple and made a fire. Then they lay down around it to rest. The group of rescued students slept on the left side, while Lu Chen and the others slept on the right side. The fire seemed to be a dividing line, neatly separating the two groups. At this moment, the strong boy couldn't help himself and walked over to Shadow, saying, "Beauty, let me sit next to you so I can protect you at night." Unexpectedly, Shadow gave him a cold look and said directly, "Get lost." Hearing this, the strong boy's face twitched slightly, clearly on the verge of losing his temper. Chang Fei couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Bro, there's a time and place for everything. Hurry up and go to sleep. We have a journey tomorrow." The strong boy was somewhat unwilling to comply and was about to retort when Lu Chen coldly said, "How about you drive tomorrow then?" The strong boy was speechless and could only helplessly move to another corner, leaning against the thin boy. "Dragon, are you interested in that girl?" the thin boy asked with a smile. The two clearly knew each other from before, most likely classmates. The strong boy, known as Dragon, replied, "Of course, it's been a while since I've met such a top-notch beauty. I must win her over. Then good luck to you. She seems aloof and not easy to pursue," the thin boy said with a light smile, clearly not optimistic. Dragon snorted and had no intention of giving up. On the other side, Lu Chen looked at Shadow and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be so charming. You've already captured the heart of a young boy as soon as we descended the mountain." Shadow pursed her lips, "What young boy? You make it sound like he's a grown man." Unexpectedly, Lu Chen said seriously, "He is indeed quite grown." Shadow suddenly looked intrigued and whispered, "How grown? I'd like to find out." Lu Chen was speechless. "You've been with Lin for so long, why don't you learn something useful?" "What position?" Shadow asked curiously. Lu Chen simply turned his head away, deciding to ignore her and rest on the side. Shadow smiled faintly. Although she had no feelings for the Black Factory, Lin had always been kind to her, and just now she had avenged Lin. Soon, everyone slowly fell asleep. Through the damaged door, the outside appeared extremely dark. The night was deep and quiet. In the temple, apart from the steady breathing and a few loud snores, only the crackling of the fire in the middle could be heard. Everything seemed so peaceful. However, Dragon just couldn't fall asleep. Shadow's figure kept lingering in his mind, especially since she was wearing a sexy cheongsam. Her hot figure was constantly stirring the heart of this single man. Unable to resist, he glanced towards where Shadow was resting. He saw her back facing him from a distance, her graceful curves incredibly enticing. Dragon couldn't control himself any longer. She wasn't just Beethoven, her front was even more captivating. In his mind, he said, "I'm just getting closer to protect her." After finding an excuse for himself, Brother Long stood up and prepared to sneak over. The light emitted by the bonfire was very dim, only able to illuminate the central area. The stone statue on the altar was intermittently lit. At first glance, the tiger seemed to come alive. Majestic, yet with a hint of strangeness. Brother Long couldn't help but glance at it, cursing in his heart, "A broken statue is still so frightening, I really want to smash it." Unexpectedly, as if his thoughts were heard, the tiger statue's eyes actually moved. Brother Long was startled, thinking he was seeing things. He quickly rubbed his eyes and looked carefully again, only to find that the tiger statue had not changed in the slightest. It still stood there quietly. Damn! Brother Long couldn't help but curse, "Stupid tiger, I'll smash you tomorrow morning." However, the next moment, he froze. Because the tiger's eyeballs actually started to move, looking in his direction.
The gaze was filled with icy killing intent. This time, Brother Long couldn't take it anymore and began screaming loudly, "Oh my god!" The stone skin on the statue's body began to crack inch by inch. Then, its interior was completely revealed. Unexpectedly, there was a real tiger inside, but its fur was white. Surrounding it were wisps of eerie aura, looking extremely unusual. Startled by Brother Long's shout, everyone began to wake up one after another. What's going on? Still groggy, they saw a white tiger appear on the altar. It leaped down and pounced fiercely towards Brother Long. With a wide mouth, it instantly bit off his neck. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, Kongwon felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head and shouted, "The statue has come to life, run!" Lu Tangtang also screamed in fear. The white tiger, noticing the awakening of the people, became even more aggressive. Raising its paw high, it swiped towards the nearest slender male student. No! The slender male student screamed in agony, directly knocked to the ground. His body collapsed like mud, bones obviously shattered. This blow actually killed him instantly. With such a horrifying scene unfolding before their eyes, everyone couldn't help but run towards the door. Kongwon had just run a few steps when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Turning around, he saw Cheng Fei still sound asleep. "He's just a pig." Kongwon was furious, quickly ran back, and slapped him twice to wake him up. Cheng Fei, still groggy, asked, "What's going on, an earthquake?" Kongwon cursed, "If you don't wake up, you'll be fed to the tiger." Hiss! Cheng Fei was completely startled, only then did he see the large white tiger. It was in the midst of the group of students just rescued, relentlessly attacking. A real tiger among sheep. Soon, 2 female students also fell in a pool of blood. Only the male student who had previously worn stockings was left, crying out for help, "Save me, save me." The white tiger's eyes gleamed with ferocity, intent on extermination, its big paw already approaching. The male student's hanging heart finally died, his face filled with despair. Suddenly, he saw a figure rushing over from the opposite side, standing directly in front of him, wielding a knife and a slanted slash. With a bang, he firmly blocked the white tiger's claws. This person was Lu Chen. The male student went from hell to heaven in an instant, tears streaming uncontrollably, feeling that the other person was his angel. "Brother, you are my real brother," he shouted excitedly. Lu Chen's arm muscles bulged, filled with terrifying strength. However, in the confrontation with the white tiger, he still felt somewhat strained. He hurriedly said, "You, get out quickly." The male student was confused. This? Stop the bullshit, run." Lu Chen rudely interrupted. The young man wiped away his tears and fled in a panic. By this time, most of the people had already run outside the temple. Shadow and the others acted even faster, rushing directly onto the truck. She herself sat in the driver's seat and started the truck. As the young man ran out and saw this scene, he asked in confusion, "Why didn't you wait for my brother? Isn't that too unfaithful?" Shadow cursed, "If you want to get on the car, do it quickly, stop dawdling." The young man, upon hearing this, immediately rushed without hesitation to the back of the truck. Then, Shadow stepped on the gas. The truck shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The young man in the truck almost hit the roof as it jolted. Anxiously, he asked, "What's going on? You really didn't wait for my brother?" Cheng Fei was somewhat speechless. "Look in the direction of the temple, you'll know soon enough." At this moment, the back door of the truck was not closed, and everything outside was in full view. The young man looked towards the temple, puzzled, not noticing anything unusual. However, the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because the temple suddenly collapsed and was destroyed. A terrifying energy wave emanated from its center, continuously spreading outward. Wherever it passed, the ground seemed plowed. The young man watched as the energy wave was about to catch up to the truck. Shadow stepped on the gas fiercely, accelerating continuously. The tires were smoking. Finally, the energy wave gradually dissipated as it reached a distance of 300 meters, completely dissipating. "Damn, we're temporarily safe." Shadow, disregarding her usual cold image, couldn't help but curse. Her hands still gripped the steering wheel. Her 2 jade arms trembled slightly from excessive excitement. Sweat trickled down her forehead. Gong Xingyu, sitting in the passenger seat, looked through the rearview mirror at the devastated ground behind them, and said with some fear, "Thank goodness Shadow reacted quickly, or else we..." She never imagined that the explosion just now would have such a wide impact. Morong Ningbing also opened the car window, stuck out her head, and observed the direction of the temple, wanting to see the situation of the battle. She was very worried about Lu Chen. As for the people in the truck, they had been thrown around by the truck's acceleration. As soon as the truck stopped, they immediately popped their heads out of the car door and started vomiting. Cheng Fei vomited while saying to the young man next to him, "Now, do you understand why we ran?" The young man vomited and replied, I do, scared the hell out of me, almost scared my soul out. Meng Xiao'er sighed, remember, when Lu Xuezhang fights, everyone must run far away. These were all experiences gained at the cost of almost losing their lives. At this moment, Lu Chen was still engaged in a fierce battle with the White Tiger. The battlefield had expanded further, reaching beyond the temple. The current situation was not optimistic. The White Tiger's power was extremely strong, even Lu Chen's Thunder God's Fury just now failed to defeat the opponent. What was even more bizarre was that he couldn't even discern the realm of the White Tiger now. The opponent felt like a mass of energy. At this moment, the White Tiger let out a earth-shattering roar. Its 4 legs stood on empty air. Then, it opened its mouth and spewed out a terrifying white energy wave, rushing towards Lu Chen. What move is this? Lu Chen no longer held back. Thunder covered his legs as he leaped into the air. He tightly gripped the F-grade alloy knife with both hands. The majestic power of his blood and energy infused into it. He swung down with force. A terrifying blade light spread out, soaring into the sky. If the old man sweeping the floor were still alive, he would surely be stunned to see this scene. Because what Lu Chen was displaying was the first move of the 3 burial sword technique, Burial of the Heavens. He had just casually flipped through a few pages of the manual before bed and firmly remembered the first move. He pondered over it while resting with his eyes closed. Unexpectedly, he comprehended the true essence of Burial of the Heavens in his dreams. This time, he unleashed not a shadow of a blade, but a terrifying and fierce blade light, stretching over 10 meters long. It collided directly with the shockwave of the White Tiger. Boom! 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 The blade light carried a force capable of destroying everything, continuously shattering the shockwave. Seeing victory within reach, Lu Chen felt somewhat surprised. Truly worthy of the 3 burial sword technique, this grade is definitely above the earth grade, no need for appraisal at all. Just the first move is more terrifying than the Thunder God's wrath. He had the talent for a deathly sword strike, amplifying the damage of any sword technique in his hands 5-fold. So, it was even more powerful than when the old man sweeping the floor displayed it. At this moment, the White Tiger kept losing, a hint of unwillingness in its eyes. On the other side, the young man in the rear compartment saw both sides clashing in mid-air. Their combat skills were like those of gods. He was so shocked that he exclaimed, "They can both fly. Are martial artists this amazing?" Meng Xiao'er smiled and said, "Neither martial artists nor warriors can, but Senior Lu can." The young man exclaimed in amazement, "Damn, is my bro really this awesome? He's truly incredible." The others almost burst into laughter upon hearing this. What kind of godly metaphor was this? At this moment, the White Tiger kept losing consecutively, being pressured by the blade light, almost unable to defend itself. The next second, Lu Chen raised the alloy blade again, preparing for a fatal blow. However, the White Tiger roared loudly. The surrounding gloominess began to spread. Soon, a chilling wind and gloom enveloped the surroundings. All directions were plunged into boundless chaos. Seeing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. The unknown energy within him became restless once again. A surge of adolescent blood suddenly rushed to his head. He shouted, with thunder. But before he could finish his sentence, he sensed something was wrong. Turning his head, he saw that the White Tiger had somehow appeared behind him. It viciously pounced towards him, carrying a terrifying stench. Lu Chen hadn't expected such a sudden change. Thunder energy automatically surged out to protect his body. At the moment the White Tiger touched the thunder, it let out a miserable cry. Half of the gloominess on its body was shattered. However, it endured the pain of a strong opponent and continued to lunge forward, attempting to overpower its adversary. Strangely, Lu Chen wasn't overwhelmed. Instead, as the White Tiger made contact with him, it slowly began to merge into his body. Soon, it completely entered him. Lu Chen was greatly surprised. He felt a surge of energy invading his body. The next moment, his vision darkened, and he passed out directly. His body lost balance and fell from midair. With a thud. Fortunately, when he hit the ground, his body automatically released thunder, reducing the impact. Otherwise, he would have been injured for sure. At this moment, with his eyes closed, Lu Chen seemed to see a dark world. In it, he appeared as a blue light sphere emitting a faint glow. For some reason, a white light sphere suddenly appeared in this space. Faced with the sudden intruder, Lu Chen showed great anger, warning of severe consequences. He controlled his blue light sphere's body and charged towards the white light sphere. The white light sphere clearly didn't expect such boldness and was caught off guard. With Lu Chen's courageous character, he wouldn't retreat. He continued to advance, launching one charge after another at the white light sphere. In this manner, amidst continuous strikes, the white light sphere's glow dimmed more and more. Finally, feeling the time was right, Lu Chen controlled the blue light sphere and forcefully absorbed the white light sphere into his body, beginning to devour it.
No, I am the White Tiger Mountain Lord, you can't devour me. The white light sphere roared in anger. Lu Chen sneered, I don't care what you are, if you invade my territory, you will die. Please, I've worked hard in my cultivation. If I'm devoured, I'll truly lose all consciousness and completely dissipate in this world. The white light sphere pleaded desperately. Lu Chen paid no attention and devoured it even more fiercely. His character was relentless. In the end, the white light sphere was completely consumed and absorbed. Afterwards, a strange memory appeared in Lu Chen's mind. He saw the past of the white light sphere. It turned out that the white light sphere was the soul of the white tiger, albeit only half of it. There was a story about its origin. It used to be an ordinary white tiger on White Tiger Mountain. After its spirit revived, the white tiger encountered a great opportunity and began to learn cultivation, growing stronger over time. Once, it caught a villager and intended to devour them. The villager begged for mercy, offering to build a temple and worship the white tiger daily, calling it Mountain Lord. At that moment, the white tiger had awakened its spiritual wisdom, aspiring to become immortal like humans. It spared the villager. Not long after, a temple named Mountain Lord Temple was erected outside White Tiger Mountain. Villagers from the entire village came to worship day and night. The white tiger discovered that it gained power through belief, becoming stronger without the need for regular cultivation. A tacit agreement was reached between the white tiger and the villagers. As long as villagers entered White Tiger Mountain, they were safe and could hunt other beasts freely. Until one day, a more terrifying monster invaded White Tiger Mountain. It was incredibly powerful, overpowering the white tiger. In the battle, the white tiger's body was destroyed, and half of its soul was devoured by the monster. The other half escaped and wandered like a lost soul in the air. Eventually, it found its way to the Mountain Lord Temple and attached its soul to a statue. Due to severe damage, it fell into an endless slumber. With the white tiger gone, White Tiger Mountain was no longer safe. Villagers who went hunting were attacked by beasts, leading them to stop worshipping the white tiger. The Mountain Lord Temple gradually fell into disrepair. Over 1,000 years passed. During the long slumber, the remaining soul gradually regained some strength. Today, as these people entered the Mountain Lord Temple, all of them were young and inexperienced. Stimulated by abundant yang energy, the white tiger finally awoke. Unable to resist, it desired to devour humans. It must be said, beasts always retain their nature. The first thing it did upon awakening was to satisfy its hunger. Lu Chen was extremely surprised to learn the white tiger originated from White Tiger Mountain, and the temple was dedicated to it. But what about the monster that defeated the white tiger back then? He recalled the legend of the forbidden area in White Tiger Mountain and the giant claw in the inner world. Could it be that the owner of the claw was the monster from back then? But why was it trapped in the forbidden area? Perhaps a more powerful being passed by, didn't like it, and sealed it? Lu Chen began to speculate. However, these matters were not his concern since he had already left White Tiger Mountain. What surprised him was that by devouring the white tiger's remaining soul, he unexpectedly gained its martial arts inheritance. He automatically mastered a set of techniques, the White Tiger Abyssal Art. This technique was essentially what the white tiger comprehended during its slumber. It took a whole 1,000 years to develop, incredibly powerful, considered a ghostly martial art that could devour spirits to enhance one's strength. It was no wonder that during the initial battle, Lu Chen felt suppressed in power. It seemed closely related to the White Tiger Abyssal Art. The shockwaves released from the white tiger's mouth were a martial skill, the White Tiger Exploding Fist. While the white tiger used its mouth to unleash it, Lu Chen could execute it with his fists. Most importantly, Lu Chen's soul power became even stronger. He had such high intelligence because he had lived 2 lives. His soul was extraordinary. Now that his soul had grown stronger again, his intelligence had become even more extraordinary. In the future, he could even reach the level of mastering martial arts at an incredible speed. It seems like a blessing in disguise. It looks like I have the destiny to be the protagonist. Just as Lu Chen was devouring the remnant soul of the white tiger. At the entrance to the forbidden area of White Tiger Mountain, Ma Yiming and Niu Erbian, these 2 old men, were still guarding here, quietly waiting for Lu Chen to emerge from the world inside the wall. It must be said that the patience of this pair of living dead was truly remarkable. If they were living people, they would have been driven crazy long ago. Suddenly, a violent commotion came from the world inside the wall. What's going on? Ma Yiming stood up in surprise. He stared intently at the rippling wall. They had been guarding here for so many days, and the monster inside had always been quiet, so it was unexpected for it to act so abnormally today. Niu Erbian said nonchalantly, no matter how agitated it is, it can't break through this wall. Let's continue to guard. All right. Ma Yiming nodded and was about to sit back down. Suddenly,
his gaze sharpened, because he saw a huge claw appearing inside the wall, charging fiercely towards the wall.
Oh damn, Erbian, get out of the way. Ma Yiming was startled. No, Erbian was a bit speechless. Boss, why panic?
That claw can't come out. This wall is obviously like a barrier that can trap that monster. Just as he was calm, he turned his head and was stunned. The giant claw had already touched the wall. Its sharp nails actually pierced through the wall, ruthlessly stabbing into Nyo Erbian's back. No! Nyo Erbian screamed in pain. In the next moment, he was pulled into the world inside the wall by the giant claw. Blood splattered on the ground. Then, the giant claw quickly retracted, disappearing deep inside, leaving no trace. Taken away with it was Nyo Erbian. Seeing this scene, Ma Yiming was dumbfounded. He never expected that the monster with the giant claw could also pass through walls. Although only its nails came out, it happened to take Nyo Erbian, who was sitting next to the wall. Erbian, you died so tragically, Ma Yiming said with some sadness. It shouldn't have happened. Erbian shouldn't have been sitting in that position. It could only be said that Nyo Erbian was extremely unlucky. At this point, Ma Yiming finally confirmed that Erbian, San, and Luchan had all died at the hands of that monster. After all, seeing how ferocious it looked, who could escape from its grasp? Thinking of this, Ma Yiming didn't hesitate. He stopped watching over this place and decided to return to the factory first to meet up with Lu Rulong and the others. Luchan slowly opened his eyes, but he saw a large group of people surrounding him. The leader was Morong Ningbing. She had tears in her eyes, as if she had just cried. Why are you crying? Luchan hadn't fully woken up yet, murmuring. In that instant, it seemed like he had returned to another world, where they parted ways with silent tears. You're awake? Morong Ningbing was extremely surprised, no longer the aloof school beauty, but seemed like an ordinary girl next door. You're finally awake. Inger was also very happy, but still crossed her arms and teased. You don't know, during the time you were unconscious, how worried Sister Morong was. I saw her teary-eyed, as if she would accompany you immediately if you died. Sister Inger, don't tease me, Morong Ningbing said softly. She was wearing a mask, so her face couldn't be seen. However, her earlobes were slightly red. It made people want to take a light bite. Gong Xingyu smiled, as long as you're okay. Luchan looked at the big sun in the sky. It was obviously noon now. He couldn't help but ask, how long did I sleep, and what time is it now? Cheng Fei replied, Brother Lu, you slept through the night. It's now noon on the second day. That's good. Luchan breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would wake up to find that a month had passed in such a bizarre way. After all, he had to seek revenge on Zhao Meizhu. Once the college entrance examination was over, what if the other party was protected by the authorities due to excellent results? Suddenly, Luchan frowned, as if he had remembered something, and quickly looked at Meng Xiao'er. Xiao'er, you didn't use that trick on me while I was unconscious, did you? Meng Xiao'er felt a bit embarrassed and scratched the back of her head. It seemed she had hit the mark. Luchan asked, how long did you use it on me? Meng Xiao'er replied, just about 7 or 8 hours. I felt that the medicine in the bottle had almost evaporated, so I need to add some more later. What? 7 or 8 hours? Luchan was speechless. Thinking of that pungent smell, he felt a bit nauseous. At that moment, the rescued boy stood up. With a bang, he knelt down, saying sincerely, Brother, you are like a real brother to me. You must accept this bow from me. If it weren't for you, I would have ended up like those few who died at the hands of the White Tiger. Luchan remained silent, instead looking at the people nearby. Cheng Fei hurriedly said, Brother Lu, this guy has good character. He has been chatting with us all the way, much better than the 2 who died. The boy added, I don't know those students. Luchan nodded. He had a bad feeling about that dragon brother earlier. If this kid had any connection with him, he should just go away. Get up, what's your name and which school are you from? The boy answered, my name is Mao Dashwan, from Binjiang First High School. Everyone was surprised, a top student? First High School was not an ordinary school. Mao Dashwan felt a bit embarrassed, then showed a hint of frustration. But now it's a world where martial arts prosper, academic achievements don't matter much. Everyone could relate to this point. This world was becoming more like a primitive society, where everything was settled with fists. However, Luchan said calmly, everyone has their own strengths, every industry produces talents, don't give up on yourself. After hearing this, Mao Dashwan excitedly said, thank you for your encouragement, Brother Lu. If someone else had said that, he would have dismissed it. But coming from Luchan, every word seemed profound and like the ultimate truth, making him want to study each word carefully. Everyone continued on their journey. Initially, Luchan wanted to drive, but Inger insisted that he rest and she would drive instead.
Lu Chen laughed. Luckily, when I was fighting that white tiger, you drove the car away in time, or else we would have to walk back now. I've noticed that ever since we left the company, I've been covering your back. Inger gave him a cold look, but there was a hint of charm on her icy face, full of allure. The truck kept driving until midnight. The journey was very smooth. Midway, Lu Chen changed drivers once. After all, driving was very tiring. Finally, they faintly saw a tall city ahead. The city wall alone was over 40 meters high, a magnificent sight. Lu Chen hadn't expected that Binjiang City would be even more towering and majestic than ancient cities from his past life. The rest of the group also saw Binjiang City's city wall up close. After all, without reaching the realm of martial artists, they were not allowed to leave the city. When they were captured before, they were first knocked unconscious and then taken to the factory. Gong Xingyu explained, the reason it's built so tall and sturdy is to prevent fierce beasts from attacking. Lu Chen asked, are there really fierce beasts attacking human territory? Gong Xingyu replied, since humans have established themselves, such incidents have become rare, so ordinary people are safest within the city walls. Lu Chen snorted coldly, when there's no danger, the most dangerous thing to the common people is their own kind. The truck was stopped right in front of the city gate by the guards. Please show your identification, one tall man said. The crowd fell silent. After being taken to the black factory, not to mention identification, even their phones were confiscated early on. The tall man frowned as he saw no response from them and sternly said, who are you people? Don't you have any identification? Gong Xingyu squeezed out a smile. Officer, hello, I am a teacher from Shangnan High School. You should have a network identity verification device, which should be able to find my identification information. Her smile naturally carried a hint of affinity. However, the tall man said in a harsh tone, verification device? We don't have that. Without showing identification, you can't enter the city. Why are you so rigid? I don't believe you can't find it. Your city guard system must be connected to the network, Lu Chen said discontentedly. Unexpectedly, the tall man sneered, don't order us. Besides, I now suspect that your origins are not legitimate. Get off the car quickly and undergo investigation. What? The crowd was speechless. Inger also found them extremely unpleasant and coldly said, is there something wrong with you? We are all students, what is there to investigate? The other party was clearly deliberately making things difficult. For a high school teacher like Gong Xingyu, identity information could be easily found. It just depended on whether they wanted to find it. Get off quickly, the tall man shouted loudly. The other guards also surrounded them. The atmosphere became very tense. Just get off. Inger's temper also started to flare up. She directly opened the car door and jumped out. Lu Chen and the others followed suit. Where are you from? The tall man continued to question. Lu Chen answered, Baihu Mountain. The tall man was somewhat surprised. Since you are people from Binjiang City, why would you go to such a dangerous place? You also know Baihu Mountain is dangerous, then why did you let this car pass before? Look closely at the license plate and car model, dare you say you don't recognize it? Lu Chen suddenly became angry and questioned. The tall man was taken aback and subconsciously asked, what do you mean? Lu Chen said coldly, I now suspect that you city guards are colluding with criminals who abduct students, deliberately letting them out of the city. Oh my god. Upon hearing this, the tall man and others broke out in a cold sweat. This accusation was too severe. They never expected that they, who were originally in a position of power, would be turned against by Lu Chen. Inger and the others were impressed. They didn't expect Lu Chen to be so resourceful, turning the tables in an instant. After a moment of silence, the tall man suddenly drew his knife, pointed it at Lu Chen, and said, what nonsense are you talking about, daring to slander our city guards? This is an even greater crime. I now have the right to arrest you and conduct an interrogation. This time, Lu Chen was truly angry. His earlier words were just meant to scare them, but he didn't expect to be threatened with a knife. He now began to suspect that the other party had some kind of unspeakable secret with the Black Factory in Baihu Mountain. How dare you point a knife at me? Lu Chen's anger rose gradually. Unparalleled killing intent emanated from his eyes. The tall man was stunned, not expecting the other party to be so powerful. As for what realm he was in, he couldn't see with his eyes. He was just a 4-star martial artist. Unexpectedly, Inger suddenly interjected, they are organized, subordinate to the city lord's mansion, they cannot be killed. Persuaded by the other party, Lu Chen calmed down. However, Inger shouted, can't kill, but can beat him up. With that, she unexpectedly threw a punch filled with the dark shadow power. With just one punch, the tall man couldn't withstand it and was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Despite being a realm higher than Shadow, he was still knocked back by a single punch. How embarrassing. Lu Chen was also stunned by Shadow's swift move.
He had just been advising others moments ago, never expecting to suddenly take action himself. Indeed, the sneak attack was quite powerful, truly worthy of Lao Lu. After the tall man fell, he furiously shouted, "Quick, take them down." A group of guards rushed over, their realms not particularly high. The most formidable among them was the tall man. As for the others, some were 3-star, some 2-star. Their strengths varied, none too strong, or they wouldn't have been assigned to guard the city gate.
Lu Chen, it's your turn. Seeing so many opponents, Shadow swiftly dodged behind him.
She even extended her arm, raising a small fist in a cheering gesture.
Finally, it was Lu Chen's turn to act.
Without drawing his sword, fearing he might accidentally harm the guards, he directly unleashed the meteor fist. Fist shadows filled the sky, resembling a meteor shower as they crashed down on the guards.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Accompanied by a series of dull thuds, they were instantly knocked down, unable to offer any resistance.
Damn! How is he so powerful? Did this kid just use martial arts when he arrived?
At his age, he can actually use such a powerful martial skill. The guards grimaced in pain, their faces showing astonishment. Realizing they had met their match, the tall man urgently said, "Quick, go inform the captain, we can't handle him." To his surprise, another person replied with a grimace, "The captain is drunk, entertaining guests, don't disturb him." The tall man nearly spat blood upon hearing this.
Lu Chen sneered, "Drinking heavily on duty?
Your city guards are truly eye-opening." Hearing this, the guards felt their faces burning.
"Let's go into the city."
Shadow, reacting swiftly, darted into the driver's seat, ready to drive. Unexpectedly, a drunken voice rang out, "Who dares to trespass the city gate?" The guards were both shocked and delighted.
"The captain is here."
The tall man was ecstatic, looking at Lu Chen and the others as if they were already dead, saying menacingly, "You're finished.
Wait and see how the captain deals with you."
A middle-aged man with a red nose from alcohol approached.
His steps were unsteady, body swaying.
From his appearance, it was evident he was a habitual drinker. Yet his aura exuded great strength. Standing beside the tall man, he saw the fallen men and erupted in anger, "A bunch of useless trash. I'm dining with guests, and you let yourselves be beaten to a pulp." Many guards hung their heads in shame. Pointing at Lu Chen, the tall man hurriedly complained, "Captain, it's that kid's doing, be careful." The captain glanced at Lu Chen. Perhaps due to being drunk or for some other reason, he directly scolded, "A wet behind the ears kid dares to act recklessly at my city gate. Watch me take you back for a drink." With that, he reached for his left side at his waist.
"Ha! Where's my knife?" The tall man's face twitched slightly as he reminded, "It's on your right side." "Nonsense."
The captain drew the knife from his right side, pointing it at the tall man, scolding, "Men on the left, women on the right.
Who do you think you're fooling? I'll ask you again, where's my knife?" Lu Chen and the others were utterly speechless. Was this guy drinking fake alcohol?
The tall man was startled as the captain pointed the knife at him, the blade inching closer. He quickly reached out, pushing the blade towards Lu Chen, warning, "Captain, the enemy is over there."
"Damn, I don't need you to tell me."
As the cold night wind blew, the captain sobered up slightly, glaring with his hazy eyes at Lu Chen. His aura suddenly surged, revealing the realm of a 9-star warrior.
The tall man said proudly, "See that? Isn't our captain powerful? Scared, aren't you?"
The others, however, showed a strange expression.
The tall man couldn't help but feel puzzled and muttered, "Hey, what's with those expressions? Show a little fear, show some respect for the captain."
Cheng Fei smirked, "If his level is only this low, then I apologize, I can't respect that."
"You!"
The tall man was so angry he wanted to rush over and beat the fat guy up. But he was hit by the fierce wind of the Lu Chen shooting star fist, causing him intense pain. Having the intention to kill but no strength to turn the tide.
"If I were in my prime, could you still be so arrogant in front of me?"
he thought through gritted teeth. At this moment, the captain adjusted his angle, raised his knife again, and slashed towards Lu Chen. Despite his drunken appearance, his knife skills were not to be underestimated. In an instant, the blade's shadow was chilling, tearing through the air. Just from one move, Lu Chen judged that the opponent's martial arts surpassed the yellow rank, at least a low-grade profound rank, and had reached a small achievement level.
"Captain, go for it. Beat that kid. Stab him in the waist."
Many guards began to shout, their expressions extremely excited. Their professionalism was comparable to a college cheerleading squad. Seeing the captain's aggressive stance, Lu Chen remained unfazed. He dodged the sharp long knife with a sidestep. Then, he swiftly delivered a kick.
"Damn!"
The captain screamed in agony. He was sent flying like a ball, crashing heavily into the city gate with a loud bang. Witnessing this scene, all the guards were dumbfounded.
What? The tall man was even more bewildered. Captain, you're a 9-star warrior, how could you be defeated so quickly? This captain, despite his usual love for drinking, was powerful and an idol to the guards. Now, he was kicked away with one blow. The idol's facade shattered in an instant. The tall man felt his faith completely collapse. At the same time, a sense of fear crept into his heart. What kind of strength did this seemingly high school student possess? Even a 9-star warrior was kicked away with one blow. Could he be above warriors? A martial master? The tall man grew more and more fearful, not daring to even look at Lu Chen. At this moment, the captain was dizzy from the kick. He knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. With only a low-grade profound rank martial skill, he was no match. What to do when you can't win? Of course, call for reinforcements. So, the captain, with a hoarse voice, shouted like a screeching chicken, "The 2 officers of the Criminal Investigation Department, someone is breaking through the city gate, come help." Someone else? At that moment, Inger sat in the driver's seat, watching the scene outside the windshield as if watching a show. Unexpectedly, the other party was like a leak. Cut one, and another grows. Soon, 2 young figures walked out from the city gate. A man and a woman, around 27 or 28 years old, both with good looks. They exuded extraordinary temperament, clearly not ordinary people. Dressed in red and white uniforms, they had a futuristic feel, resembling a winning team. They had also heard the commotion outside earlier, thinking the captain could handle it, but they never expected him to be easily defeated. "Officers, this kid seems suspicious, doesn't look like a good person. He trespassed the city gate, beat up the guards, please help us catch him." The captain immediately accused him, throwing dirt at him. The handsome man, Shinshio Jie, was a bit speechless. "I haven't even finished my meal, what's all this about?" "Shinshio Jie, stop saying useless things." The woman glared at him, then looked at Lu Chen, her face showing astonishment. "Are you sure he's the one who defeated you just now? This is clearly a child, and he looks too young." Shangxiu Jie also looked at Lu Chen, gaping, "Are all kids nowadays this fierce? Or is he just young but actually an old monster?" Ha ha ha. The group of friends couldn't help but laugh. Even Morong Ningbing couldn't help but chuckle. "Lu Chen, you've been mistaken for an elder for no reason." Lu Chen was a bit speechless and said to Shangxiu Jie, "You're the old monster here. These guards won't let us into the city and even attacked first. Shouldn't we fight back?" Shangxiu Jie was momentarily stunned, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we should fight back. It's not right to attack first." The tall man was dumbfounded. "Damn, it seems like we didn't attack first." The gazes of many guards immediately shifted collectively towards the direction of the driver's seat, where Shadow was still watching the show. Shadow quickly turned her head away, pretending not to know anything. At this moment, Gong Xingyu finally couldn't help but interject, "Gentlemen of the Criminal Investigation Department, I am a teacher, and they are my students. We are all law-abiding citizens, please let us into the city." "I don't care if you're law-abiding or not," Shangxiu Jie smiled slightly, "law enforcement is their business. But since we had a meal with the captain today and owe him a favor, we agreed to intervene." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "So, you still want to fight?" Shangxiu Jie looked at the woman beside him and asked, "Yen Xinxin, should you go first or should I?" The woman named Yen Xinxin was a bit speechless. "What's the point of fighting with a kid? You go ahead." Shangxiu Jie laughed and said like a jester, "I like challenging difficult opponents, like this kid here." With that, he drew the long sword behind him. Pointing at Lu Chen, he roared, "Draw your sword, young man." Lu Chen's mouth twitched. "I use a knife." Shangxiu Jie felt a bit embarrassed and said, "It's all the same." In the next moment, his aura erupted completely. He was actually a 2-star martial artist. Gong Xingyu exclaimed in surprise, "A martial artist? The people from the Criminal Investigation Department are indeed formidable." Shadow leaned out of the car window and asked, "Teacher Gong, what does the Criminal Investigation Department do?" Gong Xingyu replied, "The Criminal Investigation Department is an organization specialized in dealing with ferocious beasts and criminals. They are different from the city guards, who belong to the Lord's Manor, while the Criminal Investigation Department is directly under the management of the Great Xia Empire's court." "I see." Finally, everyone understood. No wonder Shangxiu Jie had said from the beginning that they didn't care about law enforcement issues. The reason they intervened was solely because of this meal. Meng Xiao's eyes lit up. "Just one meal can get the Criminal Investigation Department to act once, and I have plenty of medicinal wine here." Everyone was speechless. If his medicinal wine smelled as bad as the previous potion, the people from the Criminal Investigation Department would probably slaughter him first.